standing atop a cliff, overlooking the endless sea, stood Caliph, the eternal sovereign. As a four-dimensional being, his perception of the universe differed vastly from that of mortals. To him, the waves below, the shifting sky, and even the land itself were nothing but a frozen painting, stretched across time and space, seen all at once. Even the little boy sprinting toward him, arms flailing with excitement, was but a flicker in the river of eternity, a brief attachment that was here for a moment, but could easily be gone the next. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" the child called, his laughter bright, unburdened. Caliph turned, his golden eyes softening. "Look! I made a drawing today, of us, in a garden." The boy's excitement was boundless. But in his rush, he tripped. His small frame hit the stone path, and a sharp yelp escaped his lips as his knee scraped against the ground. Caliph chuckled. With a flick of his hand, the winds lifted both the boy and his drawing into his arms. Another gesture, and the wound on the boy's knee vanished, erased as if it had never existed. The boy giggled, clutching onto Caliph's neck, but then, curiosity flickered in his eyes. "Grandpa, do you never get hurt?" Caliph smiled faintly. "No, little one. I exist outside of time. Even if I were ever injured, I would simply correct it." The boy blinked in confusion. "Correct it?" Caliph's golden gaze drifted toward the horizon. He took a moment before explaining, choosing his words carefully so the young child could follow. "Imagine time not as something you move through, but as something that already exists, every moment, every second, all at once. A mortal lives in a single instant, bound by it. But a being like me." He lifted his hand, fingers curling slightly. "If I were to be cut in this moment, I would simply step into another moment. One where I was untouched. To you, it would look like healing, like immortality. But to me, it is simply a small correction." The boy's brows furrowed in thought, his young mind trying to grasp something far beyond human understanding. After a moment, he looked up again, his voice quieter this time. "Not even by a mighty sword." Caliph let out a low chuckle. Instead of answering immediately, he pointed at the drawing still clutched in the boy's hands. "Look at your drawing. If you gave yourself, here in the picture, a mighty sword, do you think that the little you, in this drawing, could cut the real you?" The boy hesitated, glancing down at the crude, childish sketch. A stick figure of himself stood beside an exaggerated version of Caliph, flowers and trees drawn haphazardly around them. His small fingers traced the figure of his drawn self, imagining a sword in its hands. Then he giggled, shaking his head. "No, of course not. It's just a drawing." Caliph's smile returned, ever so slightly. "Exactly. Just as a two-dimensional drawing cannot harm you, a three-dimensional being. A three-dimensional weapon cannot harm me, no matter how well built, for the blade of a sword is as meaningless to me as ink on paper." The boy's eyes widened in fascination. Then, gods really can't be killed? Not ever. Caliph hesitated. For a moment, the wind stilled. The waves below, once rhythmic and soothing, seemed to slow. The boy had asked an innocent question, but its weight was anything but. After a long pause, Caliph finally exhaled, his voice dropping lower. "Oh, no. Plenty have died." Caliph's golden gaze darkened, his thoughts drifting somewhere far beyond the present. There was a time when even gods feared death. The wind picked up, the once calm waves below thrashing violently against the cliffs. When the timeless assassin walked between the moments, even gods trembled in their beds at night. He hunted us like prey, with a blade that could sever eternity itself. And even the strongest among us fell before him. The boy's heart pounded in his chest. He had never heard his grandfather speak like this before. But he's gone now, right? Such an evil man, he must have perished, right? He asked, as Caliph let out a deep sigh. killed during the Great Betrayal, 2,000 years ago. And no god has died since. The boy clutched the drawing tighter, but his young mind struggled to grasp the enormity of what he was hearing. The timeless assassin. The Great Betrayal. For him, it was nothing more than a fantasy story. But to Caliph, it was a scar, one etched into the fabric of reality itself. For a while, Caliph brooded in silence, but soon he turned back to the boy, his expression unreadable. But eternity is long, little one. And history has a way of repeating itself. Let's pray that the past stays buried, because if it rises again, even gods will tremble. When silence reigns and stars grow dim, when gods grow frail and light grows thin, his blood will stir, his kin will rise, with shadowed blade and ageless eyes. From fractured time and shattered glass, will walk the air of what once was. The timeless assassin's whispered breath will break the chains of godless death. No banners raised, no army sworn, he'll walk alone where light is torn. Yet empires vast will bow and break, as heavens tremble, as kingdoms quake. No throne shall stand, no crown remain, when his descendant walks again. For gods will weep, and time will break, when vengeance stirs and heavens quake. Rattle. Rattle. The transport cart shuddered violently, metal grinding against metal as it trundled forward through unseen tracks. Every jolt sent passengers lurching into one another, with the dim overhead light flickering in protest. The air was thick with the sharp stench of blood, sweat, and something chemical. Chains clinked softly in the dark corners, and low, guttural chuckles rose and fell like a distant echo. Leo's skull slammed against cold steel, and his eyes snapped open as white-hot pain splintered through his head. For a moment, everything was blurred shapes and smeared shadows, the dizziness clinging to him like a heavy fog. His breath hitched. His pulse thundered in his ears, as conscious thought finally returned to his head. Where am I? Leo wondered, as the small flickering coach light briefly illuminated the faces opposite him, faces laced with twisted grins and sharp teeth bared in something between amusement and hunger. Blades glinted faintly in their hands, smeared with something viscous and dark. Look who finally woke up, a voice rasped, dripping with amusement, as Leo found one of the men in the coach, staring right at him with his tongue out. The man was ghastly pale in complexion, his skin stretched taut over sharp cheekbones and hollow eyes that gleamed with faint amusement. A jagged scar ran diagonally across his face, starting just above his brow and disappearing beneath his crooked grin. But it wasn't the scar or the hollow stare that made Leo's breath hitch, it was the horns. Twisted, coiling horns sprouted from the sides of the man's head, curling backward like those of a mountain goat. They were smooth and ridged, faintly glistening under the flickering light. Leo's chest tightened as he instinctively shrank back against the cold steel wall of the cart. Horns. Why does he have horns? His gaze darted across the cramped space, scanning the other passengers, and a chill crept up his spine. The figures around him, 7 of them, hunched, predatory, were not entirely human either. One had grayish-blue skin, its veins glowing faintly beneath the surface. Another had serpentine slits for pupils, flickering over Leo with cold calculation. A third passenger, half hidden in the shadows, let out a low, inhuman hiss from between pointed teeth. Leo's breath came faster now, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm in his chest. Where am I? What is this place? He squeezed his eyes shut, pressing his fingertips against his temples, trying, desperately trying, to remember. How did I get here? What happened before this? But the moment he reached for those answers, a sharp, stinging pain tore through his skull, like shards of glass embedded in his brain. He gasped, clutching his head as a wave of nausea washed over him. The memories remained elusive, hidden behind a fog of agony and confusion. When the pain finally ebbed, Leo was left panting, sweat dotting his brow. His mind was a blank slate, a dark void where his past should have been. Except for one thing. Leo Skyshard. His name. He clung to it like a lifeline, his only tether in the swirling chaos of his fractured mind. Everything else, the cart, the twisted faces around him, the flickering light, it all felt foreign, like he'd stumbled into someone else's nightmare. But this was no dream. It was real. And the fact that it was real made Leo panic even more. What the hell is going on here? Why are the faces around me not even human? Leo wondered as he felt something crunching in his left palm. Although he had been clutching onto that object for a while now, Leo only became aware of its existence when he gripped his left palm hard and the papery texture crunched faintly under his fingers. Slowly, cautiously, he unfurled his trembling fingers, revealing a crumpled, yellowed piece of paper smeared with faint streaks of something dark. Its edges were frayed, and the paper felt coarse and brittle, as though it had been handled far too many times before reaching him. With furrowed brows, Leo carefully unfolded it as jagged, hurried handwriting unfolded before him in smudged black ink. You might not remember this, but your name is Leo Skyshard, and you are one of the best assassins from Earth, not that it matters much here on planet Rodova. Your mission currently is to survive the Academy entrance test. And you will get the answers you seek beyond the gates of the Academy. My only advice for you is trust no one, and that failure to enroll shall mean death. The words were sharp, final, like a death sentence carved into stone. Leo's breath caught in his throat as his eyes lingered on the final line. Failure means death. His hand trembled slightly as he read the note again, his pulse hammering against his ribs. The Academy. A test. Survive. Nothing made sense, and yet something deep within him, a primal instinct, maybe, screamed that every word on that note was the truth. Survive. His grip on the paper tightened. He didn't know who he was supposed to trust, what kind of test awaited him, or where this academy was, but he knew one thing: he couldn't afford to fail. Taking a steadying breath, Leo began to fold the fragile paper back into a neat square, intending to tuck it somewhere safe. But before he could finish, a sharp hissing sound cut through the low murmurs of the cart. A single droplet of thick, glistening liquid flew through the stale air and landed on the corner of the paper. The effect was instantaneous. Bright orange flames erupted from the point of contact, devouring the paper in seconds. Leo yelped, dropping it as the fire scorched his fingertips. The burning paper fluttered to the grimy floor of the cart, curling in on itself until it was nothing but a heap of blackened ash. Across from him, one of the passengers, a wiry man with hollow cheeks and serpentine eyes, lowered a small glass vial filled with glistening green poison. His lips curled into a smirk as he gave Leo a slow, mocking nod. "Careful with secrets, little lamb," the man hissed, his voice slithering between his teeth like smoke. "In here, they're more dangerous than blades." Leo's jaw clenched as he stared at the smoldering ashes on the floor. Whatever fragile shred of direction that note had given him was now gone. All that remained were the words "survive the test," and the hungry stares of the creatures sharing the cart with him. For a while after the incident, Leo remained silent. His scorched fingertips still tingled from where the burning paper had seared his skin, but he tried not to focus on it too much. Instead, his mind kept repeating one sentence on loop: trust no one. The words from the note echoed relentlessly in his mind, like a hammer striking against glass, each repetition threatening to shatter his fragile composure. His gaze stayed low, his expression unreadable, as if carved from stone. He dared not meet the eyes of the other passengers, nor acknowledge the serpent-eyed man who had flicked the poison onto the note. Instead, he chose to listen. The cart rattled and swayed, metal screeching against metal, but beneath the grinding noise, whispers slithered through the dim space like venomous snakes. Basilisk venom works fastest when it hits the bloodstream directly. A scratch across the throat, and it's over in seconds. Nah, too quick. You want widow's ink. Makes them choke on their own bile. Slow. Painful. A sharp chuckle followed, thin and sharp as a dagger's edge. Across from Leo, a man with yellow, cat-like eyes inspected his blade with an eerie kind of reverence. A thick, oily liquid dripped from its tip, sizzling faintly as it landed on the floor. "Waste not," the man muttered, dragging his tongue slowly across the edge of the poisoned dagger, his slit pupils narrowing with pleasure. Leo's stomach churned. They were casual about it, discussing death, suffering, and toxins as if they were recipes in a kitchen. It wasn't just cruelty, it was normalcy to them. His fingers twitched against his thigh. The instinct to act, to do something, gnawed at the edge of his composure. But Leo forced himself still, drawing slow, measured breaths through his nose. Survive. Observe. Wait. Every muscle in his body was taut, like a wire pulled to its breaking point, but his face remained an impassive mask. For now, silence was his shield. The cart continued its violent journey, jostling its passengers, but Leo's focus remained razor-sharp. He wasn't just listening to the conversations, he was cataloging them, the poisons they mentioned, the tones of their voices, the way their hands twitched over their weapons. Somewhere deep in the back of his mind, a faint thought surfaced, a murmur in the foggy void where his memories should have been. He'd heard these conversations before. He'd been surrounded by killers before. But before he could chase that fleeting thread, the cart screeched to a grinding halt, metal screaming in protest. The sudden stillness felt louder than the rattling ever had, as outside, the sound of heavy boots and muffled commands echoed faintly through the thin metal walls. The passengers fell silent, their earlier bravado evaporating into thin air as blades were sheathed and poisons tucked away in one quick motion. Leo's jaw tightened as a single thought pressed into the forefront of his mind: it's starting. With a slight creaking sound, the door to the cart groaned open, allowing white light to flood in from beyond the door and cast long, sharp shadows against the metal floor. Standing in the doorway was a tall, broad-shouldered man clad in a crisp military-style uniform, its dark fabric adorned with silver insignias that caught the light. His cold, calculating eyes swept over the passengers, scanning each face as if he could see straight into their souls. All 8 alive. Good. His voice was sharp and commanding, carrying an edge that felt like a blade against the skin. At least you're not stupid enough to disregard university rules. Otherwise, I'd have to eliminate you all here. A chilling silence followed, broken only by the faint sound of someone swallowing hard. The man's implication was clear: if one of them had broken the rule against killing during transit, they would all have paid the price. But instead of fear, faint snickers and knowing smirks spread across the passengers' faces as they disregarded the man and his threat as something light. They began to climb out of the cart, one by one, some with an air of confidence, others with twitchy excitement. Leo was the last to move, his limbs stiff as he adjusted to standing after hours of stillness, but he managed to follow the others, stepping cautiously towards the edge of the cart. But just as he was about to jump down, a rough hand clamped around his waist, stopping him from disembarking as he was pulled back to his spot. Leo's breath caught in his throat as the uniformed man hoisted him up effortlessly, like a child caught sneaking into a restricted area. "No concealed weapons allowed here, brat," the man growled, his piercing gaze locking onto Leo's wide eyes. "You wear your utility belt over your robes." Leo froze, his mind blank for a moment. Utility belt. His eyes darted down to his waist, and sure enough, tucked beneath the coarse black robe he was wearing, there was a leather utility belt strapped tightly around him. How had he not noticed this earlier? "Sorry. I didn't," Leo stammered, fumbling with the belt as he pulled it free and secured it visibly around his waist. The uniformed man released him with a scoff, stepping back as Leo's gaze dropped to the belt he now wore openly. It was well worn but meticulously maintained, fitted with slots and compartments that housed an arsenal, 12 sleek daggers arranged in symmetrical sheaths. 2 small, round metal orbs that glinted faintly in the light. A couple of glass vials filled with strange, shimmering liquids. Leo's breath caught as his fingers hovered over one of the vials. What were these liquids? What were the orbs? More importantly, Why did this belt feel so familiar? He clenched his teeth, shaking off the unease gnawing at the back of his mind. There was no time for questions, not now. Move along, the uniformed man barked, gesturing sharply towards the others already forming a loose line outside the cart. Leo jumped down from the cart, landing lightly on the dusty ground below. As he adjusted his belt, his sharp eyes caught glimpses of the environment around him, tall metal fences topped with razor wire, watchtowers looming overhead, and distant shadows moving across large floodlit corridors. Is this a prison? Leo wondered, as the atmosphere certainly felt like one, heavy with anticipation and dread. Oh man, this year's test is so much fun, the person ahead of him in the queue slurred, their voice dripping with both excitement and nervous energy. Suddenly, the queue leader began to move, prompting everyone behind to shuffle forward in unison. The test was about to begin. Leo advanced with the slow, shuffling line of contestants, his boots gliding silently over the cracked concrete as he moved without making a single sound. It was not something Leo did consciously, but rather a reflexive grace that was born from instinct and years of training rather than thought. The abandoned prison facility stretched out before him, sprawling and oppressive in its decaying grandeur. If Leo had any doubts about being in a prison-like facility at first, they vanished the moment he got a clearer look at the test grounds, as the towering fences, rusted barbed wire, and imposing watchtowers left no room for uncertainty. The courtyard he stood in was vast and rectangular, surrounded on all sides by high concrete walls. Rust stains ran like old blood down the cracks in the walls, and faint scorch marks suggested fires long extinguished. Above, watchtowers loomed at regular intervals, their steel frames skeletal and weather-worn. Dark figures shifted behind tinted glass windows, their silhouettes barely visible. Sniper barrels occasionally caught the light, a chilling reminder of unseen eyes watching their every move. The place felt like a graveyard of authority, stripped of life but heavy with echoes of its brutal past. Leo's sharp eyes flicked over each detail, mapping out the terrain, the choke points, the exits. Instinct drove him to look for high ground, blind spots, and places someone might set an ambush. But before he could gather his thoughts, the sharp blare of a horn shattered the stillness. Following the sound, every head turned toward the large raised platform dominating the center of the courtyard. Above it, a massive digital countdown clock hung suspended by thick steel cables, its bright red numbers frozen at 2000 hours, glowing like a silent warning. Soon after the horn sounded, a tall man in a crisp military coat stepped forward onto the platform. His dark uniform bore silver insignias, and across his chest, stitched in precise letters, was his title, Commander Rourke, Lead Instructor of Covert Tactics and Stealth Operations. His gray eyes scanned the crowd below with a cold, calculating sharpness, and when he spoke, his voice carried across the courtyard, steady and commanding. Elite assassin seedlings. That's what you are now, nothing more, nothing less. The crowd stood frozen, breaths held, as Rourke's piercing gaze swept over them. You stand here today at the edge of something far greater than yourselves. Beyond this entrance test lies the opportunity to enroll into the Rodova Military Academy, a place reserved only for the finest warriors of the universe. Those of you who survive this test today will join the ranks of history's finest assassins, while the rest will be forgotten. Rourke paused, letting the weight of his words settle. The other departments like swordsmanship and archery have their own trials where no lives are lost. But you, the assassins, don't get that luxury. Because such is the life of an assassin. Every step you take, every breath you draw, every shadow you step into could be your last. You are always hanging by a thread, and hence your entrance test is also designed as such. A ripple passed through the crowd, some contestants stiffened while others exchanged wary glances. There are 2,500 of you selected to be here today, just enough to form 1,250 pairs. However, at the end of this test, only 125 pairs will earn the right to step through the academy gates, with your selection being as dependent on your partner's performance as your own. Your partner's death equals your disqualification. Do not mistake this as loyalty or friendship, it is survival. If your partner dies or abandons the test, you fail. Simple. Delivering this grim message, Rourke raised a gloved hand, and two assistants in matching uniforms stepped onto the platform, carrying small black boxes. Each of you will receive 2 devices to aid you in this test. The assistants moved through the crowd, distributing the items. Leo took his turn, accepting the 2 objects and inspecting them. The first device, labeled as counter, felt smooth to touch with a glowing digital display showing the number 1250. The second device, a small, glass-like sphere, was labeled teleportation orb, and it felt cold and fragile in his palm. Just as Leo began to lose interest in the objects in his palm, Rourke's voice rose again. The counter will keep you informed of how many pairs remain. The teleportation orb is your way out. Crush it, and you will be teleported out of the testing grounds immediately. But know this, using it means disqualification, both for you and your partner. Rourke's sharp gaze lingered on the crowd. You now have 20 minutes to find a partner. After that, the test begins. If you fail to pair up, you will face consequences before the first phase even begins. With a sharp motion, Rourke stepped back. Above him, the countdown clock hanging over the stage flickered to life. And as a result, the entire courtyard erupted into motion. Contestants scattered like insects, lunging toward each other, calling out, bargaining, and threatening. Some grabbed the nearest person they could find. Others stalked the crowd, eyes scanning for someone who looked strong, capable, or, at the very least, useful. Fights broke out in isolated pockets as contestants shoved others away from potential partners. Leo remained still, his sharp eyes darting across the crowd, as his instincts screamed at him to choose wisely. A few seconds into the selections, a hulking brute shoved his way past smaller contestants, smirking towards him with bloodshot eyes. However, Leo ignored him outright. His gaze was fixed instead on a slender girl with knives strapped across her chest, but as she made eye contact with Leo, she immediately shirked away, clearly rejecting him tacitly. Leo's thoughts raced. Who could he trust? Who wouldn't turn on him the moment it became convenient? His hand clenched around the counter in one palm and the teleportation orb in the other. The seconds were bleeding away, and each tick of the clock felt like a hammer striking against his skull. Leo gritted his teeth and took a step forward. He had 20 minutes to make a choice that could mean life or death. But as he was about to start choosing somewhere deep in his chest, the same instinct stirred again, sharp, cold, and familiar. Survive. Trust no one. The countdown clock ticked relentlessly. 1905, 1904. 1903, however, despite the pressure of choosing a partner fast, Leo stood still amidst the chaos, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd as contestants lunged, bargained, and threatened their way into forming pairs. Almost everyone that Leo looked at seemed mentally deranged to him. Almost everyone he made eye contact with seemed to have the look of a predator first and a person next, which made Leo extremely reluctant to pair with them. However, as he scanned the crowd, his eyes eventually landed on a chubby round-faced contestant who waddled his way awkwardly through the crowd trying to find a partner. He stuck out like a sore thumb in this crowd of assassins, who were all physically toned and tended to be lean, as while there were a few physically imposing assassins in the crowd, he was the only one that was on the obese side of the scale. Sweat beaded across his flushed cheeks as he shuffled nervously from one group to another, raising his trembling hands in a silent plea for partnership. However, each attempt ended the same way, in a sharp rejection or cold indifference. People turned away, avoided eye contact, or flat out ignored him as if he weren't even there. No way, piggy, get your snout away from me, team up with you. Why? To die first. These were the words people used to reject him, but where others saw weakness, Leo saw an anomaly. You are all elite assassin seedlings. The instructor's words echoed in his mind. But it wasn't just that. His thoughts drifted back to the note he'd found in the cart, the one that referred to him as one of Earth's best assassins. And it was these two lines put together that gave birth to an idea in Leo's head. If he was considered as one of Earth's finest, then surely the others here weren't ordinary either. They had to be exceptionally skilled in their own ways. This wasn't a crowd of random misfits. Everyone here had been chosen, selected, vetted. This meant that although the fatty looked chubby and harmless, if he wasn't built for combat, then his skills had to lie in some other department. Perhaps stealth, evasion, or subterfuge. It was a gamble, an educated guess of sorts. However, Leo had a feeling that there was more to the fatty than what met the eye at first glance, and with him unsure of his own combat potential, Leo analyzed that a partner skilled in hiding was his best shot at survival. All right. I want him, Leo thought, as pushing forward through the chaos, he weaved between contestants locked in arguments or hurried negotiations, until he stopped directly in front of the fatty. The boy froze, his round face glistening with sweat as he looked up at Leo, his wide eyes brimming with nervousness and suspicion. "Do you have a partner yet?" Leo asked, his voice low and steady. The boy hesitated, his shoulders hunching inward as if bracing for rejection. "No," he stammered. "Nobody wants to team up with me." Leo's gaze didn't waver. "I'm not asking what others think of you. I'm asking if you want to survive." For a long moment, the boy stared at Leo. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes flicking downward, then back up. Then, he gave a small, shaky nod. "Why, yeah. Yeah, I do." Leo extended his hand. "Then we're partners." The boy stared at Leo's outstretched hand as if it were an anchor in the middle of a storm. After a heartbeat of hesitation, he reached out and gripped it tightly. His palm was clammy, his grip trembling, but there was resolve in the way he held on, a fragile ember of determination hidden beneath layers of fear. "My name's Felix," he said, his voice quieter now. Their hands parted, but the unspoken agreement lingered. Leo studied Felix briefly, his awkward frame, the sweat glistening on his brow, the nervous twitch of his fingers against the edge of his belt. But none of that mattered. Seedling's one of Earth's best assassins. Leo's instincts told him he'd made the right choice. "He's not here by accident. None of us are," he repeated in his head, as he exhaled softly. The two of them stood side by side as the timer ticked lower. 10 o'clock. 8:30, 5 o'clock. Felix fidgeted slightly, his hands hovering awkwardly near his utility belt that was equipped with an odd combination of only 2 daggers and about 5 giant gourds of liquid. It was undoubtedly an odd combination for any assassin, however, Leo did not read too much into it. "Are you sure about this test? Are you sure about qualification? The others here look so mean and strong," Felix asked hesitantly, his voice low. However, Leo didn't turn to look at him. "Quiet. Eyes up. Breathe slow and you'll be fine. The other contestants have already begun to stalk us. They are marking us as easy prey, and your lack of confidence is only making things worse," Leo said, as Felix swallowed hard but straightened slightly, his shoulders less hunched now. Around them, guards in dark uniforms began moving along the edges of the crowd, dragging away the few contestants who had failed to find partners and pairing them forcefully. The clock ticked, 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 0:30. And at 0:10, Commander Rourke's voice thundered across the yard, "Pairing phase is over. If you're still alone, your fate is sealed." The commander said, as under his strict gaze, even the last 2 contestants, unwilling to pair with one another, suddenly straightened up, holding hands happily. The clock reached 0:01, and then froze at midnight. At that moment a deafening beep echoed across the courtyard, as ahead, the massive steel gates groaned open, their reinforced frames grinding against rusted tracks. The air grew colder, and silence pressed down on all contestants like a suffocating blanket, as from the platform, Commander Rourke's voice rang out one final time, "The time for hesitation is over." The test begins now. We have cast a tracking spell on all your vital signs and shall be watching all your actions through magic crystal orbs. You have 20 minutes to spread out and hide, after which killing shall be permitted. The final 125 pairs remaining will move on, but if even after 48 hours, you people have not reached the elimination threshold, all shall be disqualified. Good luck, good luck. Rourke's words still hung in the cold air as the steel gates groaned open, their rusted hinges screeching in protest. Immediately, the assembled contestants exploded into motion. Like a dam breaking, they surged forward, scattering into the dark maw of the abandoned prison grounds. Boots pounded against cracked concrete, shadows stretched and flickered under the dim floodlights, and the distant sound of hurried footsteps echoed into the void. Felix flinched as the crowd around him erupted into chaos. His round face already looked nervous and flushed, with beads of sweat prominently glistening on his forehead. Leo. We should do, Felix began, his voice trembling. But Leo wasn't listening. His sharp eyes were already darting across the roof of the crumbling structures, the skeletal watchtowers, and the prison block entrances that yawned like the open jaws of some waiting beast. His instincts screamed at him to climb, to find a vantage point, a predator's perch where he could see everything. In this free-for-all hunt, height meant control. Height meant survival. But then he looked at Felix, whose wide eyes flicked nervously across the courtyard. Felix wasn't built for climbing. He wasn't built for fighting either. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Felix's gaze flicked toward the nearest prison block entrance, a gaping corridor shrouded in darkness. Leo hesitated. His grip on his dagger tightened. And then he nodded. Lead the way. Felix didn't wait. He turned and hurried toward the entrance, his heavy footsteps loud against the cracked tiles, a stark contrast to Leo, who followed, silent and nimble. The two disappeared into the dark corridor, and the testing ground gates immediately shut behind them, for they were the last to move. The air inside the prison corridor was stale and heavy, thick with the scent of rust and decay. For illumination, flickering fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting weak pools of pale light onto the floor, but while they illuminated some patches of the floor, most of the prison interior remained dark and dangerous. Broken glass crunched faintly underfoot as Felix led the way deeper inside, his breaths ragged and loud in the oppressive silence. Leo followed close behind, his dagger drawn, eyes scanning every doorway, every shadow, every flicker of movement. After several minutes of silent movement, Felix skidded to a halt at a T-junction, a crossroads of two equally long, empty corridors. He turned back to Leo, his chest rising and falling rapidly. H here. This is good. We can see anyone coming from either side. They can't sneak up on us. Leo's sharp gaze swept over the junction. Two open lines of sight, no corners for ambushers to hide, and enough space to react if someone approached. It wasn't the predator's perch he would have chosen, but it was smart. It was logical. Good choice, Leo said softly, giving Felix a small nod. Felix let out a breath he'd been holding, his shoulders sagging slightly as he leaned against the cold concrete wall. You cover one passageway, I'll cover the other. If someone approaches from my side, I'll alert you, Felix said, his voice surprisingly steady despite the sweat beading on his forehead. You just need to hold the fort for the first hour or two. After that, I'll take care of the rest. Leo raised an eyebrow. Take care of the rest. What does that mean? Are you planning to transform into an elite fighter after an hour or two? Felix grinned widely, tapping one of the jugs strapped to his belt with a sense of pride. Exactly. Sober, I might look like this, but drunk. Drunk, I'm a menace. Leo stared at him, unblinking. I'm not weak, Leo. I'm what you'd call a drunk assassin, Felix said, his grin widening. The more I drink, the stronger I get. It usually takes me an hour or two to really get in the zone, but once I'm there, oh boy, you won't recognize me. For a moment, Leo simply stared at Felix, his expression unreadable. A drunk assassin. What kind of ridiculous assassin was that? Leo wondered, but he kept his skepticism to himself. At the very least, Felix had a plan, and that was better than nothing. Felix leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. What about you? What's your specialty? What clan are you from? The way you move so silently. It's not normal. You had to have been trained by someone elite, right? But I can't figure out who. Leo's body stiffened. His grip on the dagger tightened slightly as his mind clawed at the edges of an answer. Who was his teacher? The question echoed in his mind, but instead of clarity, there was only pain, a sharp, blinding ache that paralyzed his thoughts. He clenched his jaw, his breath catching in his throat. I don't know. I can't remember, Leo said finally, his voice low and tight. Felix's eyes narrowed. His earlier playful tone faded as concern crept into his expression. What do you mean you don't know? Like? Did you wear a mask while training you? Was his identity hidden or something? Leo shook his head slowly. No. I can't remember. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. The faint hum of flickering lights filled the silence. Well, it doesn't matter, Felix said, forcing a grin back onto his face, though it was weaker this time. What matters is that you can fight, right? You can handle yourself if someone comes after us, right? Leo hesitated, his sharp eyes locked onto Felix's hopeful gaze. I can try. Felix froze. His smile faltered, and his round face grew pale. A tear welled up in the corner of his eye and slipped down his cheek. You're joking, right? Please tell me you're messing with me. You're strong, aren't you? You were supposed to help me survive. You have mana-based skills or secret techniques, right? You can kill people with your abilities, right? Leo's reply came soft, yet unyielding, no. I don't remember having any skills. Felix's breath hitched as his shoulders slumped, and for a brief moment, he looked utterly defeated. The silence stretched between them, heavier than before. But then, Felix sniffed, rubbed his face roughly with the back of his sleeve, and offered a silent prayer to his ancestors. We are both going to die here. We are going to die like dogs. Beautiful dogs. Intelligent dogs, he said, as he opened a jar of his alcohol and began chugging at superhuman speed. We are going to die and my ghost is going to hound you forever, Leo no skills, and a crowd full of ruthless assassins, you conned me into joining hands with a common man. Felix said, as Leo cracked a wide grin at his words. It was true, right now he was no different than a common man. For the first 30 minutes of the test, no one bothered to step into their corridor. Leo sat crouched near the wall, his dagger resting lightly in his hand as his sharp eyes remained locked on the dimly lit passage stretching before him. He expected an ambush at any second, which made his nerves tense, but the silence here was deep, unnaturally so. Occasionally, faint noises drifted in from nearby corridors, hurried footsteps, muffled screams, the sound of metal clashing against metal. But no one came this way. Felix's choice had been good, better than Leo had anticipated. This corridor was open, exposed, and it was easy to spot someone approaching from either end. It wasn't an ambusher's paradise, nor did it promise any quick kills. Felix is a genius, Leo thought. Predators preferred shadows and hidden corners, which made them instinctively avoid this place, which was like a ramp walk with illumination on both sides. In his palm, the test counter glowed faintly, its numbers continuing to tick down as the minutes passed. 1250, 10, 2900, 850, 800 people, 400 pairs, were eliminated in just 30 minutes. It was a testament to how brutal this entrance test really was, as the deranged killers seemed to be on a full hunt. Sitting in silence, Leo let out a deep sigh as he continued to stare at the counter for a long moment before eventually slipping it back into his pocket. Beside him, Felix was sitting cross-legged on the dusty floor, clutching one of his oversized alcohol gourds like a lifeline. His round cheeks glistened with fresh streaks of tears, and his lips trembled as he whispered to himself, "Goodbye, Uncle Terence. Goodbye, Auntie Magda. Goodbye, Sir Swimsalot. You were such a brave fish." Leo's eyebrow twitched slightly, but he said nothing. "And goodbye to Gravy the cat. Even though you hated me, I still loved you, buddy." Felix sniffled, wiping his nose with the back of his sleeve. Leo risked a glance at him. The boy was staring into space, his lips quivering as though he were giving his final will and testament. "And I never even got to finish my cheese platter last night. A tragedy. Truly." A faint chuckle escaped Leo before he caught himself, quickly covering it with a cough. Felix's melodrama was ridiculous, but it made the heavy silence a little easier to bear. "He's loud. Too loud. But harmless." Leo returned his attention to the daggers in his hands. They were standard-issue weapons, balanced and sharp, yet they felt familiar, comfortable, like an extension of his arm. Without thinking, his fingers adjusted their grip, and his wrist flicked the blade slightly. The motion was instinctive, effortless. It wasn't something he had to think about, it was something he knew. This feels right." Leo twirled the dagger once, watching the blade catch the pale flicker of the fluorescent lights. "I know how to hold this. I know how to use it. But does that make me a killer?" Leo wondered, furrowing his brow slightly at the question. The answer should have been simple. But it wasn't. Somewhere deep inside, Leo felt it, a boundary, a line he couldn't imagine himself crossing. He didn't have the same hunger in his chest as the others he'd seen today. If he was a killer, he wasn't one driven by madness or bloodlust. If he was a killer, he sure as hell wasn't one that killed simply for the joy of it. That much he knew, even though he did not have his memories. Thud thud, a faint sound broke his train of thought. It wasn't much, just the faint scrape of boots against the concrete floor, but it was enough. Leo's head snapped up, his sharp eyes narrowing as his senses honed in on the direction of the noise. "Stay quiet," he whispered, barely audible, as his hand shot out to stop Felix's meltdown. Felix froze, his wide eyes darting nervously toward the corridor's far end. The faint sound grew louder, more distinct, as two sets of footsteps became evident. "Two opponents," Leo mouthed, gesturing toward Felix without making a sound, and Felix nodded nervously. Soon, shadows flickered against the walls as the approaching figures stepped into the fluorescent light, their voices low but audible. "Are you sure about this passageway?" one of them muttered, his tone laced with unease. He was a tall and wiry man, with a nasty acid burn scarring his jawline. In his hand, he clutched a long, thin blade that gleamed under the flickering lights. The second figure, a stockier man with a thick neck and a mace slung over his shoulder, snorted dismissively at his partner's worry. "Relax. This is the perfect hiding spot. No one can ambush us here without alerting us. We can rest and recuperate here for at least an hour before we head back out." The scarred man hesitated, his eyes scanning the corridor. "Still, it's risky. What if someone else is camping at the end, waiting for us to step into their trap?" The stocky man laughed, the sound grating against the oppressive silence. "I've been keeping watch, and I haven't seen a soul step in here for the last 20 minutes. You're paranoid." As they moved closer, Leo pressed himself flat against the wall, his breathing slow and controlled. The dagger in his hand felt twitchy as he leaned ever so slightly to peek around the edge. The two figures were no more than 20 feet away now. Their footsteps echoed faintly, accompanied by the occasional creak of the prison's decaying structure. Leo's gaze traced their movements, analyzing their weapons and stances. The wiry man walked lightly, his blade held at an angle ready for a quick thrust. The stocky one carried himself with the casual confidence of someone who believed he couldn't be outmatched. They were predators, no doubt, but so was Leo. Or at least, he hoped he was. As Leo prepared himself to strike, an unexpected soft, high-pitched yelp escaped from behind him. It was Felix. The sound was barely louder than a breath, but it ricocheted off the corridor walls like a gunshot and forced the two figures to stop dead in their tracks. The scarred man's eyes narrowed, his blade shifting slightly. "Did you hear that?" The stocky man's grip on his mace tightened as he took a cautious step forward. "Yeah. I heard it." Their gazes snapped toward the darkened corner where Leo and Felix were hidden, their previous casual approach gone. "Who's there?" The stocky man asked in a gruff voice, as Leo silently cursed under his breath. Their greatest strength, the element of surprise, had now been squandered. "Who's there?" Leo's breath hitched at the question, his heart pounding in his chest. The opponents had zeroed in on their hiding spot, all thanks to Felix and his fat ass, who couldn't stay quiet for 30 damn seconds. They were about to walk blindly into the trap, a perfect ambush in the making, until Felix's yelp shattered the silence and turned everything to shit. What the hell do I do now? Wait and hope they walk into the corner anyway. The thought flashed through Leo's mind, but the answer came almost immediately, sharp and unforgiving. No hoping they'd stumble into a trap after hearing Felix's blunder was pure idiocy. They'd already been warned, already had their guard up. Waiting would only give them more time to think, to plan their attack, and that was a luxury Leo couldn't afford. His eyes darted toward Felix, who was uselessly crouched behind a pillar, hyperventilating and looking too paralyzed with fear to do anything, and it became painfully clear at that moment that Felix wasn't going to be of any help. That he was all alone. I have to go out. I have to face them head-on. There's no other choice. Leo realized, as fear clawed at his chest, a cold, gnawing feeling that made his fingers tighten instinctively around the daggers in his hands. He wasn't sure he could win, not against skilled opponents, not with his fragmented memory and shaky confidence. But waiting wasn't an option. Waiting meant death, and that much he was sure of. Fuck it, Leo concluded, as he stepped out of the shadows, his heart pounding like a war drum as he looked his opponents in the eyes. Well, the scarred man sneered, his expression one of disgust, as he watched Leo stand before him with two daggers in hand. Looks like the little bunny decided to come out and play. Where is your partner, Bunny? Is he still hiding? The man inquired, but Leo said nothing. His sharp eyes flicked between the two opponents, tracking their movements and noting the way they instinctively spread out to flank him. His grip on the daggers tightened, the cool steel grounding him. The stocky man chuckled, his voice low and rumbling. If your partner doesn't show up soon, you're dead meat, boy. 2 on 1, and you have no chance. Leo's heart pounded at the threat, his chest tight, but his gaze remained steady. He could feel the fear clawing at the edges of his mind, threatening to paralyze him. Yet, his body betrayed none of it. His stance was firm, his movements measured. Then, the scarred man made the first move, lunging forward with a quick, precise thrust aimed at Leo's chest. But Leo's instincts took over, and his right dagger shot up to deflect the blow. Steel met steel with a sharp clang, the impact reverberating up Leo's arm. The stocky man followed immediately, swinging his mace in a brutal arc aimed to take Leo's head clean off his shoulders, but Leo ducked low, the weapon whooshing over his head and slamming into the wall behind him, sending cracks spidering through the concrete. For a moment, all Leo could do was defend. His arms moved on their own, blocking and parrying, his feet shifting to keep him just out of reach of their strikes. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, faster with every passing second. But then, something shifted. Time seemed to slow, the chaos of the fight dissolving into sharp, deliberate moments, allowing Leo to perceive everything vividly. The scarred man's shoulder dipped ever so slightly before he attacked, telegraphing his next move, while the stocky man's weight shifted to his back foot before each swing of the mace, giving Leo a split-second warning. They're slow. Everything around me is slow. The realization hit him like a jolt of electricity. He could see everything, the tension in their muscles, the angles of their strikes, the flaws in their footwork. Despite his lack of memory, his body seemed to know exactly what to do. Every attack, every feint from his opponents felt like it was moving at half speed, giving him more than enough time to react. It was an indescribable feeling. A feeling where he felt fully in control of himself and his surroundings, but he could not understand why. His opponents were clearly not moving slowly on purpose, however, to him they felt slow, as if he were fighting children, and this sensation helped him ease his nerves a bit. The scarred man lunged again, this time with a high slash aimed at Leo's neck, but Leo sidestepped, his movements fluid and precise as he flicked his left dagger up to parry the blade. He didn't counter, not yet. He wasn't ready to strike back, not until he had to, but the dodging and parrying felt effortless now. As if he didn't have to try hard to stay alive. The stocky man roared, charging forward with his mace raised high, and Leo waited until the last moment, before rolling to the side as the heavy weapon smashed into the ground where he'd just been standing. Dust and debris filled the air, but Leo barely noticed. His focus was razor-sharp, every nerve in his body attuned to the fight. The scarred man snarled in frustration, his blade flashing toward Leo's ribs in a quick thrust, but Leo stepped back, pulling his daggers up in a defensive cross, which easily blocked the thrust. The impact jarred his arms, but he held firm, his gaze narrowing. There's an opening. He realized, his eyes locked on the scarred man's throat. The angle was perfect. A quick strike, clean and precise to the throat, and the fight would be over. It was an opportunity too hard to pass, as the instinct to kill surged through him. His grip tightened on the dagger, his muscles coiled like a spring. But then, something in him faltered. The thought of taking a life, even in self-defense, made his chest tighten. He could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, a suffocating pressure that stopped him cold. Instead of aiming for the throat, Leo shifted his focus. He feinted high, forcing the scarred man to raise his guard, and in that instant, he struck low. His dagger slicing cleanly through the teleportation crystal strapped to the man's belt. The scarred man's eyes widened in shock. What the? A brilliant flash of light engulfed him, cutting off his words as he vanished in an instant, his form dissolving into shimmering particles. The stocky man froze mid-swing, his eyes darting to his own crystal, which flared to life in response. Panic flashed across his face as well. No. Wait, he yelped, but before he could finish, the magic activated. His body flickered, glowing faintly before disappearing in a second burst of light, and the corridor suddenly fell silent. Leo stood there, his breath coming in shallow gasps, his daggers trembling slightly in his hands. The fight was over, but the tension in his chest remained. He stared at the empty space where his opponents had stood, his mind racing. He hadn't killed them. He didn't need to, but sparing them didn't feel entirely right either. The bloodlust within him seemed to be unsatisfied with his choice, as for the first time, the look in his eyes shifted. From the look of a sane man in control of his emotions, his gaze transformed into that of someone utterly deranged, his expression mirroring the bloodlust of the other assassins in the test. Yet, the look of insanity passed as swiftly as it had come, giving way to a composed, measured calm once more. The immediate threat was over. His life was no longer in danger. Leo stood in the middle of the dim corridor, his chest rising and falling as he tried to catch his breath. His gaze lingered on the spot where his opponents had stood just moments ago, the empty space a stark reminder of what had just happened, as slowly, the reality of his victory began to sink in. Leo tightened his grip on the daggers, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. The fight had been strange. Every movement, every attack, had felt slow, almost deliberate, as if the world around him had been moving at half speed. It wasn't normal. It couldn't be normal. He closed his eyes briefly, focusing on the dull ache in his muscles, the fatigue settling into his limbs. Whatever clarity he'd felt during the battle was gone now, replaced by an exhaustion that made his legs tremble. What was that? He wondered, his jaw tightening. How did I do that? It was as if his body had taken over completely, moving with precision and instinct he couldn't explain. Yet now, standing there in the aftermath, he felt utterly drained, like every ounce of energy had been wrung out of him and every muscle in his body was sore. My body feels wrecked. Like I've just woken up after running a marathon the day before, and now every muscle is screaming at me, Leo muttered under his breath while rolling his shoulders, hoping to ease some of the tension, but the added movement only made things worse. The attempt at moving sent a sharp jolt of fatigue through him, as his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. What's happening to me? The thought clawed at his mind, panic rising in his chest. What was that ability I just used? He wondered, as without knowing what ability he used or what the consequences on his body were for using it, Leo felt clueless on how to deal with the aftershocks. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his trembling hands. Desperation took hold as he interlocked his fingers, squeezing tightly in a futile attempt to steady them. But the tremors refused to stop, his body betraying him even as his mind raced for answers. Whatever this ability is, my current body is clearly not strong enough to use it for long. 20 to 30 seconds, that's my limit as of now, but if I push beyond it, I'm probably going to end up in a coma, Leo realized, as he writhed on the floor, every muscle in his body spasming and sending waves of pain rolling through him. For a full minute, he trembled on the floor as if he was undergoing an epileptic shock, a truly painful and pitiful sight to watch. And it wasn't until a full minute passed that the spasms started to weaken in intensity. Eventually, 3 minutes after the last spasm subsided, Leo finally recovered enough to get back to his feet, but the experience left a bitter taste in his mouth. Whatever pride he previously felt at being able to fight well and hold his ground amongst these stone-cold killers was replaced by a strong desire to never lift a dagger again, as the aftermath of using his powers was anything but enjoyable. Where the hell is Felix? Leo wondered once his mobility was restored, as the corpulent man hadn't shown himself or offered to help long after the fight was over. It's calm. A faint voice mumbled from behind the pillar where Leo had last seen Felix, and just as he anticipated, Felix seemed to still be perched behind that same pillar, having not moved a single inch since the fight began. Too calm. Does this mean? Leo's dead. He must be. He had no skills. Felix mumbled, hugging the gourd in his hand tighter, his body shaking with each shallow breath. He hadn't dared look at the fight, hadn't even glanced to see what was happening. In his mind, the outcome was already clear. There was no way Leo could have survived. Why did I partner with him? Felix groaned softly, rocking slightly as he spoke to himself. I should have teamed up with someone stronger. Someone reliable. Someone who doesn't just die. Felix sniffled, glancing toward the corridor's edge but still too scared to move. Well, at least I'll get a good story out of this. Felix the betrayed, left to fend for himself by a useless partner, a sharp kick to his leg jolted him from his thoughts. Shut up, Leo's voice cut through the air, sharp and firm. Felix yelped, nearly dropping his gourd as he scrambled to his feet. His wide eyes darted to Leo, his mouth falling open in shock. You're alive. Leo raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Obviously. Felix's gaze flicked past him, scanning the corridor. The two opponents were gone, leaving no sign of their presence other than the faint cracks in the wall where the mace had struck. You took them out. Felix stammered, his voice a mix of disbelief and awe. Leo didn't respond immediately. He sheathed one dagger, resting the other lightly against his thigh as he turned to look at Felix. They're gone. Felix's shock quickly turned to excitement, his face lighting up as he stepped closer. But how? You said you didn't remember how to fight. How did you? Not die. Leo sighed, shaking his head slightly. I don't know. Felix grinned, his mood shifting entirely. Oh, I knew it. You're not useless after all. You've got skills, hidden skills. You're probably some kind of secret badass who forgot how awesome he is. Leo rolled his eyes, brushing past Felix. Calm down. But Felix wasn't listening. This is amazing. We're going to crush this test. With my genius and he gestured vaguely. Whatever that was, we're unstoppable. Leo didn't reply. He felt a silent rage bubbling within him, which forced him to contemplate whether or not he should skin Felix alive where he stood, but he decided against it eventually. I need him to survive this test. Leo concluded, as with a deep sigh, he let the matter of Felix's cowardice slide. Drink up. The next fight won't be so easy, Leo said, as slumping against his pillar, he sat back down in his original spot. Over the next hour, the pace of elimination slowed down significantly. Leo stared at the glowing counter in his hand. The numbers had ticked down relentlessly at first, a blur of constant movement. But now, it crawled. 490 pairs remaining. The drop was agonizingly slow, barely 1 or 2 pairs eliminated every 5 minutes. Compared to the frenzy of the first 30 minutes, when eliminations had been constant, brutal, and swift, it felt like a different test entirely. Leo exhaled, his breath slow and deliberate as he leaned back against the wall. He glanced at the counter again, as if expecting it to speed up, but the numbers remained unchanged. The chaos has settled, he thought, his gaze narrowing. The weak are gone. Now, only the predators remain. It was a sobering realization. Those who had been too slow, too unskilled, or too scared had already been culled. What remained were the best contestants, experienced, calculating, and dangerous. Leo dropped the counter into his lap, his fingers trembling slightly as he flexed his hands. Pain shot through his palm as a result of the strained movement, making him wince sharply. His muscles ached still, even after an hour of rest, as whatever ability he used seemed to have taken a real toll on his body. Will this heal in such a short time? Leo wondered, as he raised his hand to eye level, watching as he slowly opened and closed his fingers. Each movement sent a fresh wave of discomfort through his arm, a stark reminder of the toll the fight had taken on him. His entire body felt battered, as though he'd been through a gauntlet of punishment. And in a way, he had. Another fight like that, he thought grimly, and I'm not making it out of here. Leo let his hand drop, resting it on his thigh as he leaned his head back against the wall. Exhaustion tugged at him, a persistent weight that dragged his eyelids lower with every passing second. For a brief moment, he considered letting himself sleep. His body screamed for rest, every nerve and muscle begging for relief. But the thought was dismissed just as quickly. I can't afford to. If he let his guard down now, he might not wake up. The pain coursing through his body wasn't just from exhaustion, it was a warning. Whatever ability he'd used during the fight, it had left him broken. If he pushed himself again without recovery, he knew the consequences could be far worse. His eyes flicked to Felix, sitting a few feet away, as he exhaled softly. Felix needs to step up for the next one, he thought, watching his partner's movements carefully, as he sincerely hoped that now that Felix had enough time to get drunk, the man would finally pull his weight around here. Felix sat slumped against the wall, his oversized gourd cradled in his lap like a lifeline. His flushed cheeks and glassy eyes made it clear, he was drunk. But it wasn't just his appearance that had changed. Felix had become a whirlwind of muttered complaints, exaggerated gestures, and erratic energy that filled the quiet corridor. The difference was like night and day. The same people he claimed to miss and love when sober were now the targets of his curses and complaints, leaving Leo unsure what to make of this change. "This stupid test," Felix grumbled, kicking a stray pebble weakly across the floor. "What kind of sick psychopath puts people in a death game like this? Huh. What are we, gladiators? I didn't sign up for this crap." He took another swig from his gourd, the liquid sloshing noisily as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "And my parents. Oh, they're to blame for this. Felix, you have potential, they said. Felix, join the academy, they said. It'll make you stronger, they said. Stronger. I've never been more terrified in my entire life." His voice cracked, and he let out a dramatic sigh, his head falling back against the wall. "And don't even get me started on my ancestors," he muttered, pointing a shaky finger at the ceiling as though addressing them directly. "You're supposed to be watching over me, aren't you? Isn't that your job? Well, you're doing a terrible job. What's the point of ancestral blessings if I'm stuck here, about to be murdered by psychos with swords?" He groaned loudly, covering his face with one hand. "I swear, if I make it out of here alive, I'm moving to some quiet farm planet. No assassins, no tests, just me, some cows, and a nice, simple life." Felix took another swig from his gourd, pausing only to glare at the empty air in front of him. "And don't even think about sending me on another mission, Mom. I'm done. Done. You hear me?" He waved the gourd in the air like a flag, his voice rising in volume. "I'm gonna live like a king. No more tests. No more." His gaze shifted to Leo, who was watching him silently, his expression unreadable. Felix froze mid-rant, his eyes narrowing as his bravado flared. "What? You got a problem?" Felix snapped, pushing himself to his feet unsteadily. He jabbed a finger in Leo's direction, his flushed face twisting into an exaggerated scowl. "I don't like your judgmental gaze. You think I'm scared? Huh. Is that it?" Leo raised an eyebrow, leaning back against the wall. "I didn't say anything." "Yeah, well, you were thinking it," Felix retorted, wobbling slightly as he tried to maintain his stance. "You want to fight? Huh. You want a piece of this?" Leo sighed, his exhaustion making it impossible to muster any real annoyance. "Felix, sit down." Felix huffed, crossing his arms indignantly but eventually slumping back against the wall. "Yeah, whatever. I wasn't serious anyway. You're lucky I don't feel like teaching you a lesson right now." Leo's lips twitched, but he said nothing, his attention already drifting toward the sound of faint footsteps echoing down the corridor. "There's someone down here." "Another prey to kill," said a feminine voice, as two sets of hurried footsteps suddenly made their way down the corridor. Leo noticed two new opponents walking down the corridor. This time, it was a duo, a broad-shouldered man with mismatched armor and a brutal spiked flail slung over his shoulder, and a woman with piercing green eyes and a set of throwing knives strapped tightly across her chest. Leo recognized her instantly. She was the dangerous one he'd spotted outside the prison during the pair-up phase. The one he briefly considered as a potential partner. Her cold, calculating gaze had stood out to him even then, and now, seeing her up close, he knew she wasn't just dangerous, she was deadly. Their footsteps echoed faintly, their voices low but growing louder as they neared. "I'm telling you, I heard someone mumbling down here," the woman said, her voice sharp and clipped. "Probably just a couple of weaklings hiding in the dark," the man replied with a chuckle. "This'll be over quickly." Leo's jaw tightened. He turned toward Felix, who was still slumped against the wall, half-drunk and muttering under his breath. "Felix," Leo hissed, his voice sharp but quiet. "Be quiet. They're coming." But Felix either didn't hear him or didn't care. He muttered louder, something incoherent about how he hated this damn test. "Shut up." Leo snapped, his voice barely above a whisper. But it was too late. The duo stopped in their tracks, their heads snapping toward the source of the sound. "See," the woman said, her lips curling into a smirk. "Told you." The man grinned, hefting his flail in one hand. "Guess we're having some fun after all." Leo's fingers tightened around his daggers. He'd hoped to avoid another fight so soon, especially with his body still aching from the last one. But now, there was no choice. Great. Looks like it's up to me again, he thought, preparing to step out of the shadows. But before he could move, Felix stood up. Leo froze, staring in shock as Felix staggered to his feet, his face flushed and his expression twisted in drunken fury. "Hey!" Felix bellowed, pointing an unsteady finger at the duo. "Who the hell do you think you are, huh? Coming down our corridor, acting all smug and shit." The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "Well, this is unexpected." The man laughed, his deep voice booming. "Look at this little drunk pig. He thinks he's a tough guy." Leo's instinct screamed at him to pull Felix back, to do something, but he hesitated. He wanted to see what Felix was capable of, but he also didn't want to be eliminated because of Felix's idiocy. But before he could make a decisive decision, Felix's eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a sneer. "Tough? Oh, you don't know the half of it, you overgrown bitch." He shot back, surprising even the large man with his sudden comeback. Then, to Leo's utter disbelief, Felix charged. Felix moved with a speed and precision that defied his drunken state. His first target was the man, whose mocking laughter turned into a startled grunt as Felix closed the distance faster than expected. The man swung his flail in a wide arc, but Felix ducked under it effortlessly, his movements erratic yet deliberate. "Too slow, you big bastard." Felix snarled, slamming his short sword into the man's thigh. The man howled in pain, stumbling backward as blood poured from the wound. But Felix didn't stop. He yanked the sword free and stabbed it into the man's shoulder, driving the blade in deep before twisting it viciously. "You like that?" Felix hissed, his voice low and menacing. "How about this?" He pulled the sword out and jammed it into the man's neck, blood spurting in a gruesome arc as the man gurgled and collapsed to the ground. The woman, no longer smirking, threw a knife at Felix with deadly precision. But Felix swayed drunkenly to the side, the blade missing him by inches. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. "You missed, sweetheart," Felix taunted, his grin feral. "Try again." The woman didn't hesitate. She drew her twin blades and lunged at Felix, her strikes fast and ruthless. But Felix was faster. He parried her first strike with his sword, the clang of steel echoing through the corridor. His other hand shot out, grabbing her wrist and twisting it until she dropped one of her blades with a cry of pain. "You think you're scary?" Felix growled, his voice dripping with venom. "You don't know what scary is." With a savage roar, he slammed her head into the wall, the sickening crack of bone reverberating through the air. Blood streamed down her face, but she wasn't done. She lashed out with her remaining blade, slicing a deep gash across Felix's arm. The wound was gnarly, a brutal tear that sprayed blood across the floor. But Felix barely flinched. "You bitch," he snarled, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her into the ground. She gasped, clawing at his hand as he pinned her down, his sword hovering over her chest. "Beg," Felix whispered, his grin widening. "Beg me to let you live," he demanded, as if deriving some sadistic pleasure by making her feel powerless, but the woman did not play by his rules. "Go to hell," she replied defiantly, her green eyes burning with passion, as her response made Felix's grin fade away. "Wrong answer," Felix said, as with a brutal thrust, he drove the short sword into her chest, twisting it until her body went limp. It was a brutal end for the woman, But thankfully for the man struggling on the floor, his partner's death meant he was teleported out of the test area immediately, where hopefully the medics could try and save his life, despite all the blood he had already lost from his neck. As the rush of the fight left his body, Felix stood over the pool of blood he'd drawn from his opponents, grinning maniacally at his handiwork. His chest heaved as he turned to Leo, his grin widening. "Well," he said, his voice casual. "What do you think? Pretty badass, huh?" Leo stared at him, his mind reeling. The Felix who had cowered behind a pillar during the last fight was gone. This was someone else entirely, someone unhinged, dangerous, and terrifying. "You killed them," Leo said, his voice low. Felix shrugged. "Yeah. What, you think I was gonna let them kill us?" Leo didn't respond. He couldn't. Felix laughed, wiping the blood off his sword with his sleeve. "Don't worry, partner. I've got your back." But as Felix turned away, Leo couldn't shake the feeling that he was looking at a stranger. Drunk Felix was nothing like the usual cowardly Felix. While his inebriated self was useful in combat, Leo felt it in his bones that he couldn't trust this deranged killer the same way he trusted the cowardly Felix. The faint glow of the counter caught Leo's attention, its red digits steadily ticking downward. 389 pairs remaining. The number had already fallen below 400, the competition edging closer to its grim conclusion. With only 125 pairs set to qualify, just over 260 more pairs had to be eliminated before the test ended. Leo let out a slow breath, his thoughts swirling as he stared at the glowing device. Do we wait here until the test ends? Keep fighting as we have been? Or is it time to move? The pool of blood on the floor, still fresh from Felix's earlier rampage, caught Leo's eye. It was a gruesome reminder of what had transpired here, and it made one thing painfully clear: this corridor was compromised. Anyone who walked in now would see the bloodstains, smell the danger, and proceed with caution. This wasn't a hiding spot anymore, it was a trap waiting to be sprung. "Felix," Leo said, his voice low. Felix was leaning against the wall, his face flushed and a gourd of alcohol clutched tightly in his hand. His clothes were splattered with dried blood, his sword hanging loosely at his side. "What?" Felix replied, his voice slurred but brimming with confidence. Leo hesitated before asking, "What's the plan? Do we wait? Move? Hide? We're getting close to the cutoff. We need to think this through." Felix pushed himself off the wall with an exaggerated shrug, his stance unsteady but oddly menacing. "Wait. Hide. Are you kidding me?" he scoffed. "We're not weaklings, Leo. Some skills. We're hunters now. It's time to stop sitting around and start hunting." Leo frowned. "Hunting? You think that's a good idea?" "Of course it is." Felix barked, waving his sword like a conductor directing an orchestra. "Look at this place. You think anyone's dumb enough to walk in here after what I did? This corridor is useless now. We've got to move. Find new prey. Show this arena who's boss." As much as Leo hated to admit it, Felix wasn't wrong. Their hiding spot was compromised. Staying here meant waiting in vain, or worse, being ambushed by someone smart enough to scout the danger. "All right," Leo said finally, sheathing his daggers. "We move. But we're not wandering aimlessly." Felix tilted his head, smirking. "Oh. Got a plan, genius." "We're going up," Leo replied. "I want higher ground. Somewhere we can see what's happening around us. I need to know where our threats are coming from." Felix grinned, his confidence bordering on arrogance. "Fine by me. I'll lead the way, and if anyone's dumb enough to get in our way, I'll handle them before they even reach you." "That's fine by me too. I'll back you up if we run into trouble," Leo said evenly. Felix gave him a wink, his grin sharp and feral. You got it, partner. Let's see what this prison arena has to offer. Leo's desire to move to higher ground was driven purely by instinct. At the start of the test, when he'd been unsure of both his own abilities and Felix's, hiding had seemed like the safest choice. But now, after gaining a vague understanding of what they were capable of, his instincts urged him to seek higher ground. Something about having a vantage point, a place where he could observe and control the situation, felt inherently right, like a reflex buried deep in his bones. However, finding a way to climb higher was easier said than done. Without a map of the prison, locating the right staircase to the terrace felt almost impossible. Most staircases led to storage rooms or ended abruptly in dead ends. The dim lighting only made things worse, casting long, shifting shadows that concealed every corner and kept the threat of lurking enemies ever present. Felix, in his drunken confidence, moved with an unpredictable swagger. His heavy boots echoed against the concrete floor, his muttered insults growing louder with every step. This damn test, Felix growled. Who even thought this crap up? Probably some asshole who's never had to lift a finger in his life. Bet they're up there watching us like we're rats in a maze. Leo said nothing, his eyes scanning their surroundings with sharp focus. Every shadow felt alive, every corner a potential ambush. And the other contestants? Felix continued, laughing loudly. Psst. A bunch of wannabes. Did you see that guy with the flail? What a joke. Felix, keep your voice down, Leo said, his tone clipped. We're not the only ones here. Felix snorted, waving him off. Relax, partner. You've got me, remember. No one's gonna mess with us. The sight of a staircase up ahead cut their conversation short. There, Felix said, pointing with his sword. Higher ground, just like you wanted. Leo's gaze shifted to the staircase. Narrow and poorly lit, its rusted metal steps creaked ominously with every movement. He hesitated, his instincts warning him to be cautious. But Felix didn't wait. With a wide grin, he stomped up the steps, his movements loud and careless. Felix, wait, Leo hissed. But Felix was already halfway up, humming a tune to himself as if he hadn't a care in the world. Leo clenched his jaw, suppressing a sigh as he followed, his steps silent and deliberate. The staircase opened onto a wide-open balcony overlooking a large section of the facility. The air was colder here, sharper, and the faint hum of distant fights carried up from below. From this vantage point, Leo could see pairs moving through the corridors below. Some were locked in brutal combat, their cries echoing through the cavernous space, while others skulked in the shadows, their movements deliberate and predatory. Felix leaned over the railing, grinning like a kid in a candy store. Look at them, he said, pointing with his sword. Like ants, scurrying around. They don't even know we're up here. Leo's gaze swept across the area, his sharp eyes noting every detail, a group stalking their prey, a lone figure hiding in the shadows, bloodstains trailing along the floor. It's a good vantage point, Leo admitted quietly. We can see everything from here. Felix laughed. Told you I'd lead us somewhere good. This is perfect. But even as Felix gloated, Leo couldn't shake the unease creeping into his chest. Something about this place felt off. This balcony wasn't the highest point in the prison. The terrace loomed above them, just a few meters higher, its shadow casting an ominous pall over the area. It's not enough, Leo muttered. Felix frowned. What now? Before Leo could answer, his sharp eyes caught a glint of something metallic cutting through the air. It was fast, too fast, and coming straight for them. Move! Leo shouted, his voice sharp and urgent, as he lunged forward and shoved Felix aside with all his strength. The blade screamed through the air, slicing the space where Felix had just been standing. It struck the metal railing with a deafening clang, the impact vibrating through the structure as sparks flew. The weapon quivered, embedded deep in the railing, its edge gleaming under the dim light. A throwing knife, deadly and precise. Leo's heart pounded as his gaze darted toward the direction it had come from, his body tense and ready. The air felt heavier now, charged with a new danger. "We're not alone," Leo whispered, his hand already tightening around the hilt of his dagger, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows for the unseen threat. Felix barely stumbled aside as the spinning blade hurtled toward him, its razor-sharp edge slicing the air where his chest had been moments ago. The blade ricocheted off the metal railing with a clang, before harmlessly falling to the floor below. The sound shattered the fragile calm of the balcony, a warning to everyone nearby of the chaos unfolding. And there goes our cover. Great. We'll have to move again, Leo thought bitterly, his sharp gaze snapping toward the source of the attack. A faint shimmer of movement above the balcony caught his attention. The sound of rustling fabric followed, accompanied by the faint click of boots landing lightly on the metal framework above. Felix, in stark contrast, flailed and gripped his short sword like a lifeline, spinning around aimlessly. "What the hell was that?" he yelped, his voice echoing far louder than it should have as he tried to locate the enemies without any success. "There!" Leo hissed, but his warning fell on deaf ears, as Felix continued to spin around like a blind buffoon. "The drunk pig dodged," a woman's voice remarked, calm and cutting, her words laced with a cruel amusement. Before Leo could react, two figures dropped from the shadows, landing onto the balcony from the terrace with eerie grace. The first was a lean man, his sharp features twisted in a smug grin. A glowing chain coiled tightly around his forearm, crackling with arcs of blue lightning that hummed ominously in the air, and beside him stood a woman with piercing red eyes, her twin knives spinning effortlessly in her hands. Leo's eyes narrowed, recognizing the dangerous precision in her movements. Each rotation of her blades promised lethal intent, and their coordinated stances made it clear to him that they were seasoned killers. The man smirked. "I'm Kale," he said, his voice smooth and deliberate. "This is my sister, Vara, and as per tradition of the Felter clan, we are introducing ourselves before we kill our prey." Felter clan. Leo mused, trying to recall if that name meant anything to him, but just like his lost memories, even if he knew anything about the Felter clan, he could recall nothing about them at the moment, forcing him to not dwell on the topic for the moment. "Well, I'm called your father," Felix slurred, stumbling forward with a feral grin, "but you may affectionately call me Daddy as I slit your throat." Kale's grin faltered at Felix's response, as without warning, he lashed out with the glowing chain, the air sizzling as the electrified link snaked toward Felix like a living serpent. Leo's eyes widened as he watched the chain shift mid-arc, curving unnaturally toward Felix's chest. "What the hell is that?" Leo thought, his pulse quickening. The chain defied logic, its movement guided by something beyond physics, as both its unnatural turn and its lightning energy seemed something that simple science could not explain. But Felix, despite his drunken state, swayed just out of reach, the chain cracking against the ground where he'd been standing moments before. "Whoa, that's a cool move. Mind telling me the name of your technique?" Felix inquired, looking impressed by the attack as Kale snorted in response. It's a little family skill called Thunder Serpent," Kale taunted, pulling the chain back with a snap. "It's not something a pig like you could ever dream of mastering." Before Felix could retort, Vara flicked her wrist, sending one of her spinning knives hurtling toward Leo. Instinctively, Leo raised his dagger to block it, but his breath hitched as the single blade suddenly split into three mid-air. Each new blade arced toward a different part of his body, forcing him to twist awkwardly to avoid two and deflect the third. "What the?" Leo muttered, his heart racing as the blades embedded themselves in the wall behind him. Vara smirked, her red eyes gleaming with malice. "Impressed. My knives always find their mark, one way or another." Leo's chest tightened. These weren't ordinary weapons, they were infused with something beyond craftsmanship. His opponents weren't just skilled, they wielded abilities that defied logic, and it left him feeling unmoored. Kale struck again, the chain lashing out with a crack of lightning as Felix stumbled back, avoiding the electrified links by inches. But the sheer force of the strike sent chunks of the concrete balcony railing flying towards him. One shard struck Felix's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood trailing down his face, as Felix looked genuinely confused by what hit him. Meanwhile, across the balcony, Vera closed the distance to Leo, her twin knives moving in a deadly blur. She slashed and thrust with precision, her attacks forcing Leo on the defensive. At first, Leo felt confident facing her, as he tried to parry her attacks to the best of his abilities, knowing full well that the slowing down effect would kick in soon enough. However, when even after fighting for 15 seconds, his special ability failed to kick in, Leo started to panic for his life. Why isn't it happening? Leo thought desperately, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The clarity he'd felt in his first fight, the strange sensation of time slowing, was nowhere to be found this time around. His movements felt sluggish, his reactions barely enough to keep up with Vera's relentless assault. "What's the matter, boy?" Vera taunted, her voice dripping with mockery. "Losing your nerve." Leo gritted his teeth, parrying another flurry of strikes, yet each impact jarred his arms, the fatigue from his earlier fight weighing him down, as he realized that he was becoming progressively slower as the fight raged on. "Fuck me, at this rate I'll die within the next minute if nothing changes. My body has not recovered enough for me to move my limbs this fast. The strain it's putting on my body is immense," Leo thought, as he came to terms with just how bad his position was in this fight. Felix, meanwhile, ducked under another swing of Kale's chain and surged forward with drunken abandon. It was a dangerous move, for if he miscalculated his dash even slightly, the only possible outcome was certain death. However, luckily for him, his timing was perfect. Smacking the blunt end of his sword straight into Kale's ribs, Felix turned the tide of battle in his favor. Kale staggered, his grin replaced by a grimace of pain. "You'll pay for that," he spat, yanking the chain back for another attack. But Felix didn't give him the chance. With a drunken roar, Felix slammed the pommel of his sword into Kale's gut, forcing the air from his lungs, before slicing clean through his side. Blood poured from the wound as Kale collapsed to his knees, his intestines spilling out as he got disemboweled in the most brutal way possible. "Kale!" Vera's scream echoed across the balcony, her composure breaking as she turned toward her fallen brother, giving Leo the breathing room that he so desperately needed. With a desperate throw, Leo sent his dagger spinning toward her waist, towards where she had secured the teleportation crystal, and much to Leo's joy, his aim held true, shattering the teleportation crystal strapped to her belt. The crystal splintered, and a brilliant light engulfed Vera's form as the teleportation magic activated. "No!" Vera screamed, her voice fading as her body dissolved into shimmering particles. Soon after, Kale's crystal also flared to life, pulling him from the fight, however, unfortunately, not before Felix sliced his throat, ending his life. By the time he teleported out, his situation was beyond salvage, almost ensuring that he would be found dead on the other side, leaving only bloodstains and the pungent smell of his guts spilling over on the balcony. Felix grinned, wiping the blood from his blade as he looked towards the sky. "Who's your daddy now?" he screamed, alerting even more enemies to their potential location, as Leo barely suppressed his rage. Felix, in his drunken state, was as much of an asset as he was a liability, and Leo could not figure out how exactly to handle him. "Come on, Felix, we need to move," Leo urged as soon as the fight ended. He wasn't about to linger on the balcony, not after their position had been so thoroughly compromised. "Move." "But we just got here," Felix grumbled, swaying slightly as he wiped the blood off his sword. His tone was equal parts annoyance and drunken disbelief. Leo didn't bother arguing. He grabbed Felix's arm and gave it a firm tug, pulling him away from the balcony and back into the dimly lit prison corridors. Felix stumbled but eventually followed, muttering under his breath about how Leo had no appreciation for hard work and how he was always rushing into the next disaster. Once inside, the duo continued their search for the staircase to the terrace. However, this time, Leo's mind began to drift. His sharp eyes scanned the darkened hallways out of habit, but his thoughts lingered on the fight that had just ended and how he was only a few seconds away from facing certain death. Why didn't time slow down for me this time? What did I do wrong? Leo wondered, the confidence he had gained from his first fight now slipping away as he grappled with his inability to recreate the same effect. After his initial victory, he had assumed the time-slowing effect was something innate, a natural ability that would activate whenever he entered a fight. But that assumption now seemed naive, even foolish. It was more likely a skill, much like how Vera's ability to split her daggers mid-air was clearly a skill. However, the problem for him was that unlike Vera, Leo had no idea how to trigger his own ability. The knowledge of how to use it, like so much else about himself, remained locked away in the fragments of his missing memories, which made him hesitant of looking for any future trouble. Hey Felix, you have special skills, right? What can you tell me about them? Leo asked, hoping to extract some crucial knowledge from his drunk partner. But expecting a coherent answer from Felix felt like asking a monkey to teach calculus. My special skill is my natural handsomeness. I'm definitely the most handsome man in this test. 100 Fantram natural DNA, no funny animal DNA mixing for superior effects. 100 Fantram human, Felix declared, grinning smugly. Leo slapped his forehead in frustration, exhaling sharply. This was exactly the level of absurdity he had expected. But as ridiculous as Felix's words sounded, there was something beneath them that piqued Leo's interest, a kernel of information he couldn't ignore. You're saying the others in this test, the ones with snake-like eyes and horns growing out of their heads, they're genetically modified humans? Leo asked, narrowing his gaze. Felix stuck out his tongue and blew a spittle-filled raspberry. Of course not. Not all of them are humans. Some are dwarves, beastmen, elves, half-bloods. But yeah, if they don't have significant body hair and they've got animal-like features, they've definitely spliced their DNA with some animal for enhancements. That piece of knowledge clicked into place in Leo's mind. It seemed that in this world, taking on animal traits through genetic enhancement wasn't just possible, it was common. Thinking back to the individuals on the transport carriage, he now recognized just how prevalent these modifications were. You know, Felix continued, swaying slightly, I can still respect the ones who do it to improve as warriors. Like, eagle eyes for long-range vision as an archer, or cat eyes for night vision. That's smart. Felix's expression darkened, and his voice dropped into a grumble. But what I can't respect are the men who modify their dicks with pig dicks just to screw women better. Leo blinked, completely caught off guard. What? One girl I liked got screwed by one of those dirty bastards with a pig dick, Felix went on, his tone growing bitter. Of course, she was never going to be satisfied with me after that. Mine's a full 2.5 inches, but it's not genetically enhanced like his. Leo felt his face darken, horrified by the sheer depravity Felix was insinuating. If what he said was true, then this world was far more twisted than Leo had initially thought. But on the other hand, women with slimy, stop. Leo shouted, cutting Felix off before he could finish. Please. Just stop. Felix looked offended. What? Don't tell me you've never fantasized about doing the horizontal monster mash with one of those enhanced kitties. I mean, oh la la la. He closed his eyes and licked the air, his expression one of degenerate joy. Leo's stomach churned, and he turned away, swallowing back a wave of nausea. I will probably never forget the face he made today, he thought grimly. This is going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Thankfully for him, however, By this point the duo had walked enough to find yet another staircase that seemed to be leading towards the terrace, putting an end to their absurd conversation. As Leo stepped onto the prison terrace, his gaze instinctively lifted to the night sky, and what he saw froze him in place. 7 moons. They hung like silent sentinels in the vast, dark expanse above, their pale light barely piercing the oppressive shadows of the night. Each moon was different, some small and faint, others larger and more pronounced, but all seemed to hover at odd angles, their uneven glow casting fractured patches of illumination across the cracked and crumbling terrace. 7. There's supposed to be 1 moon in the night sky. Just 1, Leo thought, the certainty of the fact unsettling him. It was strange. He remembered so little about his past, yet this detail felt significant, almost ingrained in his very being. The sight of 7 moons seemed to mock that certainty, leaving him momentarily disoriented. But despite its otherworldly beauty, there was no comfort to be found in Rodova's alien night. The darkness was cold, heavy, and oppressive, pressing down on him like an invisible weight. Leo's gaze lingered upward for only a fleeting moment before he pulled his focus back to the terrace. Whatever awe he had felt was quickly replaced by unease as he surveyed the barren expanse around him. The terrace stretched wide and empty, offering an unobstructed view of the surrounding prison grounds. It was an excellent spot for spotting potential threats, but a terrible place to avoid them. Great for seeing trouble coming. Terrible for avoiding it, Leo thought grimly, his sharp eyes scanning for any sign of danger. There wasn't a single pillar or large concrete block to provide cover. No shadows to conceal them if someone approached. The space was completely exposed, a predator's perch, not a refuge. His grip on his dagger tightened as his unease deepened. After the near-death experience in his last fight, Leo's confidence had waned. The fragility of his abilities had been laid bare, and the realization left him hesitant to engage in any more battles tonight. No more fights, Leo resolved silently. Not unless there's no other choice. Let's just wait this out, he muttered under his breath. No more fights unless we have to. Behind him, Felix let out a loud, exaggerated sigh. He tipped his last gourd of alcohol upside down and shook it desperately. A single drop fell out, landing on the ground with a faint plop. Damn it, Felix cursed, his tone equal parts frustration and resignation. That's it. I'm dry. Leo frowned, his gaze snapping toward Felix. What do you mean, dry? Felix grinned lopsidedly, his cheeks still flushed from the alcohol. Means in about 40 minutes, this drunk genius turns back into a sober idiot. And trust me, you don't want sober Felix in a fight. Leo blinked, momentarily stunned. The fat idiot had started this test with several gourds of alcohol, yet he had managed to drain them all within hours. That's great, Leo muttered sarcastically, his chest tightening as Felix's words sank in. His eyes flicked to the glowing counter strapped to his waist. 219 pairs remaining. We're not even close to the end, Leo realized, unease creeping into his thoughts. With more than 100 pairs still to be eliminated, the test was far from over. He knew that as the final few pairs remained, the hours ahead would only grow longer, more grueling, and infinitely more dangerous. And with Felix's impending uselessness and his own faltering confidence in battle, the chances of survival seemed to dwindle with every passing minute. Yep, no more fights for sure, Leo concluded, his gaze shifting warily toward Felix to ensure the drunk fool didn't do something reckless to give away their position. To his relief, Felix was lying flat on the terrace, gazing lazily at the night sky. For once, he seemed content to stay put, giving Leo the assurance to shift his attention elsewhere, at least for now. With a quiet sigh, Leo turned his focus outward, scanning the chaos below from his vantage point on the terrace. From here, the prison ground stretched out beneath him like a sprawling battlefield, every corner telling a different story of violence. In some areas, Leo caught glimpses of faint sparks as metal clashed against metal, signaling an intense duel. Elsewhere, he heard guttural grunts and the sickening thud of bodies slamming into walls, revealing the brutal nature of hand-to-hand combat. He absorbed it all, his grip tightening around the test counter strapped to his waist. Kill. Kill. Eliminate each other faster, he thought, his fingers pressing into the counter's surface as though sheer willpower could make the numbers drop more quickly. Desperation clawed at his chest, each second stretching unbearably. All he wanted was for the chaos to resolve itself, without dragging him into it, and for now it seemed to work. 199 pairs remaining. A few minutes later, the remaining pairs dropped down to 199, officially marking the final stage of the qualification round. Just a couple more hours and we will be done, Leo thought, as he prayed for the remaining time to pass as quickly as possible. Time crept forward, the counter slowly ticking down as the number of remaining pairs fell from 199 to 175. Leo sat near the edge of the terrace, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon while his mind wrestled with the growing tension. Each drop in the counter number felt like a small victory, especially with the pace of eliminations having noticeably picked up in the last half hour. 24 pairs in 30 minutes, Leo muttered to himself. That's not bad at all. Behind him, Felix groaned, rubbing his temples as he rolled back and forth on the concrete floor. The swagger and reckless confidence he'd exuded while being drunk had completely evaporated by now, and was replaced by the familiar nervous energy Leo had come to expect from him. Ugh. My head's killing me, Felix grumbled. Why did I drink so much? Leo glanced over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Maybe because you thought being a drunken maniac was better than being your usual cowardly self. Felix shot him a weak glare. Cowardly. That's harsh, man. I'm not cowardly. I'm cautious. Sure, Leo replied dryly, turning his attention back to the horizon. A sober Felix was of absolutely no use in battle, and Leo knew it. For the next hour or two, if trouble came their way, it would be up to him alone to handle it. Hey, Leo, Felix started, his voice tinged with guilt. What do you want me to do, man? I can help keep watch too. Where should I look? Leo sighed, gesturing toward the staircase they'd used to reach the terrace. Keep an eye on the stairway. And if there's any sign of trouble, run. Felix groaned as he dragged himself across the ground, clutching his head while muttering something unintelligible under his breath. Still, he settled into the spot Leo had indicated and began his watch, though Leo wasn't entirely confident in how effective he'd be. Regardless, having Felix keep watch on the stairway gave him some peace of mind, as at least for now, it seemed like they were safe. Can I handle another fight? Leo wondered silently, the answer feeling far more complicated than he expected. Like any other human, he was hardwired with an instinct for self-preservation, a natural fear of death embedded deep in his brain. But while the thought of dying filled him with unease, it wasn't the fight itself that scared him. Oddly enough, when he pictured himself being stabbed or wounded, the fear was muted, almost distant. It paled in comparison to the visceral dread he felt at the mere thought of drowning, an irrational fear that lingered at the edge of his awareness. Why does that scare me more than being brutally stabbed? He questioned, the unsettling thought sending a faint shiver down his spine. Somehow, it felt as though his body had already endured countless injuries, so many that the fear of receiving new ones no longer fazed him. Yet, with no memory of when or how those injuries might have occurred, Leo found himself once again unable to answer the questions that gnawed at his curiosity. Just then, Leo picked up the faint sound of someone coming up the stairs. Looking across to the stairway, he immediately spotted Felix flailing his arms wildly to catch his attention. Get away from there, Leo lipped without uttering a sound as Felix pulled away as per his instructions. Seconds later, a female figure stumbled onto the terrace, her body lurching forward as if every step were a monumental effort. Blood trickled from a deep gash on her side, staining her torn tunic and leaving a faint trail behind her. She was badly injured, her breaths coming in short gasps as she seemed to be desperately looking for safety. However, unfortunately for her, the terrace was not the safe spot she hoped for it to be, as the moment she stumbled onto the terrace, her eyes landed on Leo and Felix, and her heart sank. No, not now. Not here, she thought, dread gripping her chest like a vice. For a moment, her knees threatened to buckle. The sight of two figures already stationed on the terrace, two potential enemies who could end her life in an instant, sent her spiraling further into despair as she froze solid. At this moment, her instinct screamed at her to retreat. But there was nowhere to go. No cover to hide behind. No time to plan. All she could do was hope for mercy, as she tightened the grip on her dagger. "Don't," she mumbled weakly as she pointed her dagger at both Felix and Leo, only for a fresh gush of blood to burst out of her side, forcing her to fall to her knees and tend to her injury once more. "They're going to kill me," the woman thought, her pulse pounding in her ears. However, as the seconds passed and neither Leo nor Felix moved to incapacitate her, a small flicker of hope began to burn in her heart. As she looked at her opponents again, she began to notice the details she had missed at first, the way Felix's oversized frame gave him the appearance of a lumbering pig, and how Leo's eyes held an unsettling innocence, as if they had never claimed a life before. At that moment, she realized that her opponents, much like her, had come to the terrace to hide, not kill, and that she could potentially survive, if only she could trick them into believing she was surrendering. Decisively dropping her dagger to the ground with a metallic clatter, she raised her trembling hands into the air. "Please. Spare me," she rasped, her voice sounding hoarse and strained. Leo didn't respond immediately, his eyes narrowing as he assessed her. Felix, however, flinched at her plea, his grip tightening on his sword. "I'm not a threat," she cried out, her voice cracking. "I swear, I just needed somewhere safe. Please, don't kill me." Leo's gaze didn't waver. His voice was calm but cold when he finally spoke. "Where's your partner?" The woman's shoulders sagged, and tears welled in her eyes as she shook her head. "We got separated," she admitted. "We were being chased by someone stronger. Too strong. He told me to run while he stayed behind to hold them off. I don't know if he's even still alive." Her gaze flicked nervously between the two men. Felix's wide-eyed stare wasn't exactly comforting, but it was Leo's measured calm that scared her more. "He's the leader," she realized. "The one I need to convince." She shifted slightly, wincing as her wound flared with pain. "I'll leave if you want me to," she added quickly, desperation lacing her tone. "Just let me live. That's all I'm asking. Just let me live," the woman rasped, her voice trembling as her hands remained raised in surrender. She looked at Leo pleadingly, her tear-streaked face bloodied and pale, a true picture of desperation. But despite her convincing act, Leo wasn't sold on her performance. Sizing her up, he remained poised for combat while his mind swirled with suspicion. Something about her plea gnawed at him, setting off every alarm in his head. Her words were too measured, her movements too calculated. She was a vixen, a conniving liar if Leo had ever seen one, and though he couldn't recall ever encountering anyone like her before, something within him assured him she was not to be trusted. Should I let her leave? He wondered momentarily, only for a voice deep within him to stir, a cold, primal whisper that said, "Trust no one." It wasn't the first time this voice had surfaced during the test, and over time, Leo had learned one thing about it: the voice was never wrong. He tightened his grip on his dagger, his body growing even more tense. If she was desperate, then she was dangerous, for desperation often made people lie, cheat, and kill without hesitation. "If you want to live," Leo finally said, his tone steady and devoid of emotion, "slowly take out your teleportation crystal and crush it. You'll be teleported out of the competition, alive." The woman blinked, her breath hitching as though she hadn't expected this response. It was a clever offer. If she truly didn't have her partner by her side and only wanted to leave the prison terrace alive, crushing the teleportation crystal was the fastest and simplest way out. However, the reluctance on her face to do so gave Leo all the assurance he needed to confirm that leaving the test wasn't her true intention. She was likely hoping to find her partner after escaping, planning to regroup and return stronger. She had no intention of abandoning the entrance test just yet. Leo observed her body language carefully, noting how her shoulders sagged and her body slumped at his offer, as though the weight of his demand had drained her remaining strength. However, instead of protesting, she cunningly agreed, acting as though his proposal made absolute sense. Okay, she said softly, nodding as she moved her trembling hand toward her tunic pocket. Even though it appeared she was ready to comply, Leo didn't relax. His sharp eyes stayed locked on her every move, watching the deliberate slowness of her hand like a hawk. It was at this moment that he caught the faint flicker in her eyes, a flicker that betrayed her true intentions. She's stalling. The realization struck him like a vice. His knuckles whitened around the hilt of his dagger as his instincts screamed louder. Her hesitation, her subtle glances, these weren't the actions of someone defeated. She was calculating, looking for an opening. Eventually, she drew out the teleportation crystal and held it up as though ready to follow his instructions. But just as her fingers seemed to tighten around it, a soft smile played on her lips, and she mouthed the words dark fog. In an instant, darkness exploded around her, a swirling fog that engulfed the terrace within seconds. The air grew dense, thick shadows coiling around her like living tendrils and blotting out all sight. Leo staggered back, his dagger raised high and his heart pounding. "Felix," he barked, his voice cutting through the unnatural haze. "Stay alert." "What the hell is this?" Felix responded, his panicked voice echoing from a distance, his tone laced with fear. He stumbled backward, the fog closing in, choking his vision as it grew denser. The woman's lips curled into a smirk as she moved soundlessly through the fog. Her pulse thundered in her ears, her breath shallow and ragged. She had one chance left, one desperate move to turn the tide in her favor. "I only have enough mana for one skill, this dark fog. I have to make it count," she thought as she tightened her grip on her blade. "The fat one. He's the weak link. Take him out, and the other one crumbles." Her body burned with pain, her wound screaming with every step she took, but she continued to push forward, driving herself onward with sheer willpower. With a burst of speed, she dashed toward Felix, her blade poised for a final, desperate strike. But before she could reach him, a sharp, searing pain shot through her back. Her eyes widened in shock as her body went rigid. She collapsed, paralyzed from the waist down, as she felt the sharp sensation of a dagger embedded firmly in her spine. But how? Just how did he hit me through the fog? She wondered, her mind blanking from the pain as a shriek escaped her lips. She was certain her dark fog skill had effectively blocked Leo's vision, making it impossible for him to pinpoint her location. But she had underestimated him. Suspicious of her from the start, Leo had closely followed her gaze and body language, anticipating her intentions before she even made her move on Felix. Even through the fog, Leo had a rough idea of where she might be and hurled a couple of daggers in that direction, with the second one finding its mark in her spine. If he was in the woman's position, he too would have chosen to target Felix in hopes of survival, and it was that same logic that helped him take her down now. The dark fog created by the woman dissipated quickly after she was incapacitated, revealing the terrace in its entirety once again. Leo's sharp eyes immediately locked onto his opponent, who lay sprawled on the cracked concrete, writhing in pain. Her face twisted in agony, and her trembling hands clutched at the dagger embedded in her spine. She desperately tried to yank it out of her body, but the angle at which it was lodged made it impossible for her arms to muster the necessary strength. "Aghhh," she screamed, her howls echoing across the terrace and grating on Leo's nerves. A flash of irritation crossed his face as the urge to end her life immediately swelled within him. But before he could act on it, a faint glimmer caught his attention. Her teleportation crystal. During her fall, the crystal had slipped from her grip and rolled a few feet away, just out of reach. That detail shifted the dynamic entirely. She was no longer a threat, she was at his mercy now. Please. Please don't kill me, she sobbed, her voice hoarse and trembling, her wide, terror-filled eyes darting between Leo and Felix. Leo stood unmoving, his expression unreadable as his gaze flicked toward Felix. Without speaking, he gestured toward the crystal with a nod. "Stop it," he said coldly. Felix hesitated, his face pale and his movements uncertain. The shock of the woman's earlier attack still clung to him, and the weight of her pleading made him hesitate further. But Leo's tone left no room for negotiation. "Do it," he barked, the command snapping Felix out of his stupor. Swallowing hard, Felix shuffled toward the crystal. He cast one last nervous glance at the woman, who was still begging for her life, before raising his boot and slamming it down onto the glowing gem. The crystal shattered beneath the force, releasing a bright, blinding light that momentarily engulfed the terrace. The woman's screams were abruptly cut off as her body dissolved into shimmering particles, vanishing from sight in an instant. And just like that, the duo had eliminated yet another opponent. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the faint sound of Felix's ragged breathing. He stood frozen, staring at the spot where the woman had been moments earlier. "She came at me so fast," Felix muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, his wide eyes betraying his discomfort. Leo, however, said nothing. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his knuckles whitening as his grip tightened around the dagger in his hand. Once again, he had chosen to spare an opponent's life by destroying their teleportation crystal. And once again, the act left a sour taste in his mouth. Why did I spare her? He wondered, grinding his teeth as unease churned in his chest. Would she have spared me? The answer was clear, she wouldn't have. If their positions had been reversed, she would have cut him down without hesitation. Yet, despite knowing this, he had shown her mercy. Was it a conscious attempt to be different from the killers around him? To prove to himself that he wasn't like them? Or was it simply a naive act of weakness that could one day get him killed? Sparing those who wouldn't spare me. That's not mercy. That's stupidity, he thought bitterly. Logic told him that mercy had no place in a trial like this, for only naive, idealistic fools clung to such notions in a place designed to reward ruthlessness. But as much as he wanted to believe that he wasn't like the others here, something deep within him rebelled against the idea. Every time he spared someone, his body reacted with a physical sense of discomfort, as though the decision itself was unnatural. Am I really any different from the others? Or am I just another murderer pretending to be something I'm not? The question lingered, heavy and unwelcome, as Leo clenched his jaw and forced the thoughts aside. I can't afford to second-guess myself. Not here. Not now. For now, the immediate threat had been dealt with, and that was what mattered most. Back to your position, Leo ordered tersely, breaking the tense silence. Felix blinked, his trance broken. Why, yeah, sure, he stammered, shuffling back toward the staircase with unsteady steps. Leo returned to his spot near the edge of the terrace, his sharp eyes scanning the dark horizon for any signs of movement. Despite the woman's screams and the commotion of their fight, Leo resolved to remain on the terrace for the remainder of this final phase. He reasoned that her screams, instead of signaling a proper fight, might sound like one-sided torture and deter other competitors from approaching the terrace. It was a gamble, but so was moving once more, so late into the test, and Leo did not wish to take such a risk. 151 pairs remaining. The end was drawing near, and with every tick of the counter, it edged closer. But until it arrived, Leo and Felix had to remain on high alert, for the trial wasn't over just yet. Leo's gamble to stay on the terrace paid off. For the last half hour of the test, nobody dared to set foot on the terrace, giving Leo and Felix a free ride to qualification. Whether it was due to fear, fatigue, or simply the fact that most of the remaining contestants were too preoccupied with their own fights, the terrace remained undisturbed. 125 pairs remaining. As soon as the number on the counter hit 125, a loud horn blared across the prison grounds, marking the end of the brutal qualification test. Leo's heart skipped a beat at the sound of the horn, the sudden loud noise startling him. However, once the initial shock faded, relief quickly flooded through him, a heavy weight lifting from his chest. He had made it. He had survived. I actually survived, he thought, the realization settling over him like a soothing balm. But as relief gave way to reflection, another thought surfaced, the question of what now? Leo's gaze dropped to the counter strapped to his waist, its red digits now frozen at 125. The number signified his success, his progress. But beyond that, it offered no answers. Do I finally get the answers I've been searching for? About this place. About myself. He wondered, but before he could delve deeper into the subject, his thoughts were interrupted by an excited shriek. We did it. We actually did it, Leo. Felix cried, his voice brimming with unrestrained joy. Before Leo could react, Felix charged toward him, arms outstretched for an exuberant hug. No, no. We are not at the hug stage yet, Leo rejected, trying to prevent Felix from hugging him, but Felix seemed undeterred. He kept charging towards Leo despite Leo's protest, only for the teleportation crystal to flare into life at the last second, teleporting both of them out of the prison terrace in an instant. When the glow of the teleportation crystal subsided, Leo found himself standing in a strange, sterile room, and Felix stood a few feet away. The confusion arising from sudden teleportation seemed to have stopped Felix from following through on the hug plan, as he folded his arms and studied the new surroundings he found himself in cautiously. The new space was enormous, a vast sea of white tiles, each marked with a single black circle in its center. As Felix scanned the room, he managed to count 125 tiles in total, each one housing a pair of contestants, all of whom seemed just as confused as he was by the sudden teleportation. What the hell is this place? Felix muttered, rubbing his temples. Why is everyone just standing around? What's going on? Leo didn't answer immediately, his focus fixed on their surroundings. The room was unnervingly empty, no visible exits, no obvious indicators of what was to come. Just the stark whiteness and the oppressive weight of uncertainty. Leo. Felix pressed, his voice louder this time, tinged with worry. What are we supposed to do now? He asked again, but before Leo could respond, a sharp click echoed from above, followed by a mechanical hiss. Leo snapped his head upward just in time to see transparent glass sheets descending from the ceiling. The sound was haunting, a low, rhythmic thud-thud-thud as each sheet slid into place with precise, unnerving efficiency. The glass panels locked into the ground, forming perfectly sealed cubes around each pair, isolating them from one another. The faint reverberations of the glass settling traveled through the floor, sending a chill up Leo's spine. What the? Felix yelped, his hands pressing against the glass wall now enclosing them. He tapped on it nervously, his voice rising in panic. Leo. What is this? Why are we in a damn box? Leo remained silent, his jaw tightening as he observed the grid of glass cells around them. The faint reflections of the other contestants' confused faces mirrored their own unease. At that moment, a sudden burst of static cut through the tension, followed by a voice booming from hidden speakers. Congratulations to all contestants for making it this far, the deep, authoritative tone announced, silencing the room. The voice was unmistakable, it was Major Silver Page. The first stage was designed to assess how you function as a team. Whether you could protect a weak target, or collaborate with a strong ally. But teamwork will only take you so far. The Major's words carried a chilling weight, his tone both measured and merciless. The second stage will determine if you have what it takes to become an assassin. Leo's stomach clenched as the words hung in the air, a sense of dread creeping over him. He had thought the entrance test was already over, but apparently it was not. The Academy accepts only 125 individuals each calendar year, the Major continued. And we are not about to break that tradition now. Out of the 125 pairs standing before me, only one candidate from each pair will be permitted to enroll. The other 125 must lose their lives. A collective gasp rippled through the room, muffled by the glass walls, while Felix stumbled back from the pain, his face pale as a sheet. "This can't be happening," Felix muttered, his voice cracking. "They're not serious, are they?" Leo said nothing, his attention fixed on the Major's voice as it continued. "This is a fight to the death," the Major declared, his tone cold and unyielding. "You have 25 minutes. Fail to win, and both candidates in a pair will be disqualified. Win, and you will earn a chance to become one of the universe's finest assassins." Static crackled once again as the Major's voice disappeared, leaving only the oppressive silence of the room behind. Felix turned to Leo, his hands trembling. "Leo, what do we do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. But Leo didn't answer. His sharp gaze remained locked on the dagger in his hand, his mind already racing through the grim reality they faced. The Major's announcement caused a storm of complex emotions to rise within Leo. He did not wish to kill Felix, not after everything they had endured together over the past few hours. But the rules of the second round were brutally clear. Out of each pair, only one could move forward, while the other had to die. There was no room for compromise, no option for mercy. As Leo stood in the pristine, glass-walled enclosure, his hand gripping the dagger at his side, the echoes of violence all around him only heightened his unease. Many of the other pairs had already begun fighting without hesitation. The sounds of metal clashing, anguished screams, and frenzied shouting reverberated through the sterile room, a grim reminder of what was expected of him. But Leo didn't move. Something about attacking Felix felt innately wrong to him. Although he hadn't known Felix for long, and while he wouldn't go so far as to call him a friend, Felix was not his enemy. He was a man who had stood beside him in chaos, and killing him felt like betrayal. "We don't have to do this, you know," Felix said suddenly, his voice trembling as he backed toward the far wall of the enclosure. His eyes darted nervously around, but his focus always returned to Leo. "We can just wait. Let the timer run out. Both of us get disqualified, but at least we'll still be alive. Doesn't that sound better than killing each other?" Leo didn't answer. He lowered his gaze to the dagger in his hand, its edge gleaming under the artificial lights. His expression was hollow, his thoughts swirling. The Academy's rules were absolute, but Felix's suggestion brought an unwelcome question to the forefront of Leo's mind. Would they really let us walk away if we don't fight? Or would they just kill us both? The thought gnawed at him, burrowing deeper with each passing second. He couldn't shake the sense that the Academy's ruthlessness extended far beyond what they'd already experienced, and that they could easily break their word and kill them both instead of letting them walk off. But even more troubling than that was another, far more personal question. If I don't fight? If I don't win? Will I ever get my memories back? The letter he had received before all of this had been clear. His only path to reclaiming his past lay within the Academy. Walking away would mean abandoning the only chance he had to uncover who he truly was. The weight of that realization pressed down on him like a physical force, and his grip on the dagger tightened even more. Conflicting emotions warred within him, doubt, guilt, fear, and his hollow expression turned further dazed. However, just when he found himself buried within a deep pool of indecision, a cold, primal voice whispered in the depths of his consciousness. It wasn't a suggestion. It wasn't even an urge. It was a truth, raw and undeniable. To survive, to move forward, he would have to kill. The timer on the wall ticked steadily downward, each passing second feeling like a countdown to the inevitable. Felix, growing more desperate with Leo's silence, took a tentative step forward, his hands raised as if to placate him. "Say something, damn it. You're scaring me." Felix blurted out, his voice cracking under the weight of his panic, as Leo finally lifted his gaze to meet him. "In 20 seconds, I'm going to attack you, Felix," Leo said in a cold, emotionless voice. His tone was steady and even. Felix's mouth fell open in shock, but Leo continued without pause. "I don't particularly want you dead. But I'm not going to hold back, so I suggest you try your best to kill me too." The words landed like a hammer blow. They were devoid of malice, but that only made them hit harder. Felix stumbled back, his breathing ragged. "What?" he croaked, his voice barely above a whisper. "You can't. You know I can't fight without my alcohol, man. This isn't a fair fight. Please, don't do this." Felix's voice grew louder, more frantic, as tears began streaming down his face. "I'll do anything, Leo. Anything. Just don't kill me." But Leo's expression didn't change. His resolve was unshaken, his focus elsewhere. He adjusted his grip on the dagger, shifting his stance slightly as his body tensed. Felix's voice cracked, the raw desperation in his words spilling out like a dam breaking. "We survived together, man. We were a team. How can you just throw that away?" Leo didn't respond. He didn't flinch. His mind was consumed by the single, undeniable truth: this was the only way forward. "Time's up," he said quietly, his voice cutting through Felix's sobs like a blade. And then he moved. Leo lunged forward, his dagger aimed directly at Felix's chest. Felix screamed, his eyes wide with terror as he scrambled to defend himself. His arms flailed uselessly, the tears in his eyes blurring his vision and his movements clumsy, uncoordinated. For a brief moment, their eyes met, Leo's cold and unyielding, Felix's filled with panic and betrayal. And in that instant, the fragile bond they had shared as partners shattered completely. As Felix looked into Leo's eyes now, he no longer saw the kind teammate who had picked him out of a crowd of ruthless assassins. Instead, he saw a murderer, hell-bent on ending his life. The fight was over before it ever began, as Leo slit his throat and stabbed his heart in the most painless way he knew. "Forgive me for this, big guy. I did not wish for it to end this way," Leo said. Those were the last words Felix heard before his eyes went dark forever. Leo's heart throbbed violently in his chest as he waited for the wave of guilt to wash over him. But it never came. After brutally murdering his teammate, Leo had expected to feel ashamed, even disgusted by his actions, but instead, a strange sense of satisfaction settled over him. "What's wrong with me? What sort of monster am I?" The thoughts circled in his mind as he stared at the blood smeared across his arms in confusion. "Did your companionship mean nothing to me?" Leo wondered, looking at the dead body of Felix at his feet. Yet no matter how hard he tried to summon some remorse, he couldn't find any. There wasn't even a flicker of regret within him. Only a hollow void where his humanity should have been. "Yep, I'm a stone-cold killer. As bad as, if not even worse than, the others here. Maybe I do belong in this place," Leo muttered lightly, as despite losing his memories, he felt assured of his identity as a killer after this incident. He instinctively knew where exactly to target a man to pierce their heart, and also knew the precise method to slit one's throat to cause minimal pain but instant death. These were moves deep-seated in his bones, and the ease with which he performed them told him all he needed to know about himself. He was an assassin. A merchant of death. I did give him a chance to fight back. I gave him 20 seconds and charged from the front. As far as I am concerned, everything from that point onwards was fair, Leo mouthed, as he realized the reasoning behind why he felt no remorse. Introspecting, he felt as if by giving Felix the warning before he came at him, Leo had absolved himself of all blame. Whatever came next was simply fate, and if Felix had the spine to fight back, he could have perhaps survived. It wasn't Leo's fault that he was such a coward while sober, and hence he could not carry the burden of his death on his shoulders. Monster. Leo Skyshard, you're a monster. But it's okay, at least you are not a dirty monster, Leo concluded, as he sat cross-legged beside Felix's body, waiting for the second round of tests to end. 18 minutes later, as the timer on the wall turned to midnight, all the glass wall restrictions were lifted simultaneously. A section of the pristine white walls of the room shimmered and dissolved, revealing a hidden door through which medics flooded into the room. Healers worked swiftly, casting spells and applying potions to stabilize the victors, their practiced hands moving with urgency. Meanwhile, the defeated were carried away on stretchers, their lifeless bodies treated with cold efficiency as they were tossed onto loading racks like sacks of potatoes. Leo remained seated on his tile, watching the scene unfold with a detached gaze, until a kind-looking healer approached him, holding out a vial of shimmering green liquid. "For your stamina," the healer said, his tone brisk and kind, as Leo accepted the potion without a word. Uncorking the potion, Leo took a cautious sip, the liquid burning his tongue and throat slightly as it made its way down to his stomach. Delicious, he thought, as the potion worked its magic instantly. A wave of warmth coursed through his body, pushing back the fatigue that had settled deep in his bones. However, just as he tilted the vial to drink more, the sound of heavy boots clicking against the tiled floor drew his attention. The medics around him straightened, their movements slowing as the major entered the room, flanked by a small group of military personnel. The major's entry instantly drew everyone's attention, as the survivors worried whether or not there was a secret round 3 waiting for them at the end of the major's speech. Fortunately, though, it did not seem to be the case, for the major began his speech by congratulating all for finally making it into the academy. "Congratulations," the major said, his voice sharp and unwavering. "You've proven your worth. Out of the hundreds of thousands who applied, you are the 125 individuals who have earned the right to join our prestigious assassin wing of the Rodova Military Academy. You've endured trials that tested your strength, your instincts, and your resolve. You've made sacrifices, some harder than others. But let me make one thing clear, this was only the beginning." The major said, his tone sounding congratulatory, but also ominous. "Outside this chamber," the major continued, gesturing toward the newly revealed exit door, "transport ships are waiting to take each of you to the academy grounds. There, you will receive your student identification badges and the official academy robes. These are not just ceremonial garments, they mark you as a part of the elite." The mention of robes and badges elicited a few murmurs among the survivors, but most remained quiet, too drained to do much more than listen. The major's gaze swept across the room, landing briefly on Leo and then moving on. "Tomorrow, the aptitude testing and orientation will begin. Every one of you is expected to attend, dressed in your academy robes and nothing else. Failure to comply will result in immediate expulsion." Leo's brow furrowed slightly at the last statement. He had not even officially entered the academy, and yet there were threats of expulsion already being made. Even now, there seemed to be no room for error. Once the major left the room, Leo briskly rose to his feet and made his way toward the exit. Unlike many of the others still receiving medical treatment, he required little medical attention. The potion he had been given had already done its job, restoring his stamina and dulling the lingering aches in his muscles. Stepping through the doorway, he entered a long corridor where a series of temporary counters had been set up. Behind each one, military officers sat with an air of rigid efficiency, their expressions unreadable as they processed the new recruits. A few students had already formed lines at the counters, some moving sluggishly from exhaustion, while others carried themselves with tense awareness, still wary despite the ordeal being over. The hum of quiet conversation filled the space, but no one dared to speak too loudly. Leo scanned the area and made his way toward an unoccupied counter, where a middle-aged officer with graying hair sat with a thick ledger in front of him. The man barely looked up as Leo approached. "Name?" the officer asked, his tone brisk and to the point. "Leo," Leo responded without hesitation. The officer ran his finger down the list of names, stopping when he found what he was looking for. With a short nod, he reached beneath the counter and pulled out a neatly arranged tray. Leo's eyes immediately flicked to its contents. At the top of the tray were two folded sets of military-issue uniforms. The fabric was durable, the stitching precise, with the rank of private emblazoned on the chest. Unlike the familiar green camouflage patterns he would have expected from military attire, these uniforms bore a distinct gray camouflage design, a muted color scheme clearly meant for blending into urban environments rather than dense forests. His gaze trailed across the insignia above the breast pocket. Stitched in bold letters over the Academy's crest were the words, "Assassin Branch." Leo's fingers hovered over the material for a moment, then shifted to the second set of attire in the tray. It was different from the first, jet black, lightweight, and flowing. A set of robes specifically designed for assassin combat practice. "Standard issue uniform," the officer explained in a monotonous voice. "To be worn daily for academic sessions. The black ones are combat robes for practical courses. Use them as instructed." Leo gave a slight nod, picking up the last item in the tray, a small but finely crafted identity token. It was a badge of solid metal, surprisingly heavy for its size. Engraved across its polished surface were the words, "Leo Skyshard, Rodova Military Academy." Although Leo did not yet fully understand the significance of this token, something told him it would be more than just a student identification. In a world where strength dictated status, having proof of his place in the academy would likely open doors he had yet to even consider. For now, however, he simply took what was given, nodding silently as he stepped away from the counter, his mind already shifting to what lay ahead. Walking briskly, he reached the hangar area where modern transport ships were waiting to taxi students to their new home. Once enough students for a trip gathered, they quickly loaded them onto the ship, flying off to the fabled Rodova Military Academy. The aerial trip to the academy was a short one, lasting barely 15 minutes. However, the distance covered was undoubtedly significant. Leo was certain he had watched them cross an entire ocean based on the view outside his window. From above, the stark contrast between where he had been and where he was headed became increasingly clear. The prison test area had been a secluded island, surrounded by nothing but dense jungles and unrelenting wilderness. Isolated and forgotten, its only purpose was to serve as a battleground for those desperate enough to seek entry into the academy. But the actual Rodova Military Academy was nothing like that. As the ship neared its destination, the rugged, untamed greenery of the island gave way to the sprawling heart of civilization. A vast metropolis stretched in all directions, with towering skyscrapers casting long shadows over the bustling streets below. Massive digital billboards flickered with advertisements, displaying faces Leo didn't recognize, famous influencers, celebrities, and warriors, each plastered with bold text promoting cosmetic products, genetic enhancements, weapons, or military services. The roads were packed with sleek, high-speed vehicles weaving between buildings of varying sizes. Some rolled on the roads below, while others flew haphazardly in the sky, just like the flying capsule he was in. Leo, despite his usual indifference, found himself captivated by the view. The sunrise behind the city's skyline bathed the entire city in a brilliant glow, setting the streets ablaze with hues of crimson and gold. For a moment, he simply observed, appreciating the surreal beauty of it all. Then, his eyes landed on the true centerpiece of the city, Rodova Military Academy. Even in a metropolis filled with architectural marvels, the academy stood out as a titan among them. It was colossal. A fortress in every sense of the word. Its sheer size dwarfed every surrounding structure, making even the tallest skyscrapers look insignificant in comparison. Massive walls surrounded the academy grounds, lined with turrets, security checkpoints, and watchtowers manned by heavily armed personnel. The buildings within the compound were monolithic, constructed with reinforced metal and cutting-edge materials that reflected a sense of absolute power. Leo knew little about urban planning or real estate, but even he understood what this meant. In a city as packed as this one, to have an academy this large in the heart of it meant that the real estate of the academy alone was worth a fortune. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. No ordinary academy could afford such luxury, and if the Rodova Military Academy stood at such a location, then it was bound to be a special place. The transport capsule carrying Leo descended smoothly, its thrusters emitting a low hum as it approached the academy grounds. With practiced precision, the vessel touched down, sending a faint tremor through the floor beneath Leo's feet. A mechanical chime followed, signaling the completion of the landing sequence. A moment later, the capsule doors released with a pressurized hiss, sliding open to reveal the world beyond. A rush of crisp air filtered in, carrying with it the cold of the environment. Leo took a steady breath before stepping forward. As he exited, the first thing that caught his attention was the sheer scale of the open grounds around him. From the air, he could discern that the Rodova Military Academy was built like a fort and was massive in size. However, it was only after landing that he realized just how massive it really was. The training grounds stretched around him for as far as the eye could see, and although they felt vast and wide, they looked tiny in comparison to the academy walls that towered at a massive 150 feet in height. The walls of the academy were made from reddish-black bricks, and from the top of the walls hung massive black banners, each one adorned with bold, silver lettering that read, Rodova Military Academy. The banners swayed gently in the wind, their thick, reinforced fabric giving them an imposing presence rather than a decorative one. They weren't made of any ordinary cloth, and even from a distance, Leo could tell that they were crafted from durable, high-quality material, resistant to both the elements and time itself. The silver lettering on the banners gleamed under the morning sun, giving any onlooker the chills. The environment of the academy screamed that this wasn't just a place of learning. It was a legacy. And as Leo looked around, even he felt intimidated by the place's vibes and history. A subtle chill ran down his spine, not from fear, but from the realization of what he had stepped into. This academy was not just a school. It was a proving ground. And only those worthy could graduate from this place at the end. Freshmen, this way, a sharp, authoritative voice cut through the morning air as a female military instructor stood at the front of the gathered recruits. Her posture was rigid, her expression unreadable as she gestured for the new students to follow. Clutching his newly issued academy robes, uniform, and identity token, Leo fell in line with the others, his anxious eyes surveying the surroundings as he looked for any signal from his mysterious letter issuer that could give him a clue on how to regain his memories now that he was inside the academy. Unfortunately, however, there was no external contact made yet, forcing him to follow the others as normal. The instructor wasted no time. As they passed various buildings, she spoke in clipped, efficient sentences, giving a rapid rundown of the academy's key facilities. "This is the administration office," she stated, nodding toward a sleek, modern building lined with reinforced windows. "If you have any issues in your first few days, housing problems, uniform replacements, or paperwork, handle it here. However, don't expect hand-holding. This is a military institution, not a daycare." Leo barely spared the office more than a glance, noting its location in case he needed anything. The group marched further along a paved road, their boots clacking against the stone as the instructor gestured toward a large, open structure with a domed ceiling. "This is the orientation hall. You will all report here tomorrow at exactly 7 o'clock hours. Sharp. In uniform. If you're late, you may as well turn around and walk off campus, because you won't be setting foot in the testing hall." Her voice carried the weight of absolute authority, and though she didn't raise her tone, the underlying threat in her words was crystal clear. Leo took note. No margin for error. Noted. They moved past another large building, this one distinctly different from the rest, wider, lower, and filled with the tantalizing scent of food. Mess hall, the instructor said plainly. 3 meals a day. The schedule is posted inside. If you miss a meal, that's your problem. Leo caught a few recruits casting longing glances toward the building. He supposed some of them hadn't eaten in a while. He himself didn't feel particularly hungry, though he knew he'd have to refuel soon. They continued deeper into the academy grounds, passing rows of identical dormitory buildings, each clearly designated for different student years. These are the third-year dorms. Don't disturb them, for they are the pride of this academy. They moved further. These are the second-year dorms. Steer clear of here unless you want to be bullied. Finally, they reached the last row of buildings, positioned slightly apart from the others. These, the instructor said, stopping in her tracks, are the first-year dormitories, where you lot will be staying. She turned to face them, arms crossed over her chest. Find your names on the soft board by the entrance. It will list your assigned rooms. Don't bother complaining about your placements. They've been decided already. Some recruits exchanged wary glances. Then, as if sensing their concerns, the instructor added, and before any of you ask, no, you will not be sharing rooms. Assassins live in private lodgings. We don't want you killing each other in your sleep. Leo's brow twitched slightly at the bluntness of her statement, but he supposed it made sense. So be glad you'll all be living separately, enjoying private bathrooms, as individuals from the other professions will not enjoy this luxury and will be forced to share bathrooms with sweaty roommates, she finished, her cold gaze sweeping across the recruits. If you have any last questions, I suggest you figure them out yourselves. Dismissed. And with that, she turned on her heel and strode off, leaving the new students to their own devices. However, as she passed Leo, she purposefully slowed, just for a fraction of a second, barely enough to be noticed. Her sharp gaze flickered toward him, and the duo made the briefest of eye contact before she continued walking as if nothing had happened. Leo barely had time to process it before he felt something foreign pressed against his palm, a light but unmistakable texture, coarse yet flexible. His fingers curled around it instinctively before anyone else could notice. His eyes widening in surprise. The instructor did not look back. She walked away without another word, leaving Leo standing among his peers with a silent mystery now resting in his grasp. How did she even slip me the note? I'm sure she didn't so much as touch me, Leo thought, his eyes widening in surprise. The realization unsettled him. He had been hyper-aware of his surroundings, trained to notice even the smallest details, and yet, the note had appeared in his hand undetected. His mind retraced the exchange, the instructor's sharp gaze lingering on him for just a fraction of a second longer than necessary, the deliberate way she had walked past without breaking stride. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't pinpoint any obvious movement, no subtle shift or sleight of hand that could explain it. Yet, somehow, she had planted the note on him without his knowledge. She's skilled, Leo admitted, suppressing a frown. If she could slip something into his palm this easily, she could just as effortlessly have planted a dagger between his ribs. A chill ran through him. I'm too weak. The thought sat heavy in his chest. For all his instincts and reflexes, he had been completely outmaneuvered. Who was she? He tried to recall her name but failed. She had never introduced herself, nor had he managed to glimpse her name tag. Yet, her appearance was etched into his memory with perfect clarity. She was tall for a woman, at least 5 feet 10 inches, with an athletic frame sculpted from years of combat training. Her jet black hair was cut just above her shoulders, neatly tucked behind her ears. High cheekbones and a sharp jawline gave her a striking, almost severe look, while her light olive skin was smooth and unblemished, unusual, considering the brutal nature of military life. There was nothing overly distinctive about her, no visible scars, no features that immediately stood out. And yet, something about her presence made her impossible to ignore. Leo exhaled sharply, pushing the thoughts aside. If she's an instructor here, I'll see her again soon enough. For now, it was best to focus on what was in front of him. A quick glance around showed the other recruits already preoccupied with finding their rooms, too absorbed in their own concerns to notice him lingering. Realizing he had been standing still for too long, Leo turned toward the soft board displaying the dormitory assignments and scanned the list quickly. Leo Skyshard, room 316. Memorizing the number, he turned away and made his way toward his room. His fingers curled slightly around the note in his palm. As soon as he was alone, he planned to finally read it. The first-year housing within the Rodova Military Academy was simple yet elegant. There was no excess luxury, no unnecessary embellishments, just an efficient, well-designed space meant to accommodate students without distractions. As Leo stepped inside, the door slid shut behind him with a soft click. The room was spacious enough for a single occupant, neither too large nor too cramped. The walls were a muted gray, the flooring sleek and well-polished, reflecting the Academy's minimalist, military design. Against the far wall sat a sturdy bed, neatly made with crisp black sheets and a firm mattress. Adjacent to it was a small but functional desk, its surface bare except for a built-in terminal, likely meant for accessing Academy resources and coursework. To the left, a tall wardrobe stood, its doors slightly ajar to reveal space for the storage of Academy-issued uniforms and personal belongings. A separate compartment seemed designated for weapons storage, reinforcing the reality that this was not a typical school dormitory. At the back of the room, a private bathroom was tucked neatly into the layout. A quick glance inside revealed a sleek shower, a simple sink, and a mirror mounted above it, efficient and to the point, just like everything else in the Academy. Leo set his belongings down on the desk and exhaled slowly. The tension from the day's trials still lingered in his muscles, but now, for the first time, he was truly alone. His gaze shifted to the note still clutched in his palm, as without wasting another second, he pulled out the small piece of paper, unfolded it, and began to read. First of all, congratulations on making it into the Rodova Military Academy. I am certain that the entrance test was no easy feat, especially considering how you have forgotten most of your abilities. Leo's frown deepened. He didn't care for flattery. Whoever had written this letter knew exactly what had happened to him, knew that his memory loss wasn't natural, but intentional. And yet, they spoke as though it were some minor inconvenience. The words felt hollow. Calculated. However, I had faith that you would pull through, for you are what one could describe as a generational talent. Leo exhaled sharply through his nose. He hated this type of praise, the kind that felt more like manipulation than admiration. Generational talent. That meant nothing to him. If he truly was such a prodigy, then why had he felt so lost in the entrance test? Why did every fight leave him doubting his own instincts? The letter continued, and as his eyes moved down the page, his discomfort only grew. Tomorrow, you will undergo aptitude testing, during which your background will be assessed. It is then that you will come to appreciate the loss of your memory. Leo's grip on the paper tightened slightly. So, his past was something dangerous. Something that couldn't withstand scrutiny. Memorize the symbol I have drawn at the bottom of this note and present it to the instructor at the appropriate time. Do not ask questions. Just do it. His gaze flicked to the bottom of the page. A symbol was etched there, intricate yet unfamiliar. It resembled an interwoven set of geometric lines, forming a crest-like emblem. Leo felt no good vibes from this. Every instinct told him that whoever wrote this was toying with him, feeding him just enough information to keep him on a leash. I know you are eager to regain your memories, but now is not the correct time for you to recall them. Your memories will be returned to you when the time is right. For now, your focus should be on performing well within the academy. Leo's jaw clenched as anger slowly bubbled up inside him. His fingers curled, the edges of the note crinkling under his grip. Someone was controlling him, deciding what he could and couldn't know, dangling his own past in front of him like bait. He hated it. He knew he had no other choice but to comply with the manipulator's whims for now. The principal of Rodova Military Academy, retired General Alric Danehart, sat behind his desk, skimming through the latest intake reports with a calm, impassive gaze. As a former Universal Government general, Danehart was a man of discipline and experience. Though in his 60s, he remained as imposing as ever, with broad shoulders, neatly combed gray hair, and deep blue eyes. His years on the battlefield had earned him scars, but it was his mind, not his body, that made him truly formidable. He was a strategist first, a leader second, and a bureaucrat only because necessity demanded it. A crisp knock at the door broke his focus. "Enter," he said without looking up. The door slid open, and Major Silver Page stepped in, his posture straight as he saluted. Danehart glanced at him before setting the report aside. "Major," Alric acknowledged, before continuing with his question. "What do you think about this year's batch of recruits?" Major Page lowered his salute and took a step forward. "This year's batch seems to be the best in the past 5 years, with some really strong talents popping up. The Sioux clan's representative this year is promising. His foundation is rock solid, and his mana control is leagues above the average first year. If he continues at this pace, he could be a prime candidate for representing the first years at the Interschool Championships." Danehart hummed in acknowledgement, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. "And the rest?" "There are few standouts," Page admitted. "A sword wielder from the Dracos line, a sniper from Erevan's family, and a poison elementalist with a rare dual affinity. All of them have good potential." Alric showed no visible joy at this report but nodded curtly to acknowledge the information. "We have some promising talents in the swordsmanship, archery, and magecraft divisions as well. However, none seem to show potential for complete genetic awakening. In a way, it's good news, for we don't have to worry about raising the next dragon candidate. However, it's also a shame, for without a truly top-tier talent, reclaiming the Interschool Cup from Genova Military Academy will be difficult," Alric said, as he let out a deep sigh. For the past 15 years, Rodova Military Academy had been chasing the top spot in the Universal School rankings, only to fall just short every single time. Genova Military Academy had cemented itself as the #1 military institution in the galaxy, consistently producing warriors that surpassed their peers. And while Rodova had held its ground, it had been stuck in the frustrating position of second best. In the grand scheme, second place was no failure. Rodova was still one of the most revered institutions in the universe. But prestige wasn't just about ranking. The Academy's funding, political influence, and ability to attract top-tier talents all suffered from its inability to dethrone Genova. Donors funneled resources toward the reigning champion, and the best young warriors naturally gravitated toward the school that held the crown. For years, Rodova had tried every possible strategy, improving their training regimens, hiring the best instructors, and even expanding their scouting networks. But none of it mattered unless a standout talent emerged, someone who could defy the odds and turn the tide. And so far, this year's batch, while impressive, didn't seem to have that one talent capable of changing everything. "Any security threats this year, sir?" Page asked, shifting the conversation to a more pressing concern. Danehart glanced at him before leaning back slightly in his chair. "Nothing out of the ordinary. But there are a few suspected evil cult sympathizers trying to slip through," he admitted, his tone carrying a note of irritation. Page's expression darkened. The evil cult, as the Universal Government had branded them, remained one of the greatest threats to law and order in the universe. It was no secret that they actively sought to infiltrate government institutions, planting brainwashed young talents within their ranks to destabilize both the universal government and the great clans from within. This was precisely why every government-aligned institution, especially military academies, enforced rigorous background checks before admitting students. For a military academy, allowing an evil cult sympathizer to slip through was more than a simple failure. It was the worst possible lapse in judgment. They were a cancer, spreading insidiously, poisoning minds with heresy and rebellion. But, Danehart continued, his voice unwavering, tomorrow's aptitude testing will sort them out. A slight smirk tugged at the edge of his lips. For no one can evade the background check. After securing his uniform in the wall-mounted storage cabinet and disposing of the mysterious note safely in his bathroom, Leo stepped out of his dormitory, his stomach finally reminding him of how long it had been since he last ate. The trials of the entrance exam and the second round had left little time to think about meals, but now, hunger settled in like a dull ache. The mess hall wasn't far, just a short walk from the dormitories, and not wanting to stay hungry for too long, Leo decided to make a trip. Mess hall timings: breakfast, 6 to 8:30 lunch, 12 to 1400 hours dinner, 19 to 2100 hours just outside the mess hall. The service timings had been posted, and seeing how lunch hour had just begun, Leo felt relieved that he hadn't missed his window. Pushing open the heavy cafeteria doors, he stepped inside, immediately greeted by the scent of hot food and the low murmur of scattered conversations. The hall was spacious, militaristic in design, with long metallic tables lined in organized rows. The food was served buffet-style, with recruits moving down the line with metal trays, picking what they needed. Leo joined the queue, his hungry eyes glancing over every lunch option available. He expected to not be able to recognize the food that was being served. However, the options presented were pretty basic and easy to understand. There was meat, vegetables, fruits, and some side dishes, and although he did not exactly understand what sort of meat or fruit was being given, he decided to pick it up as long as it smelled okay. The meal was nutritionally optimized, clearly designed to sustain warriors in training. Each plate had a precisely balanced portion of proteins, carbohydrates, and fiber, as the academy seemed to favor function over taste, but the food still looked edible, or at least better than standard military rations. His tray held a serving of grilled meat, seasoned lightly but cooked to perfection. Steamed vegetables, their color vibrant, likely providing the necessary vitamins. A dense grain-based side, resembling brown rice or something similar. A small protein bar, wrapped and placed on the side for additional sustenance. A flask of nutrient-rich water, meant to keep hydration levels up. A flask of stamina regeneration water, meant to restore stamina. A flask of mana regeneration water, meant to restore lost mana. And a flask of muscle recovery water, meant to restore peak muscular function. After filling his tray, Leo made his way to a corner table, preferring to eat alone. As he sat down, he took his first bite, expecting nothing special, only to be pleasantly surprised. The meat was tender and well cooked, while the vegetables retained a crisp freshness that suggested careful preparation. It wasn't gourmet by any means, but it was far better than tasteless military rations. And for now, that was enough. However, as he continued his meal in silence, more first-year recruits flooded into the mess hall. The noise level steadily rose as students grabbed food, formed groups, and engaged in introductions, eager to establish early alliances or friendships. Leo instinctively scoffed at their behavior. Naive, he thought, as he felt like he had seen this before, people forming bonds out of convenience, not loyalty. Trust was a fragile thing, and trusting one's back to another was by far one of the dumbest mistakes a man could make. Most of these so-called friendships wouldn't last. The moment survival outweighed companionship, they would turn on each other, and Leo knew this well. The entrance test had already proven that much to him, as every assassin here had been forced to betray and eliminate their own partner to secure an entrance spot. That alone was proof of the true nature of people, which was selfish, calculating, and opportunistic at its core. Leo had no intentions of making alliances or engaging in pointless small talk. At least not today, or until he found someone truly worthy of being called a companion. However, unfortunately for him, as the mess hall filled to capacity, his quiet isolation was abruptly disturbed. Within minutes, the empty seats around him were occupied, and before long, he found himself surrounded by other students. A few first years at his table glanced in his direction, one of them attempting to initiate casual conversation. "You just gonna sit there all quiet? Why not introduce yourself too?" "I'm Ming Jun from the Magecraft branch." Another chimed in, grinning. "We're all fresh here. Might as well get to know each other." "No." There were a group of 4 around him, who all looked to be from different branches, trying to rope him in for casual conversation. However, Leo did not take the bait. Instead, he offered a polite nod, before saying, "Sorry, I don't speak while I eat." It was a polite yet tacit rejection, one that wouldn't sound too rude, but would pass on the message that he was not interested in small talk. "Must be from the assassin branch," Ming Jun noted, leaning back. "No interest in fraternizing, huh?" Leo merely smirked, taking another bite of his food. He wasn't antisocial, nor did he hate conversation. But for now, he decided that it was far more valuable to observe than to participate. "I'll just finish my food quickly and leave," Leo thought, increasing his pace as he scooped another bite into his mouth. But just as he did, a loud crashing sound tore through the mess hall's growing chatter, followed by the unmistakable thud of someone being thrown to the ground. The entire room fell into an uneasy hush. All around, heads turned toward the source of the disturbance. Near the center of the hall, a brutal scene was unfolding. A young man lay curled on the floor, clutching his stomach in pain, his gasps sharp and ragged. Towering over him, eyes filled with pure disdain, stood another recruit. A member of the prestigious Sioux clan and, by all accounts, one of this year's strongest recruits. The air around him crackled with arrogance, as if the very act of standing near commoners was beneath him. Su Yang was tall and well-built, his raven-black hair neatly tied in a warrior's ponytail. He had already changed into his academy uniform, which only added to the overbearing presence he exuded. Even from a distance, his noble upbringing was evident, from the self-assured way he carried himself to the thinly veiled contempt laced in his every word. He had the look of someone who had never once been denied anything in his life, and the sheer entitlement in his posture reflected that much. "You filthy, low-born scum," Su Yang sneered, his boot pressing down on the fallen recruit's shoulder, pinning him in place like an insect. "You dare impersonate someone from the Mu clan by claiming memory loss." His voice dripped with scorn. "Know your place, vermin." The student on the ground let out a strained groan, his breath hitching as he struggled to move beneath the crushing weight of Su Yang's foot. Murmurs rippled through the surrounding recruits, but no one immediately stepped in. Some turned away, unwilling to get involved. Others watched with wary intrigue, as if testing the boundaries of what the academy would tolerate. Leo, however, continued to eat, but his instincts were on high alert the moment he heard the mention of memory loss. For it hit him too close to home. Across the table, one of the students scoffed, muttering under his breath, "Sioux clan brats are all the same. Arrogant, overbearing, and violent." Another recruit snorted, shaking his head. "The 6 great clans always act like they own the place. They think they're untouchable." "But they're not," Ming Jun interjected, a knowing smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "This academy has a way of humbling even the most arrogant noble brats. They won't get away with this forever." Leo remained silent but mentally filed their words away. His eyes flicked back to Su Yang, who still hadn't lifted his foot from the fallen recruit, his expression that of someone stepping on something disgusting. The air in the mess hall had turned tense, thick with the weight of unspoken judgment. No instructors intervened. No enforcers appeared. Everyone was watching, waiting, to see if anyone would step forward, or if this was simply the Academy's way of weeding out the weak. "That guy might actually deserve this beating," another voice muttered from nearby as Leo's ears sharpened at the comment. "If he really is impersonating a Mu Clan heir, then he's asking for it." Everyone knows how they operate, sending their young out into the world with no memory of their past to ensure they carve their own path. But recently, more and more small fries have started faking memory loss, hoping to gain sympathy and special treatment in the academies. Leo felt his stomach tighten slightly as he heard these words. This was bad. If there were already rumors circulating about frauds pretending to be Mu Clan heirs, then he was in dangerous territory. Because if anyone started suspecting him of doing the same, then he could very well be next. Seconds passed by, but even though the student under Su Yang's feet continued to squirm, no one from the freshman class intervened. It seemed like everyone had accepted the beatdown as something natural, and no one had the guts to confront Su Yang about it. Perhaps it was because of his background, because he belonged to one of the 6 great clans. Or perhaps it was because of his domineering eyes, the kind that dared anyone to step up, only to crush them if they did. Whatever the reason, silence reigned. Click. 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 The synchronized rhythm of multiple boots echoed into the mess hall. Heads turned instinctively toward the entrance as a group of second years walked in, moving with an air of effortless superiority. At the front of the group strode a young man with blonde hair and a sharp, refined presence. It was Du Liang, another scion of the 6 great clans. His gaze swept over the mess hall as he wondered why it was so quiet today, before looking at Su Yang as he figured out why. Du Liang did not look surprised. If anything, he looked mildly disappointed. "Su Yang," he called out smoothly, his voice neither harsh nor particularly friendly. "Are you seriously starting fights on day 1? In the mess hall, of all places." Su Yang finally glanced up, his foot still pressing down on the beaten recruit, as his lips curled into a smirk. "Long time no see, Cousin Du. I was hoping I'd meet you here in the academy, you know," Su Yang replied, already seemingly acquainted with Du Liang, perhaps due to a shared family bond. Du Liang sighed as if he had seen this 100 times before. "If the instructors catch you, it won't end well," Du Liang remarked. "In Rodova Military Academy we have some rules. If you have a grievance against another student, you file for an official duel. Otherwise, you're breaking academy protocol and can be punished severely for your actions. Thankfully, there's no teachers around the mess hall right now, or you would be in a disciplinary holding cell by now." A few of the second years behind Du Liang chuckled, clearly entertained by the interaction. Su Yang snorted but finally lifted his boot off the recruit's shoulder, allowing the kid to cough and suck in air desperately. But rather than backing down, Su Yang merely crossed his arms and turned toward Du Liang with an unreadable expression. "Do you know why I did this?" Su Yang asked. Du Liang arched a brow, his curiosity mildly piqued. Su Yang gestured down at the trembling recruit, his lip curled in disgust. This worm was trying to pass himself off as a Mu Clan descendant by faking memory loss. Du Liang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Su Yang's words, the hint of amusement on his face fading. "That's so?" Du Liang mused. "Yes," Su Yang confirmed, his eyes narrowing at the recruit still gasping for breath. "And do you know how I can tell?" He crouched slightly, leveling his gaze at the cowering student. "He walks too loudly," Su Yang stated matter-of-factly. "He flinches at the slightest motion, and he hesitated when I struck him." He rose again, turning back to Du Liang. A true Mu Clan heir, even with 0 memories, would have instinctively reacted. Their bones would remember what their mind forgot. Du Liang considered Su Yang's words for a moment before nodding. "You're not wrong," he admitted. "The Mu Clan's training methods are extreme. Their reflexes should be ingrained to the point of muscle memory. If this guy had truly been one of them." He wouldn't be on the floor right now. The student in question flinched at the cold analysis, but neither Su Yang nor Du Liang spared him any further attention. Su Yang finally stepped back, his frustration still evident but restrained. "Next time, I'll file a duel request," he muttered. "But don't expect me to hold back." Du Liang smirked slightly. "Good. That's how it should be." With that, the tension in the mess hall finally began to ease. The upperclassmen soon moved on, leaving the beaten first year on the floor, and Su Yang, though still exuding arrogance, returned to his table without another word. The mess hall slowly resumed its usual atmosphere, but an unspoken lesson had been made clear to every first year in the room. The 6 great clans ruled this academy. And unless you belong to them, you do well to stay out of their way. Leo soaked in the entire exchange like a sponge, his mind processing every word, every movement, every unspoken rule. This was a lesson. A lesson in hierarchy. In reputation. And how conflict was resolved in this academy. If he ever found himself at odds with Su Yang, it was clear that backing away wasn't an option. The Su clan heir wasn't the type to let things go, nor was he the type to respect submission. Unless you fought back, unless you stood your ground, Su Yang would continue pushing, escalating, humiliating. That was the kind of person he was. And Leo had no intention of ever being anyone's punching bag. That said, he sincerely hoped he would never find himself at odds with that madman. There was a brutality to Su Yang's actions that unsettled him, not in fear, but in the sheer lack of hesitation. Su Yang wasn't just arrogant. He was smart, ruthless, and seemed to have the skills to back his attitude. He moved with a sort of certainty. A certainty that came from knowing exactly where he stood in the world, from being raised in an environment where he was undeniably superior to others. Even the way he spoke, the way he carried himself, the way he walked, it all reflected his background. Leo had never paid much attention to how a person's gait could reveal so much about them, but now, after watching Su Yang and Du Liang's interaction, he understood. There were tells. Subtle but undeniable. A man's past wasn't just in his words, it was in his posture, his instincts, the way he moved through a room. And if that was the case, then Leo had a problem. Because he didn't know his own tells. He didn't know what his mannerisms said about him. He didn't even know what they were supposed to say. His memory loss wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a massive blind spot. And to make matters worse, without his memories, he felt like he lacked the context to make sense of half the conversations happening around him. Every mention of the 6 great clans, the Mu clan, or the clan heirs, was just a name to him, fragments of a bigger picture he had no access to. And in a place like the Rodova Military Academy, not having the ability to decipher the bigger picture was undoubtedly a big handicap. Leo clenched his jaw slightly, a quiet resolve settling within him. He needed to fix this. He needed to learn about this world, and fast, for if he did not start filling in the gaps in his knowledge soon, he wouldn't just be another faceless recruit. He'd be prey, hunted before he even knew the rules of the game. After finishing his meal, instead of returning to his dorm room, Leo began searching for the academy library. His logic was simple, every academy had a library, and it was the safest way to gain insights into the world he found himself in. While the fastest and easiest way to learn would have been to simply ask a fellow student, that approach carried far too many risks. Revealing that he had memory loss, especially in a place like this, could get him flagged as a target. And after witnessing how the poor guy in the canteen was humiliated and beaten for allegedly faking his background, Leo knew he couldn't afford to let anyone suspect his own ignorance. Thus, the library was the safest solution. It took him a while to find it, as the academy was vast, with sections sprawling in different directions. But after a few wrong turns and a fair bit of aimless wandering, he finally spotted it, a grand, arched structure near the Magecraft division of the academy. The academy library. Stepping inside, Leo found himself in an expansive hall lined with towering bookshelves, stretching beyond what the eye could immediately perceive. Dim, enchanted lanterns hovered between the shelves, casting a soft, steady glow, while the air carried the distinct scent of aged parchment and polished wood. At the front, positioned behind a sturdy desk, sat an elderly librarian, his robes modest but neat, silver-rimmed glasses resting low on his nose as he skimmed through a massive tome. His wispy white beard and sharp, observant eyes made him look like someone who had seen everything and forgotten nothing. Leo hesitated, but before he could speak, the old man's voice cut through the silence. The librarian gestured for him to approach. Leo complied, keeping his expression neutral. The old man steadied him briefly, then adjusted his glasses with a tired sigh. "While I'm pleased to see a first year in here on the very first day, it's against library rules to allow students to enter without their academy uniform." Leo blinked, glancing down at himself. He was still in casual clothes, the same ones he'd been wearing since arriving at the academy. "I'm assuming you're new and just unfamiliar with the rules," the librarian continued. "So I'll let it slide this once. But starting tomorrow, wear your uniform before stepping into my library." "Understood." Leo gave a small nod. "Understood." The librarian gave an approving grunt before folding his arms. "Now then, what kind of books are you looking for?" Leo coughed slightly, feeling a bit exposed at the direct question as he did not want to make his memory loss obvious, and hence he tried to keep his request vague. "I'm just looking around." "I'll read anything that piques my interest," he said, as the librarian wagged his finger in disapproval. "There are over 47,000 books in this library, 12,000 skill scrolls, and an untold number of meditation manuals. If you think I'm going to let you aimlessly wander, you're mistaken. You either come in here with a specific request, or I kick you out," the librarian said with finality, as Leo winced slightly at his words. If possible, he did not wish to reveal that he was looking for general knowledge, especially knowledge that any normal person in this world should already know. But it seemed he had no other choice. "Sir, if possible, could you point me toward books on general world knowledge? Something that covers the social hierarchy. The 6 great clans. How important they are. Basic things that everyone is expected to know." The librarian raised a brow at his request. A moment later, he set his book down and rubbed his temples before muttering, "So you're one of the memory loss candidates, huh?" Leo stiffened ever so slightly. The librarian had figured him out immediately. This was the 3rd time someone had suspected a student of having memory loss within a single day. It was beginning to make him wonder just how common people like him were in this world. "Sir," Leo asked cautiously, "are students like me common in this academy?" The librarian nodded without hesitation. "We get 4 or 5 like you every year. It's not unusual. Ever since the Mu clan started sending out its scions with memory loss, smaller clans have begun copying the practice." Leo frowned slightly. "Why do they do it?" The old man sighed. "The logic behind it is simple. When sending young heirs out into the world, it's best to erase their pre-existing biases so they can approach new knowledge with an open mind. The Mu clan pioneered this method because they didn't want their young to act unruly outside the clan, tarnishing their reputation." The librarian shook his head with mild disapproval. "But to be honest, the Mu brats were always well-behaved to begin with. The ones who caused the most trouble. The other 5 great clans. Yet, ironically, it's the most decent clan that's worried about its public image the most." He scoffed lightly before waving his hand dismissively. "Doesn't matter. None of that is your concern." Finally, he pointed toward a specific bookshelf. "Shelf number 1221. Bottom row. There's a book titled Quick Guide to the Universal Power Scale. That should answer at least half of your questions." Leo glanced in the direction the librarian pointed before nodding. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the bookshelves. Because if that book could answer half of his questions, then he would finally begin to piece together the truth behind the world he was trapped in. Leo moved silently through the towering bookshelves, his sharp eyes scanning the carved numbers on the polished wooden frames. 1218, 1219, 1220, there. Shelf 1221. Crouching down to the bottom row, his gaze immediately landed on the book the librarian had mentioned. Quick Guide to the Universal Power Scale. The tome was thick and well-worn, its dark blue cover slightly faded, while the gold-embossed lettering along its spine had dulled from years of handling. Leo slid it from the shelf, feeling the unexpected weight of the volume in his hands. Flipping it open, he skimmed the first few pages, his eyes catching key phrases: the universal hierarchy, the 6 great clans, the evil cult, governing structures. Perfect, he thought, and glancing toward the front desk, he spotted the librarian already back to his own reading, showing no further interest in Leo. Good. That means I won't be disturbed, Leo concluded, and began searching for a quiet place to sit. At first, his search turned up only communal tables, occupied by senior-year students engaged in hushed discussions or independent studies. But after scanning further, he spotted something better. Near a dimly lit reading alcove, tucked between towering bookshelves, sat an isolated desk and chair, a simple wooden setup, its cushionless seat likely designed to discourage long hours of use. But comfort wasn't his priority. Privacy was. Without hesitation, Leo strode over, settled into the chair, and placed the heavy book onto the table. His fingers ran over the textured cover for a brief moment. Then, finally, he flipped it open. This book is written by a country bumpkin who grew up on a farm and had no idea about the various factions ruling the universe. It's intended only for clueless individuals who don't understand how tall Mount Tai is, and is written in crude language, based on my own experiences and understanding of the universe. This is not an official text, and the contents written in here may not be entirely accurate. That being said, I've tried to be as thorough as possible while writing this book, so that any clueless country bumpkin reading this may not make the same mistakes I did as a rookie recruit in the universal government. The very first page of the book was an author's note that informed the readers about what sort of a book this was and what to expect when they read it. It explicitly told its readers that it was not an official text, and that the information contained within was subjective. There are 8 great factions in this universe. The 6 great clans, the universal government, and the evil cult. To understand what makes them great, one first needs to understand the universal power scale. Broadly, within the universe, a warrior is classified into 7 different power realms. 3. Grandmaster. 4. Transcended in most cultures, one is not considered to be a real warrior until they attain the minimum of a master realm, whereas gods are the absolute pinnacle of what a warrior can be. In this universe, gods are higher beings that are not only immortal, but have mastered the laws of space and time. They are 4-dimensional beings that can travel between any 2 points in this 3-dimensional universe instantaneously, and cannot be hurt or killed by mortal weapons. In other words, only gods can kill other gods, and in this universe, only the 8 great clans have gods at the pinnacle of their clan's hierarchy. The first couple pages of the book explained what were probably the most important concepts. Who were the biggest fishes in the universe? And why were they such a big deal? Turns out, there are 8 biggest fishes in the universe, with the big deal about them being that they are backed by the strongest warriors. In this universe, the 6 great clans and the universal government work in tandem with one another to form the Righteous Alliance. Together they control over 75 fan-tram of the universe's land, and about 77 fan-tram of the total population. Although smaller, independent clans do exist, none exert influence equivalent to the Righteous Alliance. In contrast, the evil cult works alone. They control less than 5 fan-tram of the total universal land, and less than 3 fan-tram of the total population. They are the sworn enemies of the Righteous Alliance, and members belonging to their faction are hunted fervently within the Righteous Lands. The divide between the Righteous Alliance and the evil cult traces back to a single, pivotal event that occurred 2,000 years ago, the downfall of the most infamous figure in the universe's history, the Timeless Assassin. In a monumental battle, the strongest factions of the time united to eliminate him, marking the beginning of a new era. However, his followers refused to fade into obscurity. Those loyal to his cause formed what is now known as the Evil Cult, carrying on his legacy in defiance of the established order. Meanwhile, the remaining divine entities and ruling powers consolidated their influence, shaping themselves into what is recognized today as the Righteous Alliance. While over 140 clans are currently part of the Righteous Alliance, at its heart, it only has 6 dominant clans, each wielding immense influence: Su, Mu, Yu, Du, Lu, and Ru. These clans serve as its pillars, shaping policies, maintaining order, and dictating the balance of power across the universe. At the very core of this alliance, however, sits the universal government, the supreme governing body that enforces law and dictates the grand structure of civilization. While the majority of the great clans have only 1 or 2 gods backing them, the universal government has 5, making it by far the strongest single organization. However, with the great clans all sharing strong familial bonds amongst one another, the unity amongst the clans serves as a check and balance against the universal government's unilateral abuse of power. As Leo read the next few pages, he gained greater clarity into what exactly were the power dynamics between the 6 great clans and the universal government. Turns out, all the 6 great clans favored interbreeding and forming strong marriage bonds. The family tree between the clans was complicated as hell, but as a result of all the intermixing, the bond between the great clans remained strong, at least on the outside. They usually had similar opinions against the universal government and pushed to pass legislation beneficial to them as a group. Leo flipped another page, and the author's discussion shifted toward a more intricate topic, one that dissected the structure of the 6 great clans. There are several branch families within the 6 great clans, and since these clans have existed for thousands of years, the number of branches in the modern day is downright ridiculous. Take the Su clan, for example. It alone has over 120 branch families. And while every single one of them shares the same prestigious surname, that doesn't mean they share the same level of power or influence on the universal stage. Broadly speaking, only the direct descendants of the gods backing the clans are considered main branch members, the true young masters and mistresses of their lineage, while the rest are glorified diplomats riding on a famous name at best. To put things into perspective, a true main branch descendant commands the same level of respect as a universal government major. Meanwhile, branch family members, at best, hold influence comparable to lieutenants, strong enough to push around weaker recruits, but powerless in the presence of real authority. That being said, empty pots rattle the loudest. And it is the branch family members, not the direct descendants, who are often the most arrogant and entitled. Lacking the strength of their main branch cousins, they rely on their surname to throw their weight around, intimidating the weak, currying favors, and generally making nuisances of themselves wherever they go. If you're a recruit below the rank of lieutenant, avoid confronting them. But if you are a lieutenant or higher, they can't do jack shit to you, so enjoy putting them in their place. The book explained, as Leo smiled slightly reading this page. Although he did not know the author of this book personally, he definitely enjoyed his personality and way of explaining things. Just as the Righteous Alliance has its young masters, the heirs of the great clans, the evil cult has its own equivalent. But unlike the young masters, whose status is determined by bloodline, the evil cult grants its title based purely on potential and strength. They call them dragons. A dragon candidate is an individual who displays exceptional talent and the potential to inherit the techniques left behind by the timeless assassin. While the exact criteria for selecting a dragon candidate remain a mystery, what is known is that every single one in history has been a walking catastrophe. The moment someone is identified as a dragon candidate, they become the most wanted individual in the universe, second only to the evil cult's own god. Hunting and eliminating a dragon candidate is considered a prestigious military achievement, often fast-tracking an officer's career within the universal government. That being said, never engage a dragon candidate unless you have reached at least the Grandmaster level. For all dragon candidates are among the most feared warriors the universe has ever known. The book explained, as Leo soaked in all this information like a sponge. The dragon candidates and the evil cult was yet another organization he had no clue about, and gaining some more context about them felt crucial to participate in future conversations around the Academy. With that, we cover everything that is to be covered regarding the universal power structure. The only thing left to explain now is warrior potential, the author wrote, as he shifted to a new topic entirely. In this universe, not everyone is born equal, and your genetic potential plays a huge role in how far you can progress as a warrior. About 85 fantram of the universe's population don't even possess enough talent to someday break into the Master Warrior realm, while only 1 in 3,000 Master Warriors ever become Grandmaster. This means that if you reach the Master Warrior realm, you are already top 15 fantram of the universal population, whereas if you reach Grandmaster realm, you are already near the pinnacle of what life has to offer. Genetic testing is free at most universal government facilities for government employees, and depending on your aptitude, you may or may not be recruited by private guilds/mercenary groups or great clans. An officer with higher genetic potential will always be prioritized for promotion over a lower potential officer, and hence if you ever find yourself with a junior who is more talented than you, be kind to them, for they will someday surely surpass you, the author explained, as Leo absorbed the information with peak interest. Although he had no idea about what his own genetic potential looked like, understanding the politics around it seemed important. As a rookie officer, I made the mistake of altering my DNA by mixing it with that of a cat. Night vision was one of my weaker suits and hence, I accepted a genetic modification serum. However, that was my biggest mistake. By accepting genetic modification, I sacrificed my potential to someday become an exceptional warrior for some short-term gains, and it is a decision that I greatly regret till date. Hence, to all the rookies reading my book, I warn you to not make the same mistake as me, and keep your natural DNA pure. Beast enhancements, while looking like an easy fix to your lack of strength at the low power stage, is an inferior method to grow stronger in the long run, and will hinder you the further you progress. Hence, it is my suggestion you don't do it, but the choice is ultimately yours, the author noted, as Leo raised his eyebrow at the warning. Recalling how almost 50 fantram of all recruits in the Academy entrance test seemed to have undergone some form of beast enhancement or the other, Leo doubted the authenticity of this observation. However, since the author had no reason to lie in his book and seemed like a genuine guy, Leo decided to accept his advice for now, albeit with a grain of suspicion. Suddenly, a single sharp ding rang across the library, interrupting Leo's chain of thoughts, as the librarian's voice boomed across the silent walls. "All right, reading time for the day is over, vacate the premises at once," he said in his old husky voice, as all the students gathered within the library closed their books and proceeded to vacate the premises at once. Click. 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 The sharp sound of polished boots striking tile echoed through the dimly lit corridors of the instructor's quarters. A woman walked down the hall with measured purpose, the name tag on her chest reading LT Nguyen Fei. If Leo saw her now, he would recognize her instantly. She was the instructor who had led the morning orientation and slipped him the note. After all, her short black hair, olive skin, and stern brown eyes were unmistakable. As she reached what seemed to be the location of her private room, she paused, quickly glancing over her shoulder, sweeping the corridor for any threats, not out of fear, but out of sheer habit. However, spotting nothing, she pressed her palm against the biometric scanner on the door, gently unlocking it. A faint beep followed, signaling a successful unlock, which was continued by the hiss of decompression as the heavy metal door to her room slid open. Out of all the rooms in the hall, she had the only one with such a security system, for she was the only one who had paid to specially get it installed. Stepping inside, she sealed the locks behind her, securing the room with a swift sequence of taps against the control panel. Only then did her rigid posture loosen ever so slightly. Her boots were the first to go, placed neatly beside the entrance, while the collar button on her uniform was next, as she unbuttoned it on her way to the wall-mounted mirror. Staring at her own reflection, she let out a deep sigh as she studied her fake looks. Currently, she looked extremely calm, composed, and every inch the disciplined instructor she was supposed to be. But as she lifted her hands to her head, the facade began to fall away. Her jet-black wig came off first, revealing long, flowing red hair that tumbled down her back in soft, unruly waves. Her fingers grazed the synthetic mask covering her skin next, as with a few deft swipes, the olive complexion melted away, revealing smooth wheatish-toned skin beneath. Next, she blinked once, popping out one of the two contact lenses she wore, as the deep brown eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, piercing gray, before she repeated the process for the second eye as well. Her transformation was now complete. The woman the Academy knew vanished. And in her place stood Mu Fan, branch family head of the Mu clan. A woman with no official ties to the evil cult, yet someone who was in reality one of its most devoted sympathizers. Mu Fan exhaled, rolling her shoulders, as her expression shifted from calculated authority to something far more natural, something far more dangerous. Then, moving swiftly, she strode to the far wall of her room, where a seemingly unremarkable wooden panel sat embedded within the surface. With a precise flick of her wrist, she pressed her fingers against a specific rune carved into its edge. The panel pulsed faintly, then slid open, revealing a hidden compartment lined with intricate runic inscriptions. Inside, nestled within a protective casing, rested a communication crystal, a translucent black stone, its surface marbled with faint, pulsing red veins. Mu Fan lifted it carefully, rolling the cool surface between her fingers before infusing it with a sliver of her mana as the communication crystal shimmered to life. A faint static crackling noise played over the crystal until the communication was established, but once it was, a deep manly voice rumbled from the other side. "Did our target make it into the Academy?" The man asked, his words sharp, clipped, and direct. There were no greetings, no exchange of pleasantries, just straight business. "He did," Mu Fan answered, her voice smooth and composed. She paused, her mind replaying everything she had observed throughout the day. "He's cautious. He moves with purpose, doesn't let his guard down easily. He observes more than he speaks and isn't reckless," Mu Fan reported, as the man on the other side absorbed her views. "And his temperament?" he asked, as Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "It's there, the foundation of it, at least. He doesn't trust easily, and he operates on calculated caution. He isn't a fool, that's for sure," she said, as another tense pause followed. "Does he have the talent to be a dragon?" the man asked, his voice turning even heavier, as Mu Fan exhaled slowly at the question. To become a dragon candidate, temperament alone wasn't enough. A dragon candidate needed more. They needed the raw, unrefined talent to embody the techniques of the timeless assassin, to become the kind of warrior who could strike fear into the gods of the universe themselves. "It's too early to say," she finally replied. "But we will know soon enough." A low hum sounded from the other side, but the man chose to remain silent, as if weighing his words. "We shall see tomorrow after the aptitude test then. Keep me posted," he said, before terminating the connection. The crystal dimmed, its pulsing red veins fading into nothingness. Mu Fan lowered it slowly, her grip lingering for just a moment before tucking it back into its hidden compartment. With a final press of her fingers, the panel slid shut, concealing any trace of what had just transpired. She stood in silence for a moment, her gray eyes unreadable. Tomorrow would be the moment of truth. Tomorrow, she would find out whether Leo Skyshard was the dragon they needed, or just another disappointment. Leo lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind a tangled mess of thoughts. He hadn't slept all night. Not even for a second. The weight of uncertainty had kept him awake all night. No matter how much he tried to rationalize it, the upcoming aptitude test gnawed at the back of his mind. The aptitude test was important, and based on the brief conversation he had with a senior on his way back from the library, it was a test and a background check mixed into one. The psychological phase of the test, though disguised as a simple evaluation, was in fact a thorough background check, and that thought unnerved him. Would his background check reveal something off? Would the results expose his memory loss? Would it flag him as an anomaly? These questions plagued him as he lay motionless in his bed, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion yet his body feeling strangely alert. I need to calm down, Leo thought, taking a deep breath. He sat up, rubbing his temples before finally swinging his legs over the side of the bed. Outside, the academy grounds were already bustling. He could hear the faint chatter of students heading toward the orientation hall. It was time for the day's activities to begin, and without another moment's hesitation, he grabbed his uniform, slipped it on, and made his way out the door. The orientation hall was massive, large enough to accommodate thousands of students at once. And on this particular morning, rows of recruits stood here in organized formations, their expressions ranging from confident excitement to nervous apprehension. Leo positioned himself somewhere in the middle, keeping a low profile as he observed his surroundings. Among the crowd, he caught glimpses of familiar figures: Suyang, still exuding arrogance, standing with his arms crossed, and a few others who sat around him in the canteen. Funny enough, the whole canteen table seemed to be standing together, whispering amongst each other excitedly, as if they had known each other for ages. But before any long conversations could take place, a heavy pressure filled the air as Principal Alric Danehart stepped onto the grand podium at the front of the hall. Dressed in a sharp military uniform, the retired Universal Government General carried an air of unquestionable authority, and the moment he stepped forward, all murmuring ceased. "Good morning all, I'm retired General Alric Danehart, the acting principal of this prestigious military academy," Alric said, as he introduced himself to the crowd. "You have all made it past the entrance exams, which is admirable, yes, but do not mistake this for an achievement. This is merely the beginning. Making it here is nothing. Surviving here is what matters," Alric said, as a quiet tension spread across the room. Rodova Military Academy is one of the finest institutions in the universe, a place that has produced some of the greatest warriors, strategists, and assassins in history. Here, you will have access to facilities that most soldiers in the Universal Army could only dream of: meditation techniques that cost hundreds of thousands of merit points, genetic enhancement serums that could change the trajectory of your potential, and training regimens that will push you to your absolute limits. He paused, letting those words sink in before his tone sharpened. But understand this: everything you receive here will be earned. Rodova is not a place for mediocrity. We do not tolerate weakness, and we do not waste resources on those who do not show promise. There was a heaviness in his words, an unspoken warning. Then, shifting gears, he moved on to the real reason they were gathered here today. Which brings us to the reason you are all here: the aptitude test. The aptitude test is divided into 3 components, each one designed to evaluate a different aspect of your abilities. Your performance here will determine your training path, your assigned meditation manuals, and whether you are placed in the regular class or the elite class. At the mention of the elite class, a ripple of excitement and tension spread through the crowd. Everyone here knew what that meant. Elite class students received the best instructors, the best resources, and the fastest track to power. It was a big deal to be placed in the elite class, for it was a proven fact that your environment and the people you surround yourself with played a big role in how you turned out as a warrior. The test will proceed as follows. First, we will assess your physical attributes. This includes raw strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and natural combat instincts. The test is not about your current training level, it is about your base physical potential. Alric said, as he looked across the sea of recruits. If you have a weak foundation, your future will be weak as well. The statement was blunt, cold, but undeniably true. The second test evaluates your psychology, your mental fortitude, your ambitions, your adaptability, and most importantly, your fundamental nature. His words sent an icy chill down many of the recruits' spines. Here at Rodova, we do not just train warriors, we train leaders. Those of you who hesitate, those of you who waver, those of you who have doubts, will be recognized for what you are. Weak. And in this academy, weakness is not tolerated. Leo's fingers twitched slightly. This wasn't a normal academy. This was a machine designed to forge future army majors and generals. A place where doubt and indecisiveness was a liability. Lastly, your genetic potential will be analyzed. This will determine how far you can realistically go, and what methods will best maximize your growth. Some of you may possess rare genetic markers, traits that make you unique. Others may have very little worth enhancing. Alric said, his tone brutal and indifferent. Your scores in all three categories will be recorded and analyzed. Your placement will be determined based on your overall performance. For those of you who wish to be in the elite class, know that only the highest-ranked recruits will qualify. A palpable sense of tension filled the room as Alric finished introducing the test. For some, this was an opportunity. For others, it was a potential death sentence. Although everyone had made it into the academy, only a handful were going to make it to the elite class. Your testing will take place in batches. When your name is called, proceed to the designated area. Danehart said, as with that he concluded his speech. Stepping back, the principal let another academy instructor take up the microphone as she began calling names of all the recruits one after another. Leo's heart pounded as he watched the first set of recruits step forward. His name wasn't called yet, which meant he wasn't in the first batch scheduled for physical testing. However, when the names for the first batch of psychological testing were revealed, he was the third one in line to be evaluated, meaning he had to perform the test that he dreaded the most, first. Rodova Military Academy, Psychological Evaluation Hall. Outside the testing chamber, Leo walked alongside his batchmates, following the silent procession down the long, heavily secured corridor leading to the psychological testing chamber. No one spoke. Not because they were told to keep quiet, but because no one wanted to be the idiot who looked excited for a test that could single-handedly decide their future. The hallway was lined with multiple security gates, their reinforced steel frames gleaming under the cold white lights above. For a simple psychological evaluation, the amount of security here felt excessive. But the academy didn't take risks. After all, this wasn't just an exam. It was a screening. Soon, they reached the end of the corridor, where a set of heavy black double doors loomed ahead. A row of metal chairs lined the wall beside it, and without instruction, everyone took a seat. One by one, recruits were called into the testing chamber, each name barked out by a bald, no-nonsense instructor standing by the entrance, while the rest of them sat in silence, waiting for their turn. At first, the whole hall was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the occasional shifting of students in their seats, restless tapping of feet against the floor, or someone cracking their knuckles a little too loudly. Then, someone with more nerves than sense finally spoke. "Fuck, this is the one test we can't fake." A scrawny recruit with a buzz cut ran a hand over his face, exhaling sharply. Next to him, a muscular guy with a thick scar running across his cheek clicked his tongue in agreement. "No shit. Physical tests. You can train for those. Genetic potential. You're born with that." He leaned back, his posture too relaxed for someone facing a psychological interrogation. "But this. This is just a fancy way of figuring out if you've got the brain of a psycho or the soul of a bitch. A dark-haired girl scoffed, crossing her arms. They hook you up to a machine, put your ass in a chair, and start asking questions you can't lie about. She rolled her neck, popping the joints. Doesn't matter what you say, if your brain says otherwise, they'll know. That's bullshit, Buzzcut muttered. How the fuck is that even fair? A guy with a tattoo snaking up his forearm chuckled, his voice a strange, raspy hiss. Life SSSSSS not fair, Dumbuses, he sneered, flicking out a forked tongue. Didn't you get this memo? Leo's eyes flicked toward the speaker and he instantly noticed a genetic modification. The recruit was one of the enhanced, a snake hybrid of some kind. The murmurs continued. Then, of course, the real idiot started talking. A recruit with slick-back blonde hair, the type who looked like he thought he was better than everyone else, let out a scoff. The only thing that matters is getting into the elite class. He leaned forward, smirking. No one from the regular class ever makes it big in life. It's a fucking death sentence. Scarcheek snorted. Yeah, well, neither does failing this test, dumbass. They catch you with the wrong mental inclinations, and you're done. Tattoo Guy chuckled again, shaking his head. Imagine losing your spot over some dumb shit like sympathy for the evil cult or a desire to burn down the academy. The test room doors slammed open so violently that even the cockiest recruits snapped their heads up. 2 instructors stormed out, dragging a recruit by the arms. The guy looked wrecked. Blood smeared his lips, one of his front teeth was missing, and his nose was bent at an angle that sure as hell wasn't natural. The student thrashed weakly, his breath ragged, panic flooding his wide eyes. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. It's a mistake. It's a mistake, he screamed, his voice cracking. The instructors didn't even flinch. I'm not an evil cult sympathizer. I swear. I was just curious. I only said the dragon candidates sound cool because they're powerful. It doesn't mean I like the evil cult. His words blurred together, desperate and drowning in hysteria. Wait. I'm not connected to the evil cult. You have to believe me. He begged, but no one believed him. No one cared. The 2 instructors yanked him forward, dragging his ass out of the waiting room like he was a bag of trash. And for a brief moment, no one moved. Tattoo Guy grinned, shaking his head. Holy fuck, did he just admit that shit out loud? Scarcheek let out a sharp laugh. An evil cult simp trying to sneak into Rodova. What a dumbass. Buzzcut whistled. Imagine getting your face smashed in over some admiration kink. Blondie leaned forward, his smirk widening. You know, for a second, I thought they were gonna snap his neck in front of us. Dark-haired girl snickered. They should've. Leo sat still, observing. His expression remained unreadable, but his mind was racing. This situation wasn't funny. Not to him at least. A minute later, the 2 instructors returned, blood still staining their gloves. We do not tolerate evil cult sympathizers in Rodova Military Academy. The bald instructor said, letting the weight of his words sink in. Then, he leaned forward slightly, his sharp eyes locking onto the recruits like a predator scenting weakness. If you have even the slightest soft corner for the evil cult, you'd be better off slitting your own throat right now. The words landed like a hammer. A few recruits stiffened, and the instructor smiled. It was an ugly, knowing smile. Because if we catch you, he let the silence stretch. Uncomfortable. You'll wish you were dead. Then, just like that, he straightened. The smirk vanished as he turned toward the list in his hand. Leo Skyshard, you're next, boy. He said, scanning the crowd for a Leo Skyshard. Leo slowly got up. Chop chop. he urged, clapping his hands and gesturing for Leo to quickly enter. Rodova Military Academy, Psychological Evaluation Chamber. As Leo stepped into the evaluation room, his gaze immediately landed on a single man seated across a long metal table. The man wore a crisp white coat, his demeanor calm and composed as he flipped through a thick dossier. Unlike the instructors outside, this man did not radiate menace or authority. His expression was neutral, almost pleasant, as if he were about to conduct a casual interview rather than an interrogation. But Leo knew better. The room itself betrayed the true nature of what was about to happen. The walls were reinforced steel, devoid of windows, and a single overhead light cast a clinical glow over the metallic surfaces. Behind the psychologist, a complex machine hummed softly, cables running from its base toward the chair opposite him, which Leo assumed to be the setup for the lie detector. "Please, take a seat," the psychologist said, finally looking up and giving Leo a friendly smile. Leo hesitated for a fraction of a second before lowering himself into the chair, and the psychologist gave him an approving nod. Closing the thick dossier, the psychologist made eye contact with him, before leaning forward on the table and saying, "For protocol reasons, let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Adrian Kessler, and I will be conducting your psychological evaluation today." The way he spoke was casual, almost friendly. But Leo wasn't fooled by his kindness. Judging by the state of the previous student who had been dragged out of this room, Leo understood that this was anything but a friendly conversation. However, for the sake of not antagonizing the instructor, he kept his expression unreadable, maintaining steady eye contact with the psychologist, refusing to give anything away. For a few moments, neither spoke. Then, the psychologist leaned back in his chair and exhaled as if feeling amused. "Sabrina, administer the truth serum and patch him up to the machine. Use a higher dosage, this one has a strong brain." At his signal, an assistant entered the room, moving with practiced ease. A tray of medical supplies rested in her hands, the faint clink of glass vials breaking the silence. She barely spared Leo a glance as she approached. "Right arm," she said flatly. Leo complied, rolling up his sleeve as she swiped a cold antiseptic wipe over his skin. Meanwhile, the psychologist kept talking. "Curious to know why I flagged you as having a strong brain?" he asked in an amused tone. Leo arched an eyebrow. "You see, Leo, not many students can hold eye contact with me. Especially not when I have my aura skill, intimidation, active," Adrian said with a smile, watching Leo carefully, gauging his reaction. "Most recruits start squirming the moment they sit across from me. They act like mice trapped in a cage with a starving cat. But you didn't flinch. And I find that quite impressive." At that moment, Leo felt the sting of a needle piercing his skin. "Sabrina is administering the truth serum now," Adrian continued, his voice smooth. "It'll loosen your inhibitions, make you think less before you speak. From here on out, we'll be having a nice, honest conversation." Leo didn't reply. Adrian smiled as if he found that amusing, too. "You know," he mused, "there are only two kinds of people who can resist my intimidation skill." He held up a single finger. "First, those who've grown up in a rough environment, on the streets, constantly fighting for their lives, struggling for survival. People like that eat intimidation for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They don't scare easy." Then, he lifted a second finger. "And second, those born into noble houses, raised around high-level warriors who leak intimidation aura all the time. They grow up immune to it." He tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze locked onto Leo's. "So, which one is it? Street rat or noble?" Leo remained silent, feeling the unfamiliar warmth of the serum spreading through his veins. But as the seconds ticked by, he realized something troubling. His mind was starting to feel hazy. A strange fog settled over his thoughts, dulling the sharpness of his awareness. His vision blurred at the edges, and a faint ringing buzzed at the back of his skull. I asked you a question, Leo. Dr. Adrian's voice cut through the haze, calm yet expectant. His expression remained perfectly composed, but there was a certain sharpness in his gaze. Which one is it? 1 or 2? Leo stared at him, but no response came. The doctor sighed, tapping his fingers against the metal table. Sabrina, what was the dose? 0.75. The assistant shook her head. 0.9. Adrian blinked, then let out an amused chuckle. 0.9 and he's still holding on. That's rare. He leaned back slightly, a smirk playing at his lips. All right. Administer an additional 0.3 milliliters of hallucination serum. Let's see how much of that willpower survives when reality stops making sense. Sabrina didn't hesitate. Another sharp prick. Another injection. The world shattered. Leo's breath hitched as the colors around him twisted, bleeding into one another in unnatural ways. The walls seemed to pulse. The table in front of him stretched and shrank in uneven waves. His vision tripled. He began to see 3 doctors, 3 assistants, all moving at different speeds. A low hum filled his ears, rising and falling like distant whispers. It felt like his mind was floating, detached from his body. Yet somehow, deep beneath it all, a part of him remained. Aware. Despite the drugs invading his system, he wasn't babbling nonsense. His mind was fractured but not lost. But they didn't know that. If I don't act like the drugs are working, they'll pump me with more. Realizing this, Leo let his head loll to the side slightly, his eyelids drooping. He let his shoulders relax, his fingers twitching slightly as if struggling to focus. A perfect act. Adrian watched him closely, waiting for the serum to take full effect. Then, after a few seconds, he spoke again. So, which one is it? Leo let his gaze lazily drift back to him. And then, with a slow, sluggish slur, he finally answered. I don't know. His voice was soft, distant. I don't remember. My memories. They're gone. Adrian's smirk disappeared. His expression didn't shift into suspicion. No, it was something else. Something closer to interest. The doctor steepled his fingers, his piercing eyes never leaving Leo's face. Your memories. Erased, you say? He exhaled slowly. Well, isn't that fascinating? Adrian said, leaning back as he turned toward his assistant, expecting her to be amazed as well. However, she did not seem to care much. Raising her hands in mock surrender, she simply made an expression that said, Hey, don't look at me. I'm just the assistant, which made the doctor chuckle before he returned his gaze to Leo. Leo Skyshard, he mused, rolling the name over his tongue. That's what it says on your file. Tell me, is that the name you were given at birth? Or just a name someone told you belonged to you after your memories were erased? He asked, causing Leo's sluggish mind to snap into overdrive. This was dangerous. A wrong answer here wouldn't just raise suspicion, it could unravel everything. He forced his expression to remain distant, unfocused, as if he was struggling through the mental fog the drugs had induced. Then slowly, he let his lips part. A chit. His voice came out hoarse, like someone grasping at fragments of recollection. It was written on a chit. When I woke up, they said it belonged to me. A soft beep from the lie detector signaled his answer passed as truth. Adrian's gaze flickered slightly, a glint of something unreadable flashing behind his eyes. So you're not even sure if it's your real name, he murmured, his voice laced with intrigue. Leo blinked slowly, the forced haze in his eyes making him look more dazed than he actually was. Adrian exhaled through his nose, drumming his fingers against the table in thought. Well, that certainly complicates things, doesn't it? He tapped the folder in front of him absent-mindedly before continuing. Tell me, Leo. Do you remember anything from before you woke up? Any flashes? Sounds? Emotions? The question wasn't unexpected, but Leo knew his next answer had to be carefully measured. He let his brows furrow ever so slightly, as if struggling, to recall something that wasn't there. Finally, he shook his head. Nothing, he muttered, his voice just the right amount of tired. It's just empty. Another soft beep. Another truth registered. Adrian tilted his head, observing him like a specimen under a microscope. I see, he said, before taking a long pause. A curious case, aren't you? He added, his lips slowly curling into a smile. A smile that, at first glance, mirrored the kind one he had offered at the start of their conversation. But this time, there was something different about it, something off. Leo felt it. A shift in the air. A shift in the conversation. Something was about to change. Something dangerous. He could feel it, like a storm on the horizon. Silent. Inevitable. And ready to strike. Sabrina, bring me a blank sheet of paper and a pen, Adrian mused, his fingers drumming lazily against the cold metal table as he maintained unbroken eye contact with Leo. Without hesitation, Sabrina moved. Within seconds, she placed a crisp white sheet and a pen before the doctor, who immediately set to work. Leo watched, his vision still hazy from the drugs, as Adrian's hand moved with precision, sketching lines, curves, and intricate strokes with unnerving speed. Then, finally, the pen stilled. Adrian turned the paper toward him. Look at this, he said, his tone casual, too casual. Do you recognize this symbol? Leo's unfocused gaze drifted downward. And his pulse slowed. The moment he saw it, alarm bells rang in his head. The symbol Adrian had drawn, it wasn't completely unfamiliar. It looked too much like the one he had been told to memorize from the last chit. Except there were differences. Minor changes. Small distortions. Subtle tweaks. Leo rubbed his eyes, trying to focus, but his vision remained unreliable. The edges of the paper bled into each other, his drugged mind warping reality. In his blurred perception, the black ink seemed to shift, as if alive. It's not the same, he realized, his mind working through the haze. But it's close. Too close. That was the first thought that shot through his mind. This wasn't some random test, Adrian knew something. He was probing, fishing for a reaction. If Leo claimed not to recognize it at all, would that be suspicious? But if he confirmed it outright, would that dig his grave? A slow inhale. Then, in a voice deliberately sluggish and unsure, he muttered, It looks familiar. Like something I've seen before. But he blinked, shaking his head as if struggling to concentrate. It feels off. Wrong. Some of the details, his hand twitched slightly as he gestured toward the paper, there. Not quite right. The words left his mouth, measured, cautious. And then he watched. Watched for the slightest flicker in Adrian's expression. Because whatever came next would tell him exactly how dangerous this conversation truly was. Off. How so? Can you point out to me what you think is off here? Adrian asked, his expression expectant, turning the paper slightly toward Leo. Leo's fingers twitched involuntarily at the question. His drugged mind was sluggish, but his instinct screamed at him to tread carefully. He couldn't outright claim ignorance, for that would be too suspicious. However, he also knew that confirming too much might also dig his own grave. Hence, he decided to tread carefully. Leaning forward, he squinted at the paper as if trying to focus through the haze. His words coming slow and slurred, just enough to sell the act. There should be 3 pointed extensions at the bottom, he murmured, his hand lifting shakily to gesture. Not 2. And the crown at the top, his finger drifted upward, should have 1 spire. Not 3. He blinked sluggishly, his vision warping the ink on the page. Yeah, it's close. But it's not right. For a long moment, Adrian simply stared at him. Then, finally, his lips curled into a knowing smirk. A genuine Mu Clan spawn, he murmured, leaning back in satisfaction. That explains a lot. Sabrina's head snapped toward him, her expression turning sharp. Mu, she echoed, disbelief laced in her voice. He's a descendant of one of the Big Six, she asked, glancing at Leo again as if re-evaluating him entirely. How can you say for sure? At that, Adrian let out a low chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. Look at you, he teased, clicking his tongue. The moment you hear the word Mu, you suddenly want to gobble him up, he teased, his smirk widening. What happened to all that indifference from 5 minutes ago, Sabrina shot him a dirty glare. Shut up, she muttered, but her curiosity was already piqued. Adrian raised his hands in mock surrender before shifting his focus back to her, now explaining his deduction directly. That symbol he innately remembers. Adrian tapped the paper again. It's the mark of the Mu clan. He began, as Sabrina furrowed her brow. So what? Anyone can remember that symbol. She argued back, Adrian snorting through his nose and shaking his head. When the Mu clan wipes a descendant's memory, they always leave 2 things behind. A fake name. And the Mu clan seal, buried deep in their subconscious. He leaned forward slightly, his voice growing lower, more deliberate. That's how they operate. They send their young out into the world with no ties, no memories, nothing but their raw instincts and talent. It's their way of ensuring that their heirs grow strong without relying on family prestige. And while plenty of smaller clans, and even the evil cult, have started copying their methods, most don't even realize that the imprinting of the symbol is part of the process. Sabrina's lips parted slightly in realization. Adrian smirked at her reaction before continuing. And those who do memorize the Mu seal. They're frauds, fakes, people who just studied the symbol, not people who had it burned into their minds since birth. His fingers tapped against the table again, slow and deliberate. Only a real Mu clan descendant would be able to spot the inconsistencies. Even under heavy drugs, his brain recognized the differences, his instincts told him something was wrong. That's not something you can fake. Sabrina inhaled slightly, her gaze flicking to Leo, who still sat in a dazed silence. But Adrian wasn't finished. And that's just the beginning, he went on, his smirk deepening. His mana circulation. Smoother than nearly any student I've seen in years. That kind of efficiency is genetic. It's the kind of control that's ingrained in powerful bloodlines. Sabrina frowned. That alone isn't, Adrian cut her off with a raised hand. And then there's the way he moves. His eyes glinted with amusement as he motioned toward Leo. He walks without making a sound. Not a single wasted movement. That's not something an amateur picks up in a week. That's years of assassin training, drilled into his body before he even knew what it meant. Sabrina narrowed her eyes slightly, considering his words. Adrian chuckled. And his body. Lean, efficient, built for practicality, not just brute strength. That's exactly how the Mu clan trains their assassins. They don't waste time bulking up. They sculpt killers. He leaned back now, his smirk widening. But the real kicker. He flicked his gaze toward Sabrina, his expression turning smug. He resisted my pressure like it was nothing. Sabrina blinked. Adrian tapped his temple, as if reminding her. My intimidation skill isn't just for show. Most recruits flinch, sweat, their pulse spikes. Even most noble brats get uncomfortable. His smirk turned razor-sharp. But him. He let out a low, amused hum. Not even a twitch. Not a single sign of discomfort. Like he spent his whole life around warriors who leak pressure just by existing. He tilted his head slightly. And tell me, where do you think someone like that would be raised? Sabrina exhaled slowly, realization settling in. Adrian's smirk widened as he reached the final piece of his deduction. So, let's sum it up, shall we? He tapped his fingers against the table one last time, as he leaned back into his chair. The subconscious knowledge of the Mu clan symbol. The unmatched mana circulation. The silent, assassin-trained movements. The refined, combat-ready physique. And the utter immunity to my intimidation aura. His smirk sharpened, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. While one of these parameters can be faked, all of them together. He let out a small chuckle. Only one conclusion makes sense. He motioned toward Leo with a final, knowing glance. This brat is from the Mu clan. This brat is from the Mu clan. Adrian's words landed like a hammer, final and absolute, but inside Leo's mind, they only created chaos. Leo did not react outwardly, keeping his expression dazed and unfocused to maintain the illusion that the drugs had taken full effect. But beneath the surface, his thoughts churned violently, trying to make sense of what he had just heard. Mu clan. Me. The possibility had never even crossed his mind before today. Even without his memories, something deep within him rejected the notion entirely, as if his very instincts refused to accept the label that had just been stamped onto him. The Mu clan was one of the 6 great clans, a family of warriors so refined and elite that they operated at the very pinnacle of universal power. Their heirs were born into prestige, raised in wealth, molded by the finest teachers and strategists the universe had to offer. And yet, he was supposed to be one of them. It didn't add up. For all the reasoning Adrian had laid out, his smooth mana circulation, his silent movements, his ability to withstand intimidation, Leo still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That no matter how well the pieces seemed to fit, they had been forced together rather than naturally aligning. That someone, somewhere, was desperately trying to pass him off as a member of the Mu clan. Was this an elaborate scheme by a minor clan trying to elevate their status? Had they created a false heir, hoping to slip one of their own into the academy under a powerful name? Or was it something more insidious? Could the evil cult be behind this? Had they planted him here as a sleeper agent, wiping his mind to ensure he integrated seamlessly into the righteous alliance, waiting for the perfect moment to trigger his true allegiance? But that didn't make sense either. If the evil cult was truly responsible, wouldn't he feel something, some buried instinct, some deep-rooted pull toward their cause? Even if his past self had ties to them, the current him had no such inclinations. No loyalty. No hidden sense of belonging. If he had been one of them, they wouldn't have let him go so easily. Which only left one final, far more dangerous possibility. That this was the work of another great clan. A game of deception on a level beyond his understanding. The 6 great clans were locked in constant political warfare, always maneuvering, always scheming, always looking for ways to undermine one another. If one of them had placed him here, under the guise of a Mu clan heir, then he wasn't just a pawn, he was bait. But for who? And for what purpose? His thoughts moved too quickly for his sluggish, drugged mind to keep up with, and yet, through all the spiraling theories, one certainty stood above everything else. I am not from the Mu clan. He didn't know how he knew it. He had no memories, no past to verify it. But it didn't matter. Some things weren't remembered. They were felt. And every fiber of his being told him that he had never been noble-born. He was not the kind of person who had grown up in a lavish estate, trained under prestigious masters, and had his path paved for him by wealth and lineage. He could feel it in his bones. He had crawled his way up from something else. Something lower. Something harsher. So why, then, why, was someone trying so hard to convince the world otherwise? Before Leo could dwell on the thought, Adrian's voice cut in. All right, the psychologist mused, flipping to a fresh page in his notes. Let's move on to something more direct. His gaze sharpened. What are your thoughts about the evil cult? Do you know what they are? Leo didn't hesitate this time as he delved straight into a response. I don't particularly know what they are, but I visited the library yesterday to fill in some gaps in my memory, he began, as Adrian nodded for him to continue. From what I read, they're a foolish organization on the verge of being wiped out completely, Leo said plainly. They control less than 5% of the universal land and are locked in a war they can't win. Their leader has been dead for 2,000 years, yet they're still clinging to a lost cause. Adrian noted something down before asking his next question. Do you have any inclinations to join them in the future? Any sympathies? Leo shook his head. None. They seem like too much trouble, and I don't want that kind of problem in my life. A soft beep. A soft smile spread on Adrian's face as the machine registered Leo's response as the truth, as he seemed to now be genuinely satisfied with the results of the interrogation. Opening the thick dossier that he had closed at the start of the conversation once again, he flipped to the page where Leo's information was to be noted. Threat assessment, potential affiliation with the evil cult, none. Psychological strength as a warrior, above average. Mental fortitude, noteworthy. Possible Mu clan descendant. Unusual natural discipline. Exceptional mental control. A student worth monitoring this year. With a satisfied nod, Adrian shut the file, his smirk lingering as he gave Leo one last, approving glance. Welcome to Rodova Military Academy, Mr. Skyshard, he said smoothly, tapping the closed dossier. I hope the rest of your tests go as well as this one. I'll be keeping an eye on you this year, Sabrina, he said, signaling to his assistant. Take him to the recovery room. Let the drugs wear off properly before his next evaluation. Sabrina responded immediately, stepping to Leo's side and slipping her arm around his waist. Leo, still feeling the lingering effects of the injections, barely had the strength to resist as she pulled him up, guiding his half-limp body toward the exit. Unlike the cold indifference she had shown earlier, her demeanor had now shifted entirely. It was soft, sweet, almost too sweet, as she tried to leave a good first impression on Leo's mind. Deliberately leaning in, she let her warm breath brush against his nose, exhaling a little forcefully to make sure her floral scent lingered. She was trying to seduce him. Trying to leave a positive impression. However, unfortunately for her, Leo didn't give a rat's ass about her pathetic attempts. You're gonna recover soon. I'll help you, she said in a soft, coaxing tone. However, her vixen-like voice only made Leo's stomach convulse in repulsion. Leo's mind was still sluggish, but not enough to miss what was happening. This bitch was a gold digger. She had heard Adrian's assessment. She had heard the words Mu clan. And now, she had suddenly decided that he was worth being helpful to. A fact that made Leo immediately hate her guts. It seemed like his newfound status came with more than just attention. It came with shifts in people's attitude. But he had no intention of leaning into this newfound status. Not yet. Being mistaken for a noble had its benefits, but it also came with scrutiny. And right now, scrutiny was the last thing he needed. Until he figured out who he really was, Leo knew that it was best to stay in the shadows. After carrying Leo into the recovery room, Sabrina injected him with a series of recovery serums, ensuring the drugs in his system would dissipate faster. Her touch was practiced, efficient, yet there was a hesitation in the way she lingered, her eyes scanning his face one last time before she finally turned on her heel and exited the room. The door sealed shut behind her with a soft click. Only then did Leo allow himself to exhale, releasing the tension he hadn't realized he was holding. The psychological test was over, and it seemed like he had passed without raising any red flags. It had been the most dangerous evaluation yet, one where a single misplaced word, one slight slip in control, could have meant the difference between safety and exposure. Yet, despite the heavy drugging, despite the warped vision and floating sensations, something within him had remained steady. His body had been compromised, his senses dulled, but his mind, his conscious reasoning, had stayed intact. That alone had ensured his survival. Pressing a hand to his forehead, Leo recalled how, even when the world around him had twisted and blurred, he had never fully lost control. His instincts had taken over, shaping his words with precision, ensuring each response was subtle enough to avoid scrutiny yet deliberate enough to not arouse doubt. It was as if his mind had an inbuilt failsafe, something deeply ingrained that kept him stable, even when everything else was stripped away. A normal person would have crumbled under that level of drugging, he mused. So why didn't I? Another question. Another anomaly. Another unsettling piece in the ever-growing puzzle of his existence. But there was no time to dwell on it. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The effects of the drugs gradually wore off, clarity returning to his mind as his body regained its usual sharpness. His limbs no longer felt heavy, his vision had cleared, and the mental fog had fully lifted. The door to the recovery room swung open. Time for the physical test, cadet. Line up. An instructor stood at the threshold, his tone curt, leaving no room for hesitation. Without a word, Leo rose to his feet, stepping out into the hallway where the rest of his batch had already gathered. The time for rest was over. The next test was about to begin. Leo had no idea how Rodova intended to conduct its physical aptitude tests. He had assumed it would be something traditional like running a brutal marathon to test endurance, a weightlifting challenge to measure strength, or even a sparring match to gauge reflexes. However, he couldn't have been more wrong in his assumption, his mistake becoming evident the moment he stepped into the Department of Physical Monitoring, as he was reminded that Rodova was a top-2 military academy. The testing facility didn't resemble a training hall at all. Instead, it looked more like a high-tech medical research center, its interior sleek and clinical. The walls were pristine, lined with embedded diagnostic scanners that blinked with soft, rhythmic pulses. Rows of biochambers, each inscribed with glowing runes, stood in precise formation, while the only people moving around were academy personnel dressed in crisp white coats. The air carried a faint hum, a symphony of whirring machines and automated systems running in perfect sync, and even the floors gleamed, polished to perfection, as if they had never seen a speck of dust. A group of recruits, all part of his batch, stood near the entrance, their expressions mirroring his own confusion. Skyshard, Leo. A voice called his name, snapping him from his thoughts. Turning, Leo spotted an assistant in a fitted white uniform, a data slate in her hands. She barely glanced up before gesturing to him to join her in a separate preparation area. Strip to your underwear. Stand in the scanning zone, she instructed, still absorbed in the data on her slate. Leo hesitated briefly. Stripping in front of a woman wasn't exactly something he had anticipated doing today, but there wasn't much choice in the matter. He wasn't ashamed of his body, he had seen himself in the mirror while getting ready this morning, and he knew he was in good shape. However, stripping in front of an unknown woman still felt embarrassing to him, as his cheeks flushed a slight tint of red while undressing. As he pulled his shirt over his head and stepped out of his boots and pants, he caught the assistant glancing at him, her gaze sweeping over his frame with a quick, practiced assessment. She didn't seem particularly flustered, this was clearly a routine part of her job, but she gave a small, amused smile, as if she had seen plenty of impressive physiques before, and while she wasn't overly impressed, she wasn't disappointed either. Leo was lean, with a well-toned body that looked like it was built for agility rather than raw strength. He had almost no fat on him, his skin gripping his muscles tightly, as he looked like he had honed his body through years of training that not even he remembered. As he completed stripping, the assistant let out a quiet hum before turning back to her slate. "Step into the scanning zone," she instructed. Leo complied, moving onto a circular platform, where a thin red laser immediately began scanning his body from head to toe. A soft hum resonated through the air as holographic measurements flickered into existence on a nearby monitor. Height, weight, muscle density, joint flexibility, arm reach, and even mana distribution were noted. Within seconds, the scan was complete. But before Leo could step down, the assistant approached him again, this time holding a small container filled with a shimmering blue gel. "Hold still," she said, dipping her fingers into the gel before running her hands over his skin. Leo stiffened slightly at the unexpected sensation. The gel was cool to the touch, but as soon as it made contact with his body, he felt an odd warmth spreading through his muscles, like tiny currents of mana were seeping into his skin. Technically, at other stations, students were instructed to apply the gel themselves. It was a simple process, meant only to ensure proper conductivity for the tests. The assistant took her time. Her hands moved with practiced ease, methodically spreading the cool gel across his arms, shoulders, and back before trailing down to his chest and abdomen, ensuring it was properly applied. Leo stole a glance at her, catching the faintest trace of a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. And in that moment, he realized she wasn't just doing her job. While she wasn't being particularly inappropriate, nor was she making any obvious advances, there was something about the way she worked, how her fingers lingered just a fraction longer than necessary, and how she smoothed over the same areas with a touch too much precision, that made it clear. She was indulging herself. A harmless appreciation. A momentary distraction in an otherwise routine task. If she noticed Leo's subtle realization, she gave no sign of it. Instead, she simply continued on, her hands never pausing as she casually started talking. "You know, you're lucky to be a student at Rodova," she mused, her hand still smoothing the gel over his skin. "Only we in Geneva have this testing facility." Leo's gaze flicked toward her. "That's so." She nodded, looking smug. Rodova and Geneva are the only two military academies in the universe that have a department of physical monitoring. Everywhere else still relies on outdated testing methods. She shifted behind him, her hands now running over his back, pressing the gel into his shoulder blades and lower spine. Leo tensed slightly at the sensation but kept his expression neutral. The assistant, seemingly enjoying her own lecture, continued. "Most academies still rely on old-school physical testing, running marathons, lifting weights, knife dodging. But those tests don't really measure a student's true potential. They measure a mix of physical condition and mental resilience, which makes them inaccurate." She tapped his lower back lightly, signaling for him to turn around so she could finish applying the gel to his chest. Leo turned, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Inaccurate? How?" he asked, as the assistant chuckled. "Indeed inaccurate, for those tests don't measure your raw physical potential, they measure your mindset, willpower, and adrenaline-based responses mixed with physical stats." She replied, her hands now sliding down to Leo's forearms as she massaged the gel into his skin. "Take endurance running, for example," she continued. "If a student is told to run a marathon, it doesn't just test their stamina, it also tests their willpower. If that same student were running for their life, they'd go twice as far before collapsing. Meaning, in a traditional test, you aren't just measuring endurance, you're measuring a mental factor, too." She tapped her temple. "Same goes for lifting weights. A person's maximum strength output in a battle scenario, where adrenaline is high and survival instincts are kicking in, is completely different from what they can lift under normal conditions." Leo processed her words, and despite his doubts, he had to admit. It made sense. Traditional physical testing couldn't separate mental pressure from raw physical performance. And because of that, the results were always bound to be flawed. The assistant gestured toward the glowing test chambers. That's where Rodova is different. Her smirk widened slightly, as if she was proud of what she was about to say. The biochambers in this facility don't just record how strong you are. They measure the very limits of your physiology. Leo stepped off the scanning platform as the assistant gestured toward a towering, capsule-like structure built into the far wall of the testing facility. It stood nearly 10 feet tall, its surface sleek and reinforced with intricate runic inscriptions glowing faintly in rhythmic pulses. Transparent at the front, its interior was dimly lit with a single seat positioned in the center, surrounded by countless needle-thin tubes and embedded sensor pads. A biochamber. "All right, you're prepped," the assistant said, flicking through her data slate. "Time to step inside." Leo cast the chamber a wary glance. It looked more like a containment unit than a testing device. "Remind me again what this does," he asked as he approached. The assistant smirked. "Measures every physical attribute you have down to the cellular level." Leo gave her a look. "And I just sit there?" She chuckled, gesturing toward the open chamber door. "Oh, you'll do a lot more than sit, handsome. But you'll see soon enough." Not reassuring. Still, with little choice, Leo stepped forward, placing one foot inside the pod, followed by another. A pressurized seal activated, the transparent door sliding shut behind him. Almost instantly, the temperature inside the chamber dropped, cool air flooding in as countless invisible sensors came to life. A mechanical voice echoed from within the chamber. "Vital scan commencing. Subject, Skyshard, Leo." Leo watched as holographic displays flickered into view before him, scrolling lines of data rapidly analyzing his body composition. The assistant's voice crackled in through an intercom. "Okay, first phase, passive scan. Just sit tight while we map your baseline stats." Leo exhaled and leaned back into the chair as thin, flexible restraints coiled loosely around his wrists and ankles, not restrictive, but firm enough to prevent unnecessary movement. A moment later, the pod's internal walls pulsed with a wave of mana, sweeping over his body in a scanning motion. Leo didn't feel pain, but he felt something absurd. A slight tingling sensation, like static electricity dancing across his skin, as holographic data streams flashed before his face. Height, 6 feet 1 inch, weight, 72 kilograms, muscle density, high, flexibility, advanced, mana circulation efficiency, unusually high. The moment that last statistic appeared, the assistant let out an amused hum from outside. "Huh. Your mana circulation is insanely efficient. You must have a lot of great skills now, wouldn't you?" Leo remained silent, processing the information. Did he have any skills? He wasn't sure, as without his memories he could not be certain about anything. He did know that he did possess a strange ability to fight with the world around him being in slow motion. However, he did not know how to activate that skill on command. "All right, time for Phase 2, Strength Evaluation," the assistant said from the outside, interrupting Leo's thoughts, followed by a cold mechanical voice within the pod. "Phase 2 commencing." Almost immediately, needle-thin probes extended from the chamber walls, moving toward him with eerie precision, as Leo's muscles tensed instinctively. 100 microscopic needles simultaneously pressed into his arms, shoulders, legs, and core, embedding themselves just beneath his skin, latching onto his muscle fibers like some sort of intricate web. Leo's breath hitched. The sensation was strange. Not painful, but unnerving. It felt as if thousands of invisible threads were burrowing into his body, mapping out every individual muscle strand, as outside the chamber, the assistant monitored the data feed. "All right, Leo. Don't move. These probes are measuring your exact muscle density and fiber composition," she instructed. Leo exhaled, forcing himself to stay still as the process continued. A moment later, The chamber's internal display began rapidly processing the data. Strength potential, 3,210 kgf, muscle density, high, fiber type ratio, 23 fan tram slow twitch, 77 fan tram fast twitch. The assistant hummed in approval. Only above average raw strength, but she trailed off, tapping her data slate. Oh, damn. Leo frowned. What? The assistant let out a low whistle. Your muscle composition is weird. Most people have a fairly balanced mix of slow twitch and fast twitch muscle fibers. But 77 fan tram fast twitch. That's absurd. Leo processed the information. Fast twitch fibers were responsible for speed and explosive power rather than pure endurance or sustained strength. He wasn't built for long, drawn-out battles of brute force. He was built for instantaneous devastation. The needles suddenly retracted, vanishing into the chamber walls. Strength evaluation complete. Proceeding to explosive power test. Leo barely had time to react before a jolt of electricity surged through the chamber, flooding his nervous system like a violent pulse. Leo's entire body convulsed for a split second, but then, before he even registered the shock, his muscles instinctively coiled and released. His back arched. His arms jerked. Every muscle fiber in his body fired at once. The test wasn't just measuring strength. It was testing his muscles' reaction time and how fast his body could unleash peak power the moment it was triggered. The chamber's displays flashed again, explosive force output, 9,870 kgf, then, from outside the chamber, holy shit. The assistant stared at the readings, her fingers tightening around her data slate. That's absurd. Leo exhaled sharply, feeling the residual charge still flickering across his nerves. His body wasn't built for slow, overwhelming force. It was built for instantaneous destruction. However, the sheer output it could produce was absurd to the point where Leo's readings mirrored those of an average first-year pass-out. Professor Marvin is going to have a field day with you. I can already estimate his elated reaction when he looks over your student data panel. The assistant said, as she clicked a few buttons on her data slate, causing an oxygen mask-like device to fall from the top of the chamber. Put it on, pull it over your nose and mouth, and fasten the strap. She instructed. Leo followed. The third test will be for your lung and blood function. This will measure things like your lung capacity, how fast your blood can carry oxygen to your organs and muscles, and how your muscles perform under lactic acid buildup. The assistant said, as upon her command, the third test began. Third test, commencing. The mechanical voice within the chamber droned. Immediately, a burst of pure oxygen hit Leo's nose. The air rushing through the mask was crisp, almost unnaturally refreshing, as his lungs instinctively expanded to take it in. It felt clean. Too clean. As if every breath was stripping away any exhaustion, flooding his bloodstream with nothing but pure, untainted energy. For a few seconds, nothing else happened. The oxygen supply cut off, replaced by a sudden shift in air composition. Leo's chest tightened slightly as he realized the breathable oxygen was rapidly decreasing, being replaced by thinner, less concentrated air. Your body is now being exposed to low oxygen conditions, simulating high-altitude environments. This will measure your lung capacity, oxygen absorption rate, and overall endurance under stress. The assistant said. Leo inhaled slowly, adjusting to the sudden change. He took deeper, controlled breaths, maximizing the intake with every inhale, minimizing unnecessary exertion. Soon another stream of data flickered to life on the holographic display inside the chamber. Resting oxygen saturation, 99 fan tram, heart rate, 52 BPM, lung capacity, 1 liters, oxygen absorption efficiency, 34 fan tram above standard. A low whistle came from the assistant outside. Damn. Your lung capacity is already beyond most first-year recruits. And your oxygen absorption efficiency. That's noteworthy as well. Leo remained silent, focusing on his breathing. Even though the air was thinning further, he didn't feel lightheaded, nor did his body show signs of distress. Then, without warning, a low-voltage shock pulsed through his system, not strong enough to cause pain but enough to make his muscles react. At the same time, the chamber's air thinned even more. Leo's pulse quickened, his chest tightening as his oxygen demand surged. "All right, now we're testing how well your blood carries oxygen under stress," the assistant's voice carried a hint of intrigue. "Your muscles are being forced to work harder, while your oxygen supply keeps dropping. Let's see how long you can last before your blood starts screaming for air." Leo exhaled slowly, keeping his breathing steady. Data continued to stream: blood oxygen saturation, 94 fan tram, heart rate, 91 BPM, energy output under oxygen deficit, 42 fan tram above standard. The assistant let out an amused chuckle. "Well, look at that. Your blood oxygen retention is absurdly high." Leo didn't need her to tell him, he could feel it. Most people would have started feeling dizzy or sluggish under these conditions. Their muscles would scream, their vision would darken, their instincts would panic. But Leo felt fine. His body wasn't reacting with distress, it was adapting. He could endure. But then another shift occurred. The oxygen levels plummeted further. Leo exhaled through his nose, keeping himself grounded, forcing himself not to react as the test reached its final phase. For nearly 3 full minutes, he sat there, still and composed, lungs adjusting, blood circulating, muscles primed, before he finally started to lose vision, his body giving out as the test ended. The oxygen surged back. Leo inhaled deeply, feeling the flood of air rejuvenate him instantly, as the chamber's mechanical voice confirmed, "Cardiovascular and pulmonary test, complete." For a moment, Leo remained still, breathing heavily until his body recovered, while the assistant remained stunned, reading his data. Cardiovascular and pulmonary assessment, lung capacity, superior. Cadet demonstrates an exceptionally high oxygen intake and efficient utilization. Capable of prolonged exertion with minimal fatigue buildup. Blood oxygenation efficiency, exceptional. Rapid oxygen distribution throughout muscles and organs, allowing for quicker recovery and sustained peak performance. Lactic acid tolerance, high. Cadet's muscle endurance remains stable under lactic acid buildup, significantly delaying fatigue compared to standard recruits. Overall cardiovascular rating, excellent. Cadet possesses superior endurance potential, with physiological markers indicating elite stamina under high-intensity conditions. The machine had given Leo an excellent assessment, placing him at the top percentile amongst his peers for the few physical tests that had been performed. Rodova Military Academy, reflex testing chamber, pre-test briefing. Leo stepped out of the bio chamber, still adjusting to the lingering sensation of the previous tests when the assistant gestured for him to follow. "Come on, Skyshard, you're not done yet," she said, walking briskly ahead. "The next test is a little different. Less about brute force, more about precision." Leo fell into step beside her, his body feeling lighter, refreshed from the oxygen surge but still tingling with the residual charge from the explosive strength test. As they moved down the pristine hallways, she glanced at him with mild curiosity. "That muscle composition of yours was already weird, but something tells me your reflex test is going to be even more interesting." Leo raised an eyebrow. "And why's that?" She smirked. "Let's just say people with high fast-twitch fibers tend to either be absolute freaks at this test, or they completely choke under the pressure." Leo didn't respond, but he was intrigued. Eventually, they arrived at a sealed chamber with reinforced transparent walls. Inside, the room was empty except for a raised circular platform at the center. Overhead, an intricate grid of thousands of fine nozzles lined the ceiling like an array of surgical instruments. "All right," the assistant began, bringing up a holographic interface beside the chamber. "This is the reflex testing chamber, and your task is simple," she pointed toward the ceiling. "In a few moments, high-density mana-infused raindrops will begin to fall. Your goal is to slice them before they hit the ground." Leo frowned slightly, glancing at the nozzles above. "Raindrops?" The assistant grinned. "Not normal ones. These are mana-dense spheres, heavier than water and fast enough to mimic projectiles. The test is designed to analyze your reflexes, reaction speed, and precision down to the millisecond." She flicked her fingers over the interface. "The system will adapt the raindrop pattern to your arm reach and weapon choice, ensuring everyone faces the same level of difficulty." A side panel slid open, revealing an array of weapons. "Pick one." Leo didn't hesitate. He reached for a dagger, a weapon that felt familiar, natural, like an extension of his arm. The assistant nodded in approval. "Good choice. Quick, lightweight, and perfect for close-range strikes." Leo entered the circular platform, gripping the dagger as the chamber sealed shut behind him. A mechanical voice echoed overhead. "Reflex test, initiating." The nozzles above shifted, realigning based on Leo's height, reach, and stance. A single droplet formed and fell. Leo saw the raindrop fall from the ceiling, and for a brief second he panicked, wondering if he would miss it. However, the speed of the drop's descent was relatively slow, and in the end, he was able to slice it off clean before it hit the ground. As soon as he sliced the first drop, 2 more fell from the ceiling around him, and after judging their trajectory, Leo found himself capable of slicing them both in one arc, which he did. The initial droplets fell in a steady rhythm, each one descending at a predictable pace. Leo barely had to move to slice them, his wrist flicking effortlessly as his dagger traced smooth arcs through the air. The sound of mana-dense spheres bursting into mist echoed softly in the chamber. Outside, the assistant observed with mild interest, her fingers tapping idly against her data slate. "He's handling the beginner phase well," she muttered. "But let's see how he fares when the difficulty ramps up." Inside the chamber, Leo remained focused, adjusting his stance as the mechanical voice announced, "Phase 2, increased speed and volume." And then, suddenly, the droplets coming down from the ceiling each second doubled, and then tripled. Leo's muscles tensed as a flurry of drops rained down from multiple angles, the pattern shifting unpredictably. "What the hell? This is too much," he thought, as his eyes darted in all directions trying to process the most optimal pathway to cut all the droplets. His movements sharpened, adapting on instinct as his dagger weaved through the air like an extension of his will. The challenge was evident, the raindrops weren't falling at uniform intervals anymore. Some plummeted faster, others slower, their trajectories crisscrossing in chaotic, misleading arcs. He felt his breathing quickening, his pulse thumping against his skin, but he was still in control. Outside, the assistant's expression shifted slightly as Leo kept up with the second stage without missing a single drop. Most first-year recruits faltered at this stage, missing a few droplets as they struggled to track the erratic movement, but Leo, he was seamless. Each of his strikes was deliberate, precise, as if he could see the droplets before they even formed. But just as it looked like he could keep up with Phase 2, the assistant pushed for the final phase. "Phase 3, maximum speed," the machine declared as the chamber darkened slightly, the nozzles above shifting into a rapid cascade mode. This was a phase of sure failure, a phase where droplets were not released into freefall but shot out like cannons with varying velocity. It was a phase where students were expected to fail, as the goal was to see just how many drops they could slice, and not to see if they could continue holding on. However, unaware of this reality, Leo continued to struggle to the best of his abilities, as he simply did not allow a single droplet to hit the floor, as if his very life depended on it. "Holy shit, this is too much. I can't. At this pace I can't," Leo thought, just when he felt like his body was being overwhelmed with information about falling droplets and how his physical movements could not keep up. His vision shifted. And suddenly, everything slowed down. The sensation was abrupt, but not unfamiliar. The world around him warped, time itself seeming to stretch as he watched each raindrop descend in perfect clarity. Suddenly, he could see them. All of them. Their fall paths, their spin, the exact moment they would touch the floor, as if reality had unraveled itself for him to perceive. His body responded in kind. His grip adjusted. His arm moved before he even realized it. And from the outside, it was like watching a ghost move through a storm of silver streaks. Leo's blade danced. His movements weren't sharp, weren't rigid, they were fluid. Effortless. To the assistant watching through the chamber's transparent walls, it didn't even look like he was slashing, it looked like the droplets were vanishing before they even reached his range. An impossible blur of precision, each movement wasting zero energy, the blade flowing from strike to strike in a seamless, continuous loop. What the assistant said, as she released the breath she did not even realize she was holding on to, as the data on her slate spiked past previous records, the reaction time counter flashing red, unable to register a normal measurement. Leo's entire being was functioning in perfect sync. His eyes, his muscles, his breathing, it was like his body knew exactly what to do before his mind could even process it. The chamber abruptly powered down. Leo blinked as reality snapped back to normal speed, the world around him seeming too slow for a moment before stabilizing. The mechanical voice confirmed, reflex test, complete. Leo exhaled, lowering his dagger as the chamber door unsealed with a hiss. He felt extremely weak within seconds, as if all strength had suddenly left his body, as he began to cough and fall to his knees. Just like the first time when he used this unknown ability, the second time he activated it also left him in shambles, as activating this ability even for a few seconds seemed to drain him of a considerable amount of his strength. Outside, the assistant kept staring at the results in complete disbelief. In all her career, she had never seen a student quite like Leo before, as the results he displayed were beyond extraordinary. Reflex test results, reaction time, 0.007 seconds, above maximum threshold, accuracy, 100 fan-tram speed index, beyond standard readings overall reflex ranking, number 1 in Rodova Academy first-year history. Rodova Military Academy, the academic wing, Principal's office, seated in the grand, dimly lit expanse of his private office, Principal Alred Danehart swirled the champagne in his glass, the golden liquid catching the light of the massive holographic display before him. His mood was exceptionally good today, better than it had been in years. Because, just moments ago, he had received a Level 1 alert from the Academy's Genetic Assessment Department for student Su Yang. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he reviewed the report once more. A true scion of the Su clan, the boy had been evaluated to possess monarch-level potential, a classification so rare that even among the 6 great clans, it was spoken of with reverence. In the universe, one's genetic makeup decided what one's potential was as a warrior, while one could surpass their potential by a maximum of 1 tier through hard work, defying it twice was simply impossible. The growth rate of a warrior with monarch-level potential was usually 10 times that of a warrior with only grandmaster-level potential, and hence genetic makeup was usually the main component behind deciding which individuals were going to be placed in the elite class, and which were going to be placed in the regular class, as the Rodova Military Academy simply did not wish to invest its resources into students with inferior talents who were simply never going to yield the same rate of growth. And as far as talents went, Rodova had not seen a student with Su Yang's talent in over a decade, despite being one of the top military academies in the universe. In fact, Su Yang was only the 7th student in its illustrious history spanning centuries to have such a potential, making him a truly generational prospect. This is it. With Su Yan leading the first years, Rodova Academy finally has the chance to reclaim its rightful position as the #1 military academy in the universe, finally overtaking Geneva, Alric thought, as he took a gleeful sip of his champagne. For the first time in years, Alric Danehart felt confident that things could turn around for good. However, just when he thought his day could not get any better, a new level 1 alert flashed across his tablet, this time from the physical monitoring department. What? Another alert. Did Su Yang break another record? He wondered out loud as he opened the alert message with haste. However, to his surprise, the student generating the alert this time around wasn't surnamed Su, but Skyshard instead. Skyshard, Leo, reflex test results. The heading read, as the moment his eyes landed on the reaction time metric, his body froze. 0.007 seconds. A number so absurd that for a moment, he wondered if the system had malfunctioned. But as he scrolled further, his expression shifted from curiosity to intrigue. Leo Skyshard had apparently completed the reflex test chamber with an accuracy of 100 Fantram, a speed index score of beyond recordable thresholds, and a historic #1 position amongst all past Rodova Military Academy recruits for this test. Ha! Ha ha ha, Alric chuckled, as for a moment he could almost not believe his eyes. Rodova was a prestigious military institute with centuries' worth of history. Some of its graduates were now transcendent and monarch-level figures in the universe, yet Leo had somehow surpassed their test score today. This is quite the surprise, he murmured, reclining slightly as he accessed the student's full evaluation report. And that's when he saw it. Suspected Mu Clan descendant. It was a note written by his psychological analyst, which explained quite a lot. For a long moment, Alric simply stared at the screen, his smirk deepening. The Su clan's brightest heir, and now, a potential Mu clan scion with unprecedented reflexes. It seemed like Rodova wasn't just getting one monster student this year, it was getting two. He exhaled, taking another sip of his champagne, the bubbles fizzing pleasantly against his tongue. If his genetics live up to his performance, he mused, a shiver running down his spine as he shuffled restlessly in his seat. He was hoping Leo was a monarch-level talent like Su Yang. However, somewhere deep down he knew that hoping for yet another monarch-level talent was probably asking for too much. Even a transcendent-level talent is fine. As long as you're a transcendent-level talent, we can nurture you into one of the university's best alumni, he muttered before pressing a few commands on his tablet. Priority level evaluation, Leo Skyshard. Sending an urgent priority message to the Genetic Assessment Department, Principal Alric requested for Leo to be escorted to the Genetic Assessment Room immediately, skipping all existing queues to be evaluated at once. At this point, Alric no longer cared about the others, as he could not wait to see just how Leo was going to perform in the most important of all initial evaluation tests. Rodova Military Academy, the teacher's staff room, Professor David's office, across the academy, and a smaller, more modest office. Professor David sat before his monitor. His gaze narrowed as he read through the same notification that the principal received. David was the head first-year instructor, in charge of all first-year students, which gave him the same access to their reports as Alric, but unlike Principal Alric, he was far from pleased by what he saw. His fingers tapped against the desk, a slow, irritated rhythm, as his eyes skimmed the details of the alert with disdain. The alert was generated by another suspected Great Clan descendant. Another so-called prodigy shattering records, as he felt genuinely displeased by its optics. People like him ruin the Academy's balance, he muttered, leaning back in his chair. Individuals like Leo and Su Yang were natural-born geniuses. They were individuals who had never struggled, never fought tooth and nail to climb from nothing. And David had seen the pattern of the rise of such individuals in class before. These types of students, born into privilege, gifted with superior talent, showered with resources, they suffocated the ordinary cadets. They crushed their morale before the year even began, just by existing, for their superiority was too blatant, too overwhelming for most to compete with. And now, with two of them in the same first-year batch, David felt assured that no one else was even going to try and keep up, dampening the overall morale. No one else will even try to compete, he thought bitterly. They will accept defeat before the race has even started, he concluded before grinding his teeth in anger. How am I supposed to nurture an excellent batch of equally accomplished students when the outcome is already decided? He muttered out loud as he banged his fists on his desk. His frustration ran deeper than just one student's performance. This was the cycle. The great clans weren't just wealthier, their scions weren't just fed elixirs and taught secret arts from birth, giving them a better foundation than the commoners could ever hope for. They were also born with better genes. In a universe ruled by talent and power, they always stood at the top, ensuring that the gap between them and the commonborn remained insurmountable. And the rest? They were left to fight for scraps, struggling against an impossibility, forever outmatched from the moment they were born. And it was this unfortunate reality of the universe that made his blood boil. I'm a retired universal government officer, he thought bitterly. A well-respected major, more experienced and decorated in real wars than that fool Alric. Yet because my bloodline was insignificant, because I wasn't born with superior genes, he sits as principal while I'm left overseeing first-year brats. David mused, as his lips curled with disdain. Alric earned twice his salary, wielded twice the influence, although he was half as competent. And to make matters worse, because he earned twice as much, he had more disposable income to spend on his kids and grandkids, and more influence to give them a head start in life, to ensure that David's kids could never catch up. It was an endless cycle. The powerful remained powerful, while the weak stayed weak. No more. David mused, his nails digging into his own skin, as he took a slow breath, making a bold decision. I refuse to partake in this system any longer, he said, his gaze burning with resolve. From this year, things will change. From this year, I will suppress the strong and uplift the weak. Because if no one else is going to level the playing field, then I will do it myself. Rodova Military Academy, Reflex Testing Chamber, Post-test recovery. Leo felt drained as the reflex test ended, his breath coming in ragged, uneven gasps while he knelt on the cold testing floor. Sweat trickled down his back, his entire body trembling from exertion, his muscles hollowed out as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned away. However, this wasn't the first time. This overwhelming fatigue, this complete depletion, was becoming a recurring pattern. He had felt the same when he first triggered that strange time-slowing ability. For the moment it ended, his body had collapsed under its own weight, leaving him gasping for air like a drowning man. I can't afford this in a real battle, Leo realized, his hands curling into fists against the floor. If I collapse after taking out a few enemies in a real battle, I'll be done for. The urgency burned into him. He had to master this ability and do so quickly. He needed to learn to control it, regulate it, to trigger it when needed and suppress it when not. Because if he did not, it wouldn't be a weapon. It would be a liability. One that could land him in deep waters. Skyshard. A voice suddenly pulled him from his thoughts as the chamber door slid open. The assistant hurried inside, her expression a mix of concern and undisguised excitement as she knelt beside him. You did amazing, she gasped, practically beaming. You just broke the university record for first-year students on your first day. I've never seen a better performance in my life, she rambled, but Leo barely listened. His mind was elsewhere, struggling to stay conscious as black spots flickered across his vision, expanding and contracting like ink bleeding into water. Oh, how silly of me, you must be exhausted. Here, drink this, the assistant urged, pressing a small glass vial into his palm. Leo glanced at the vial, the liquid inside glistening with a faint golden hue. He steadied it for a split second before deciding to gulp it down in one go. The taste was sharp but not unpleasant, and almost immediately, a slow warmth spread through his veins, not as a sudden jolt of energy, but as a steady, stabilizing pulse. It was a stamina potion, a high-grade one, at that. Low-grade stamina potions were usually yellow, but the golden tint in this one hinted at the superior alchemical herbs used in its creation. It was a truly potent item that would usually cost a pretty penny in the open market. And as Leo drank its contents, although the fatigue did not completely vanish, the leaden weight in his limbs eased almost immediately. His muscles no longer felt like they were moments away from collapsing under him, and his vision returned to normalcy. That should help a bit, the assistant nodded, quickly moving to help him back onto his feet. Leo let her, though his stance remained slightly unsteady as she guided him toward a side panel where his uniform had been neatly folded. "Here, get dressed," she instructed as Leo grabbed his uniform, shaking off the lingering dizziness before slipping back into his clothes. His balance was still off, but at least now he could stand on his own. As soon as he finished dressing, the assistant tapped her data slate, and moments later, an automated escort drone rolled up beside him, flashing a notification screen. "You're being transferred to another building now," she informed him. Leo frowned. "Why am I being separated from the testing batch?" "You're going to follow this drone to the next building, and you'll be the only one doing so," she replied, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. His frown deepened. "And why is that?" The assistant's lips curled into a sly smile. "You've been flagged for priority genetic testing," she said, winking. "So, you're skipping the queue." Leo's frown deepened considerably at these words. However, before he could register any protest, the assistant tapped a few commands on her data slate, commanding the drone into action. The drone slammed into his back, urging him to move on, as, sighing, Leo began to walk, knowing full well he had no other option but to follow the university's orders. If it were someone else, they would probably be elated to be the center of attention, to get preferential treatment from the university. However, Leo was not one of them. On a personal level, he did not appreciate being singled out, as it blew his cover of anonymity and thrust him into the limelight. "I hope not many people see me being escorted as a priority case," he thought, as the drone guided him to make a series of turns, leading him straight towards the Genetic Assessment Department. Rodova Military Academy, Genetic Assessment Department, outside Chamber Number 01. Soon, Leo reached the Genetic Assessment Department, and unfortunately for him, the moment he entered the testing grounds, he immediately became a focal point of discussion among the students present, who saw the drone flying above his head and marked him as a serious threat. Almost immediately, murmurs rippled through the gathered cadets, their voices hushed but unmistakably intrigued. "Wait. Isn't that the same drone escort that Su Yang had over him? What the hell? Why is he alone? A drone escort? Seriously? Shit, is he some hidden young master?" Leo kept his expression neutral, ignoring the stares, but he heard everything being said around him. This was exactly why he did not want the unnecessary attention. He had planned to keep a low profile, to observe and navigate Rodova without standing out at the beginning. But now he was walking into the genetic testing facility like some special case recruit, personally escorted by an academy drone. It was a blatant sign that he was different, that he was being prioritized. And that made him a subject of interest. Eyes followed his every move as he strode through the facility, scanning him with everything from curiosity to suspicion. Some cadets whispered among themselves, speculating about his background. Others looked at him like a competitor to crush. And then there were those few. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. The ones who already saw him as a future enemy. Leo exhaled slowly, keeping his focus straight ahead. So much for staying under the radar. He had no choice but to deal with it now. At the very least, he needed to see what this genetic assessment was all about, and why he was being prioritized. "Skyshard, Leo," a male voice said, as a lanky man with thick glasses walked towards him, a data slate firmly held in his hand. The principal has marked you as a priority testing subject. Genetic testing chamber number 1 has been reserved to test your potential. Please follow me, the man said rather loudly, as if there were any lingering doubts about his special status among the gathered students up until now. They were all gone now. Great. This is exactly what I needed on day 1. Leo thought sarcastically, as he rolled his eyes in frustration. Looking around, he could feel the hostile stares boring into his back, as more than one candidate looked at him with eyes that practically screamed, "I hope you fail miserably in your genetic test." Leo followed the lanky assistant deeper into the genetic assessment room, his footsteps echoing against the polished floors. The testing room was pristine and sterile, just as he expected, with an array of advanced scanning equipment embedded into the walls. At the center stood a large, high-tech diagnostic pod, lined with glowing circuits, its transparent frame pulsing with a soft blue light. "Stand here," the assistant instructed, adjusting his glasses while tapping away on his data slate. Leo complied, stepping onto a circular pad in front of the machine. "You'll need to be plugged into the system first," the assistant continued, opening a compartment on the side of the pod and retrieving several thin biosensors, each lined with intricate runic etchings. He moved methodically, attaching the sensors to Leo's temples, wrists, and chest, as the machine began humming with activation. Leo glanced at the various displays flickering around him, filled with genetic diagrams and complex symbols. "So, what exactly does this test measure?" he asked, keeping his voice neutral. The assistant adjusted his glasses, raising a brow. "You don't know?" "Well, I suppose that makes sense. Most recruits don't understand the full importance of genetic testing." He smirked slightly before tapping a few more commands into the system. "All right then, let me explain. There are 5 classifications for genetic potential," the assistant began, his tone shifting into a practiced explanation as he finalized the machine's calibration. "First, at the lowest level, we have the adept tier awakening. This means that while the person can train as a warrior, their genetic potential is fundamentally limited. No matter how much they push themselves, they will never reach the heights of true powerhouses." Leo absorbed the information silently as the assistant continued. "Adept-level warriors can, at best, reach the Grandmaster realm of power with extreme effort, but they will never go beyond that. However, to compensate for this flaw, the Academy offers such students a chance at genetic augmentation, a process where their DNA is fused with animal or beast DNA to artificially boost their physical capabilities." The assistant shrugged, pushing his glasses up his nose. "Of course, doing that caps their potential at Grandmaster, but at least it makes the journey easier." Leo frowned slightly. "So, they'll never surpass Grandmaster, no matter what?" "Correct," the assistant nodded. "They're better suited for roles like lieutenants in the Universal Army, but they won't ever make it to top management." The machine emitted a soft pulse, signaling that Leo's biometrics had been fully linked to the system. "Now, moving up, Grandmaster Tier Awakening," the assistant continued. "This is the most common classification. In fact, 99 out of 100 cadets at Rodova fall into this category. These students have good growth potential and, with dedication, can advance far in the military." He glanced at Leo. "Grandmaster tier warriors are considered top talents in small and medium-sized factions. They may not be the absolute strongest, but they're highly respected and hold significant power." Leo nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. "But things start to get interesting at the Transcendent Tier Awakening." The assistant's tone shifted subtly, carrying a hint of awe. "Transcendent-level talents are rare, 1 in a million. If someone awakens at this level, they are immediately placed on a different trajectory. The Academy ensures they receive the best resources, training, and opportunities. They're nurtured like prized assets." Leo could see it now, the clear gap between tiers. The difference between a great warrior and someone truly feared. And then, Monarch Tier Awakening. The assistant paused, as if giving the words the weight they deserved. This is the highest classification the Academy can officially measure. Only 7 students in Rdova's entire centuries-old history have ever awakened at this level. Well, 8 now this morning, the assistant said with pride, as Leo immediately understood the implications of such a sentence. The Su clan's heir, Su Yang, scored at this level today, the assistant continued, his tone laced with admiration. I'm sure the news is already making rounds academy-wide. Leo said nothing, his thoughts processing everything. And finally, the assistant murmured, his voice dropping lower, there is a rumored 6th classification. God-tier awakening. A shadow flickered behind his glasses. But the machines at Rdova aren't advanced enough to detect it, he admitted. Even if someone did awaken at that level, we wouldn't know for sure. Leo remained still, his fingers subtly flexing as he absorbed the weight of the information. This test will determine everything about your future, the assistant finished, finalizing the last set of inputs. If you have a higher genetic potential to unlock, it just gives you unbelievable advantages as a warrior that the common folk can't compare to, the assistant said before stepping back, as Leo tried to probe him for more information. Advantages. What sort of advantages? Leo asked. However, the assistant ignored him as the pod closed shut. All the best, he mouthed, as Leo's genetic testing officially began. A low hum vibrated through the chamber, the soft blue glow from the circuits intensifying as the machine's internal systems activated. Thin lines of mana traced through the walls like veins, pulsing in rhythmic intervals as a stream of data began to flow across the transparent screen in front of him. Leo remained still, his breathing controlled, his mind focused. A sharp burst of cold air flooded the pod, prickling against his skin as the machine began its deep genetic scan. Genetic identification process initiated. Leo felt a faint tingling spread across his body, not painful, but strange, like countless tiny electric currents crawling beneath his skin. The biosensors attached to his temples and wrists pulsed in synchronization with his heartbeat, sending streams of information into the system. Leo's muscles tensed as he felt something, a sharp sensation at the base of his neck. A thin needle-like device extended from the pod's inner wall, piercing just deep enough to extract a sample of his bone marrow. It was over in an instant, but the brief jolt of discomfort left a lingering sensation of unease. Genetic material acquired. Processing. The screen flickered, lines of text scrolling at high speeds as the machine began breaking down his genetic code. Leo exhaled slowly, forcing himself to relax. This was it. This was the test that would determine everything, the Academy's investment in him, the resources he would be given, the level of competition he would face. A few moments later, a mechanical voice echoed through the chamber. Primary genetic structure analyzed. Awakening tier classification pending. Then suddenly, Leo's vision blurred for a split second as a surge of mana coursed through his body, deeper and stronger than before. His muscles tensed involuntarily, his veins burning as the machine amplified the scan. It was as if his very existence was being dissected down to the smallest particle. Something shifted. It was subtle at first, but Leo felt it, a stirring deep within his core, something buried within his very being responding to the scan. A pressure. A force slowly responding. His fingers twitched. His pulse spiked. A deep, primal sensation stirred in his blood, something that felt both foreign and familiar at the same time. Warning. Unidentified anomaly detected. Leo's eyes narrowed as he heard the words flash across the screen. The machine whirred louder, recalibrating itself as the circuits flickered erratically for a brief moment before stabilizing. Attempting reclassification. Another pulse of mana surged through him, stronger this time, probing deeper, searching for something hidden beneath the surface. Leo clenched his jaw, his body instinctively resisting the force that was being forcefully drawn out of him. Genetic awakening tier, analyzing. The air in the pod seemed to thicken, the entire machine vibrating as the scanning process reached its peak. The moment of truth had arrived. Leo's body tensed as the screen flickered again, a single ominous line flashing across the display. Warning, unidentified anomaly detected. His pulse quickened. His breathing slowed. An anomaly. His mind raced through possibilities, but before he could process what it meant, the machine surged with renewed intensity. The circuits pulsed erratically, recalibrating itself as if struggling to classify whatever it had just uncovered. Then, he felt it. A pull, deep within his core. Something hidden, something buried far beneath the surface of his awareness, being forcefully stirred by the test. His veins burned faintly, his muscles tensed involuntarily, and for a fleeting moment, he felt like the machine was extracting something from him that he had no control over. It wasn't pain, it was pressure. A weight pressing down on him, coiling within his very genetic structure like a dormant force being unearthed. Attempting reclassification. The pod hummed louder. The mana within it surging, Leo clenched his jaw as another pulse of energy coursed through his body, stronger than before, like an unseen hand prying apart his very existence, peeling away the layers of his genetic code in search of something undeniable, before stopping abruptly, as a result appeared on the screen before him. Genetic awakening tier, monarch level. A brief, eerie stillness filled the room, as Leo studied the words before him with wide eyes. Then, without warning, a sharp, ecstatic laugh broke the silence. I was here to witness it. I was the one to conduct the test on a historic figure. Woohoo! The assistant screamed in joy, as he barely clutched onto his data slate while spinning on his heels. Still laughing to himself, he staggered back, shaking his head in pure disbelief. I swear. I'll tell my grandchildren about this day, he muttered under his breath, his voice brimming with giddy disbelief. However, Leo barely acknowledged him, for his gaze was locked on the glowing words on the screen, his thoughts spiraling. Monarch-level talent. A true scion of the 6 great clans might have reacted to this news with arrogance, reveling in their own superiority. However, Leo knew deep down that he wasn't one of the 6 great clan members. On the other hand, a normal recruit would be overjoyed by the news, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what this meant for their future and their family. However, Leo did not feel overwhelmed either. Instead, he felt a strange mixture of relief and suspicion at once, which clashed within him to make him anxious. The relief was instinctual. Even without his memories, even without knowing the full implications of what the genetic result meant, he understood what this grade meant: power, privilege, and protection. In the future, he wouldn't be cast aside as cannon fodder. Not within the academy, and not outside of it either. He would be nurtured, given the best resources, and treated as a rare asset to any institution that he joined. But the suspicion, that ran deeper. Was this truly his talent? Or was this yet another piece of the puzzle that had been placed in front of him? A preordained result. A script written before he ever arrived at Rodova. Leo's grip tightened slightly, his fingers flexing as he kept his face expressionless. He still didn't know who he was before waking up in that transport cart. He still didn't know who sent him here. But they did. Whoever wiped his memories, whoever put him in that hellish entrance exam, they must have known. And now, as he stood here, staring at the glowing words monarch-level awakening, a chilling thought struck him. Was this result something he truly earned? Or was it something someone had ensured would happen? Was it truly his talent? Or was it prearranged, just like the symbol given to him for memorization before the psychological evaluation test? These were questions that ate away at his brain. However, before he could dwell on it any further, the assistant, still grinning like he had just won the lottery, suddenly tapped a sequence on his data slate, sending the evaluation report directly to the highest levels of the academy. A discreet notification flashed across the device. Alert sent to Principal Alric Danehart. Alert sent to Professor David. Leo didn't see it. Didn't hear it. Didn't know that at this very moment, two of the most powerful figures in Rodova Military Academy were reading his name on their personal devices, processing the weight of what had just happened. All Leo knew was that something didn't feel right, and that his evaluation pod was opening up before his eyes, with the assistant rushing towards him to greet him. "Congratulations, Cadet. No, I mean, Sir Leo, you are the 9th candidate in the history of the Rodova Military Academy to be evaluated to possess a Monarch-level talent. It is my life's honor to have conducted this test for you, sir." The assistant practically stumbled over his words, visibly restraining himself from outright cheering. However, his subservient tone only made Leo feel uncomfortable, as Leo replied with the same humility. If you don't mind, can you please tell me what my talent evaluation means? My memories have all been wiped before I came to this academy, so I don't possess much of the general knowledge that you would think I do," Leo requested, as he candidly came clean about his memory loss. Oh, the assistant said, as if just realizing what was going on, before nodding viciously. "Indeed, sir, please don't worry, I will explain everything to you," the assistant said, taking a deep breath to compose himself before launching into his explanation. "First, let's talk about skills. Every individual who possesses the talent to become a warrior, even those with adept-level genetic potential, has the ability to learn and master skills. However, there's a fundamental limit to how many skills they can learn at a time, which is capped at 5. No matter their dedication, no matter how much they push themselves, an adept tier warrior will never be able to learn and master more than 5 skill techniques in their lifetime." Leo listened intently, his expression neutral but his mind actively processing every word. Of course, the assistant continued, adjusting his glasses, the grade of the skills they learn can vary greatly. An adept tier warrior may learn weaker skills compared to a transcendent or monarch tier warrior, and their mastery over those skills will always be fundamentally inferior. Moreover, there's an absolute restriction: no matter how talented they are, an adept tier warrior will never be able to master skills beyond the legendary or grandmaster grade, as the laws of genetic compatibility simply won't allow it. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly, absorbing the implications. The number of skills one could master was fixed, and there were limits to how far a lower-tier individual could push themselves. However, before the assistant could continue, Leo raised a hand, as not wanting to leave this conversation with more questions and pieces, he decided to take this chance to ask all the doubts he had along the way. "Sorry to interrupt, but can you also tell me what grade skills are classified at?" "I don't know them," Leo asked, as the assistant blinked at him before nodding quickly. "Ah, of course, Sir Leo. That's a crucial part of this discussion," he said, tapping his data slate as he brought up a holographic display. "Skill classification varies across different parts of the universe, as different factions and organizations use different ranking systems. However, there are 2 widely accepted methods." He swiped across the display, bringing up 2 columns. The first method follows the same tier classification as genetic potential. It starts at the lowest level with layman tier skills and goes up as follows: Master, Grandmaster, Transcendent, Monarch, and God tier at the peak. Leo examined the list as the assistant continued. This system is straightforward, easy to understand, and is most commonly used in military institutions and government-run academies, like ours. However, in other regions, particularly among independent factions and elite martial families, a more detailed system is used. The assistant swiped the display again, shifting to the second column. This second system has more classifications, breaking skills down into finer categories: common, rare, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, semi-legendary, legendary, semi-divine, divine, and finally, God tier at the pinnacle. Leo studied the list before glancing back at the assistant. So, despite the different names, the second system can still be roughly mapped to the first one. "Exactly," the assistant confirmed. "For example, Gold tier skills in the second system generally fall under Grandmaster tier in the first. Legendary and semi-divine skills equate to Transcended, while Divine is equivalent to Monarch, and of course, God tier remains at the absolute peak. Leo nodded, the information settling in his mind. It made sense why some organizations preferred the simpler system while others relied on a more detailed breakdown. Satisfied, he gestured for the assistant to continue with his explanation. Leo absorbed the information the assistant gave him like a sponge. This was a rare chance to bridge the gaps in his knowledge about how this universe worked, and he wasn't going to let a single word go to waste. The assistant, noticing Leo's focused expression, adjusted his glasses and gave him a small nod of approval. Now that you understand the various skill tiers, let me explain how crucial skills are in shaping the combat potential of a warrior, he said, resetting the atmosphere. Leo remained silent, waiting for him to continue. It's a simple concept, the assistant said. The stronger the skills you can master, the stronger you become as a warrior. If you can execute higher tier techniques, you hold a natural advantage over someone who can't. Makes sense, right? Leo nodded. It was basic logic. But skill strength alone isn't everything, the assistant continued. Another key factor is how many skills you can learn and master in the first place. Leo's eyes sharpened slightly. Individuals with higher genetic potential don't just have access to stronger skills, they can also master a greater number of them, the assistant explained. That's where the real divide between the strong and the weak begins. With a tap on his data slate, a holographic projection appeared in the air, listing different genetic tiers. Adept tier genetic potential warriors, he began, pointing at the first category, can only master 5 skills in their lifetime. That's their absolute genetic limit. No matter how much effort they put in, they cannot exceed that number. Leo frowned slightly. A hard cap like that was brutal. Grandmaster tier warriors, on the other hand, can master up to 9 skills. This makes them significantly stronger than adepts, not just because they can handle higher tier skills but because they also have more variety in combat. Leo absorbed the information, seeing the massive gap in talent between these two tiers. And at the top. The assistant's lips curled into a smirk. Monarch tier warriors can master over 20 skills. Leo's fingers curled slightly. That was more than double the limit of a Grandmaster tier warrior. And 4 times that of an Adept tier warrior. The difference wasn't just large, it was astronomical. Before he could comment, the assistant pressed on, his tone growing more serious. But having more skills isn't just about variety, it's crucial for advancement. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. Advancement. The assistant nodded. A warrior doesn't grow stronger randomly. There are thresholds. Breaking through to higher realms requires specific conditions, one of which is skill mastery. The holographic projection shifted again. To ascend from master level to grandmaster level as a warrior, you must master at least 5 legendary tier skills amongst other requirements. Leo's eyes flickered. That meant an adept tier warrior, whose absolute limit was 5 skills, would need to master 5 legendary tier techniques just to reach the grandmaster realm as a warrior. And if legendary was the highest level of skill they could even learn, then that meant they were scraping against their potential ceiling from the very start, just to reach the grandmaster realm as a warrior. The assistant continued, unaware of Leo's internal thoughts. And to ascend from Grandmaster level to Transcended level, you must master at least 9 Divine tier skills. This means that, for an Adept tier talent, who cannot learn skills ranked higher than the Legendary grade, and who cannot learn more than 5 skills in total, becoming a Transcended level warrior is simply impossible. It's not a matter of determination or hard work, or even luck. It's simply predetermined, for in this universe, your genetics determine everything, the assistant explained, as he shrugged nonchalantly as if what he was saying was only natural. Leo exhaled slowly. 9 skills. That was exactly the maximum number that a Grandmaster tier talent could learn. Which meant that even if they were the most talented of their kind, reaching Transcendent was next to impossible unless they maximized their genetic potential, but even then, they could never hope to become a monarch. In this universe, one could only defy their genetic potential by one tier at most. An Adept tier talent could become a Grandmaster level warrior at most. A Grandmaster level talent could become a Transcendent level warrior at most. And a Transcendent level talent could become a Monarch level warrior at most. However, Monarchs did not have that threshold. Being a Monarch level talent meant that you could reach the highest God tier at most, which was the maximum ceiling, making Monarch level talents the best talent that one could be born with in the whole universe. Leo processed the information in silence, trying to evaluate every implication behind it. However, while he remained quiet, the assistant's enthusiasm only grew. As a monarch, you can easily master over 20 skills. And when I say over 20, it's a rough estimate because we don't actually know the limit. Monarchs rarely participate in general surveys, he admitted, looking almost disappointed at the lack of data. Whether it's legendary, semi-divine, divine, or even God tier, you have the potential to learn and master them all. Leo's heartbeat was steady, but his thoughts weren't. That level of growth speed. That level of freedom. It was terrifying. The assistant adjusted his glasses before dropping yet another bombshell. And that's not all. Genetic potential isn't just about skill capacity, the assistant explained. It also determines something else entirely, latent genetic abilities. Leo's eyes narrowed slightly. There are individuals in this universe who are simply born with abilities, the assistant continued. Abilities that are unique to their bloodline. Leo stayed silent, absorbing the words carefully. Some warriors don't need to learn skills the way others do, the assistant elaborated. Their genes hold abilities that awaken naturally as they grow stronger. Leo's lips pressed into a thin line. Bloodline abilities, he murmured, as the assistant nodded. Some of these abilities are divine tier or even God tier, and the person who inherits them doesn't need to master them. They already know them, as if they were born with the knowledge imprinted in their very bones. Leo exhaled slowly, his fingers subtly flexing. Is that what happened to me in the reflex test? That strange time-slowing state. Was that an inherited ability? If so, then where did it come from? Leo wondered, as the assistant gave him a considerate look before continuing. Finally, genetic potential doesn't just determine what you can learn, it also determines how strong your body can become. Leo's focus snapped back to him. Your muscle quality, bone density, mana circulation efficiency, all of it is influenced by your genetics, the assistant explained. This is why warriors with higher genetic potential can train their bodies to far greater heights than normal people. Leo processed the information carefully. So that was why some people grew stronger and faster despite training the same amount. It wasn't just effort. It was genetic superiority. The assistant took a deep breath, stepping back slightly with a satisfied expression. And that, Sir Leo, is what genetic potential truly means. I've explained it as best as I could, but you can always understand it better if you read books in the library, the assistant concluded, as Leo remained silent for a moment, digesting everything. He had learned a lot just now. Far more than he expected. And yet, the more he learned, the more questions he was left with. What was his true bloodline? What kind of abilities would he inherit as he advanced? Just how far could he grow in the future? These questions gnawed at his mind. But for now, they remained unanswered. After completing his explanation about genetic potential and skills, the assistant once again began to rapidly tap on his data slate, his expression still alight with lingering excitement from Leo's test results. Okay, now that all your tests are done, let me assign you a proper meditation manual based on your genetic data, he said, scrolling through his interface. Based on your genetic potential, it will be a technique that will help you reach the next stage as a warrior very quickly. Leo nodded in acceptance, maintaining a neutral expression despite the many thoughts running through his mind. In this universe, regular meditation and mana circulation was an important process of getting stronger, and based on one's inherent characteristics, practicing different types of meditation manuals yielded different results. Usually, most individuals did not have the luxury to be tested as thoroughly as the students of Rodova, which was why they never knew what meditation technique best suited them, and had to choose based on intuition. Leo, however, had undergone extensive testing today, and his potential as a monarch-level talent ensured that he received only the best and most suited technique for him. A notification flashed across the holographic display in front of Principal Alric Dainhart, causing his champagne glass to pause midair. His previously relaxed posture straightened, his eyes sharpening as he read the contents of the alert. Skyshard, Leo, Monarch-level awakening confirmed. For a brief moment, the office was silent. A slow, pleased chuckle rumbled from his throat. Well. Alric placed his champagne glass down carefully, leaning forward as he scanned the report in greater detail. The data confirmed it. Rodova Military Academy hadn't just received one generational genius this year. It had received two. Su Yang, the pride of the Su clan, had already been anticipated to dominate this year's recruits with his monarch-level potential. But now, unexpectedly, Leo Skyshard, a name no one had even considered, had risen to match him. The Academy had gone from celebrating a single miracle to witnessing the rise of a second. For a long moment, Alric simply stared at the glowing data, a deep smirk settling on his lips. "This is perfect," he murmured. With both Su Yang and Leo in the same batch, Rodova standing among the top military academies in the universe would skyrocket. This year was going to be legendary. His smirk faded slightly as his eyes flickered to the section of the report labeled Background Notes. Background Notes: Genetic anomaly detected, natural awakening forcibly suppressed. Alric's brows furrowed, his fingers tapping against his desk as he expanded the report. The system's analysis detailed an unusual phenomenon, one that caused a flicker of doubt to cloud his initial excitement. According to the data, at some point in the past, Leo had been on the verge of experiencing a natural genetic awakening. However, the process had been forcibly stopped, and worse, his progress as a warrior had been reversed. For a few seconds, Alric remained silent, absorbing the implications. In this universe, it was a known fact that natural genetic awakenings were not the best option for a warrior's future potential, for in 9 fan 10 cases they led to incomplete awakenings. As an alternative, a serum-assisted awakening, one where the individual was constantly monitored and trained with the correct training regime, was always better, because it gave a greater chance to extract maximum awakening potential. However, if one was already on the verge of experiencing a natural awakening, to force them to regress was pretty cruel. At best it was a year's worth of progress washed out, and at worst it was 5 years' worth of efforts in progressing as a warrior and mastering a meditation method going down a drain. It was a very cruel method, one that forcibly held back the individual from getting stronger for years, only to provide them with a firm foundation for the future later on. This boy, Alric murmured, steepling his fingers. The Mu clan's involvement in this was obvious. Because only a clan of madmen would do such a thing to one of their most talented children. They had erased his memories. They had stripped him of his past. And now, according to this report, they had also suppressed his natural growth, all to give him a fresh foundation. Alric's fingers tightened slightly. It made sense why Leo had been sent to Rodova and not Geneva. A genius with his potential should have naturally been placed in the #1 military academy in the universe, alongside the true elites. But instead, he was here. Because the Mu clan likely understood something that the rest of the universe did not. Leo wasn't ready to stand among the absolute best, not yet, not until he regained much of his lost strength. And hence, instead of throwing him into Geneva, where he would have had to claw his way through an ocean of competition, they had placed him here in Rodova, where the environment was still cutthroat, but manageable. A place where he could thrive, rather than struggle to survive. A smart move, but I see through it all clearly, Alric muttered, his smirk returning slightly as he thought he had figured it all out. In his view, he had uncovered Leo's entire suppressed history today. However, all of his hypotheses about Leo were unfortunately wrong. In his eyes, Leo was slightly unfortunate to come to Rodova the same year as Su Yang. As while he thought, the operators behind Leo wanted to place him in an environment with no equals so that he could thrive here. Having Su Yang here meant that those dreams were crushed. Because whether Leo was ready or not, he had just been placed in direct competition with a true monster, as once their talents were revealed, comparisons between the two were bound to be made, putting intense pressure on Leo, who would clearly struggle to keep up. Alric leaned back in his chair, swirling his champagne glass once more as he exhaled. This will be interesting, he mused, before pressing a single command on his desk. A command that completely redacted any records about Leo's background check from the university database. Across the academy, Professor David's terminal lit up with a level 1 alert, pulling his attention away from his paperwork. He adjusted his posture, eyes narrowing as he read the notification. Skyshard, Leo, Monarch level awakening confirmed. A sharp, disapproving scowl immediately darkened his features. His fingers clenched slightly, tapping the desk in irritation as he read further. Another one. First Su Yang. Now Leo Skyshard. 2 Monarch-level talents in the same year. For most people, this would be an occasion for celebration. It was confirmation of the very thing he despised. Another recruit, born with everything. Another so-called genius, given the best talent, the best starting point, the best future, all before they had even lifted a damn finger. His grip on his stylus tightened. It was always the same. The great clans. The powerhouses of the universe. They monopolized talent. They hoarded resources. And their descendants, born into privilege, were always the ones at the top. Disgusting, David muttered under his breath. Even worse, Leo Skyshard's report contained background anomalies. An erased past that he did not have access to because the principal redacted it. What more are you hiding? He mused, as his hatred for Leo even surpassed that for Su Yang from this moment. Mu Fan sat alone in her quarters, the only source of light being the soft glow from her data slate. Her sharp eyes flickered as she scrolled through the encrypted feed she had hacked into, mirroring the exact evaluation report that Principal Alric had just received. Technically, she wasn't supposed to have access to this level of classified data. Genetic evaluations, especially for high-priority candidates, were heavily restricted. But for Mu Fan, barriers like these were merely inconveniences. She had ensured from the moment Leo Skyshard stepped foot in Rodova that she would monitor his every move. Her fingers froze slightly over the slate. Skyshard, Leo, Monarch-level awakening confirmed. A small exhale left her lips, a mix of relief and tension washing over her at once. Monarch level. She leaned back against her chair, staring at the glowing words as conflicting emotions surged through her chest. This was it. The assurance she needed. This result was proof that Leo could truly become the next dragon candidate. If groomed properly, if guided correctly, he could finally be the one to rise above, the one to carry the burden that so many before him had failed to uphold. A shiver ran down her spine. Her hands instinctively tightened around the edges of the data slate as old memories clawed their way back to the surface. The previous dragon candidates. Each of them had once been hailed as a beacon of hope. Each of them had carried the same talent that Leo now did. One by one, they had all been hunted down. Relentlessly. Before they could spread their wings. Before they could even glimpse the peak of their true potential, they had been slaughtered. Some had fallen in open battle, the names etched into history books as fearsome warriors of the evil cult. Some had been assassinated in the dead of night, never even realizing who had come for them. And the worst, the ones who had been betrayed by their own allies. The thought made Mufan's stomach twist uncomfortably. She closed her eyes for a moment, steadying herself. Leo's potential was undeniable. That much was now a fact. But was it enough to survive? Would history repeat itself? Would he too be cast into the flames before he ever had the chance to rise? Would they come for him the moment his wings began to form? The cycle had repeated itself too many times. The weight of it bore down on her like an unshakable curse. As Mufan opened her eyes, a cold determination settled in her gaze. Not this time. She muttered under her breath, for, if Leo was truly going to be the next dragon candidate, then she would ensure that he would have enough time. Enough time to grow, to sharpen his claws, to become something that even the universe's deadliest hunters would fear. This time, the Righteous Alliance would not clip the dragons before he could fly. This time they would use the resources and facilities of the Righteous Alliance itself to nurture the dragon and make him stronger until he was ready to stand on his own. This time, they would shield him from enemies and allies alike, even if it meant that the dragon would be forced to live without his memories for many more months to come. Not this time. We have lost too many good seedlings over the course of history to lose another one now, Mufan mused, as she walked towards the hidden compartment in her room to retrieve the communication crystal. Mufan steadied herself, gripping the obsidian communication crystal tightly as she passed her mana through it to establish the connection. A cold sweat ran down her back as the connection established, as for a long moment, the crystal remained dormant. Silent. A voice, deep and unearthly, vibrated through the connection. Mufan exhaled, her grip tightening. "The test is complete," she reported, keeping her voice even. "Leo Skyshard, monarch-level potential has been confirmed." A slow, amused chuckle echoed through the connection, carrying with it a sense of something ancient, something immeasurable. Monarch level. Ha! How insignificant. Mufan stiffened. Insignificant. She had expected satisfaction. Perhaps even relief. But disdain. The voice rumbled again, this time more measured, as if sensing her anger through the crystal. "It is only the surface. Monarch level is the limit of what they can measure, not the limit of what he is." Mufan's lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Because deep down, she knew he was right. Leo's bloodline, if the readings were true, was something beyond monarch level. Beyond what Rodova, or even Geneva, could hope to quantify. The voice hummed in dark amusement. "And yet, you hesitate. Do you wish to perhaps delay him being crowned as the dragon?" Mufan exhaled sharply. "I am only cautious," she corrected, forcing composure into her voice. "We have seen too many rise only to be cut down before they could fulfill their purpose. You should understand better than anyone, potential means nothing if he does not survive." The voice fell silent. Then, after a beat, survival is earned, not given. Mufan's nails dug into her palm. "And what if he is not ready?" she asked, unable to stop herself. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier. "Then he will die. Cold. Absolute. Without hesitation." Mufan swallowed. The voice continued, unwavering. "If he cannot reach the peak, then his existence is meaningless. He will be no different than the corpses that came before him." Mufan's breath caught in her throat. She had seen those corpses. The lines of tombs that marked the fall of the previous dragons. Individuals who had potential to become the next timeless assassin, but died long before they could achieve it. She clenched her fists. "Then what do you propose?" "That we throw him into the fire before he's ready." The voice remained silent for a moment. Mufan blinked. That was not the answer she had been expecting. You will sharpen the blade first. The weight behind those words sent a chill down her spine. He will be tested. Over and over. He will suffer. He will struggle. He will be broken and reforged over and over until he is either unshakable or shattered beyond repair. Mu Fan inhaled sharply. You would gamble everything on this. It is not a gamble. It is the only way. A faint pulse of mana surged through the crystal, almost as if the voice itself was reaching through it. He is not meant to crawl beneath the weight of history. He is meant to crush it beneath his heel. Mu Fan closed her eyes. She wanted to believe that. She needed to believe that. But how many times had she thought the same before? And how many times had she watched those she placed her faith in be torn apart? Her silence must have been telling, because the voice spoke again. Do not look to the past for answers. There is only forward. Only what must be done. You have 2 years to prepare him. In 2 years, if he survives, we will crown him dragon. Mu Fan exhaled slowly. There was no point in arguing. They both knew what was required. Leo had to become something greater. Stronger. He had to outgrow those who came before him, lest he suffer the same fate. Understood, she finally said, her voice softer than before. Then, the voice gave one final command. Watch him closely, Mu Fan. If he is what we believe him to be, then his journey is only beginning. And with that, the connection cut. The crystal fell silent. Mu Fan remained still for a long time, staring at the darkened stone in her hand. Then, finally, she lowered it, closing her eyes. Then I'll do my best, she murmured. I will do my best to make him worthy of the title dragon. Leo followed the thick-glassed assistant down a winding corridor, the soft hum of energy panels beneath his feet echoing through the otherwise silent hallway. Unlike the genetic testing chamber, which had been sterile and clinical, the meditation manual storage room exuded an entirely different atmosphere. Rows upon rows of holographic shelves lined the massive chamber, each one containing glowing data scrolls suspended midair, categorized meticulously by tier and specialization. The assistant adjusted his glasses, his fingers rapidly tapping on his data slate. Moments later, 3 manuals floated forward, their luminescence brightening as they drew closer. Traditionally, meditation manuals are written in physical books that can only be used by one owner at a time. However, since we are a university who may require multiple students to use the same manual at once, we have created a digital library of some of the universe's finest techniques. This library here is probably worth 70 fantram of all the material wealth poured into this university. Because each manual in here costs about as much as one genetic testing machine, the assistant explained in awe, as upon hearing his explanation, Leo's whole perspective of the place shifted. There were thousands of holographic meditation manuals in this room, and if all of them were as expensive as the assistant claimed, then this room was no different from a literal treasure trove. All right, Skyshard, the assistant said, still slightly giddy from their previous conversation. Based on your genetic potential and test results, the Academy's manual selection system has narrowed down 3 meditation techniques with maximum compatibility to your physiology. Leo crossed his arms, studying the 3 floating texts carefully. These are all high-grade meditation methods, each with unique strengths, the assistant continued, adjusting his glasses. Whichever you pick will shape your foundation moving forward. So choose wisely. Leo nodded, his gaze narrowing as the first manual unfolded. Complete Marrow Meditation Manual, a technique that gradually alters the body's bone marrow composition so that it produces modified red blood cells capable of carrying both oxygen and mana. Strengths: improved mana control and stamina. Red blood cells infused with mana allow for better endurance and sustained combat. Improved bone and muscle density strengthens the skeletal and muscular system, reducing injuries and fatigue. Enhanced explosive movement and recovery allows for faster bursts of speed, quicker healing, and extended stamina. The assistant smirked. This is a top-tier foundation building technique, nothing flashy, but extremely balanced. It will not only improve your mana control and capacity, but also improve stamina and physiology. Leo nodded slightly. This was undoubtedly a solid technique, but he wasn't going to decide just yet without looking at all the options. Abyssal Vein Circulation Manual, a method focused on refining mana circuits, allowing for deeper mana absorption and purification. Strengths: extreme mana capacity increase, grants 3 times the mana reserve of an average warrior at the same level. Hyper-efficient mana circulation converts external mana into internal reserves at 40 fan tram higher efficiency than standard techniques. Passive mana absorption: the body will naturally absorb ambient mana over time, even without active meditation. Leo raised an eyebrow. This was far more aggressive in terms of energy cultivation. If he picked this, his mana control and spellcasting would skyrocket, but his physical body wouldn't receive as much reinforcement. You become a walking mana battery with this one, the assistant noted. Best for those who rely on energy-based combat rather than pure physical confrontation. Leo nodded but said nothing. Then, the third manual revealed itself. Titan Physique Refinement Manual, a technique that gradually alters the user's muscle fibers and skeletal frame to develop a physique that surpasses the natural limits of physiological strength and resilience. Enhanced raw strength and durability: muscles are reinforced at a cellular level, drastically increasing physical power. Shock absorption and endurance: the body can take extreme impacts without suffering internal damage. Passive regenerative factor: minor wounds heal quickly, and stamina loss is slowed during prolonged combat. Leo narrowed his eyes. This one was purely physical-based, unlike the first option, which focused on stamina and mana synergy. However, it offered better improvement in departments like defense and raw strength. With this technique, you'd develop a monstrous physique, resistant to external damage and capable of wielding overwhelming raw power, the assistant explained. It's ideal for those who favor close-quarters combat and brute force. And with your unique muscle fiber composition, it's a fighting style that suits you well. Leo took a deep breath, considering his options carefully. 1. Complete Marrow Meditation Manual, enhances stamina, mana control, and explosive movement. 2. Abyssal Vein Circulation Method, greatly increases mana reserves and absorption efficiency. 3. Titan Physique Refinement Technique, boosts raw strength, durability, and physical recovery. Each technique had its own charm, its own appeal. However, in general, the Abyssal Vein technique was broadly focused solely on improvement in the mana department, while the Titan Physique was only focused on the physical department. Either could have been the best option for him if he knew what kind of a warrior he was and what would complement his fighting style best. However, without having that knowledge, Leo did not want to risk not working on both departments at once. Hence, as the Complete Marrow Meditation Manual improved both mana circulation and physical attributes, to give the user a solid foundation, Leo decided to choose it in the end. "I'll take the Complete Marrow Meditation Manual," he said eventually, as the assistant smiled knowingly. "Smart choice. It's one of the best meditation manuals from the Mu clan. Of course it's the best suited for you," the assistant said, as Leo raised his eyebrow in surprise. He had no idea that the technique he chose traced its origins to the Mu clan. However, coincidentally he chose it as his final option. The floating scroll pulsed brightly before descending gently into Leo's hands. "You won't regret this one. Usually, we wouldn't recommend this scroll to individuals with low talent, because it's notoriously hard to master. However, with your talent and speed, there should be no issues," the assistant said, as he gave Leo an honest smile. "It's not the most glamorous, but it will build your body into something unshakable. A strong body is the foundation for everything else." He continued further, as Leo nodded and began looking around, as if asking permission to leave. Oh, right, this concludes your preliminary evaluation. You have nothing more scheduled for today. Once everyone else is evaluated too, a class list and class schedule will be posted on the Academy notice board later in the evening. You're almost guaranteed to be in the elite class, so make sure to check the class schedule, because classes start from tomorrow, the assistant said, as he gestured for Leo to leave the building as he sealed the room shut behind him as per protocol. Immediately, Leo began making his way back to his dormitory, not wanting to run into anyone else, as he wanted to take a moment to organize his thoughts after today's events. His evaluation today had brought to light a lot of shocking discoveries, and as a result of those discoveries, Leo found himself compelled to organize and plan for what was going to come ahead. Rodova Military Academy, notice board area, evening. A loud murmur filled the air as students pushed and jostled around the large holographic display projecting the newly released rankings. Everywhere, there were mixed reactions, some filled with elation, others with frustration or disappointment. I made it into the elite class. One student cheered, pumping his fist. Man, I was so sure I'd end up in the regular class. But I didn't. Haha, I guess I'm an elite after all. Ugh, I barely missed it, another groaned, shaking his head. My combat evaluation score wasn't high enough. 2 Monarch talents in the same batch. That's unheard of, a hushed voice carried through the crowd, drawing attention to the rankings at the very top. Leo Skyshard. Who the hell is that? A student muttered in confusion, reading the name that had claimed first place. I've never heard of him before. There's no way he's not from one of the big 6 clans, another added. I mean, his genetic potential is monarch level, and he even beat Su Yang's score. That's insane. But the Skyshard name isn't tied to any of the major clans, someone pointed out. Could he be using an alias? More whispers spread as students took down notes, discussing potential rivalries, alliances, and what this meant for their futures. But all conversation came to a sudden halt when he arrived. The crowd instinctively parted as Su Yang made his way toward the notice board, his expression unreadable. Dressed in his pristine academy uniform, his long black hair was tied back neatly, his piercing golden eyes sweeping over the gathered students with a quiet intensity that sent chills down their spines. His presence alone commanded respect and fear. The son of the Su clan. The prodigy that was destined to dominate this batch. And now, everyone was watching, waiting, to see how he would react to the news. Su Yang stopped a few steps from the board, his hands clasped behind his back as his gaze calmly moved over the rankings. His name was there. Second place, Su Yang, Monarch level talent, 94. 5 points, but above him, first place, Leo Skyshard, Monarch level talent, 95 points, a single half-point difference. A brief flicker of surprise crossed Su Yang's eyes before he schooled his expression, scanning the top of the list, where he saw another Monarch-level talent take the top. This was unexpected, as Monarch-level talents usually chose Geneva over Rodova. He himself had only chosen Rodova because of a special circumstance, and had not expected to see another such individual in this year's batch. What about the others? Who else is near me? He wondered, quickly scanning the list under his name, as he looked for other potential rivals. Third place, Mu Shen, Transcendent Level Talent, 87 points. Fourth place, Rulan, Transcendent Level Talent, 85 points. Fifth place, Gu Feng, Transcendent Level Talent, 82 points. Sixth place, Du Irin, Grandmaster Level Talent, 79 points. Seventh place, Tyron Crest, Grandmaster Level Talent, 76, 5 points. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the list. As expected, most top candidates were from the big 6 clans, yet none were truly close enough to be called a rival. In this regard, only Leo Skyshard had matched him. And only Leo Skyshard had surpassed him. The air around the notice board thickened as the watching students felt the weight of the moment. Su Yang wasn't just the strongest in the batch, he was the heir to the Su clan, a monarch-level prodigy who had been trained from birth to stand at the top. To see someone else above him, someone no one even recognized, was something no one had expected. The tension was suffocating. The students braced themselves, some already stepping back in fear that Su Yang might lash out at them randomly. They had seen what happened to the poor guy in the mess hall before and did not want to take chances with his temper. Su Yang smiled. It was a slow, genuine smile that caught everyone off guard. "So it looks like I have a worthy rival this year," he murmured, amusement flickering in his golden eyes. "This surely makes things interesting." His voice carried through the silent crowd, not in anger, but in intrigue. Then, his gaze slid toward the dormitory assignments written beside the names. Leo Skyshard, Dorm 22C, the smirk on his lips widened slightly. "Well, time to introduce myself to this other genius." And with that, he turned on his heel, making his way toward the dormitories. The gathered students hesitated for only a second before hurrying after him, eager to witness the first meeting between the two titans of this generation. Leo chose to avoid the notice board until later in the evening, once the crowd had thinned. Though he doubted anyone would recognize him by name alone, for he wasn't that well known yet, he preferred not to take any chances. Preserving his anonymity for as long as possible was his priority. Which was why he was surprised to see a crowd of students gathered outside his room when he responded to a simple knock on his door. At first, he was merely surprised to hear a knock at all, assuming it was something trivial. A misplaced delivery. A staff member with instructions. Getting up, he opened the door without much thought, only to regret his decision instantly. Nearly 20 students stood outside, filling the hallway, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright scrutiny. His grip on the door handle tightened instinctively as his body prepared for a fight, but none of them seemed hostile. Their postures were relaxed, their eyes filled with intrigue rather than aggression. "He's Leo Skyshard." "Whoa, he's so lanky, barely over 6 feet. He doesn't look imposing at all, no wonder he's from the assassin branch." "We'd body this guy in the swordsmanship branch," people whispered among themselves, their voices carrying just loud enough for Leo to hear. He absorbed the information quietly, his gaze scanning their faces, already committing their words to memory. Then, as the crowd began to part, a presence emerged that instantly shifted the atmosphere. Leo's eyes landed on a man he recognized immediately, not from personal interactions but from reputation alone. A young man with sharp golden eyes, dressed in an immaculate academy uniform, exuding an aura of effortless confidence. It was Su Yang, the bully. Unlike the others, he didn't gawk or whisper. He simply approached, his movements precise, his expression unreadable. "You're Leo Skyshard," he said, closing the remaining distance before extending his hand forward for a seemingly simple handshake. Leo observed his extended arm for a moment, wondering if he should take it or not, as a part of him didn't want to accept it, but another part feared the consequences if he didn't. After a while, he decided to accept the handshake after all, as he meekly extended his hand to meet Su Yang's. Su Yang pressed his hand with a firm squeeze, gauging the change in his expression as he clamped down on Leo's hand with all his strength. However, Leo did not budge. Internally, he was in a world of pain. However, externally, he remained as stoic as ever, not backing down. As Leo's black eyes locked onto Su Yang's golden ones, an unspoken battle of wills took place between them. Su Yang's grip on Leo's hand was firm, unwavering, yet as seconds passed, he tightened it further, applying slow, deliberate pressure. It wasn't just a handshake. It was a test. A test of endurance. Of composure. The students around them watched in tense silence, the more experienced ones recognizing what was happening. Leo felt a sharp constriction around his fingers, the way Su Yang subtly altered the pressure to stop the blood flow while crushing the smallest capillaries beneath his skin. It was a slow but calculated application of force, not enough to break bones, but enough to send a message. Yet, Leo's expression never wavered. His grip remained as steady as it had been from the start. He didn't flinch. He didn't react. And Su Yang noticed. His smirk widened as he finally released his grip, stepping back. Interesting, he mused, shaking his own hand slightly as if to release the tension. His voice was tinged with genuine amusement. A murmur rippled through the gathered crowd. Only now did they see the aftermath of the exchange. Leo's palm, faintly reddened, with dark patches beginning to form where the pressure had been highest. Su Yang had done enough damage to cause internal bruising. Yet Leo showed no sign of discomfort. He didn't wince. He didn't flex his fingers to seek relief once Su Yang let go, nor did he move an inch, as if the pain didn't affect him at all. And that, more than anything, impressed Su Yang. "I'm Su Yang," he finally introduced himself, his tone carrying the weight of certainty. "I'm the student who is going to stand at the pinnacle of Rodova this year." The words hung in the air like an undeniable truth. Leo didn't react. There was no hint of irritation on his face as Su Yang made that claim, no flicker of ego either. His cold gaze remained as impassive as ever as he silently asked Su Yang the question of "so what?" As if he simply didn't care for his ambitions. Su Yang's smirk twitched slightly. Not even a twitch of emotion. TCH. Now that's a rare type of arrogance. Su Yang realized, his golden eyes gleaming with intrigue as he tilted his head slightly. "Don't you wish to challenge me? Don't you wish to ascertain your dominion, Mr. Number 1 ranked student?" Su Yang prodded, raising his chin slightly. Then, grinning, he tapped his own jaw mockingly. "Come on, take a swing. I dare you. Put me in my place, if you can." A hushed gasp spread through the crowd. Was he seriously inviting Leo to attack him? Some students leaned in slightly, expecting an instant explosion of violence. But Leo didn't move. He merely continued to observe. Still. Unflinching. Unshaken, as the air around him grew thick with unspoken tension. Su Yang sighed. "What a boring rival I have," he said dramatically, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Not even baited into a proper confrontation. He clicked his tongue, before his amused smile returned. "Let me tell you something, Skyshard." His voice took on a grander, almost theatrical quality as he gestured toward the students surrounding them. "If you want to stand at the pinnacle of an institution, you must have that iron roaring loudly through your veins." He turned slightly, clutching his fists as he let his veins pop as he addressed not just Leo, but everyone gathered. "You must ascertain your dominion loudly and boldly, so that those beneath you never mistake themselves as your equals." A few students swallowed nervously, already feeling the invisible weight of his words. "You must crush the weaker competition absolutely and thoroughly, so that they never dare raise their heads toward you except in fear or respect again." His gaze flickered back to Leo, sharp as a blade. "You're too cold, Skyshard. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but with that attitude, you'll never be a leader." His smirk deepened. "You're bound to be a loner for life." The words carried weight, but Leo remained unmoved. Su Yang chuckled. "Let the iron in your veins roar. Show these lesser talents that you and them are not the same." He took a step closer, lowering his voice slightly so only Leo could hear his next words. "Or else. They'll drag you into mediocrity along with them." Then, he stepped back. With a single, casual tap on Leo's shoulder, he turned away. "See you around, Skyshard. I think we will be good friends," Su Yang said, his voice carrying an unmistakable edge of satisfaction. He didn't get the reaction he wanted from Leo today. But he would, eventually. And that was a certainty. Su Yang's POV, on his way back to his own dorm, the smug smile slowly faded from Su Yang's lips. For the first time since stepping foot in Rodova, he found himself feeling something unfamiliar. Not annoyance. Not anger. He's dangerous, Su Yang concluded, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. There was something about Leo Skyshard that unsettled him, not in a way that made him feel threatened, but in a way that set his instincts on edge. Leo's pain tolerance, his unwavering gaze, his sheer lack of reaction, it wasn't just discipline. It was something much more refined. Something cultivated over years of training that wasn't meant for showmanship, but for survival. His self-control is absurd. Most warriors, especially young ones, carried an innate fire, an emotional response when challenged. Even the most disciplined among them would at least sneer or show some flicker of pride. Not a twitch of irritation. Not a flicker of competitiveness. Not even amusement. It wasn't arrogance. It wasn't confidence. It was indifference. And that, more than anything, was what disturbed Su Yang the most. People who lacked ambition didn't concern him. People who showed too much ambition were easy to manipulate. But someone like Leo, someone whose drive was unreadable, that was a problem. He's perfect, Su Yang thought, rolling his shoulders slightly. I can't get under his skin through taunts, and he doesn't seem like the type to stand up for others or form deep bonds of friendship either. He's the most no-nonsense warrior I've ever met. For someone like Su Yang, who had built his reputation on charisma, dominance, and psychological warfare, Leo Skyshard was an anomaly. A complete outlier. And he hated outliers. Because outliers couldn't be predicted. If Leo was going to be his rival, he wanted to know how to trigger him in battle, how to push his buttons to gain every advantage he could when they faced off against one another. However, as of today, he'd found nothing that triggered the guy. TCH, whatever. Once we get to actual combat, I'll see what kind of beast he really is, Su Yang muttered under his breath, as a smirk found its way back to his lips once again, and he opened the door to his room. I was planning to take my time enjoying my climb to the top this year. But maybe having someone trying to match my pace will make it all the more entertaining. With that thought, he stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. Leo Skyshard may not have risen to his provocations today. But Su Yang knew better than anyone, a warrior's pride always came out in battle. And he couldn't wait to see it. Since his rival was this interesting, he couldn't wait to challenge him at every turn possible. Leo's POV, Student Dorm Room 22C, Leo felt a sharp, excruciating pain pulsing through his palm the moment Su Yang left, but he refused to acknowledge it until he was safely behind the closed door of his dorm. The second the door locked behind him, he let out a sharp breath, shaking his hand violently to restore blood flow. Motherfucker, he hissed under his breath, flexing his fingers as pins and needles of pain shot through them. Fucker did this on purpose. Leo cursed, as his palm throbbed with a dull, aching burn, bruises already forming where Su Yang's monstrous grip had crushed his capillaries. Clenching his jaw, he bit into the side of his palm and blew hot air over the skin to dull the lingering pain. What the fuck was all that about? Su Yang had come to his dorm out of nowhere, dragging an entire entourage of students behind him like some self-proclaimed emperor making an unannounced visit to a rival kingdom. And for what? A ridiculous intimidation stunt. A childish attempt at establishing dominance. Leo exhaled sharply, his annoyance only deepening. Bastard exposed my face to a crowd. Soon, I won't be able to walk the halls without drawing attention. That thought alone pissed him off. But beyond his irritation, Leo had to acknowledge an undeniable truth: Su Yang was strong. Too strong. He had already known Su Yang was a monarch-level talent, thanks to the assistant's briefing in the genetic testing chamber, but until now, that was just information. Feeling the difference firsthand was something else entirely, and Leo was shocked at just how massive the gap in their raw physical strength really was. It wasn't as if he hadn't fought stronger opponents before. He had faced a few in the entrance tests, but those fights, those were manageable. This was on another level entirely. The sheer difference in physical power between them was absurd. And the worst part, Su Yang knew it. The way he had applied pressure wasn't reckless, it was controlled. Calculated. A deliberate show of power. That bastard. Leo exhaled, shaking his hand one last time now that some feeling had returned to his fingers. What the hell does he mean by see you around, he muttered, scowling. I'm not fraternizing with the likes of him. Not a chance in hell. Today's encounter had told him everything he needed to know about Su Yang. He was flamboyant, arrogant, egotistical. But beneath all that bravado, he was calculated. Dangerous. Su Yang understood people. He knew how to provoke them, how to control a crowd, how to instill dominance with nothing more than a few words and a well-timed smirk. He wasn't just strong. He was aware. Aware of how people perceived him. Aware of how to weaponize that perception to his advantage. He was disciplined. He was strategic. He was a nightmare in human form. That's what makes him dangerous. Su Yang's arrogance wasn't empty. His confidence wasn't baseless. And if things continued the way they were, there was no doubt in Leo's mind that Su Yang was the easy favorite to dominate this year's rankings. Leo sighed, rolling his shoulders. Yeah. I don't care if you're number 1 or number 100. Just stay out of my way, you crazy bastard. He flexed his bruised fingers, his expression hardening. Because next time you try something like that, I'm coming for your neck. He might have played it stoic today, but he wouldn't let Su Yang treat him like an easy target. Bullies didn't stop after one show of dominance. If he let this slide, then academy life was going to be hell. And Leo had no intention of spending the next few years bowing his head. Eventually, Leo ventured out of his dorm room later in the evening to check out the ranking board and the class schedule. His decision to wait had been the right one, as by the time he arrived, the crowd had thinned significantly. Only a handful of students remained, some standing silently as they read their results, while others muttered in despair, unable to accept that they had failed to make the cut for the elite class. My life is over. I have shamed my clan. What does this mean for me? Should I just end it all now? If I kill a student in the elite class, will it open a slot for me? Leo ignored the hushed conversations around him, his focus locked on the board. Rodova Military Academy, Elite Class Rankings, First Place, Leo Skyshard, Monarch Level Talent, 95 points. Second Place, Su Yang, Monarch Level Talent, 94. 5 points. Third Place, Mu Shen, Transcendent Level Talent, 87 points. Fourth Place, Rulan, Transcendent Level Talent, 85 points. Fifth Place, Gu Feng, Transcendent Level Talent, 82 points. Leo's gaze lingered on the list, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, I really did rank first. He had suspected as much after Su Yang's sudden interest in him earlier, but seeing it confirmed in writing was something else entirely. He hadn't expected to outscore someone like Su Yang, especially not in a setting like this. However, the half-point difference told him everything he needed to know about Su Yang and his strengths. He wasn't stronger than Su Yang. He wasn't faster. He wasn't more physically dominant. But he was sharper. The reflex test had tipped the scales in his favor, giving him just enough of an edge to surpass Su Yang, even if only by the slimmest margin. Still, a part of him wondered if this ranking was a blessing or a curse. Being ranked first meant more eyes would be on him all year long, which would, in turn, mean more scrutiny and more challenges for him. Leo exhaled sharply, pushing the thought aside as he shifted his attention to the class schedule displayed beside the rankings. Elite Class Timetable, Year 1, Common Courses, 1, Basics of Perception, Professor Powell 2. Physical Fitness and Training, Professor Marvin 3. General Magic Theory, Professor David. Professional Specialization, Assassin Branch 4. Basics of Stealth and Assassination 5. Scouting, Movement and Planning 6. Practical Combat. Leo's eyes moved over the list, analyzing the course structure. 3 foundational courses that all elite class students, regardless of profession, had to take. Then, 3 specialization courses, tailored specifically for his branch. No unnecessary fluff. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. No wasted time. Everything was designed with direct application to their profession. As he skimmed through the timetables of other branches, he noted the differences. The swordsmanship branch, for example, had basics of swordsmanship and sword intent instead of stealth. They also had leadership and battlefield tactics as a secondary subject, instead of scouting, movement, and planning. Meanwhile, practical combat remained a common course, no matter the profession. It all made sense. Rodova was shaping them into specialists. Professor notes, Year 1 elite class. As Leo's eyes drifted lower, he noticed handwritten notes beneath each course description. Basics of perception. Professor Powell, you think you know how to see. Ha ha ha, we'll see if you can see in my class. Open your eyes, or you'll walk into a blade before you ever see it coming. Class held daily except Thursdays and Sundays. Practical training ground D4. Leo's brow twitched slightly. Who the hell wrote that? This Powell guy sounded completely unhinged and like an individual who liked to make dad jokes. Physical fitness and training. Professor Marvin, I don't care how strong you think you are. If you can't outrun, outlast, and overpower the enemy, you're already dead. In my class, you either adapt or collapse. Simple. Class held daily at dawn. Training Hall C2. Leo let out a slow breath. Professor Marvin sounded like a hard-ass. He was no stranger to physical training, but something about Marvin's tone told him that this class would be hell. General magic theory. Professor David, magic is a tool. A weapon. A science. If you think it's some mystical nonsense or a shortcut to power, you're already a fool. I will make sure only those worthy of wielding it pass my class. Class held daily except Saturdays and Sundays. Lecture Hall B1. Leo's lips curled slightly. An indoor subject. And something that actually sounded interesting. He almost couldn't believe his luck. Then came the profession-specific courses. Basics of stealth and assassination, the difference between a common thug and an assassin. One gets caught. The other doesn't. You'll either learn the difference, or you'll fail before you ever begin. Class held on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Stealth Training Facility A6. Scouting, movement, and planning. No mission is won on strength alone. Your ability to move, observe, and plan is what separates the dead from the living. Make no mistake, you'll learn the art of survival before you ever learn to kill. Class held on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tactical Field B9. Practical combat. If you hesitate, you die. If you lack control, you die. If you overestimate yourself, you die. Get used to hearing that. My job is to make sure you're worth keeping alive. Class held daily. Combat Arena E3. Leo noted that the last 3 courses didn't list a specific professor. Did that mean they had multiple instructors? Or was it too dangerous to list a name? Whatever the case, none of these notes sounded comforting. It was almost like Rodova wasn't here to teach them. It was here to break them and to forge them. There were no easy courses. No approachable instructors. Only killers in the making. Leo exhaled slowly, stepping away from the board. Tomorrow, it would all begin, and he had no intention of falling behind from day one. Leo's POV, Rodova Military Academy, Training Hall C2, early morning. Leo barely had any time to settle into his new routine before the first day of training hit him like a freight train. The academy operated on a brutal schedule, and the dorm alarms blared at exactly 4:30 a.m., signaling the start of the day with zero mercy. Leo had barely managed to drag himself out of bed, throw on his training uniform, and make his way outside before being herded toward Training Hall C2, where the first class of every morning, physical fitness and training, was held. Now, standing in the massive hall, he observed the ruthlessly efficient setup. The space was vast, with rows of heavy-duty training equipment, climbing ropes, weighted dummies, and obstacle courses that looked like they belonged in a military boot camp rather than an academy. The walls were lined with racks of weighted vests, stacks of iron plates, and resistance bands that looked like they were meant for dragons, not humans. A few students muttered as they took in the setup. "Are we training or getting sent to war? I heard the instructor is brutal." "Yeah, Professor Marvin, right. The guy's ex-military. Used to train actual soldiers before he came here." Leo ignored the chatter, his eyes scanning the students around him. Some looked sleepy. Others looked pumped. And then there were the rare few, like Su Yang, who stood there utterly unfazed, as if this was just another morning routine. So this is the elite class, Leo thought, as looking around, he could see how everyone around him looked exceptional in one way or another. Everyone carried themselves with an air of dignity. Nobody made unnecessary gestures or trouble, and mostly everyone was courteous and reserved. About 90 fan-tram of the crowd was highborn, while the remaining few were too shy to make eye contact with others. What a boring class, Leo thought, rolling his shoulders, as he felt the slight soreness in his joint because of his encounter with Su Yang yesterday. The heavy steel doors at the front of the hall burst open, and a man who looked like he had been carved from stone stepped inside. "Is that Professor Marvin?" Leo wondered, as the man walked closer. The man was a towering wall of muscle, his sleeveless training uniform revealing thick, battle-worn arms covered in scars. His expression was one of pure, unfiltered authority, and the sheer weight of his presence made the room feel smaller. The students immediately straightened as the man's gaze swept over them. Nobody seemed willing to mess with him. Then, in a deep, no-nonsense voice, he spoke, "Welcome to Physical Fitness and Training. I'm Marvin Gallows, but you will call me Professor Marvin." His tone held no warmth. No welcome. Just raw, military discipline. I don't care who you are. I don't care what clan you're from. I don't care if you're a monarch-level talent or some gutter rat who barely crawled their way into the elite class. He folded his arms, his gaze sharp as a blade. "In this hall, you are all the same," he said, as he narrowed his eyes on Su Yang. "I don't care how strong you think you are. If you can't outrun, outlast, and overpower the enemy, you're already dead." A few students shifted uncomfortably. Marvin's lips curled slightly as if he could smell their doubt. Most of you have never felt what it means to be truly exhausted. To have every ounce of strength drained from your body, yet still be expected to keep going, which is why most of you don't understand the importance of physical training and conditioning, he said, as his voice softened just a tad. "I'll tell you this just once, so listen carefully. If you're an assassin, you will face situations where you must cross a vast distance in a matter of seconds. Whether it's closing in on a target before they escape or outrunning an entire battalion of pursuers, your ability to move will determine whether you live or die." His icy gaze swept over the nervous students. "The day your legs give out before your will to survive does, you die." A tense hush fell over the training hall. Marvin's voice lowered slightly, but the weight of his words only grew heavier. "If you're a swordsman, picture this. Your unit is laying siege on a fortress perched atop a hill. The only opening is a narrow, 5-minute window at dawn, when the night patrols rotate out, and the morning fog is at its thickest." He paused, letting the image sink in. "In that brief moment, you must scale the cliffside, breach the walls, and eliminate the gate sentries, all before the changing guards notice something is wrong." His piercing stare hardened. "But what if you're too slow? What if you're not strong enough to carry your gear up that hill? What if your endurance fails before you reach the top? A suffocating silence. Then you die. And with you, your entire unit dies. Marvin let the words hang, allowing them to settle into the bones of every student present. Then, his gaze shifted. And archers. Some students instinctively straightened. Marvin's lips curled slightly. You think distance keeps you safe. That standing on a vantage point means you're untouchable. He snorted. Let me tell you how an archer dies. He raised a hand, mimicking the pull of a bowstring. You've climbed a high perch, a ridge, a tower, a tree. You take position, your arrow's knocked, and your sight is locked onto the battlefield below. Marvin snapped his fingers. The first few shots fly true. Your enemies fall. You think of yourself as a hunter above the chaos. Then, his expression darkened. But then, they find you. He took a slow step forward. They scale the ridge. They breach the tower. They set the forest alight beneath your perch. Marvin's voice dropped to a cold whisper. You reach for another arrow, but your fingers are trembling. Your breath is ragged. Your arms are too weak to draw the bowstring again, because after hours of battle, you're exhausted. Another pause. And the moment you hesitate, you die. His words struck like hammer blows. The difference between a sniper and a corpse. Stamina. Strength. The ability to keep shooting when the body screams to stop. His eyes swept over the room, landing on each student, branding his lesson into them. No matter your profession, if your body fails you before the battle is over, then you were never fit to fight in the first place. A heavy silence followed. Marvin exhaled, rolling his shoulders. This is why we train. Then, his voice snapped back to full command mode. Now, prepare for training, and remember, if you don't train till you feel like you will die, someday you will die for real. Today, we start with something light. We start with 25 kg weighted vest runs, followed by simple exercise runs. Grab a vest and get in line, Marvin instructed, as no one hesitated for even a second longer. Everyone swarmed to pick up a vest. However, when it was Leo's turn to pick up a vest, Marvin suddenly interrupted. Not you, Skyshard, you, Suyang, Mu Shin, the three of you are at the top of the rankings, so you will start with a 40 kilograms vest. Since the three of you want to parade as the best, you must also behave like the best, Professor Marvin said, as Leo looked at him in confusion. Why did he already know his name? And since when did he parade like the best? What nonsense was this? The moment Professor Marvin singled Leo out for the heavier vest, the whispers began. This guy. This kid is Leo Skyshard, the #1 ranked genius. Oh man. I thought the top students were gonna get it easy, but Professor Marvin is laying into them on day one. I mean, it's only fair. If they only had 25 kilograms, they'd finish while we're barely at the halfway mark. I want to be friends with Leo Skyshard. They say being around the right kind of people sparks growth. As Leo heard the murmurs around him, he exhaled sharply through his nose, his frown deepening. His anonymity was gone. Before today, he was just another face in the crowd, one of many new students blending into the academy's brutal ranks. But now, everyone in the elite class knew his name, his face, and exactly where he stood on the rankings as a dozen new gazes bore into his back. He hated it. He hated being the center of attention. However, for now, he had no choice but to weather it. A sudden bump against his shoulder snapped him out of his thoughts. You hesitate too much, Skyshard. Suyang's voice was casual, almost bored, as he brushed past Leo and grabbed a 40 kilograms vest. With ease, he slid it over his shoulders and fastened the straps, rolling his shoulders like it weighed nothing. It's just 40 kilos, he said with a smirk, staring Marvin down like this was just another day for him. Then, he grinned. Yeah, I'm the best around here. And I'm not afraid to show it. Su Yang yelled, as a ripple went through the crowd at his bold declaration, but Marvin only chuckled, unimpressed. Meanwhile, Mu Shen, the number 3 ranked student, let out an exaggerated groan. Man! What a drag, he muttered, dragging a hand through his disheveled hair. I'm not even a monarch-level talent, why do I have to do the heavy load too? Despite his complaints, he still grabbed a 40 kilograms vest and strapped it on, his expression making it clear that despite his protests he did not find the vest to be too heavy either. Leaving only Leo behind. Leo stared at the vest, his fingers tightening around the fabric as he lifted it. Heavy. 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 At 72 kilograms himself, adding another 40 kilograms onto his frame was no small thing. It was nearly an extra half of his body weight, as even before he buckled it in place, he could feel the weight dragging against his arms, pressing down onto his shoulders, testing his balance. This is going to be hell, Leo realized the moment he put it on. However, there was no turning back now. Securing the straps, Leo adjusted the vest so it fit snugly against his torso. However, the instant he let go, his knees almost buckled. The weight pulled at his body, demanding he sink lower, demanding he acknowledge how unnatural this burden was. However, he did not. Instead, he clenched his jaw, straightened his back, and refused to give Marvin or anyone else the satisfaction of seeing him struggle. All right, Marvin barked, stepping forward. No more stalling. Line up. A single command, and the students fell into position, aligning into rows behind a set of marked lanes in the training hall. Marvin pointed to the far end of the massive indoor track. 100 laps, he said. If you stop before you finish, you repeat the entire training session tomorrow. A collective murmur of horror rippled through the students. Marvin smirked. The moment they took off, Leo knew he was in trouble. The added weight dragged against every step, slowing his movements, straining his muscles, making him feel like he was running through wet cement. Each breath came heavier. Each stride felt unnatural. As it became clear to him that his body wasn't used to this. As he completed the first lap, every fiber of his being screamed that this wasn't normal, that he should stop, that he should slow down. But he did not. He could not, because just a few paces ahead of him, Su Yang ran effortlessly, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement as if he wasn't carrying anything extra at all. Because Mu Shen, despite his constant complaints, was keeping up just fine, his pace relaxed, his breathing controlled. And most importantly, because Leo refused to fall behind. Pride alone kept his feet moving. His body screamed. His legs threatened to collapse beneath him. But he refused. His pride would not allow him to be the one struggling at the back while Su Yang ran ahead, smiling like the goddamn show-off he was. So Leo grit his teeth, and he ran. He ran as hard as he could, for as far as he could, and continued to run even after his vision started to double and his lungs started to hurt. 25 laps in, Skyshard, how are you holding? Do you think we should increase our pace a little? Doesn't this feel too leisurely? Su Yang asked teasingly, as Leo felt his blood boil over. If he was at peak condition, he would have smacked Su Yang in the face at this moment. However, he was not. He did not even have spare energy to sock him in the face, and hence he continued to remain silent, consistent with his character. Mu Shen, you know, this guy's a mute. He doesn't speak even if you're chopping his dick off. A real hardcore assassin, Su Yang joked, as he glanced towards Mu Shen, who was also running beside them at the head of the pack. Man. Don't drag me into your internal squabbles. Unlike you monsters, I'm struggling here to keep up with your pace. If you increase it anymore, I'm falling behind for sure, Mu Shen replied, as he refused to play Su Yang's game. However, Su Yang only smirked in response. You're not struggling, Mu Shen, Leo here is. Look at his legs, they're vibrating violently, while he's wheezing through his mouth like a drowning seal. A couple more laps and he won't be at the head of the pack here with us, Su Yang said, as it was only when he drew attention to Leo's movements that Mushin noticed just how hard Leo was really struggling. His legs vibrated due to muscle fatigue with every step that he took, and his lungs seemed to be desperately gasping for oxygen. Oh yeah, no shit, bro's turning blue. Looks like endurance is not your strong suit, bro. Better sit this one out and try again tomorrow with no extra weights, Mushin said, as suddenly the respect that he seemed to carry for Leo before this sentence seemed to vanish, as he no longer seemed to fear him as before. He's not the only one. Half the crowd who have not been trained for endurance back in their clans have started to slow down. A lap here is 600 meters, and after running for 15 kilometers at near sprinting speeds, most are already at their limits. 100 laps here is very harsh for the untrained. However, 100 laps with extra weights is pure hell, Su Yang said, as just as he pointed this out, the first student burned out and crashed, stumbling onto the mud below as his knees gave out completely. However, while Su Yang said these words hoping to demoralize Leo, his words strangely motivated Leo instead. Wait. I've been running for 15 kilometers straight already. That doesn't seem right. It's been only 20 minutes. How did I manage to run 15 kilometers in 20 minutes? That too with a vest on. Leo wondered, as something about this situation did not add up in his brain. Although he had lost his memories and did not know the limits of his own strength, he did remember just how long a kilometer was supposed to be, and understood that under normal circumstances, walking leisurely would take 15 to 20 minutes to cover a kilometer. Yet, in just 20 minutes, he had covered 15 kilometers. That wasn't human. That was wolf-like speed, except he wasn't slowing down. He wasn't collapsing. He was still moving. My body. Is it already this strong? Yes, I'm tired, but I'm not dead yet. Meaning I must have trained as hell to be what I am today, Leo realized, as his belief in his own strength suddenly skyrocketed. He was told that he was the best assassin on Earth, but he did not know anything more about himself. However, running today, he finally got a feel for his limits, and the real power coursing through his veins. He was not an average human. He was already way past that limit. Once Leo realized that he wasn't as weak as he had assumed, his breathing began to stabilize, and his heart rate gradually eased. It was strange how a psychological shift could have such a tangible effect on his body, as the difference between forcing himself to endure through sheer willpower and knowing, deep in his bones, that he could endure was staggering. His muscles were still burning. His lungs still strained for air. His legs still felt the weight of the vest pressing down on them with every step. But suddenly, it felt manageable. The despair that had been creeping in, the idea that he was barely hanging on while Su Yang ran circles around him, was gone. Because now, he knew. He was fast. He was strong. He was built for this. And that made all the difference. As he pushed forward, his strides evened out, and his pace became smoother. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who had been casually observing Leo's struggle from the corner of his eye, narrowed his gaze slightly. The shift was subtle, but he noticed it instantly. Leo had gone from running on the edge of collapse to finding his rhythm. Su Yang had never seen anything like that happen before, so he was baffled to see Leo find a second wind so late into the run. It was fascinating to watch. Well, Su Yang muttered under his breath, lips curving upward. So you do have some iron in you, Sky Shard. Rather than feeling threatened, Su Yang felt excited. He had been waiting for Leo to stop enduring and start owning it. It was time to see how far he could push him. Hey, Sky Shard, Su Yang called out, his tone light, teasing. You're looking a little too comfortable back there. What do you say we pick up the pace? He said, as without waiting for a reply, Su Yang accelerated. Leo, caught slightly off guard by Su Yang's sudden burst of speed, instinctively matched him. His legs burned, his breath came harder, but his pride refused to let Su Yang leave him behind. They shot past Mu Shen, who let out an exaggerated groan. "Of course you two psychos would do this," he grumbled. "Just kill me already and get it over with." But neither Liu nor Su Yang paid him any mind. The other students, still struggling through their laps, could only watch as the two front runners began pulling away from the pack. "Look at them go. They were already ahead of the rest of us, and now they're treating this like a damn race. Monarch-level talents really are built different, huh?" Marvin, observing from the sidelines, let out a quiet chuckle. He had expected Su Yang to do well. But Liu's performance surprised him. According to the data slate that he had, it seemed like Liu's strength and endurance was average at best. And with him wearing a 40 kilograms vest instead of 25, Marvin expected him to collapse amongst the first few students who gave out. However, Liu resiliently held on. Despite hitting his muscle capacity, Liu kept running on pure adrenaline and willpower as he pulled ahead of the pack alongside Su Yang and managed to lap them all around lap 40. By now, around 50 fan tram of the class had already given out. On their very first day, they did not have the mettle to keep running at near top speeds for over 25 kilometers, especially with a weighted vest on. However, despite hitting his limits long ago, Liu kept running nonstop, never falling a step behind Su Yang, until they hit lap number 50. As they hit lap 50, Su Yang finally felt the strain of running for 30 kilometers catch up to him, as his breathing became more ragged and his decision to run faster and break his initial rhythm came back to bite him in the ass. "Say. What? Sky.Shard, are you feeling it yet?" he said, his voice coming out in rasps, as he looked across towards Liu, who kept running with a simple smile on his face. "Oh, come on now. Say something," Su Yang urged, as he forcefully took a step ahead of Liu and glanced at his face. However, what he saw made him stumble in fear, as he lost his balance and hit the ground below with a sickening slide and thud. The impact sent shockwaves through Su Yang's body, but he barely felt it. His mind was still reeling from what he had just witnessed. His chest heaved as he scrambled up onto his elbows, eyes locked onto Liu, who continued running as if nothing had happened. But it wasn't normal. It wasn't human. "Professor." Su Yang's voice came out hoarse, cracking slightly as he turned to Marvin. His face was ghastly pale, his breaths coming in short gasps as he struggled to put what he saw into words. Marvin, who had been observing from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow. "If you're gonna ask me to let you join the sprint again, Yang, you can forget about it. You can finish it, but you're still running the penalty tomorrow." "It's not." Su Yang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to his feet despite his trembling legs. He pointed at Liu, his golden eyes wide, almost disbelieving. "It's not about me. Look at him." Marvin's gaze flicked toward Liu, and what he saw made his expression darken. Blood ran down Liu's nose in thick, crimson trails, staining his chin and dripping onto his vest. More blood had seeped from the corners of his mouth, trailing down his jawline in messy streaks. But it wasn't just that. His face, his expression, was wrong. A bloody smile curled at his lips, stretching far too easily despite the signs of physical agony his body should have been experiencing. And then, there were his eyes. Or rather, the lack of them. His pupils had completely disappeared, leaving behind nothing but rolled-back, ghostly white eyes that stared into the abyss. He wasn't conscious. That much was obvious. But somehow, impossibly, he was still running. A fresh shiver crawled up Su Yang's spine as he clenched his fists. He had never seen anything like this before. "Professor," he breathed, his voice lower now, carrying the weight of something close to horror. "He's not awake, but he's still running." Marvin's frown deepened. Liu's form was still perfect, his stride still fluid, his balance unwavering. But there was no recognition in his movements. No control. as if his body had simply refused to stop. Marvin cursed under his breath, his instincts kicking in. "Skyshard," he barked. No response. Leo's legs kept moving, his breath ragged but steady, his body acting purely on something beyond awareness. "Skyshard." Marvin shouted again, louder this time, his voice carrying authority. But there was no response again. "Shit," Marvin muttered, as he moved in quickly to stop Leo from harming himself anymore. This wasn't him passing out from just exhaustion. This wasn't him still running from just determination. This was something else. Su-Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his hand still trembling slightly. He parted his lips as if to say something, but swallowed it down instantly. For the first time since stepping foot into Rodova, he felt it. Something beyond competition. Something beyond talent. Something unnatural. As for the first time in his life, he developed genuine feelings of respect for a colleague. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" he said, his eyes wide, as no matter how much he searched within himself, he could not think of a scenario where he would continue running even after he had passed out. Not even if his life were on the line. Marvin rushed forward the moment he realized what was happening. Leo's body kept moving, his legs still driving forward despite the unmistakable signs of unconsciousness. "Stop, boy, you'll end up killing yourself if you don't," Marvin said, as without hesitation he caught him by the shoulders and lifted him clean off the ground. But even as Marvin lifted Leo's body into the air, Leo still continued to thrash and struggle against the restraint, his muscles twitching, his limbs jerking as if searching for solid ground. His legs kicked weakly, desperate to keep running, despite the fact that his mind had already long since shut down. Marvin frowned, staring into the eerie, rolled-back whites of Leo's eyes, searching for some flicker of awareness. However, there was nothing to be found. Leo was gone. And yet, his body refused to stop. What monstrous willpower! What kind of training turns a boy into this? Marvin wondered, feeling impressed as he exhaled sharply through his nose. Shifting his grip, he brought Leo's thrashing form into a tight hold, locking his arms against his sides, forcing him still. It was only then, when all movement had been forcibly cut off, that Leo's body finally stopped resisting, going slack against Marvin's unyielding frame. As finally, he stopped for good. For a moment, the training field was deathly silent. And then, as if reality had just sunk in, the whispers began. "What the fuck did we just witness?" He was smiling, the whole time, while he was running, while he was bleeding, he was smiling. No, that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that he was unconscious. He didn't even know he was smiling. He didn't choose to keep going. His body just kept running and smiling, even when his mind was gone. The words settled over the group of students still running like a suffocating weight. "I want to believe he would have stopped eventually, I have to believe that. But if the professor hadn't stopped him, if Marvin hadn't physically restrained him." He hesitated, as if speaking the thought aloud would make it real. Would he have just kept going? Would he have run until his body actually broke? The question sent chills racing down spines of the students who sat just outside the running track. I thought I knew what it meant to push past my limits. I thought I understood what willpower was. A girl from the Six Big Clan said, as she turned her gaze towards Leo's limp form. But that wasn't willpower. That was something else. Something inhuman. Fuck, I was planning to challenge him after this. Someone said with a dry, humorless laugh. Now, I don't even think I want to be on the same battlefield as that freak. He concluded, as he rubbed his hands over his skin that had turned reptilian with goosebumps. This guy. He's not normal. He's not normal. No one should be able to do that. No one should be able to keep running when their body gives out. It's not just talent or training. It's like he doesn't know how to stop. What kind of life do you have to live to become something like that? Mushin asked, his gaze flickering toward Leo's motionless form. No, he corrected himself, shaking his head. What kind of person do you have to be? What the hell has he gone through to become this? The thought settled uneasily in everyone's minds. All of them had worked hard to get where they were today. None of them had easy lives growing up. However, whatever hell they had been through now looked like a children's park when compared to the past of Leo Skyshard. Professor Marvin personally rushed Leo into the infirmary once his thrashing stopped, as he felt Leo's pulse weaken slightly with every passing second. The infirmary was relatively quiet, with only a handful of minor cases being treated, scrapes, bruises, and the occasional muscle strain. Since the semester had just begun, there weren't many serious injuries yet, leaving the medical staff free to prepare for what would inevitably come. So when Professor Marvin stormed in, carrying Leo's limp body over his shoulder, the room instantly snapped to attention. Half a dozen assistants and a senior healer, a composed yet authoritative woman with streaks of silver in her dark hair, rushed toward him, their eyes widening when they saw the state Leo was in. "Place him here," the senior healer instructed, motioning toward one of the reinforced medical tables, as Marvin did as told, carefully lowering Leo onto the padded surface. "What happened to him?" the senior healer asked, as Marvin quickly briefed them about how Leo kept running despite passing out, pushing his body well beyond its limits. Having a general idea of what went down, the assistants immediately went to work, their hands glowing with diagnostic mana as they began a rapid assessment. However, within seconds, their faces turned grim. "Muscle fibers across his legs and arms are torn," one of them reported, voice laced with disbelief. "Multiple stress fractures in his tibia, fibula, and metatarsals," another chimed in. "Mana exhaustion detected, his reserves are completely drained." But the worst was yet to come. The senior healer, standing at Leo's bedside, placed her hand just above his chest, her mana pulsing in waves as she conducted a deeper scan. A second later, her eyes flickered with something close to shock. "There's a small perforation in his left lung," she said, her usually calm voice carrying a rare note of incredulity. "Likely caused by extreme exertion under prolonged oxygen deprivation." One of the assistants swallowed hard. That doesn't make sense. That kind of injury occurs in high-intensity combat, not from running." The senior healer pulled back, exhaling sharply as she studied Leo's unconscious form. His face was still pale, lips slightly parted as his body lay eerily still, completely drained of all its strength. But even now, despite the damage, his fingers twitched, as if his body was still trying to move. This level of self-destruction, the senior healer muttered under her breath. How can one even do this to themselves? Professor Marvin crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on Leo. He had seen many students over the years, many elite warriors in the making, but none who had done this much damage to themselves without being in an actual fight. He let out a low grunt. "Forget the how. Can you fix him?" The senior healer nodded, but there was hesitation in her eyes. "Yes. His injuries are severe, but they can be healed completely within a few hours with proper treatment. I will try and ensure that he doesn't miss his next class due in 5 hours, but he's going to miss breakfast for sure," she concluded, as Marvin's lips curled slightly, though there was no humor in his expression. "All right, fix him, and once he wakes up inform him that he has failed my training class and needs to redo the 100 laps tomorrow," Marvin instructed, as with that he left the infirmary hall. Shaking her head, as if disappointed in the muscle-headed professor, the chief healer prepared a serum, while also giving instructions to her assistants. "Prepare the mana regeneration solution. He needs deep tissue healing and a full detoxification cycle. Tasha, cast a healing spell over his lungs. The hole is small, you can fill it quickly. Darren, pump out the leaked blood, unclog the smaller arteries. Hildy, heal his fractured bones. Chop, chop. The next class is in 2 5 hours, the chief healer instructed, as the whole team worked on Leo's body double speed. Leo stirred, his senses slowly dragging themselves back into focus. Everything hurt. His limbs felt like dead weights, his muscles screamed in protest with even the slightest shift, and his head throbbed with a dull, pounding ache. It was like waking up from the worst beating of his life, except he couldn't remember when he'd even taken a hit. A deep breath sent a sharp, uncomfortable pressure through his chest. Not pain, but tightness, like his lungs were still adjusting to working properly again. What the hell happened? He wondered, as his last memory was one of running on the track, his legs burning, his breath coming shorter, and the world slowly darkening with each lap. Darkness. That was all he remembered. It had crept in at the edges of his vision, spreading with every step until what? His brows furrowed slightly as he stared at the white ceiling above him. He didn't remember collapsing. Didn't remember stopping. All he knew was that one moment he was running, and the next. He was here. You're awake. A calm, authoritative voice cut through his thoughts, and Leo turned his head slightly to see a mature woman standing at his bedside. Her dark hair was streaked with silver, tied into a neat bun, and her sharp, assessing eyes swept over him with clinical precision. "You gave us quite the trouble, young man," she said, setting a small vial down on the bedside table. Not many students manage to land themselves in the infirmary on the first day, at least, not from running. Leo blinked, his throat dry as he finally registered his surroundings. This was the Sea Wing Infirmary. He had seen it during the orientation from the outside. "How long was I out?" he asked, his voice coming out rough, probably because he hadn't spoken in hours. "A little over 2 hours." The healer responded, looking at the clock, as Leo exhaled sharply to her response. This wasn't ideal. Being out for 2 hours meant that he missed most of what else happened in the morning training class, and missed his chance to grab breakfast. "You need to get moving if you don't want to miss your next class," the healer warned, as reaching for the vial she had placed on the table beside him earlier, she pressed the glass into his hand. "Drink this throughout the day. Small sips, not all at once. It'll help your body recover." Leo frowned slightly, staring at the potion. It looked turbid and yellow, like pee, and once the thought entered his brain, he couldn't imagine himself drinking it at all. Nonetheless, giving the healer a firm nod, Leo swung his legs over the bedside, his feet hitting the cold floor, exhaling slowly before pushing himself upright. "It feels painful," he realized, as every inch of his body hurt. However, while the pain was ever present, it was strangely manageable. He could move despite the pain, and that was all that mattered. "Your body is not fully healed, so don't be reckless. Your mana reserves are still running low, so expect some fatigue. However, sip on that drink and eat well and you should be fine by tomorrow," she said, as she checked off some points on her patient sheet. Leo rolled his shoulders, stretching out the stiffness in his limbs before giving her a curt nod. "Thanks," he said. However, the chief healer did not respond. She just gave him a knowing look before turning away, already moving to tend to the next patient. "All right, the next class is the basics of perception. I have to go to Block D," Leo muttered to himself, as he did not linger around either. Walking swiftly, he began making his way to Sector D, while also thinking about how he must have become the biggest joke in class. Passing out on day 1. People must think I'm a fraud. Sigh. I'm going to become the center of jokes and bullying. People will pick on me, just because I'm number 1 and not worthy, Leo mused, as he almost dreaded moving to the next class. He was never one to be really affected by peer pressure. However, it did not feel good to be the butt of the jokes. Nonetheless, with no other options, he did make his way to the next class, where the atmosphere at his arrival was entirely different to what he had expected. As Leo stepped into training ground D4, a heavy silence settled over the students already gathered there. He had expected whispers, sneers, maybe even a few mocking grins. He had expected people to call him out for passing out, for collapsing on day one. But what he got was something completely different. The moment his presence registered, heads turned, slowly, almost cautiously. Eyes flickered toward him with an unreadable, wary. Some widened, others narrowed, and a few students even took half a step back, as if his very presence unsettled them. It was subtle, but Leo felt it. The eyes looking at him feared him, as if they saw him like a monster instead of a colleague, and Leo could not understand why. What's going on? He wondered, as he straightened his shoulders. He didn't slow his steps, didn't let his expression shift, and walked as if he was completely unbothered by the glances coming his way. But internally, he was confused. What the hell is this reaction? His gaze flicked across the students, scanning their faces, their body language. He caught bits and pieces of hushed conversations, not whispers of mockery, but of caution, of disbelief. He's up already. 2 hours. That's all it took for him to recover from that. I thought he'd be out for the rest of the day, at least. He passed out but kept running. His body didn't stop. Leo's steps faltered slightly. Kept running. The words didn't make sense. He had collapsed, right? That's why he was in the infirmary. That's why he woke up there. But the murmurs continued. He was smiling the whole time like a freak. Why does he look so calm? He knows he's fooling no one with this fake calmness anymore, yeah. Leo's brow twitched. What the hell are they talking about? A shadow flickered in his peripheral vision, and Leo turned just as Mushin stepped into view, arms crossed, his usually laid-back expression nowhere to be found. You really are a freak, Skyshard, Mushin muttered, not in an insulting way, but as if he was still trying to process what he had seen. Leo frowned. What the hell happened? Mushin's lips parted slightly, as if about to answer, all right, settle down. A sharp, commanding voice cut through the murmur of students, instantly snapping the air into focus. Leo turned his head toward the source, his attention locking onto the instructor standing at the front of the training field. A tall, wiry man with a piercing gaze and a predator's smile. His posture was relaxed, almost lazy, but something about him screamed danger. It was Professor Powell, instructor of basics of perception. Leo could tell just by looking at him, this was not a man to take lightly. Time to see if you can actually see, he said, as with a snap of his fingers he summoned a thin gray fog to cover the entire training grounds. The gray fog that Professor Powell summoned dulled the surroundings around the students subtly. It didn't just reduce visibility, it muted sounds, dampened external disturbances, and wrapped the training ground in an unnatural stillness. It wasn't suffocating, but it was disorienting, making it impossible for students to perceive further than 15 meters from their location, hence sending their senses into overdrive. And it was in this altered atmosphere that Professor Powell disappeared from the location he was standing on, his voice reverberating from every corner of the open classroom as he began his lesson. Perception, he said, his voice carrying effortlessly through the haze, is not just about seeing. It is about understanding. His tone was steady, deliberate. He was not simply lecturing, he was teaching, and his every word had weight. The biggest mistake novices make in combat is assuming their eyes alone will save them. That if they can see an attack, they can react. That if they watch their opponent, they'll know what's coming. Powell scoffed, as the fog around the students seemed to shift, now growing thicker. You do not see with your eyes. You see with your mind. Powell said, his voice now growing more firm. Your eyes are merely a tool, a flawed, easily deceived tool. They fall for illusions, they misjudge speed, they fail to track movements in the heat of a fight. To survive, to thrive, to be the kind of warriors this academy is shaping you into, you need more than simple sight. Perception is the ability to process information, to recognize patterns, to know rather than guess. A true assassin does not watch their opponent's blade, they sense the shift in weight, the tension in their muscles before they even move. A swordsman does not look for openings, they feel the rhythm of battle, understanding when to strike without hesitation. An archer does not merely aim, they anticipate where their target will be, long before they move. Perception is not just about noticing your surroundings. It is about understanding them. The fog thickened, reducing visibility even further. The students tensed. In this mist, you are blind. So tell me, how will you fight? No one spoke. Powell chuckled. It wasn't a pleasant sound. You see, raw information is meaningless if you do not know how to interpret it. He let the words settle before continuing. Some of you, right now, are panicked. You've lost one of your senses, and instead of adapting, you freeze. Others are straining your eyes, trying to force sight through the fog. A mistake. You are relying on something that is already failing you. The tension thickened. To see is passive. To perceive is active. It means knowing what is happening even when your eyes are closed. It means recognizing the presence of a threat not because you saw them move, but because you felt the shift in the air. Because you heard the faintest scuff of a foot against the ground. Because your instincts told you something was wrong. There was no mockery in his tone, only truth. And that made it worse. This, Powell said finally, is why you are weak. A ripple of unease passed through the students as the fog surrounding them began to rapidly clear. However, as the fog cleared, to the horror of all students, standing behind each one of them was a masked assassin, with their knives pointed towards their back. None of them had managed to perceive when the assassin had arrived behind them, or when they had arrived behind the individual beside them. As on the first day of the class, all of them collectively failed to perceive the threat to their lives. Holy shit. He got us. He got us all. How did these guys get here? I couldn't sense anything at all. I was looking back over my shoulders the whole time, but I still couldn't see it coming. Are we really that poor at perception? The students whispered amongst each other as Powell's demonstration left everyone speechless. Even Su-Yang, who walked around like he was the best, could not perceive the presence of the assassin behind him, as a deep frown spread on his face when he felt the cold tip of the dagger pressed against his back. He was not proud of being caught off guard like this, however, looking around as he saw both Mu Shen and Leo Skyshard facing the same fate, he somehow did not feel as bad as before. If any one of you was wondering why you need to take a class on perception before today, now you know why, Powell concluded, as with a clap of his hands he dismissed the gathered assassins. The students had no way of knowing that the assassins lurking around them were, in fact, highly skilled operatives, Grandmaster-level warriors hired specifically for this exercise. Their presence was far beyond what any of the students could hope to detect at their current level. But without that crucial piece of information, all they felt was inadequacy. Their failure to sense even a single presence gnawed at them, making them question their instincts, their training, their very worth. And yet, rather than feeling discouraged, it ignited something deeper, a raw, urgent desire to learn. To understand. To perceive beyond mere sight, which was exactly the professor's goal. Unlike your other courses, we will progress in the basics of perception class based on goals. You have 4 weeks to achieve each goal, after which we move on to the next. If you achieve your goal before time, you can take the remainder of the classes for that period off, no problem. However, if you lag behind, you better work extra time before bed, because I will deduct your grades and move on ruthlessly without waiting for you to catch up, Powell warned, as he explained the format for the class. The first objective is to eliminate blind spots in your vision. To achieve this, we begin with the fundamental perception skill, 360 degrees view. Your level of genetic talent will determine the version of this skill that you learn. Grandmaster level talents will have the opportunity to learn the legendary version of this skill, peripheral vision. Transcendent level talents can push further, advancing to the semi-divine tier, full vision. While our couple lucky monarch-level talents will have access to the ultimate form, absolute vision, an ability that grants an unparalleled field of perception. Your task over the next 4 weeks is simple: master the skill to intermediate grade for full marks. Achieve only basic grade, and you will pass, but barely. Fail to learn it at all, and you get point deductions from the very start. This is your first step toward true awareness. Let's see how many of you actually have what it takes. Powell said, as with a clap of his fingers, he summoned digital skill scrolls that landed precisely as per one's genetic talent in their hands. Leo and Su-Yan got the ultimate version of the skill, in the form of absolute vision, while Mu-Shen and the other top geniuses got full vision. However, the majority of the class got peripheral vision, showing how even within the elite class, over 70 fan tram of the students gathered were still grandmaster-level talents at best. After receiving their skill holograms, Professor Powell instructed the students to review their scrolls, ensuring they grasped the fundamental concepts before he provided further explanation. As per his instruction, all students activated their assigned holograms, and detailed diagrams and explanations flickered into view before them. Each hologram contained a mana circulation map, illustrating how to activate the 360 degrees view technique assigned to them. While the foundational concept was the same, the specific functionality of the move varied depending on the skill's grade. For the majority of the class, those assigned the technique peripheral vision, the skill functioned as a passive sonar. It alerted them to movement in their blind spots at all times, but without providing a clear image. It was like having an internal radar constantly pinging disturbances behind them, but without precise details. Their limited senses only alerted them to projectiles coming their way and their rough size. However, it did not reveal the exact shape. It was impossible for a user of peripheral vision to distinguish between a pebble and a dagger, though the ability to sense projectiles coming from their blind spot was already a significant boon. In contrast, students who were assigned the skill full vision had access to a more advanced perception method. Instead of a general awareness, their perception became three-dimensional. They could sense depth, shape, and distance, creating a mental image of objects in their blind spots. They could actively focus on a specific area without turning their head, to search for enemies behind a tree in their blind spot, or to make sure allies were tagging along, making it far more refined than just an alert system. However, this method still had limitations. Users of this technique still could not perceive colors and other sensory information from their blind spots, making it less effective to see through illusions, though it remained an excellent technique to master. Finally, at the highest tier, absolute vision had none of these restrictions. Rather than using sonar-like awareness or three-dimensional mapping, this version of the skill eliminated one's blind spots entirely. Through advanced mana manipulation, the user could directly perceive their surroundings as if they had eyes on the back of their head, giving mental imagery akin to real eyes. Using this skill, the brain processed information exactly like normal vision, creating a seamless 360 degrees field of sight, incorporating everything from color to precise depth perception. Once mastered, a user of this skill could even perceive the world with their real eyes closed and would never feel the difference. With this skill fully mastered, ambushes against the user became next to impossible, as stealth attacks would lose all meaning. It was a complete removal of the natural limitations of human sight and the ultimate extent of what a perception skill could be. As the students studied their scrolls, the difference in difficulty between the diagrams on each table became apparent. Those with peripheral vision had a simple circulation pattern, just enough to expand their awareness. Full vision required a more intricate mana flow, allowing for three-dimensional spatial mapping. But absolute vision had the most complex structure. The user's mana had to be precisely controlled, and their brains had to be continuously fed with visual input without causing sensory overload. It wasn't just a technique, it was a complete rewiring of how their brain's perception functioned. Hence, while most students were simply trying to grasp the basics, Leo and Su Yang tried to make sense of the sheer absurd diagram in front of them. Leo, in particular, found the text extremely hard to understand. Leo read the instructions on his scroll that read, "Circulate the mana as shown in the diagram in front of you," and realized that he did not remember how to circulate the mana in his body at all. It was the same restriction he had faced the previous day when he had spent hours trying to practice his newly acquired meditation manual, only to fail miserably. No matter how much he focused, how much he willed his body to comply, there was no reaction. He could not sense, let alone manipulate, the mana flowing within him. At the time, he had come to terms with the fact that he would need to learn the basics of mana sensing and circulation before making any meaningful progress. However, what he hadn't expected was to land in a situation where his inability to perform such a basic function would become a problem the very next day. And yet, here he was. Leo's gaze flickered toward the diagram projected in front of him. The intricately detailed mana circulation chart mapped out the exact flow paths needed to activate the absolute vision technique. The concept was simple enough in theory: follow the channels, direct the flow, and engage with the surrounding mana to create a seamless perception field. But for Leo, none of this meant anything if he couldn't even take the first step. Damn it. He exhaled sharply, his words a soft curse, as he blamed his memory loss for placing him in this unnecessary situation. However, before he could wallow in self-pity, Professor Powell grabbed everyone's attention as he began explaining his take on mastering the technique. "All right, everyone, pay attention to me for a second," he said, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "I'm going to share my experience on how to master this method, and while the specifics will vary from person to person, you will all broadly face 3 stages of problems to master this technique. In the first phase, you will learn how to replicate activating this technique without needing to look at the diagram. This is the easiest step, and all you need to do to complete it is to memorize the technique perfectly and learn how to perform it at will. Using it once will provide you with 3 to 5 seconds of 360 degrees vision, which is fine for now. In the second phase, we learn how to make it last forever. Basically, what you need to do is learn how to activate the skill within the time frame of taking one breath, training your brain to perform the move so fast that it becomes second nature to you. This is the hardest stage, and many of you will struggle here. In the final stage, you will learn how to do it subconsciously. Make it a passive skill that's active at all times, even when you sleep. You will start performing it effortlessly without even needing to think about how to perform it, and that's when you will hit basic mastery. My expectations from all of you are that you will hit basic mastery for this skill within the first 4 weeks of this class, with every session between now and evaluation day being more or less a doubt-solving session to help students whose progress has stagnated at some particular point. You can choose to attend or not. But come evaluation day, I expect all of you to attain basic mastery for passing marks and intermediate mastery for full marks. Powell said, concluding today's lecture on this note. Leo did not expect to be dismissed from the Basics of Perception class a mere 35 minutes after it began. However, much to his surprise, he was giving him ample time to head for an early lunch. Having already missed breakfast, he was starving, and so, without hesitation, he made his way toward the mess hall, though he quickly noticed he was one of the few who did. Most students opted to head back to their dorms, preferring to rest before grabbing a meal later, but Leo chose otherwise. Lunch service had already begun, and with his next lecture still 5 hours away, he had more than enough time to eat and focus on solving his mana sensing problem. However, just as he stepped out of the training grounds and onto the stone-paved pathway leading toward the mess hall, a quiet, feminine voice whispered beside him. "You've lost your memories too, haven't you?" "I can tell." A sharp chill ran down Leo's spine as he heard those words. His instincts flared, his muscles tensed, and his heartbeat rose as his hand moved on reflex, reaching for the dagger at his utility belt, only to grasp at nothing. His weapons weren't on him, as he was not required to carry them for the first 2 classes, which only made his heart skip a beat once more. No need to panic. I won't hurt you. The voice spoke again, calm and steady, as Leo turned his head slightly, his gaze falling onto the speaker. To his surprise, the source of the voice was a small girl, no taller than 5'2", walking merrily beside him. She had shoulder-length dark brown hair, large black eyes, and a youthful face that gave her an almost doll-like appearance. If not for the elite class skill scroll clutched in her arms, Leo might have mistaken her for a faculty member's child. But that scroll told him otherwise. She wasn't just a student, she was a colleague, someone who had earned her place in the elite class, just like him. At first glance, she didn't appear remotely threatening. And yet, despite her harmless appearance, she had managed to sneak up on him and startle him, a fact that Leo did not appreciate. His expression remained unreadable as he silently observed her, waiting for further explanation. But the girl, unfazed by his silence, smiled slightly before continuing in an easy, measured tone. "I'm Morian," she said, her black eyes meeting his directly. "I have also lost my memories, just like you. If you don't mind, can I tag along? I don't feel safe around the others alone." Leo's stomach twisted slightly at her words. His first instinct was one of immediate suspicion. He did not trust easily, especially not strangers who could seemingly see right through him. How did she know about his memory loss? How could she tell? Even Su Yang and Mu Shen, his closest competitors, had yet to pick up on his amnesia. But somehow, she had. Was she bluffing? Taking a calculated guess? Testing his reaction? Or did she truly share the same experience? His eyes narrowed slightly as he considered his next move, but before he could say a word, Morian suddenly reached out and tugged at his arm, pulling herself closer as she matched his stride, as if walking beside him was the most natural thing in the world. Leo tensed. "I never agreed to you hanging around me." His voice was calm, though his body language remained guarded. He tried to pull his arm free, but Morian's grip was surprisingly firm. "You can't say no." She tilted her head slightly, her tone carrying quiet certainty. "I'm technically your cousin. Or younger sister. Even if you don't remember, you're most likely from the Mu clan as well." Leo stilled. His mind immediately went on high alert. Twice now, twice in mere moments, this girl had pulled details about him out of thin air. Details he had barely admitted to himself. His suspected ties to the Mu clan were something he had kept to himself, something he wasn't even fully sure of. And yet, she spoke of it with such ease, as if it were already fact, making his wariness deepen. At this point, he felt like he had no choice but to let her stay close. Not because he trusted her, but because if he didn't, he might never figure out what exactly she had seen in him, what subtle tells he had unknowingly revealed that had given his past away. "How do you know I'm from the Mu clan?" Leo asked, as Morian quietly hummed a song beside him instead of answering. For a while, she ignored him, but then as the mess hall drew closer, she finally turned to speak. "I'll tell you once we fill our plates and are seated for lunch. However, if I satisfy your curiosity, you have to agree to letting me hang out with you from now on," Morian demanded, as Leo cautiously agreed to her demands. Leo and Morian chose an empty corner table to sit in, as they ate in silence across from one another. For a while, none of them talked and only focused on the food on their plates, until eventually Morian began her explanation. "How I figured out your identity is not arc-ship science. It's pretty basic if I'm being honest," she began, as she sheepishly looked into Leo's eyes. "Just like you, I have been sent here without my memories as well. However, unlike you, I've kept my original name," Morian said, as she swallowed a bite of her food. "I too was stressing out after arriving here about information regarding this universe. About how to gain context to conversations around me that I might be missing. And that led me to the academy library, but I apparently arrived there a day after you did, Ryan said, as she gave him an innocent smile. The librarian there recommended the same book that you read the day before, and told me about how there was a student who came in there just a day ago with the same problem as me. So that's where I knew about your memory loss from, Ryan clarified, as Leo suddenly understood where he had lapsed. Although many minor clans wipe the memories of their scions, hoping to pass off as Mu clan progeny, none of them usually have the same talent as you. Monarch-level talents usually have a direct bloodline connection to gods, and the only major clan with a connection to gods who wipes the memories of their descendants is the Mu clan. So I just made an educated guess, Ryan said, as she shrugged her shoulders in nonchalance. I'm suffering here alone, big brother. I don't like the gazes of the men around me in class. They see me as a weak doll, although I'm a transcendent level talent, and without having any memories of what skills I possess, I feel like I need to stay around you, or I'll be the target of a lot of bullying. Just today, between the first and second class, they bullied the student who dropped out first during the morning training. I wasn't there, but I heard that they dumped his face in the toilet for being trash, and I don't want to be the next one getting that treatment. Currently, between you and Mu Shen, you're the more feared student in class, so I've decided to hang around you for my personal security, Ryan shamelessly clarified, as Leo slapped his own face in disbelief. Although he wasn't 100 Fantram convinced about Ryan's innocence, for now at least, he perceived her to be harmless. Ryan's clarification gave Leo a lot to think about, especially with regards to his memory loss. The librarian had told him a couple of days ago that they had 2 to 3 students every year who walked into the academy with issues of memory loss, meaning that this had to be a common occurrence. And between that scrawny kid who was beaten up by Su Yang, Ryan, and himself, there were 3 students who suffered from memory loss this year as well. In Leo's understanding, if this was such a common occurrence every year, then it would not be too bad if details about his memory loss were eventually leaked. However, not wanting to risk it, he still wanted to protect the secret as close to his chest as possible for now. I see. Leo replied in a heavy voice as he swallowed a mouthful of food before opening a stamina regeneration potion and taking a sip. If all of us are from the Mu clan, then why do you think Mu Shen was allowed to come to the academy with his memories intact? While you were allowed to keep your name, and I was assigned a fake name? Leo asked, probing Ryan for more information, as he wanted to understand her take on the world. To be honest, big brother, I'm not too sure, but in my limited understanding of the Mu clan, the upbringing of clan talents is not decided by the birth parents but by the Council of Elders, Ryan began, as she explained the topic to Leo with passion. They say that when a child comes of age, the elders sit and decide the best route for their growth, and based on the child's personality and other factors, they decide how they are to be exposed to the world, Ryan said, as she presented Leo with a very interesting theory. If they are disciplined and their personality is deemed regal and fitting of the clan name, they don't undergo a wiping of their memories. So my assumption is that Brother Mu Shen fits that criteria. He keeps to himself, he doesn't partake in bullying others, and is a great talent. Definitely worthy of bearing the clan name, Ryan explained, as she nodded her head in satisfaction. In contrast, even though I don't have my memories, I know for a fact that I'm a problem child. I have an eccentric personality and my range of emotions are wild. I can go from being really sad to really happy in a matter of moments, so it's probably not a good look for the clan if I behave that way in the outer world. My assumption is that they decided I needed a fresh start to perhaps work on some of my flaws, which is probably why I woke up with a list of weaknesses to work on also imprinted in my brain, Ryan said, as she tapped her forehead in glee. Finally, I think you're the worst of the bunch. You must have hit the jackpot of having a personality so rotten that the elders hate you, and a talent so grand that they can't deny you, that they have sent you out into the world without your memories and your real name. They will most likely accept you back into the clan if you make a proper warrior of yourself and bring the clan honor. However, if you accidentally get crippled or die, or if you don't live up to your potential, they will probably disown you, since they don't want problem kids like you in the clan, Morian said, as she gave Leo a friendly thumbs up. However, Leo did not find this explanation funny at all. So if I don't live up to my talents, the clan will most certainly disown me and force me to live out the rest of my days alone. Is that what you're saying? Leo asked, as Morian vehemently nodded. If you don't live up to your talents, the clan will disown you, yes. Also, I'll go hug the thighs of my brother Mushin, because I don't want to be associated with a loser. So I will abandon you too, Morian said, as Leo felt his left eye flicker in anger at her words. He had never even willingly accepted her company in the first place. However, she was already threatening to leave him if he did not shine. What a cartoon character, Leo concluded, as he let out a deep sigh and returned his focus to his food. Leo arrived at the next class about 20 minutes before the lecture was scheduled to begin. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. He chose an empty seat in the third row, so that he did not show up at the very front of the class, but was not mixed with the backbenchers either. It was the perfect sweet spot that would allow him to study anonymously, as he felt quite excited for the upcoming class, General Magic Theory, which was purely a theoretical subject. Beside him sat Morian, who unlike him could not sit still at all. She had to fidget constantly, whether it was to raise the height of her seat, arrange her note-taking supplies, or just spin around for fun to kill time. In a way, Leo did not mind her childish behavior as he found himself capable of turning a blind eye to it. However, on another note, he felt worried for the woman, as he could not imagine any circumstance where such a restless individual could turn out to be a good assassin, when assassination was a primarily stealth-related profession. And so early. Skyshard. Don't tell me you have that dork gene in you, a male voice mocked him, as Leo turned to see Su Yang entering the room. Unlike him, he walked straight to the last row of the class, where he slouched until his head was barely above the table. Theoretical classes bore me. I reserve my enthusiasm for the battlefield, he declared loudly, even though nobody was paying attention to him in particular. Guess he's just a weirdo, Leo thought, as he ignored him and patiently waited for the class to begin. A little while later, the class completely filled up, as Professor David walked into the room with an air of authority about himself. This seemed to be a common feature amongst all professors in the university, as they all seemed to exude an aura of strength and authority. After walking in, he took a quick glance at his watch, and on the exact stroke of 2:30 p.m., broke off a piece of chalk and began writing on the blackboard behind him. What is mana? He wrote, before turning. Just as he was about to speak, a student came running into the class. With a casual flick of his wrist, Professor David flung the kid who came in late with as much speed as he came in, and the poor student found himself slipping on the hard floor as he hit the passageway railing. You're late, and hence you're not welcome in my class. Try to enter without permission again, and I promise I will break your bones. David said in a cold, ruthless voice, as the poor student who dared walk in late ran away from the professor's sight in fear, not daring to linger before him any longer. This professor is stern, Leo and pretty much everyone else in the class thought, automatically straightening their spines and maintaining absolute decorum. Nobody wanted to be the target of the professor's ire, so everyone tried their best to avoid provoking him. Professor David seemed to appreciate this atmosphere. With a curt nod, he began his class. Good afternoon, everyone. I am David Meninges, and I am your professor for the Magic Theory class, as well as the head supervisor for all first-year students. I expect 100 Fantram attendance in all my classes, and I expect you to arrive 5 minutes before the class begins, he said in a deep, peculiar voice, gesturing towards the door. As you can see, I do not tolerate latecomers, so if you're here after me, it's best to keep walking and not try to enter my class. That being said, enough time is wasted already. Let's begin with today's education, David said, turning from facing the door to the blackboard. Magic theory is the fundamental principle behind how everything functions in the universe. How spells are made, how meditation manuals are created, how complex mana machinery is built, alchemy, blacksmithing, you name it, and I can show you the application of magic theory in it. It's one of the absolute fundamentals of the modern world, and its education is therefore of paramount importance, David explained, as Leo immediately found himself engrossed in his teachings. Having lost his memory, Leo found his curiosity for learning heightened these days. He felt like an empty sponge eager to soak up everything around him. That being said, the basis of magic theory is mana. That is why we begin with the question on the board. What is mana? David said, turning back towards the class and scanning the crowd until his eyes landed on Leo, sitting peacefully in the third row. Skyshard, get up, tell me what mana is. David commanded, and for a moment Leo felt confused as to how the professor already knew his name and face. Standing up, Leo looked at him in confusion. Without his memories, he lacked the context to formulate a proper response, which was why he could only apologize in shame. I'm sorry, Professor, I'm not very knowledgeable in this subject. I cannot explain what mana is, Leo replied, his cheeks flushing slightly red as he candidly admitted his shortcomings. The crowd's reaction was muted. Some giggled, others looked at him with indifference, yet none seemed to think it was a particularly big deal. This all changed, however, once the professor began humiliating Leo. You don't know what mana is. You're a warrior that managed to survive the brutal assassin entrance exam to enroll in this academy, but you don't know what mana is. You must be quite lucky to make it this far with such a dumb brain, David insulted, and now the class burst into soft giggles. There was no need for such personal attacks. It was clear, however, by the crazed look in David's eyes that he had a vendetta against Leo that he was unwilling to let go of, from day one. I guess intelligence doesn't get passed down in genes. You have to actually study for it. That must be why the most brilliant scientists of our times are never from the 6th grade clans, David said, scanning his eyes around, checking out every student that belonged to the great clans, defiantly staring them down. Well, this is an advanced class, Mr. Skyshard, we don't pamper kids here. If you don't know what mana is, I suggest you head to the library and expand your knowledge base before attending my classes. Until then. Get out, David said coldly, as Leo simply stared at him in confusion. He had not expected such hostility from the professor today, nor did he understand the reason behind it. This was supposed to be a place of learning, and he had been nothing but respectful. There was no reason to kick him out of class. The professor, however, seemed hell-bent on doing it regardless. Are you deaf, Skyshard? Or just incredibly dumb that you can't register simple instructions at once? I said. Get out, David reiterated while pointing towards the door, and this time Leo began to move, his anger boiling under his breath, even as he controlled his emotions. He did not give the professor an angry look before heading out. He did not give him the satisfaction of showing that he had managed to agitate him. Instead, he walked out with his head down, as some of his classmates laughed at his retreating figure. Once outside, Leo gnashed his teeth and kicked his leg against the hallway wall, trying to figure out where he had gone wrong. Upon self-reflection, however, he realized that there was nothing he could have done otherwise. It was clearly the professor who was biased against him, but Leo didn't even remember having done anything that would have remotely pissed him off. After kicking Leo out of the class, David immediately turned his attention to Su-yang, posing the same question to him. Getting up lazily from his slouched position on the last bench, Su-yang looked down on David with indifferent eyes as he cooked up a half-hearted reply. Mana is the force that powers magic. It flows freely through the rainbow stream in the universe, which can be visualized as a wave of energy that covers countless planets and galaxies. Beings born within this rainbow stream have learned how to harness mana and use it to perform magic. This is fundamental to becoming a warrior, he said, and while it was not an incorrect answer, it wasn't a perfect one either. However, as if entirely unimpressed by his answer, David began shaking his head in disappointment, seizing the opportunity to berate Su-young. "Wow, we have another mentally retarded student in class here. Seems like we're batting 2 for 2 this year," David said, purposefully beginning to humiliate Su-young. I could have asked this question to a 4-year-old and probably gotten the same reply. "Mr. Young, it makes me wonder if your brain has stopped evolving since you were 4. Perhaps you were dropped on your head as a child," David said, and the whole class began laughing at his joke. However, while Leo took the insults with his head down, Su-young was not the type to do the same. He smiled, staring defiantly into the professor's eyes, which only irked the professor even more. "I'm glad you find this funny. I would laugh at myself too if I were you," David said, his tone slightly irritated now, as the smile on Su-young's face widened even more. "Oh, but you wish you were me, Professor, you wish you were. But you're not. You're an inferior born, and you'll never become a transcendent-level warrior, much less a monarch. And neither will your kids, because they share your filthy blood. You can school me all you want today, but remember to keep your insults measured. I'm not as tolerant as Skyshard. And I may just come back 10 years in the future to end you and your bloodline for a silly joke that you made today. So I would smile even more broadly than you are today, if I were you, since my time in this universe might be more limited than I'd imagined," Su-young threatened, and David's gaze darkened at this blatant disrespect. Su-young struck a nerve with his insult today, a nerve that hit David right where it hurt the most, and the anger was visible on his face. "Out! Get out!" he screamed, his face turning a bright shade of red, as Su-young defiantly walked out from in front of him. At that moment, it took all the willpower David had in his body to refrain from striking his student. Because if this wasn't the academy grounds they were in right now, he would have unquestionably killed Su-young today, right where he stood. Leo was surprised to see Su-young follow him outside the classroom. He had been about to leave when the class erupted into a fresh round of giggles, followed by an abrupt silence, until the professor's furious shout rang out once more. This time, it was Su-young who stepped out. Having no idea what Su-young had done wrong, Leo looked at him, confusion evident in his eyes. For a brief moment, Su-young met his gaze with a frown, but then, as if a switch had been flipped, his usual smug smile returned, and he let out a loud chuckle. "Why are you looking at me like that, Skyshard? Did you really think you were the only one he had a vendetta against?" Su-young asked, his choice of words utterly perplexing Leo. "Vendetta? Of course it's a vendetta," Su-young scoffed. "We're not the first batch David has taught, and every single year, without fail, he targets the top talents in the class, humiliating them daily just to make the less gifted students feel like the universe is a fair and equal place." Leo narrowed his eyes as Su-young continued, his tone laced with amusement. "Senior brother Du Liang already warned me about his biased behavior, which is why I came prepared with a response in case he decided to poke me today. And that dumb motherfucker did poke me. So, naturally, I put him in his place," Su-young said, his grin widening. "So that's how it was," Leo murmured, realization settling in. "For a moment, I couldn't understand why I was kicked out for doing absolutely nothing. But it turns out, he just hates talent." Su-young shrugged, completely unbothered. "Anyone without talent hates those who have it, Skyshard. That's how the universe works. The commoners despise the 6 great clans because we only intermarry among ourselves, keeping our bloodlines pure. But do you know what happens to the clan members who marry out of love, outside of the great clans?" Without waiting for a response, Su-young answered his own question. "They face heavy social stigma. They struggle with cultural differences. The commoners reject them, unable to accept their refined upbringing, and their lives become an endless cycle of squabbling and regret. Their children are born weaker, lacking the clan's support, and they don't receive the same training or privileges as a noble heir. In the end, those who marry for love either abandon their partners to return to the clan or die bitter and disillusioned. Su Yang crossed his arms, his voice taking on an air of finality. The world of nobles and commoners is like oil and water, Skyshard. We may exist within the same academy, much like oil and water in a single vessel, but we can never mix. Oil will always rise above water, yet some people refuse to accept this fundamental truth of the universe. His gaze sharpened, his words carrying an unmistakable edge. You and I, we are oil. But unlike you, Skyshard, I wear my heritage with pride. My grandfather is the Sioux family god, and his blood runs through my veins. So I'll be damned if I let some second-rate teacher insult me in class. His words left Leo with much to think about. Before this class, Leo had not expected teachers to have biases against students. Perhaps, however, he was being too naive. Just as there would be instructors blown away by Leo and Su Yang's talent and who would favor them, there would be others who disliked them for the same reason. There were all kinds of people in the universe, and it was a foolish choice to drop one's guard against any of them. Come on, Skyshard, let's head over to the practical combat arena. This is a good opportunity for both of us to spar without 1,000 eyes on us, Su Yang urged, as Leo looked toward Su Yang with his eyebrow raised. On a deeper level, he didn't mind sparring with Su Yang today. In fact, he even felt excited for it. However, without knowing how to circulate mana or use his skills, he felt hesitant to enter a fight he knew he couldn't win. What? You're too scared to fight me? Su Yang asked, sensing Leo's hesitation. Leo, however, only shook his head in response. No, I'm not scared. Let's go, he said, and Su Yang slapped his back hard. Now that's what I expect from my rival. Ha ha ha, this spar is going to be legendary. Su Yang said, as both of them grinned and jogged towards the practical combat arena. Leo was not naive. He did not let fleeting emotions cloud his judgment, and although it appeared as if he had agreed to spar with Su Yang on a whim, that was far from the truth. From the moment he set foot in the academy, Leo had known that, sooner or later, he would have to spar against other students, many of whom could likely wipe the floor with him. To avoid that fate, he first needed to understand where he stood in the class hierarchy and gauge his own strength. After the morning's physical training session, Leo found himself genuinely intrigued. His body possessed remarkable endurance, yet he had no memory of ever training it. Despite this gap in knowledge, the results spoke for themselves. His physique was far superior to that of an average human. Just this morning, he had run over 40 kilometers without stopping, maintaining speeds impossible even for professional marathon runners. It was clear, therefore, that his physical capabilities exceeded the limits of peak human performance. And that was why he agreed to spar with Su Yang, for he was desperate to know just how strong he truly was. As the duo stepped into the practical combat facility, they were greeted by the in-house instructor, Major Han, who seemed perplexed by their early arrival. "Why are you boys here so early?" "Class doesn't start for another hour and a half," the Major remarked, his gaze shifting between the two students. Su Yang stepped forward to answer, his usual arrogance tempered by an air of respect. "Major, this is Leo Skyshard, and I'm Su Yang. We're both Monarch-level talents, and we were politely dismissed from Professor David's class earlier today. Since we have some free time, we'd like to spar and stretch our muscles a bit. It would be an honor if you could officiate the bout." Leo raised a brow. Unlike his usual brashness, Su Yang's tone carried an unexpected level of decorum. He spoke to the Major with genuine respect, something that didn't go unnoticed. Major Han steadied them for a moment before exhaling slowly, a small smirk forming on his lips. "Ah, what the hell? Why not? This should be an interesting fight to watch." He crossed his arms and gave them a firm look. "Gear up. And remember, no targeting the vital organs, eyes, or groin. Unless you want me to personally beat the crap out of both of you." Su Yang bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, Major. Wasting no time, he turned and rushed towards the weapons rack in the corner, his enthusiasm evident. Leo followed suit, his fingers skimming over the selection until he found a dagger that felt comfortable in his grip. The two combatants stood at opposite ends of the sparring ring, clad in protective gear as mandated by the Academy. Leo adjusted the arm pads, knee guards, and light body armor strapped to his frame, shifting slightly to test his mobility. His helmet fit snugly, obscuring part of his vision, though he ignored the discomfort, as regulations demanded he wear one, and this was the best fit. Across from him, Su Yang grinned as he flexed his fingers around the grip of a training sword, its edge dulled but still formidable. Leo, on the other hand, took a different approach. He strapped a utility belt around his waist, filling it with daggers, their hilts snugly secured within easy reach. Two more were drawn into his hands, their familiar weight bringing a sense of reassurance as he mentally prepared himself for the battle ahead. It doesn't matter if I lose, I just need to understand what this body is capable of, Leo thought to himself, letting out a series of deep breaths, as if instinctively to calm his heart rate and increase his focus. Planning to throw them at me? Or do you actually know how to use them up close? Su Yang asked, eyeing the daggers in his hand. Leo ignored his comment, instead shifting into a ready stance as he prepared for combat. Major Hen observed them for a moment before raising his voice. Combatants, take your starting positions. Leo exhaled, steadying his nerves. Su Yang, ever the showman, rolled his shoulders lazily before pointing his sword towards Leo. Try not to embarrass yourself too quickly, Skyshard. Leo resisted the urge to retort. Words wouldn't help him here. Begin. The Major said. The moment the signal was given, Su Yang exploded forward. Leo barely had time to process the movement before a blur of a sword slash came screaming towards him. His instincts roared, and he flung himself sideways just in time. The massive sword slash sliced through the air where his torso had been, missing him by a hair's breadth. A cold sweat trickled down his spine. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, that hit would have caved his ribs and despite the armor. But before he could even recalibrate, Su Yang was already upon him. Oh, shit, Leo barely managed to raise his daggers in time as the next strike came. The impact rattled his arms like a shockwave. His right-hand dagger flew from his grasp, spinning through the air before clattering against the arena floor. His left dagger remained, but his grip was shaky. Su Yang's eyes gleamed. You show too many openings, Skyshard. Then, he attacked. One strike. Then another. Then another. Leo blocked the first few, but it was a downhill battle from that point. Su Yang's relentless offense was overwhelming, his strikes fast, precise, and filled with raw power. A heavy thud landed against Leo's ribs, forcing him to stagger back, barely maintaining his footing. A sharp hit clipped his shoulder, causing his balance to waver. A downward strike slammed against his armored thigh, nearly sending him to his knees. Left. Right. Center. Blow after blow rained down, the blunt end of Su Yang's sword battering him mercilessly. Leo gritted his teeth as the realization set in, he was being completely outclassed. Every time he tried to retaliate, Su Yang's sword was already there, knocking his attacks aside as if they were child's play. It wasn't merely that Su Yang was stronger or faster. It was the way he fought, with the effortless confidence of someone who wasn't even taking the fight seriously. As if Leo posed no threat, as if this was all just entertainment to him. A deep frustration bubbled within Leo as another brutal strike landed against his side, forcing him back once more. His grip tightened around the one dagger he had left. He had to do something. However, all his fighting spirit amounted to nothing in front of Su Yang's supremacy, as one last attack from his opponent to his chin sent him crashing to the floor, with stars circling before his eyes. The spar was over, as Hen intervened and declared Su Yang the winner. Stop. Winner Su Yang, Major Hen said, as a deep frown spread over his face. Yang, goddammit, boy, your swordsmanship is beautiful. Well done, Sky Shard, you fight like a moron. What the hell was this stance? Why didn't you use your combat skills to get out of the tough spot you found yourself in? What were you even doing? Major Hen said, and after praising Su Yang, he absolutely admonished Leo. Is this kid really a monarch-level talent? What clan are you from, boy? What's the story here, son? Hen asked, alternating his gaze between Leo on the floor and Su Yang as he waited for an explanation. He's supposed to be a monarch-level talent, but I don't know why he fights so poorly, Major. I came here expecting a war, but I found myself fighting against a baby, Su Yang said, as Leo struggled back to his feet, his bloody nose and bruised cheeks a sorry sight. I don't have my memories, Major. I've forgotten everything about myself except my instincts. I don't remember what skills I have, or how I used to fight. I don't even remember how strong I'm supposed to be, Leo replied candidly, as both Su Yang and Major Hen were taken aback instantly by his response. Both of them spoke at once, as if something had just clicked in their heads. Letting out a deep sigh, Su Yang shook his head from side to side. Just when I thought I found myself a rival, life plays a cruel prank on me again. Fuck, he cursed, his anger genuine, as he seemed pissed that Leo didn't have his memories. Major Hen mumbled, scratching his head and shaking it from side to side in disappointment. I don't know why they do this to their own kids. The Mu clan is full of crazies, Major Hen said. After contemplating for a while, he placed a sympathetic hand over Leo's shoulder and pointed towards the exit door. Go to the teacher's staff room on floor 2, and look for a female instructor named Mu Yin Fei. Tell her about your memory loss and tell her that Major Hen sent you. She's the specialist at the Academy for Mind Control Magic and Memory Loss. Perhaps she can recover some bits of your memory, which might help you become more of your usual self again, Hen said, as he gave Leo's shoulders a good squeeze. Thank you, Major, Leo said, giving him a thankful bow, as the Major gave him a soft smile. Become stronger fast, my boy, otherwise the rest of your class will eat you up, he said, and Leo took his advice to heart. This isn't over, Sky Shard. Today's fight doesn't count. I want to face you at your best, so you better get back to your peak as fast as you can. Su Yang demanded, as Leo gave him a simple thumbs up. Internally, he did not view Su Yang as a rival. In fact, he did not even care what the bloke thought about him. However, having fought him today, Leo understood just how weak he was compared to the best student of his year, and the gap between them was simply massive. Su Yang had defeated him today without so much as breaking a sweat, and that in itself told Leo all he needed to know about where he stood in the academy hierarchy. Rodova Military Academy, 2nd floor, Administration Building, Teacher's Staff Room. As Leo made his way toward the staff room, his mind lingered on the aftermath of his fight with Su Yang. Revealing his memory loss to Su Yang had been a gamble. A weakness exposed. A vulnerability laid bare. But in the end, something good had come from it. Major Hen had given him a lead, a professor who might have the ability to help him recover his lost memories, and if it actually worked out, Leo felt like it could be a game changer. If I can recover my memory without relying on the ones who erased it, then I can take back control of my life. That thought alone filled him with a renewed sense of determination. Optimistic, he reached his destination with a soft smile tugging behind his bruised lips. Taking a steady breath, he stood outside the staff room and calmly called the name of the instructor given to him. Instructor Mu Yin Fei. He waited, arms relaxed at his sides, trying to appear unaffected. But the moment the door opened, and she stepped out, the air in his lungs turned to stone. He knew her. Her short hair, olive skin, those stern eyes. She was the one who had given him the orientation tour. She was the one who had slipped him the second chit. And now she was standing before him, eyebrow raised, as if she hadn't been a part of the group that had wiped his memories. A sharp chill ran through him. Of all the people Hen could have sent him to, why did it have to be her? These were not the circumstances under which he had wanted to meet her. Yes. How may I help you today, student? She said, her voice calm. As Leo looked into her prying eyes, his body tensed, and his feet took an instinctive step back. He stammered, words fumbling over themselves before he inhaled sharply and forced himself to steady. He couldn't afford to look weak. Lifting his chin slightly, he met her gaze, his voice strong despite the unease coiling in his chest. Major Hen sent me to see you, ma'am. He said you could help me with my memory loss, he said, gauging her reaction. Hen. How long before your next lecture starts? Faye asked, glancing at the watch on her wrist. A little over an hour, ma'am, Leo replied. She nodded and gestured for him to follow her. Come over to my room. It's not a guarantee whether I can help you out or not, but I'll give it a shot, Faye said, as she began walking towards her room, Leo in tow. Tap. 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 Faye's boots clicked against the polished tiles in a steady, rhythmic beat. Unlike Leo, who moved without a sound, her stride was practiced, disciplined, and predictable. In a fight, he could probably hear her coming from 100 meters away. But right now, as he followed behind her, the sharp echo of her footsteps was the least of his concerns. Will she try to harm me once we're alone? Will she actually help me regain my memory? Am I finally going to get some of the answers I've been searching for? Doubt churned inside him, each step bringing a fresh wave of uncertainty. His heart and mind tangled in a mess of emotions. Yet, despite everything, despite knowing she was part of the group that had erased his memories, he somehow did not feel threatened in her presence. Instinct told him that Muyen Fei held no killing intent towards him. But instinct alone wasn't enough to trust her. His fingers brushed over the concealed dagger tucked within his uniform, the same one he had stashed secretly after the sparring session. It was his last resort. A plan B, for if things went sideways. Soon, they arrived at the teacher's quarters. Faye stopped before her door, pressing her palm against the biometric scanner. The lock clicked open, and she stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter first. Thank you, Leo said politely, stepping inside without hesitation. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Faye followed, the door sealing shut behind her with an audible whoosh. Leo's eyes flickered to the lock mechanism. It was air-sealed. The moment the door shut, the security system automatically re-engaged, indicating that even exiting the room was going to require biometric verification, meaning he was locked in until Faye let him out. There goes my plan to run out if things go wrong, Leo realized. Although he didn't show panic on his face, his heart skipped a beat or two. So, did Hen really send you? Or was that just an excuse to find me? Faye asked, breaking the awkward silence. What took Leo aback, however, was the apparent shift in her tone. Gone was the smooth, formal voice she had used in public. Now, her voice was lighter, shriller, more feminine. As if, now that they were alone, she no longer felt the need to maintain her disciplined facade. Yes, it was Major Hen who sent me, but truth be told, I've been searching for you ever since you slipped me that note on day one, but I was unable to find you, Leo admitted. Faye nodded. Well, I was expecting you to find me. And had you been more attentive and looked at my name tag during orientation, perhaps you could have found me sooner, Faye pointed out, taking a subtle jibe at Leo. I'm glad you are calm, sitting here before me, as I'm sure you have a million questions in your mind. However, before you voice them, let me tell you, I won't be able to answer most of them currently, so don't be disappointed when I refuse to answer most of your doubts, Faye said, her words causing Leo to clutch his fists in anger. What do you mean you won't be able to answer many of my questions? Who the fuck are you? And where the fuck are my memories? That was what he wanted to scream at the moment. However, knowing full well that aggression would get him nowhere, he barely managed to repress his anger. I understand, but instead of me asking the questions, why don't you tell me what you can tell me, so that I don't lose out on any information that you are allowed to give me today? Leo said, pushing the ball into her court, somehow holding on to some semblance of patience. A smart choice. We can do it that way too. Faye said, a soft smile playing on her lips, as she began thinking about how best to explain the situation Leo found himself in. For a while, there was pin-drop silence in the room. Then, Faye finally began with the recap. Your real name is Leo Skyshard, your birth planet is Earth, and you were widely known as Earth's best assassin and Earth's greatest warrior back when you hunted under your moniker the Boss, she began, her lips curving into an unnatural smile when she spoke the last sentence. You were always an arrogant brat, which was clear in your naming sense. Like, who actually calls themselves the Boss. That's cringe and stupid. However, you actually had the talent to live up to your ridiculous name, which I personally find very impressive, she said. It was clear she had veered off track to make this comment, but it looked like she couldn't help herself. Your memory loss was your own decision. Nobody forced you to do it. However, you saw the merits of this process and decided to go through with it for the sake of the mission and the safety of your family, Faye said. At this point, Leo widened his eyes in surprise and found his patience finally broken. He couldn't stay silent. Wait, so you're telling me that I voluntarily gave up my memories and threw myself into a brutal entrance exam where I could have died, all while holding nothing but a vague note in my hand? I can't possibly be that dumb. And for what? What mission? What about my family? Leo's voice shook with frustration, his hands trembling at his sides. None of this made any sense. Instead of answers, Faye had only given him more maddening questions. However, Faye remained unfazed. Like I said, I can't answer most of your questions. And what mission? And what about my family? Happened to be two of those questions. She crossed her arms, leaning slightly against the desk. As for, I can't possibly be that dumb, PSSSH, let's just say it's a blessing you don't remember your past self, because in all my years, I have never met a more arrogant, self-righteous twat than you. Leo's left eye twitched. That was not the response he was expecting. Faye smirked, clearly enjoying his discomfort. We warned you the entrance test would be brutal. But do you know what you said? She tilted her head, her tone turning mocking. And I quote, the boss laughs in the face of danger. Leo winced as second-hand embarrassment washed over him. Was I really that arrogant, he wondered. But more importantly, why couldn't Faye answer the most important questions? Oh, bullshit, why can't you tell me what the mission is? And why is my family involved in this mess? His patience snapped, anger surging to the surface, and Faye let out a deep sigh. I can't tell you, Leo, because the moment I do, you will no longer be able to remain a regular student at this academy, one whose presence doesn't raise suspicion. Her voice lost its usual teasing edge, turning serious. You might have already figured it out, but the only reason you were able to pass the Academy's psychological evaluation without raising any alarms was because you did not have access to your memories. If you had them, you could have never lied your way past the lie detector and could never enroll as a student here. However, in case you don't know, those evaluations are not a one-time thing. They happen every 12 months. So you will have to pass another at the end of your first year, and again when you graduate. Leo's stomach sank as Faye continued. If I give you the answers that you seek today, you will have no chance of passing your next psychological evaluation. You will undoubtedly expose yourself. And when that happens, the mission you chose to undertake. She shook her head. It will be over before it even begins. Leo let out a strangled breath, his fingers tangling in his hair. This was impossible. An impossible situation, with no way out. I know it's difficult, however, it's the path you chose for yourself. So please, for now, forget about the why behind this situation and focus on what you're supposed to do next, Faye said, as Leo buried his head in his hands and stayed there for a while. And what am I supposed to do next? He asked, his head still hanging low, as Faye began explaining his own vision back to him. You are supposed to graduate from this academy as the top student of your class. However, that alone is not your goal. Your goal is to somehow help Rodova clinch the #1 spot in the university rankings once again, toppling Geneva, as you plan to dominate the circuits. You have set that as your goal, because you know that a dominating performance at the circuits will establish you as a household name amongst the top adventurer guilds and clans in the universe, who will recruit you with big promises. And for the sake of the mission, it's absolutely necessary that you find your way into one of the best assassination guilds in the universe, the Black Serpents, Faye said, as Leo finally looked up and made eye contact with her. Please tell me, at least the reason behind all this effort is worth it. Leo asked as Faye nodded sympathetically. You're doing this to save your family, and in a way, the whole universe. There is no bigger noble cause. But, if that's not enough, then you're also doing this to save your own life. You're a wanted fugitive, and unless you achieve your goals exactly as you mapped them, you will be captured and killed in the most brutal of ways, Faye said. Listening to her words, Leo fell silent once again. The stakes were massive, almost too big to even fathom. Yet, the only way out was diving even deeper, giving him no choice but to accept his fate as is. What else can you tell me? I mean, there has to be something, because as things stand, I'm going absolutely crazy. I don't even remember how to sense mana, my dreams at night are blank, because there's literally nothing but fog over my memories, and I don't remember anything about how to fight. Before I came here, Suyan pummeled my face into a pulp, and I'm more than sure that almost everyone else in the academy can too, if I don't regain at least some of my combat potential again, Leo complained, as Muiyin Fei gave him another sympathetic look. Well, now this is something that I can help you with, and it was something I was supposed to give you back on the very first day. However, if only someone had bothered to read my name tag, we could have done this much sooner, Faye said, as she stood up from her seat and walked towards her room wall, where she began secretly tampering with the space around it. For a second, Leo found his vision turn hazy. He could not perceive the world around him at all, until it returned suddenly when Muiyin Fei took her seat before him yet again. What? What just happened? He mumbled in confusion, as Fei only chuckled to his face, but offered no explanation. Then, she presented the object in her hand, a simple beanie cap, meant to cover one's ears and head, but with many electrodes sticking from it. On the side of the beanie was written Memory Disc, number 4 Techniques and Fights, and just looking at the object, Leo felt a vague sense of familiarity from it. I've seen this before, he said. Faye nodded. You already have regained memories from Memory Disc number 1, which was language and math. Without it, you would be no different than a baby who did not understand a word being spoken around it, Faye said, gesturing for him to put it on. The process of memory transfer is painful, so dig deep and make sure you don't bite your tongue off. Also, while you will regain your knowledge about your existing skill moveset and how to execute them, you will still need to practice them a few times before you return to peak proficiency. So you will still have to work on it a bit, Faye warned. Leo nodded and placed the beanie over his head, mentally preparing himself for the pain to come. Leo barely had time to nod before Faye placed her palm atop the beanie, her fingers spreading across the fabric with practiced precision. A faint hum resonated from the device as she channeled her mana into it, slowly at first, then with increasing intensity. Thin, glowing threads of blue energy seeped from her fingertips, intertwining with the electrodes embedded on the beanie's surface. The moment her mana fully connected with the device, a violent surge tore through Leo's skull, sending his nerves into overdrive. His back arched, fingers digging into the chair's armrests as his entire body locked up. A white-hot pulse hammered through his mind, as if someone had taken a branding iron and was forging memories straight into his consciousness. The floodgates broke open. A torrent of images, sensations, and knowledge crashed into Leo's mind, his consciousness struggling to keep up with the sheer volume of information being forcefully restored. So that's how you circulate mana. So that's how you draw in mana from your surroundings. The first pieces of his past slotted into place, answering fundamental questions about mana control and manipulation before the true depth of his combat knowledge surfaced. Leo had mastered 7 core moves, each designed for a different battlefield scenario. Though vastly different in application, they complemented one another seamlessly, forming the foundation of his assassination skill set. The first technique to resurface was Vanish, a stealth-based move that allowed him to turn completely invisible. The technique worked best when blending into darkness, but Leo had refined it to the point where he could even disappear in broad daylight. By manipulating the mana in his surroundings, he could bend light itself, creating a perfect illusion of non-existence. Then came the Kill Strike, a technique meant to ensure the absolute lethality of an assassination. The move worked by channeling a pulse of volatile mana into an enemy's body upon stabbing them. The moment the blade pierced, the mana detonated inside the target, causing instantaneous internal bleeding and organ failure. While a dagger wound might be survivable, no one could endure an explosion within their own body. Next was the Mirror World, a cloning technique that allowed him to summon up to 100 identical copies of himself. The technique could be used in 2 ways: illusions, which served as perfect decoys to mislead an opponent, or physical clones, which could attack and defend just like the real Leo. The flexibility of the technique made it an invaluable tool in both combat and deception. Following that was Shadow Bind, a restraining move designed to incapacitate targets without the need for lethal force. Using mana-forged chains, Leo could wrap his enemies in powerful bindings, preventing their escape or counterattack. It was an ideal move for control, ensuring his prey had no chance to resist. Next came Full Counter, a skill which helped him send any magical or physical attack coming his way back towards the sender with twice the force. However, executing it needed extreme timing and precision. One slight mistake and the whole move could fail, which was why it needed to be used with caution. Then came Blade Switch, a move that allowed Leo to throw a dagger and instantly teleport to its location. The technique created a blink-like effect, enabling him to reposition in battle with inhuman speed. He could use it to close distances, escape a dangerous situation, or launch an unexpected attack from a new angle. Finally, his mind unlocked the knowledge of parallel processing, a technique that temporarily merged the processing power of his conscious and subconscious minds. This move was responsible for the moments when he perceived the world to slow down around him, giving him an immense advantage in battle. However, it came at an enormous cost. His brain consumed energy 100 times faster than normal to maintain the state, and his muscles had to keep up with the rapid signals, pushing his body beyond its natural limits. The move was his most powerful ace, however, its overuse had the potential to leave him completely incapacitated, a price too high if misused. As all this knowledge resurfaced in Leo's mind, he felt an odd sense of satisfaction, but also immense pain. His skull throbbed violently, as if someone had rammed a drill into his brain, forcing each memory back into place, while his entire body trembled under the weight of the forced recollection. Having years of knowledge crammed into one's brain within seconds was not a good feeling, and Leo had no doubt that a weaker man would have passed out from it. However, he held on, as the final bits of knowledge began to be transferred to his brain, on how to actually make use of his techniques in practical combat scenarios, as he received snippets of himself in past battles where he had used the moves in one way or another. He screamed, a mouthful of spittle escaping his face and landing on the floor below. He was approaching his limits and quickly felt he could not take any more knowledge for the day. "We are 96 fan tram done. Just hold on for a few more seconds," Muyen Fei told him. Listening to her voice, Leo somehow held on until the end, as the device finally powered off, having completed its function. Good job not passing out. Some of your memories would have been lost forever if you did, she said, as she removed the steaming beanie from his head and ruffled his hair in joy. Lost forever. How about you warn me about such things before we start the procedure next time? Leo snapped back, angry, while Faye let out a prideful smile. So, did you get the knowledge of your moveset back? What do you think of it? Faye asked. For a moment Leo said nothing and only gestured towards his throat, asking for water. Faye rolled her eyes, and fetched it for him at once. And it was only after he drank some and recovered that Leo began answering her question. The skill set is balanced for movement, creativity, and attack. However, I don't know a single defensive maneuver. If push comes to shove, I have no healing abilities or defensive moves that could save my life in a pinch, making my fighting style offensively skewed. Leo judged. Faye nodded in agreement with his assessment. Glad you can see it now. Because, I already know what the previous you would have said when asked about it, Faye said, chuckling to herself as if reminiscing about an old joke. What? What would the old me say? Leo asked, his curiosity piqued, as Faye only chuckled louder, looking at the clueless him. What else? The old you would say. Defense is for losers who get hit. I'm the boss, I just don't get hit. Faye replied, as Leo once again frowned deeply. His previous self sounded like an enigma, and Leo could not even begin to imagine what sort of life he had lived to grow into such an arrogant prick. However, while it sounded impractical, he was also secretly impressed by his past arrogant self, as it had clearly somehow managed to become the best assassin on planet Earth. All right. Your next class starts in 12 minutes, you better get a move on. Also, remember, you won't be able to use your skills instantly. Expect failures in the first few days. You need practice to return to your best, so don't bank on it for immediate fights. Also, if anyone asks, just tell them it was Instructor Faye who helped unlock some bits of my memory. However, don't tell them about the beanie, Faye instructed, as she unlocked the biometric door once again and showed Leo the exit. I'm your caretaker here, Skyshard, and while I'll help you as best I can, it's going to have to be you that does all the heavy lifting. You must show promise in combat, and you must place at the top of your class, because if you don't, all your sacrifices up until now will be for naught, Faye reminded, giving him one last good slap on his back before sending him on his way to the next class. As Leo stepped out of Faye's room, his hair slightly tousled and a subtle smirk lingering on his face, the last thing he expected was to run into Professor David. The professor was heading towards his dorm room after finishing his lecture, his expression neutral, until his gaze landed on Leo. Skyshard. David's voice carried a note of surprise, his eyes flickering from Leo's disheveled appearance to the door he had just stepped out of. Leo could almost see the gears turning in the professor's mind, piecing together an entirely incorrect scenario. However, he met his gaze nonetheless. Professor, Leo said, as he walked past him, entirely ignoring the tension hanging in the air. But as he brushed past, he could swear he heard David curse under his breath. Leo didn't need to read minds to know what the professor was thinking. The man had clearly jumped to the worst conclusion possible, assuming that a teacher had offered him sexual favors in exchange for being acquainted with his monarch-level talent. It was ridiculous. Unfounded. But Leo had neither the time nor the patience to care. With only 12 minutes before his next class, his focus was elsewhere. Returning to the practical combat arena, Leo walked with a renewed sense of confidence. Although his conversation with Faye had not gone entirely as he hoped it would, in some ways, it had turned out better than he ever could have imagined. He now knew that his memory loss was something voluntary and not something forcibly imposed upon him, and although there was a possibility that Faye was lying and making things up, something about her demeanor and how she talked about his past self made Leo trust her. Today, Having talked to her, Leo found out about his goal in this academy and his reason for coming here, and that alone felt much better than the confused state he had found himself in until yesterday. Until yesterday, he had no clue why he was here, or who put him here, or what his endgame was. And although many of these questions still remained unanswered, at least now he knew his short-term goals. 1. He had to get stronger and somehow top the first-year rankings. 2. He had to be selected for the academy team representing them in the circuits and participate in that competition. 3. He had to shine at the circuits and hopefully help Rodova overturn Geneva's rank, as it would be an achievement big enough to be noticed by the universe's best assassin guild, the Black Serpents. Which eventually brought him to his final goal for joining this academy, finding a way into the Black Serpents. For now, he had no clue as to why he needed to join the Black Serpents, or why the only route to joining them had to go through the Rodova Military Academy. However, just having the knowledge of what he was supposed to do felt enough for now. Meanwhile, within Mui Yanfei's teacher's dorm room, Mui Yanfei, a.k.a. Mufan, slumped against the wall, devoid of strength after Leo left her room. She had kept her act together, and behaved tough around him until she eventually pushed him out. However, the truth was she was absolutely exhausted. The mana required for the memory transfer was not something just anyone could handle. The process was actually supposed to take place in a specialized machine powered by several high-purity mana crystals. However, Mufan did it by hand for Leo's sake. Stupid boy got all beat up today by Su Yang. Why does he pick fights he can't win? Doesn't he understand that his body is precious? Faye thought, as she cursed Leo's poor decision-making under her breath. Today, she had given him a sense of purpose and a goal to work towards, and while she had not given him all the answers he sought, she had pointed him in the right direction. You must enroll in the Black Serpents, Skyshard. For if you don't, there is no hope for you to become the next timeless assassin, Faye murmured, as she weakly recalled the reason behind all this trouble. The reason behind Leo enrolling in Rodova Military Academy. The carefully crafted plan, aimed at seamlessly helping him achieve what no one else before him had. The reason was quite embarrassing for the evil cult, for they were supposed to be the guardians of the ways of the timeless assassin, the protector of his legacy. However, it was because of their inadequacies that Leo had to take this difficult path today. The evil cult was meant to be the guardian of the timeless assassin's legacy, the preserver of his techniques, the gatekeeper of the knowledge that allowed a warrior to ascend beyond mortality. And yet, they had failed. Their last hope, the strongest dragon candidate they had ever nurtured, a warrior who had once stood on the precipice of greatness, had fallen. Killed not fighting a war of justice, nor by an unforeseen catastrophe, but by the guild master of the Black Serpents. That battle had been a turning point. Not only had the evil cult lost their most promising candidate, but the Black Serpents had taken from his corpse something invaluable, something that should have never left the hands of the cult, a divine rank skill scroll. A relic of the original timeless assassin, containing one of his core techniques, a move so crucial that without it, no successor could ever hope to become the next timeless assassin. It was a fatal bottleneck, a wall that could not be bypassed. No matter how much talent the next dragon possessed, no matter how deep their understanding of the timeless assassin's arts, they would never reach the pinnacle without that skill in their arsenal. And now, that scroll sat behind the most impenetrable defenses in the universe. The Black Serpent Guild was not just a collection of elite assassins, it was the universe's premier assassin guild, an organization that had solidified its place at the very top of the underworld hierarchy, by having deep ties to all 6 great clans and the universal government. Their vaults were legendary, rumored to be guarded by an ever-changing security protocol, layers of spatial locks, and a force of assassins that had never known failure. And while over the years, the evil cult had launched dozens of attempts to retrieve what was stolen, every mission they launched had inevitably ended in disaster. Each infiltration team was wiped out. Every direct assault was crushed as the cult simply found no way in. Not through force. Not through stealth. Not through any method they had used before. which meant that if they wanted to retrieve the skill scroll, if they wanted to see a new timeless assassin rise again, they needed a new approach. One that would allow their agent to walk freely within the guild's walls. One that would not raise suspicion. One that would let them strike from within. But that was easier said than done. In a world where background checks ran deep, where major organizations conducted psychological evaluations and lie detection procedures on every new recruit, infiltrating the Black Serpents was impossible for anyone with even the slightest connection to the evil cult. Even a single hidden memory of the mission could be fatal, as no one could join that organization with fabricated pasts or forged documents, as the guild's security measures would expose them long before they ever got close to the armory. Which left them with only one possible entry point, the grassroots level. Unlike other recruitment methods, the inter-school circuits were one of the few ways the Black Serpents scouted new talent without prior affiliation checks, as they expected the reputed academies to have already done that part. Hence, those who dominated the circuits, those who stood out among the most promising young assassins in the universe, were offered a chance to join, making it the only way to join without triggering suspicion. And that was why Leo Skyshard had come to Rodova Military Academy. That was why he had erased his own memories. A clear background. A blank slate. No affiliations. No ties to the evil cult. A perfect candidate. This wasn't just about gaining strength. This was about building a cover story. About proving himself as an exceptional talent while operating within the Righteous Alliance framework. About ascending the ranks of the Academy without any traces of his true allegiance. Only after cementing himself as one of the best would he receive an invitation. Only after earning his way into the Black Serpents would he finally get his chance. Once inside, he would steal back what was rightfully his. And when that day came, when the scroll was back in their hands, he would return to the evil cult as their next dragon. The next candidate to become the timeless assassin. But until that day arrived, he could never know the full truth. For in this game of shadows, ignorance was both his greatest shield and his deadliest curse. Back at the practical combat grounds of Rodova Military Academy, as Leo stepped in once again, sporting a bruised face and a slightly swollen eye, his physical condition immediately became the center of everyone's attention. Whispers rippled through the training grounds as the elite class students tried to theorize what had happened to him. Since it was common knowledge that both he and Su Yang had been kicked out of Professor David's class, many assumed the two had clashed afterward, with Leo ending up on the losing end. While the others speculated that he had foolishly provoked a senior or an instructor, which would be in line with his freakish personality. However, as if completely unaffected by the gossip around him, Leo stood tall. His posture was proud, his expression unshaken, as a subtle but unmistakable confidence radiated from him. The very air around him felt different now compared to just this morning, as he seemed to no longer fear the opinions of the students around him. With the knowledge of his combat techniques restored, something deep inside him had shifted. It was almost like a sliver of his natural arrogance, his brash, unshakable presence, was creeping back, as his eyes looked at the surrounding students more as underlings rather than peers. The change was subtle, but significant. Just this morning, he stood among the class lineup in a spot where he would draw the least amount of eyes, with his shoulders slouched and his eyes gazing at something distant. It was almost like he subconsciously avoided eye contact, since he did not have the guts to pick a fight. Now, he stood tall, shoulders squared, meeting the stares of those who dared look at him, challenging them with nothing but his presence, as he turned into a full-blown menace. With his combat knowledge restored, he feared no one. And it reflected in his attitude, with Ryan being one of the first ones to notice this change in him. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell happened to you, big bro? Where did you suddenly pick up so much swagger from? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, Leo simply shrugged her away. I've always been this way. His voice came out deeper than expected, catching even him off guard. Ryan narrowed her eyes. Nah, something definitely happened between Professor David's class and now. You feel way too overbearing for it to be nothing major. Her gaze flickered toward Su-yang, who stood off to the side, arms folded, a deep frown on his face. He, too, was staring at Leo, but with a hazy, confused expression that looked like it belonged to a disillusioned lover who had just had a messy breakup. And Murayan followed his gaze and then gasped dramatically for maximum humor points. Yep. You and Su-yang just had sex after class. That's the theory I'm running with. My only question is, she paused for effect, smirking, who was top? Leo let out an involuntary chuckle before pushing her away. The little one definitely had a wicked sense of humor. And while Leo didn't dislike that about her, he found himself more alarmed by her uncanny ability to observe and discern things others would overlook. She had instantly pieced together that he might have ties to the Mu clan and had lost his memories, something that wasn't public knowledge. And now, with just a glance, she had noticed a shift in his demeanor before anyone else. That was dangerous. All right, class. I want pin-drop silence. A deep, commanding voice cut through the chatter as Major Hen stepped forward, taking the center stage. I am Major Hen Bespoke, and for the next 4 weeks, I will be your practical combat instructor. Unlike your regular classes, which are taught by fixed faculty, your practical combat training will be conducted by rotating military instructors. Each instructor will train you in different methodologies, ensuring that you receive a broad spectrum of combat experience. My training method is simple. I want you to fight among each other as much as possible. I want you to face as many opponents as possible, to gain first-hand knowledge of their fighting styles and learn how different types of warriors approach combat. No 2 swordsmen fight the same. No 2 assassins move alike. Facing dozens of different opponents daily will give you the experience necessary to determine the best strategies to counter a variety of fighters. Adaptability is key, and that is the foundation of my class. Here's how it will work. Each of you will be assigned a number. You will then rotate through matchups, facing every other number in this class at least once. Each fight will conclude in one of 3 ways: a tie if no decisive result is reached within 2.5 minutes. A win if you disarm or incapacitate your opponent. A loss if you are the one disarmed or incapacitated. Hen's tone remained firm and unwavering as he continued. Scoring will be simple: 0 points for a draw, -1 point for a loss, +2 points for a win. Once all of you have fought every opponent at least once, we will hold weekly leaderboard matchups every Sunday. The top 10 rankers will participate in an exhibition match, where the rest of the class will observe and learn. I will personally critique those matches, breaking down your mistakes, analyzing your movements, and teaching you how to improve. That will be the most informative part of this class. Hen's gaze swept over the crowd, his words laced with a deliberate intensity. If you have any intention of qualifying for the circuits as a first year, your performance in these leaderboard matches is critical. At the end of my 4 weeks, I will be submitting 3 names to Principal Alric, my personal recommendations for the circuits. And while my endorsement alone won't guarantee selection, it will carry significant weight in your candidacy. So, if you want to make a name for yourself in the military inter-academy circuits, if you want to be noticed by the strongest and most powerful organizations in the universe, fight like hell. Claw your way to every win you can get. Hen's fists clenched as he spoke, his voice carrying an unmistakable edge of challenge, an unspoken dare for them to rise to the occasion as he tried to rile up the heat within everyone's young blood. And it worked out well, for as Leo glanced around, he could see the shift in everyone's expressions. His fellow students' expressions had hardened. Determination. Hunger. Every single one of them wanted this. The circuits were the golden ticket. The one chance to be scouted and recruited by the universe's most elite forces. And if they had to fight, bleed, and break bones to earn a recommendation spot, then so be it. Sir, Jianggu will be the one to get that recommendation, sir. shouted a candidate, who declared his desire to win like a moron, which immediately painted him as a target for the rest of the class, and even pissed Leo off. Like hell you would. The mission requires me to qualify for the circuits, and if this recommendation can help me do so, then I'm not letting a single one of you past me. Jianggu of the Gu clan. I'm going to break your bones when we meet in battle, Leo thought, as he coldly marked the loudmouth as a personal project. Leo Skyshard, number 1, Su Yang, number 2, Mu Xin, number 3. Major Hen's voice carried through the combat grounds as he assigned numbers to all students based on their enrollment ranks, keeping the process straightforward and without any unnecessary complications. The list continued until Hen reached the final number. And then, without a pause, he moved to the matchups. First flight, number 1 against number 35, Zone 1. Number 2 against number 34, Zone 2. He read, as he assigned everyone a combat partner at once. After hearing the number of his opponent, Leo's gaze shifted briefly. He had no idea who number 35 was, but his opponent clearly knew who he was. From among the crowd, a girl was already staring at him. Eventually, as Leo made eye contact with her, she began walking toward him at a casual pace, stretching her arm out to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm Sophia Vin and I will be your first opponent today," she said as Leo accepted the handshake but responded in a tone laced with detached arrogance. "You already know who I am," he said, as Sophia smiled at his remark, tilting her chin up ever so slightly, as if trying to meet his gaze on even ground. But it was nothing but a poor attempt at bravery, and unfortunately for her, Leo saw straight through it. She tried too hard to appear confident, although she was not feeling it. And while she somehow managed to maintain a straight face, the rest of her body betrayed her resolve. The tension in her shoulders. The slight imbalance in her stance. The way her fingers curled just a bit too tightly before she let go of the handshake told Leo that she was very nervous to face him. Whether it was his reputation as the number 1 student, or his freakish performance this morning while training that scared her, Leo had no clue. However, looking at her body language, he felt sure that she was indeed afraid to face him. Being scared of your opponent means you've already lost half the fight, Leo thought, as he purposefully bore his gaze down on her, trying to look even more imposing, as he tried his best to intimidate her even more. However, before he could properly pressure her, Major Hen's voice rang out once again, saving his opponent from unnecessary psychological pressure. "Listen up," Hen said, as all attention snapped back to him. "You will each participate in 5 consecutive matches before being allowed any rest. Once your match ends, you will rotate 1 zone to the left and immediately face your next opponent. This will continue until you complete a total of 10 fights today." The weight of his words settled over the field. Each fight is a maximum of 2.5 minutes. If no decisive victory is reached, it will be ruled as a draw. There will be no breaks between rotations, recover as you fight, or fall behind. And the break after the 5th match will only be 10 minutes, where consumption of any potion is not allowed. A murmur rippled through the students, some whispering complaints, others barely concealing their frustration. However, Leo did neither. In fact, he welcomed the format with open arms. Fighting 5 opponents consecutively without rest would test his endurance, his sharpness, his ability to stay dominant under fatigue. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. And although it would be tough, he desperately wanted to know where his limits lay. Which was why he was grateful to Hen for pushing him in such a demanding regimen. "Assistants, take your positions," Hen commanded. At his signal, a squad of instructors stepped forward. Unlike the professors, these men and women were not mere educators. They were soldiers. Their role wasn't just to referee. They were here to enforce discipline, to observe and to ensure the safety of all participants. Each assistant took command of a designated zone before calling out the cadets assigned to fight in their zone. Zone 1, Number 1 and 35. A male assistant called, as Leo and Sophia answered his call, moving towards that particular fighting area. Beside them, Su Yang took his own position in Zone 2, while Mu Shin was further left in Zone 3. The entire training ground had been divided into smaller battle zones, each outlined with thick white boundary lines. The space wasn't large, but it was just enough to engage in a close-range battle and to maneuver a few steps. It was designed in a way where running away or stalling for time became impossible, pushing cadets to go for wins, rather than gambling for a tie. Number 1, stop here. Number 35, go there. The assistant pointed as he assigned both Leo and Sophia a starting spot within the marked area. Standard combat rules apply to this fight, he began, as alternating his gaze between both cadets, he explained the rules once. Protective gear is mandatory. No strikes to vital organs. No maiming or crippling blows. Forced out of bounds equals a loss. Referee's decision is final. He explained as he handed Leo and Sophia their protective gear, which included light padding for the chest, forearms, and legs, along with a helmet. Ensuring that both candidates had sufficient protection to prevent crippling injuries. Leo strapped his armor on without a second thought, completing the process quickly, while across from him, Sophia did the same, but took much longer. It looked like she took the extra time to make sure that she was padded up precisely so that she would not get hit on her vitals, as she subconsciously seemed to be preparing herself for a crushing defeat, and was only hoping to make it out of round 1 without any major injuries. Pfft, weakling, Leo thought disappointedly, as although he could accept a weaker opponent losing to him in a fair fight, he somehow had no sympathy for weak-minded warriors that threw the fight before it ever began. To become a warrior, one had to become a mentality monster first, and it looked like she did not have the mentality of a predator within her. Eventually, she did finish gearing up, as she looked up at Leo once again, this time with an unsure smirk on her lips. So, the famous monarch-level talent is my first opponent. Unfortunately, you will lose your very first fight, she said, her voice cracking slightly, as the fear was evident on her face. Leo said nothing. He merely scoffed at her meek behavior before shaking his head as the referee introduced the weapons tray. Coincidentally, both Leo and Sophia were assassins. However, while Leo chose to fight with daggers, Sophia preferred scythes as her weapon of choice. It was not the usual choice for an assassin. However, this was exactly what Hen wanted from this combat class, which was to expose students to all kinds of opponents. Picking 2 of them up, Sophia spun the curved blade in her palms, before rubbing them against one another to produce small sparks, as she smiled in satisfaction. Apparently, holding a weapon in her hand finally gave her the courage to look Leo in the eye, who felt equally confident after gripping a pair of daggers in his palms. Fighters ready. The referee asked once both had chosen their weapons, as both Leo and Sophia nodded to show their approval. Begin, he declared, as Sophia charged at his command, only to be bamboozled when Leo disappeared before her very eyes within a split second. The moment Sophia heard the command, she sprang into action, charging straight toward Leo. She knew that if she did not seize control of the battle now, right when it had just begun, she might never get the chance to do it again later. Since Leo was the number 1 ranked cadet in the elite class as per comprehensive evaluation, Sophia fully expected him to be faster and stronger than her. However, when she saw that he favored a dagger as his primary weapon of choice, she recognized an opportunity to potentially create an opening. Leo's daggers were barely 12 inches long, and when added to his arm reach, his maximum attack range reached about 46 inches. In contrast, her scythe measured 20 inches, and with her 30-inch arm reach, she had a peak attack range of 50 inches, a full 4 inches longer than her opponent's. This meant that she had a range advantage over him, which when coupled with her skill move, accelerated slash, might just give her the edge she needed to win. It was a very small difference, but in a fight like this, every inch counted. Okay, Sophia, you will go in and place a vertical slash, forcing him to dodge left. However, the moment he moves, you will activate the skill and take him by surprise. It's an opening sequence you have done countless times before, and maybe it can work on him too, Sophia thought, as she narrowed her gaze. However, before she could execute any of her thoughts, before she could even raise her scythe to attack him, Leo disappeared before her very eyes, without leaving so much as a trace in the air. What? Where did he go? She wondered in panic, as she looked to the left, then to the right, and finally over her head. She expected an attack to come flying in from any side at any time, as her senses went into hyperdrive. However, the expected attack never came. 3 painful seconds passed, as sweat beads began to form on her forehead. She no longer had any sense of her opponent's movements, as having spun around thrice in these 3 seconds, she no longer knew where Leo was supposed to be. She had spun because she felt a constant fear of being stabbed in her back. However, no matter how many times she turned, she simply could not spot her opponent. Damn it! Where are you? She finally shouted in frustration, and at that moment, she felt someone suddenly swipe at her feet. She lost her balance and was brought to the floor with a sickening thud. At this point, Leo suddenly reappeared, a dagger pointed at her throat, ending the bout from start to finish in under 10 seconds. Please don't hurt me, Sophia's eyes conveyed this message, as they turned slightly teary and afraid. However, Leo did not care. For him, resisting the urge to plunge a dagger in her back and ending the fight without inflicting any major injury on his opponent was already mercy enough on his part, and he had no interest in showing any more. Work on the perception skill that Professor Powell distributed today. You need it a lot, Leo advised as he walked away, with the assistant declaring him to be the winner. Winner, plus 2 points, cadet number 1, the assistant announced. He nodded in acknowledgement of Leo's skill, and Leo nodded back. Apparently, only 2 cadets had finished their fights within the first 10 seconds, him and Su Yang. As Leo looked across to his battle zone, he found Su Yang staring back at him, a maniacal smile playing out on his face. He said nothing, however, the excitement and the pure elation on his face conveyed the entire story of what he felt at this moment. Not bad, Skyshard, Leo could almost hear his voice praising him in his head, as he grinned back, folding his arms and boldly making eye contact. Leo felt it too, the goosebumps crawling under his skin, feeling the growing urge to fight Su Yang yet again. Just a couple hours ago, he had been beaten black and blue by the guy. However, after getting his combat memories back, Leo felt his body itching for round 2, as he strongly felt that the outcome between their fight would be different if they were to clash again now. On second thought, Leo realized that it might not be a great idea to jump into a rematch just yet. Although he executed the move, Vanish, perfectly in this fight, without facing any hiccups, there was still a chance he could face some challenges while trying to recreate some of his other moves. It was an odd sensation, for although Muyen Fei had warned him that it would take a while for him to recall and perform his combat skills, Leo found himself capable of recreating Vanish on his first try, which immediately boosted his confidence. Initially, he felt jittery when he began circulating mana within his body to activate Vanish. However, once he started, it was almost like he did not even need to consciously think about what he was doing, as his brain completed the rest of the process automatically. It was almost like he had performed the move 1,000 times while training, and now he only needed to initiate the process before muscle memory took over and his body did the rest. And while he was not sure if this was the case for Vanish alone or for all his skills, he did not wish to fight Su Yang again until he found out. Just you wait, Su Yang, I'm going to return every hit you landed on my face tenfold in the coming days, Leo thought, the grin on his face widened while staring Su Yang down. At this moment, both of them knew that Leo was on his way to regaining his peak battle form, and although he had some distance left to cover, both were genuinely stoked to see him on the path to quick improvement. All right, time's up. Everyone shifts one battle zone to their left. Number 1 will go to Zone 2. Number 2 will go to Zone 3. Number 34 will go to Zone 1. And number 35 will move to Zone 35, Major Hen declared once the first 5 minutes were over, and everyone quickly shifted to the next battle zone, where they encountered their second opponent. Greetings, I'm Jiang-gu, and I shall be taking the top spot from you in the class rankings very soon, said Leo's second opponent. Leo's eyes beamed with joy when he introduced himself. This was the same guy who had shouted boldly that he was going to win it all when Major Hen was explaining the rules, and he had done the same once again when he introduced himself now. Ag, so you're Jiang-gu, Leo said, pretending to have heard his name before. Yes, I'm Jiang-gu. Have you perhaps kept an eye on me as a rival? He asked, his eyes shining brightly as he took his battle stance. Yes, let me be honest, Jiang-gu, I must tell you precisely how I feel about you before we fight. Leo began, drawing in his opponent's curiosity with his words. The truth is, I don't give a fuck about you, Myung-chu, Leo said, deliberately pronouncing his name wrong, the expression in his eyes turning stone cold. Begin, the referee announced at that moment, as it was Leo this time who took the initiative to charge first. The moment the referee's hand dropped to signal the start of the match, Leo immediately exploded forward, a menacing glare in his eyes. Jiang-gu barely had time to react before Leo was already on him. Leo didn't use any fancy techniques for this fight, not because he did not have confidence in performing them, but simply because he did not need to. His combat knowledge and experience ran deeper than just skill moves and weapons mastery, as his battle IQ was quite high too. At his best, he did not need to rely on any fancy moves to defeat his opponent, as more likely than not, he could usually read them like an open book. Not today, Jiang-gu declared as he saw Leo descending upon him from the top, and swung his sword in a quick, practiced arc, activating a mana-infused slash aimed straight at Leo's ribs. But Leo read it like an open book. He didn't dodge. He didn't flinch. Instead, he leaned back while in midair, and calmly stepped on his opponent's sword, mid-slash, to perform a backflip. What? Jiang-gu mouthed in disbelief. His brain could not comprehend the sheer reflexes needed to time a backflip off an ongoing sword slash. However, that momentary distraction became his undoing, as Leo landed a blow to the top of his head before landing. Where? Jiang-gu said dazedly, his vision doubled and his balance became shaky, swinging his sword wildly as he could not locate Leo in his dazed state. I'm right here, you bum. Leo said, tapping on his shoulders lightly, only for Jiang-gu to turn with a panic, and Leo punched him square on the nose. Jiang-gu staggered back, his nose bone broken by the blow, and a steady stream of blood began trickling down his face. Ouch! Ouch! Ah, he screamed, clutching his nose with his free hand, once again taking his eyes off Leo, giving him the chance to go on the offensive yet again. His next strike came instantly, a sweeping backhand across Jiang-gu's jaw, flooring him to the ground. Jiang-gu lay flat on the ground, his brain a concussed mess. He simply could not make sense of the world around him anymore. Stomping ruthlessly on his face, Leo kicked his broken nose again and again, disfiguring it completely, until the referee forcibly stepped in to stop the fight and protect cadet safety. Fight over. Winner, cadet number 1. +2 points. He declared, and it was only then that Leo walked away from Jiang-gu, but not before spitting on the ground beside his face. New number 1, my ass. Leo scoffed, turning his back on Jiang-gu and walking away, making sure the humiliation of this defeat would burn itself into his opponent's memory. In a way, Jiang-gu was extremely lucky. Lucky that the academy had rules. Lucky that Leo had been forced to hold himself back, for if it weren't for the Academy's restrictions, Leo knew in his heart that Jiang-gu would not have walked away from this fight, he would have crawled. And the worst part. Leo understood now that he would not have felt a shred of guilt, even if he did go that far. For all his earlier doubts about himself, about his true nature, about who he was before he lost his memory, the answer was now becoming clearer to him with every passing moment. Deep down, Leo knew the truth. It was like a reflection that had been staring back at him from the start. However, he was just not ready then to acknowledge it. However, he felt he was ready to embrace it now. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't some noble warrior. At his core, he was a killer, cold, calculating, and merciless toward anything that annoyed him. But he wasn't a mindless murderer. He did not kill simply for pleasure, nor did he crave destruction for its own sake. But patience. Mercy. He had very little of that to spare. Especially against people that he disliked or had no attachment to. And it was surprising how hard it was for him to be attached to anyone, even though Murian was a sort of friend for him now, whose company he did not dislike. He still had no question in his mind that if tomorrow he somehow found himself facing Murian in a fight where only one of them could walk away, he would kill her without hesitation, and he wouldn't lose a wink of sleep over it. He simply did not care for her enough to care about her life or death, and although the very thought of killing an acquaintance should have unsettled him, if he were frank with himself, it didn't. If anything, it comforted him instead. A dark corner of his brain told him to be proud of this non-attachment, for it made him a harder target to go after. However, on the other hand, the logical part of him recognized that this level of detachment, this raw, unwavering ruthlessness, was probably not a good thing. Sympathy, compassion, and empathy, those were the things that made a human. Human. They were what separated men from monsters, what differentiated warriors from beasts. But the more Leo thought about it, the harder it became to convince himself that he should care. Because the truth was, he didn't. There was no guilt. No hesitation about his nature in his head anymore. Instead of questioning it, he embraced it. Why should he feel apologetic for his nature? He was a hunter, not prey. A predator, not some weak, bleeding heart fool pretending to be something he wasn't. And the more he came to terms with that, the more he liked it. He wasn't even back to his peak yet. He had no grand achievements to boast about, no towering reputation to lean on. Yet, still, he found his natural arrogance slowly creeping back. Not because of what he had already done and accomplished in the academy, but because of what he knew he could do. Damn. I guess I finally understand why Muyen Fei called my previous self impossibly arrogant. The boss. That name sounded cringe to me when I first heard it, but I low-key like it now. I definitely feel like the boss, with my combat instincts back, and if I feel this better with just my combat memories back. Just how would I really feel when I had all my memories back? Leo wondered, clutching his palm into a fist and stared at it with passion. Thump-thump, the thumping pulse in his veins was demanding that he fight more. The joy of humiliating his opponents. He wanted to feel it more. The elation of stomping an opponent's nose out. He wanted to feel it more. God damn it. How long before the next fight starts? I'm already tired of looking at this bum's face, Leo said impatiently, as the referee kept looking at his clock, waiting for the timer to hit 0, before he gave the command to switch. Leo tore through the next few fights with ease, overwhelming his opponents with sheer dominance. He did not need to use any flashy techniques or skill moves. In fact, he did not even consider using them after the second fight. Not because he did not want to test out his newly recalled skill moves, but simply because he found his opponents to not be at his level. His opponents were skilled and strong. And the gap between them was not in terms of raw power. In fact, most of the students of the elite class were at par with him in terms of speed, strength, and endurance, with some even being stronger in a few areas. But the difference in their understanding of combat. That was a chasm the students in this class could not hope to cross in a short time. Leo had a sea of combat information in his brain. Experience so deep and rich that gave him a way out of almost any perceivable combat situation at this level. This was in stark contrast to most of his opponents, who were young elites, raised in noble families, who, although groomed through rigorous physical training regimens since childhood, still lacked knowledge of actual practical combat. They had sparring experience, polished techniques, and textbook perfect form. But they had never fought for their lives. And it showed. Their movements, while technically sound, lacked killer instinct. They still treated combat like a sparring match, measured, predictable, hesitant. None of them knew how to properly leverage their weapon advantage, like a proper seasoned warrior should. Leo used daggers, the shortest melee weapon on the battlefield. Hence, by all logic, his opponents, wielding longer swords and polearms, should have had to reach advantage. But they had no idea how to press that advantage. Because they lacked the fundamental understanding of how human anatomy worked, and what exactly was the most lethal range of their weapons. Every weapon had a kill zone. The area where it could dish out the maximum damage, and it was fundamental for a warrior to fight and hold their opponent within this kill zone so that at any opening shown, they could move in for the kill. However, the Nobleborns did not understand this concept as well as Leo did. And while Leo did not remember his teacher, nor did he recall what kind of life he had lived up until now to possess such a deep understanding of combat, he still understood how to render his opponent's range advantage useless. He knew that if he slipped past their guard and fought at extreme close range, separated by no more than half an arm's length, their ranged weapons turned powerless. The human elbow cannot bend backward. This made a sword useless at that range, simply because one did not have enough space to swing it with any real force that could produce damage. And Leo gave them no space. He stuck to them like a shadow, fighting in such tight quarters that their own weapons became a liability. Meanwhile, his daggers, small, compact, and designed for close-quarters combat, became instruments of pure destruction. It was a simple trick. Basic. But for these pampered nobles, who had never fought in real battle, it was an unsolvable puzzle. They didn't know how to create distance. They didn't know how to reset the fight and regain control. And because of that, they lost. Every single one. An hour later, Leo defeated his 10th and final opponent without so much as breaking a sweat. He became one of only 4 students in the class to complete the day with an unbeaten record alongside Su Yang, Mu Shen, and Tivo Dracos. To be fair, he had only faced the lower percentile of the elite class today, with his matchups being the easiest ones on paper. However, completing the day with an unbeaten record still did well to cement his legacy as one of this year's strongest students, and if anyone had any lingering doubts about his true potential, they no longer possessed those ideas anymore. Fuck, look at Skyshard, he's not even breathing heavy. He's completely fine after winning 10 fights. There's not a bead of sweat on his forehead, nor a scratch on his body. Even Su Yang has a scratch on his face, but Skyshard is untouched. Freak. Skyshard is a goddamn freak. I faced him in combat for my 7th fight, and he completely outclassed me without ever needing to activate a single skill. Fighting him felt like fighting an immovable wall. He's a true freak unlike anything I have ever seen before. Murmurs began to spread around the class regarding Leo's performance in this first class, and looking around, there was not a single student who had managed to come out of this class unscathed, except for him. Most of the students had suffered significant injuries. Broken bones, bruised ribs, dislocated joints, swollen eyes. However, even those who were good at defense and did not pick up any major injury looked to be completely exhausted after 10 fights, finding themselves collapsed on the floor, their chest heaving heavily, while Leo stood tall, unbothered. Unlike these fools who went all out in every fight and expended every bit of mana in their bodies, Leo never went all out, nor did he use too many skills, as he fought the fights with his brain and conserved most of his energy by not performing any useless movements. He felt like he could easily go for an hour more before his breathing became unsteady, as just this much action was not enough to tickle his bones. Alright class, that's it for today. I hope you have gained a lot of new insights by facing your fellow classmates today. We will repeat this process tomorrow, the day after, and the day after tomorrow as well, before holding a Rankers exhibition match on Sunday. If you think your performance today was not up to the mark, then I suggest that before you go to bed today, you think about your fights, how they played out, and what you could have done differently to avoid a defeat. Introspection is the most important aspect for improvement, but it's not something that can be taught and only something that can be experienced through enlightenment. Anyways, that's it for you all today. Dismissed, Major Hen said, as he turned on his heel and walked out of the practical combat grounds, leaving the students rolling on the floor to their own devices. Big brother, you were on fire today. I never knew you could move like that, Ryan said, as soon as the class ended, immediately rushing beside Leo and grabbing him by the arm. You're going to face me tomorrow, please go easy on me. I don't want a bruised cheek, she said while pouting, trying to appear cute and appealing for leniency. If you don't want to end up with a bruised face, then just throw your weapon to the ground as soon as the match starts, declaring a forfeit. If not, then don't blame me for what comes next, Leo replied amusedly, giving her the evil side-eye. Mean. Big brother is a meanie, Ryan complained, feebly hitting him on his arms, causing Leo to burst out in laughter. An interaction that did not go unnoticed by the class. Rodova Military Academy, Tactical Training Grounds, B9, the final class of the day after practical combat was Scouting, Movement, and Planning, an Assassin Branch exclusive course that Leo had to take alongside regular class students. It was a 90-fan tram theoretical lecture with a few practical demonstrations conducted by Army specialists, nothing too physically demanding, which was a relief, considering that nearly everyone who arrived for the lecture looked half dead after enduring the first day of hellish training at the Rodova Military Academy. On the first day, the lieutenant conducting the class outlined the importance of mission planning and introduced 3 core rules that every assassin had to follow when preparing for an operation. The first core rule, scouting, was the foundation of every mission. Before an assassin ever lifted a blade, before a single step was taken toward the target, scouting had to be done. A poorly scouted mission was a mission doomed to fail. The more an assassin knew about their target, their habits, routines, security measures, and the layout of their environment, the less room there was for unexpected surprises. Scouting was not just about watching a target from the shadows. It was about gathering every possible detail that could be used to ensure success. How many guards were stationed at a given time? Did the target have a predictable schedule? Were there alternative exits if the main escape route was blocked? What terrain or structures could be used to an assassin's advantage? These were questions that needed clear answers before any plan could be formed. A well-protected target required a different approach than one who was careless. A target surrounded by political figures demanded stealth, whereas an enemy general on the battlefield could be eliminated more aggressively. Every mission had unique variables, but those variables meant nothing if they weren't accounted for before execution. Which was why scouting wasn't just a task, it was a mandatory step in mission planning. An assassin who scouted properly entered every battle already holding the advantage. And an assassin who didn't walked into the unknown, blind, and vulnerable. The next part was to verify the information they had obtained and ensure that they were not being purposefully deceived by the enemy through misinformation or planted intel. This was the stage where an assassin had to question everything they saw, every bit of intelligence they gathered, and every assumption they made, because the smallest overlooked detail could turn a perfect plan into a disaster. What if the guards they had been tracking were only decoys, meant to mislead intruders? What if the secret passage they uncovered was, in fact, a trap designed to funnel intruders into an ambush? What if the unguarded window was left open deliberately, to lure them into a kill zone? A skilled enemy knew that assassins and scouts relied on information. The smartest ones used that against them. Because of this, verification was a non-negotiable step. An assassin had to cross-check everything. Observe a target's behavior on different days, at different times. Note variations in security routines, not just on regular days but also on high-alert situations. If an opportunity seemed too easy, it probably was a trap. And so the class was given a simple phrase to memorize: misinformation is deadlier than ignorance. Because an assassin who went into a mission without information had a chance. But an assassin who went in with false information was already dead. Once information had been gathered and verified, the final step was creating a plan. However, a good plan was never just one plan. The lieutenant stressed that having a single strategy was a rookie mistake. An assassin needed to operate with at least 3 plans at all times. 1. The primary plan, the optimal, cleanest method of execution. If everything went as expected, this was the plan that would be followed. 2. The contingency plan, a backup method that accounted for unexpected variables. If a guard patrol changed, if a security system was upgraded, or if the target moved unexpectedly, the assassin needed a second option ready to be deployed. 3. The escape plan. No matter how well planned a mission was, extraction was just as important as execution. If an assassin eliminated a target but was caught or killed during escape, the mission was a failure. A proper plan included multiple exit routes, disguises, or diversions. There was no such thing as a perfect mission. There were only well-prepared assassins. As the lecture concluded, most of the cadets sat up, paying full attention. Despite their exhaustion, they understood the weight of what was being taught. This wasn't just textbook theory. It was knowledge forged from real missions, real deaths, real failures. And Leo appreciated it too. Having an escape route planned beforehand and being cautious was probably a smart strategy that his arrogant ass needed to learn, as just like the lieutenant said, there were no perfectly executed missions, just prepared assassins who had thought about every possibility that could unfold. Hence, by the end, Leo stood up thoroughly satisfied with what he had learned for the day, as he hauled his tired rear to the mess hall for dinner, with a grumbling Murian by his side. "Oh my God, Leo, everything hurts," she complained as she clutched her head. "My head hurts, my body hurts, my butt hurts. I don't even know how a butt can hurt, but mine hurts after all these long hours of sitting. And it's only the first day. The hellish Professor Marvin expects us to come in early tomorrow and run more laps as penalty for failing his expectations today, and this hell will just continue all over again tomorrow morning. And this is all if I retire to bed now, but I can't. I still have to spend a few hours meditating, then I have to work on the scroll given in the Basics of Perception class and also prepare for the next lecture of Professor David by studying his lecture notes today. I then have to introspect my combat performance like Major Hen wanted, and I have to sleep and recover my tired body too. It's like there aren't enough hours in the day for me to do all that and still remain sane, because I'm either going to fail one of the courses, or I'm going to go insane," Ryan complained as she stomped her feet in frustration like a spoiled baby. "It's not all that bad. You can grab a couple extra stamina potions during dinner. It will help you stay awake longer," Leo comforted, though he too felt that the academy life here was a lot more grueling than he expected. He was somehow fine with it. Deep down, he understood that getting stronger was not supposed to be an easy process, because if it were then every bum in the universe would be naturally powerful. Becoming strong was hard, and required sacrifice, which was why the strong were universally respected, as not everyone could become what they were. As Leo entered the mess hall for dinner, he found the place entirely full with hardly any seats left. However, to his surprise, the corner table where he usually sat had a few empty seats left, with Su Yang and Mu Shen sitting together, looking like they were saving it for him. As he walked in, Mu Shen immediately waved to grab his attention, and Leo chuckled at this unexpected development. He had not expected to make allies in the academy, at least, not this quickly. But now, it looked like he was going to be in a power block with the 2 best students in the class. As Leo and Mu Ryan took their seats after filling their plates, the atmosphere at the table turned unexpectedly tense. The three strongest cadets in the elite class, Leo, Su Yang, and Mu Shen, sat in silence, locking eyes in an unspoken battle of wills. The rest of the mess hall immediately took notice. Whispers spread like wildfire, speculating on what it meant that the strongest students had aligned themselves together. "Man, my shoulders hurt," Mu Shen finally broke the silence, rotating his shoulder blades with a wince. "Punched the damn shield with my bare fists today. My knuckles are fine, but my shoulder feels like it's falling apart." "What a drag," Su Yang scoffed, running a hand over the thin cut on his cheek. "TCH. I can't believe I let some bastard land a hit on me." His fingers traced the wound with irritation. "Little shit spat poison mist in my eyes. Blinded me for just a second, and that was enough." Mu Shen smirked. "Damn, even you got caught slipping." Su Yang's jaw clenched. "Next time, I'm breaking his ribs." "No, screw that. I'm shattering them." His tone was casual, but Leo could tell he meant every word. "What about you, Sky Shard? How'd you get the black eye?" Mu Shen asked, finally turning to Leo. Leo only chuckled, casually pointing towards Su Yang. Mu Shen blinked. "Him." Su Yang frowned. "It's nothing. It wasn't a fair fight. I cheap shot Skyshard this time. But I've got a feeling that next time it won't be the same." Leo's grin widened at that response. Su Yang could have bragged. He could have rubbed in the fact that he had beaten Leo black and blue that morning. But he didn't. Instead, he chose not to consider that fight as legitimate because Leo had been without his memories. That small gesture earned Su Yang some respect in Leo's book. As for all his arrogance, it seemed like Su Yang still had his own sense of honor. Well, Mu Shen mused, alternating his gaze between the two of them. "Now that's a fight I really want to see." He turned back to his food, but the conversation was far from over. "The fight between the three of you is going to change every week," Mu Ryan added, chewing thoughtfully. "Depends on how your genetic awakening goes and what skills you unlock." Leo's ears perked up at that. "When does that happen?" "We got tested for our genetic potential, but when do we start awakening it?" Before Mu Ryan could answer, Su Yang spoke first. "Next week. You get your first shot this Sunday. Depending on how fast you digest it, you will get another shot every subsequent week, or once you've fully absorbed the previous dose. Whichever takes longer." He took a sip of water before continuing. "Commoners only get one full-dose genetic awakening, which is far less effective." Su Yang glanced at Leo, knowing he might lack the full context. So he took the time to break it down. "Through extensive research, we've found that the best way to maximize the genetic awakening serum's effects is to take it in small, controlled doses over a year, while coupling it with intense physical training. The more you train, the faster you digest the serum, and the better your results." He glanced around the mess hall, his expression darkening. "The whiners in our class bitching about the Academy's hellish training don't get it. They don't realize this training is the only way to draw out the maximum potential in our genes." He leaned back in his seat and met Leo's gaze. "So if, at any point, you feel like the Academy isn't pushing you to your limits, start training more on your own, Skyshard. Because it's going to be more important than you think." Leo nodded in understanding. He didn't need to be convinced to push his limits. Becoming strong was his obsession. With or without his memories, he knew that he wanted to become as strong as he physically could, and would do anything to get to that limit. No matter how much sacrifice and hard work he needed to get there. "Also, don't forget," Mu Shen added, "the higher your genetic potential, the greater your chances of experiencing ghost sleep." The moment the words left his mouth, Su Yang visibly tensed. A subtle, involuntary tremor ran through his fingers. And Leo caught the reaction immediately. Ghost sleep? Leo asked, curious. What's that? Mushin turned to him with a weird look. You don't know. He let out a laugh. Skyshard, how can you not know ghost sleep? Your father or mother must have told you about it countless times growing up. Leo didn't react, only blinking at him in confusion. Mushin kept laughing. Hell, it's practically all the old geezers in our families ever talk about. But when Leo still didn't respond, the laughter slowly died. And Su Yang took over. Ghost sleep is when you tap into the memories of your ancestors, Skyshard. He said it plainly, but there was something grim in his voice. It happens after you take the genetic awakening serum. You don't know exactly when it will happen, but occasionally after you take the serum, you will find yourself slipping into a state called ghost sleep at night, where you start witnessing past events from your bloodline. Events that left a deep imprint on its history. Su Yang's gaze darkened. These memories are almost always tied to extreme emotions, either immense joy or overwhelming hatred. He exhaled sharply before adding, but in the history of the 6 great clans, I've never heard of a ghost sleep filled with joy. Not even once. Leo didn't speak, letting him continue. For us, it's always something brutal. A gruesome assassination. A massacre. Or worse. Su Yang's fingers clenched against the table. Watching your entire family being raped and slaughtered before your eyes. A heavy silence fell over the table. Leo didn't move. Didn't react outwardly. But he absorbed every word. The likelihood of experiencing ghost sleep depends on how much of the progenitor god's blood runs in your veins, Su Yang continued. The weaker your divine blood, the less frequently it happens. He met Leo's gaze. But if you have thick blood, like we do, it's unavoidable. He paused. We're bound to experience it, maybe once or twice a month, he concluded, trembling once again. Leo finally noticed it. Both Mushin and Su Yang, 2 of the strongest cadets in the class, looked physically afraid of ghost sleep, as they both had goosebumps just thinking about it. These 2 men, who did not flinch at the sight of blood or physical pain, trembled at the thought of these nightmares, which just went to prove how horrible they must be. Ghost sleep. Leo had no memories of it. But if these 2, as powerful as they were, feared it to this extent, then whatever it was, whatever they were destined to see in his dreams, was surely going to be hell. Gosh, let's not talk about these depressing topics. It's literally killing my appetite, guys. Mu Ryan said, trying to pull back the conversation to a more cheerful note, as the boys unanimously agreed to her suggestion. After dinner, Leo returned straight to his room, his mind set on a single goal, starting his meditation practice. Now that he had regained his knowledge of how to circulate mana within his body, Leo was eager to dive into meditation. He understood that it was one of the most crucial aspects of a warrior's path and a key to unlocking the next stage of his power. Before dinner today, he had no idea how important meditation was compared to learning new skills. However, after listening to Mushin and Su Yang talk about their plans for the rest of the day after dinner, Leo got a pretty good idea about its importance. Mushin and Su Yang mentioned over dinner that they intended to meditate until midnight, followed by an hour dedicated to learning the perception skill scroll they'd been given earlier. And only then would they call it a night. It was currently 7 p.m., meaning that the 2 of them planned to spend at least 5 hours meditating versus only 1 to learn a new skill, an eye-opener for Leo. Having friends, or at least fellow cadets with more general knowledge in the academy, gave Leo some much-needed context about how he should manage his time, which came as a significant relief considering how clueless he felt without his memories. Hence, after returning to his dorm, the first thing Leo did was grab his holographic copy of the meditation manual, sitting cross-legged on the floor, before diving right in. Please condense a ball of mana in the center of your left palm, the manual instructed, as it began floating automatically into the air, hovering right before Leo's eyes. with the text written within beginning to glow with a faint light. "Oh. Okay," Leo muttered, feeling surprised, as he did as instructed and condensed a ball of mana in the center of his left palm. "Insufficient mana density detected. Please pack more mana into the current ball." The text inside the book shifted, as it seemed to track Leo's progress in real time. "Oh. A live book. That's interesting," Leo mused, as he condensed even more mana into the same spot, until the insufficient mana density warning dispersed, shifting into an anatomical diagram of his body and the mana circuits within his body. "Please circulate the condensed ball of mana exactly as displayed in the path in front of you," the book instructed, as it showed the exact path Leo was meant to follow, circulating the ball of mana from his left palm up to his heart, and then down towards his navel, where the diagram wanted him to stop. As a whole, it looked simple. However, in reality, it was anything but simple. The roadmap of the mana circuits in his body looked exactly like the map of the various nerves distributed in his body, or the circulatory system that delivered blood and nutrients to every cell. There were millions of small mana pathways fracturing into individual cell blocks within his body, which eventually merged to form a larger mana path, and eventually several of these small pathways merged to form a proper major mana pathway that Leo usually used to activate skills. Hence, to move a large block of mana along a specific micro-mana pathway within his body was easier said than done, as at every slight mistake, the text before his eyes turned from blue to red, reading, "Wrong path taken. Please retrace all steps." Overall, it was an extremely tedious and time-consuming process to just transport a concentrated mana ball from his left palm to his navel, and it took Leo a good 20 minutes of focusing his full attention to do it correctly once. "Please break the single large ball of mana into 2 equal parts, and control both balls of mana to reach the femur bone of your body as shown in the diagram," the book instructed, as the simulation it displayed now changed to showing Leo how to split the single mana ball into 2 and then control it down a specific pathway to reach both the femur bones of his body. "The hell," he cursed, as he understood that the difficulty of this step of the meditation process was twice as hard as the first one. Although the distance was shorter, controlling 2 balls of mana at once was significantly more difficult than controlling just one. However, with no other options, Leo began focusing on doing it correctly, but he always messed it up somehow, as he remained impossibly stuck on this step for the next full hour. By the 1.5-hour mark into starting his meditation, Leo found his brain throbbing in overexertion and pain, as he quickly approached his limits. He had been using all his brain capacity nonstop for the past 90 minutes, focusing on an incredibly narrow and tedious process, and it took a significant toll on his mental health. "Fuck it, I need a break," he said, as he dispersed both balls of mana and laid back, closing his eyes, and the glowing meditation manual dimmed and lowered to the ground automatically. Every vein in his brain hurt from the overexertion, and even with his eyes closed he could see the mana diagram floating before his eyes, asking him to guide it correctly again. "Meditation sucks. I would rather run 100 laps twice a day than do this shit," Leo cursed, as he realized that meditation was a much harder process to undergo than physical training. However, while he cursed verbally, internally he did not feel frustrated at all. If anything, he was excited, as he had never felt his brain challenged to such limits before. "If meditation is this tough and I do it daily, my brain is going to improve by leaps and bounds in the days to come. It's like exercise, but for my brain, and I'm sure the benefits it will bring will be massive," Leo thought, as he let a soft grin spread on his face. Deep breaths. Inhaling and exhaling sharply, he waited until the throbbing sensation in his brain subsided before slowly getting back to his meditation position again, with his legs crossed. Then, he opened the meditation manual again, which immediately floated back into the air, asking him to form a concentrated ball of mana in his left palm. This time, Leo got it right on the first try, before quickly guiding it to his navel in just 5 minutes, as he then proceeded to split it into 2 equal parts as guided. He once again found himself trying to guide both balls down towards his femur bone as instructed, which he began doing unsuccessfully for about half an hour, until he finally got the path memorized just right to precisely guide both balls down at a simultaneous pace, succeeding in this step of the training. Using the mana balls as a power core, charge up all the 121,776 micromana pathways leading to your bone marrow to begin the production of new blood cells. The manual instructed, and upon reading that text, Leo let out a sharp breath of disbelief. Using the mana balls as a power core, charge up all the 121,776 micromana pathways leading to your bone marrow to begin the production of new blood cells. Leo exhaled sharply, his eyes scanning the glowing text before it shifted into an anatomical diagram. The complexity of what he had to do this time around was simply staggering. The diagram wanted him to activate hundreds of thousands of micropathways at once, which looked like a tree branch diverging into uncountable roots. However, instead of a trunk, all of them stemmed from the 2 mana balls he had painstakingly guided to his femur bones. It required a level of fine control that he had not yet mastered as a warrior. However, he had no other choice but to give it a shot regardless. Closing his eyes, he focused on the mana spheres embedded deep in his legs, and upon his command, they pulsed faintly, like miniature hearts awaiting further instructions. Carefully, he tried to push the energy stored within them outward, attempting to distribute the stored mana through the delicate channels branching into his femur. However, just as he started that process, he felt a sharp jolt of resistance surging through his body. Apparently, the mana flow stuttered, clogging at multiple junctures, as it found itself unable to disperse properly. It was like trying to force a flood through thin, fragile pipes, and his small mana circuits could clearly not handle that much load. Mana flow error detected. Improper distribution rate. Restarting process. The glowing text flashed red, and Leo clenched his jaw, suppressing a frustrated growl. He wasn't lacking the focus, it was just that his pathways weren't accustomed to this level of fine control, forcing him to be more careful. All right, I can do this if I am incredibly patient. I just need to be patient, Leo thought, as steadying his breathing, he tried again. This time, he adjusted his approach, visualizing the mana not as a torrent but as a steady trickle, slowly seeping through the microscopic channels. He adopted a patient approach, waiting for mana to move forward on its own instead of forcing it to circulate, as he only applied the lightest of pressure. Oh yeah. That's the way to go, Leo muttered out loud in joy, as very soon he realized that this approach was indeed the right one, as the mana began reaching the marrow production site within the femur bones. Micromana pathways successfully charged. Initiating bone marrow activation. A deep warmth spread through his femur, unlike anything he had ever felt before as the mana he sent in began to react with it. It wasn't pain, but it was something entirely foreign, as his body could sense something changing on a cellular level. Red blood cell production in femur bone marrow successfully altered. New blood cells are now being generated in place of standard red blood cells. His eyes flicked open as more text appeared, displaying a comparative diagram of standard human red blood cells versus the new ones forming within him. Normal red blood cells were small, disc-shaped, and functioned solely as oxygen carriers. But in contrast, the new blood cells were twice as large, capable of storing and transporting mana while also carrying twice as much oxygen to provide a completely superior alternative to the old cells. Holy shit. So this is what all this was about. Leo realized, as he finally understood why this meditation manual not only improved the user's mana capacity but also altered their body constitution. It was an amazing technique, but before Leo could celebrate the production of the new blood cells, another red alert message cut his excitement short. Warning, mana power core depleting. Estimated time remaining, 50 seconds. The warmth in his femur bones flickered, the energy draining rapidly. His body was consuming the mana supply at an astonishing rate, fueling the transformation at an unsustainable pace, prompting the meditation manual to instruct him to find a replacement immediately. Leo gritted his teeth, already forming a new mana ball in his left palm, but his body resisted. His circuits were strained, his focus already taxed from the precision required in the last step. And hence, it became nearly impossible for him to circulate an entirely new batch of mana, while also maintaining the ongoing process without any mistakes. Unfortunately, this meant that in 50 seconds, his power core ran out completely, pausing the production of new blood cells, as the text before him updated it again. Mana depleted. Restart required. Shit. Leo exhaled sharply. He had failed to get the next mana ball down in time, putting an end to the new cell production. Leo understood that ideally, he should have had the next batch of mana cores ready before the previous ones depleted, but doing so required an immense level of mental precision and discipline. And right now, he simply wasn't fast enough. For the next several minutes, he worked meticulously to repeat the process. He condensed another mana ball in his palm, ensuring its density was sufficient before guiding it back down the precise pathway he had memorized. However, despite his best efforts, he made a few minor mistakes while guiding it down, and was forced to retrace his steps a couple times before achieving the desired result. Overall, 9 grueling minutes passed before he finally succeeded in splitting the energy into two and positioning them correctly in his femur bones again. But by then, all the previous progress had already halted and the window of efficiency was completely lost. Panting, he wiped the sweat from his brow and restarted the process of trickling mana to his femur bones, which once again restarted the production process of new blood cells. However, once again it was depleted within the minute, and Leo had to start from zero yet again. Fuck, this is hard, he realized, as just as he was about to restart the process, doing it all over again from step 0, the text before him shifted again, showing him an analysis chart. Optimal replacement efficiency data, maintaining continuous flow for 2 hours per day, peak production rate, 100,000 new blood cells/day. If sustained for over 2 years, full blood replacement achieved. Breaks or inconsistent training equals efficiency drop, extending the process indefinitely. If sustained for 5 hours per day, full replacement may be achieved within 8 to 9 months. Leo's head tilted slightly as he read through the numbers. The process wasn't just difficult, it was a battle against time. If he failed to maintain a constant cycle, the replacement process would take years to complete, making it a terrible waste of time. The first thing he needed to do to practice this method efficiently was to learn how to maintain a constant power cycle, as without it, doing the same steps over and over again with delays in between was next to useless. The complete Marrow Meditation Manual aimed to reconstruct his body, one cell at a time, and to do so, the replacement rate of new cells produced had to outweigh the death plus production rate of old cells. If achieved successfully, the new blood cells didn't just enhance mana storage, they increased oxygen efficiency, improved muscle endurance, reduced lactic acid buildup, and optimized cardiovascular health. Which meant that if he completed the transformation, he wouldn't just be a stronger fighter. He'd be something far beyond human limitations. But getting there was the real challenge. Right now, he was too slow. It had taken him 9 minutes to restart the process, and if he kept going at this pace, the replacement cycle would take forever to complete. This meant that not only did he have to get faster, he also needed to get more efficient and more precise, as only then could he hope to master this technique and complete the replacement rate within a reasonable time frame. Rodova Military Academy, Leo's dorm, 12:30 a.m. At around 12:30 midnight, Leo finally gave up on meditation for the day, after spending 5.5 frustrating hours making little to no progress. His head ached, his focus was strained, and his patience with the entire process had worn thin. So, instead of continuing down that fruitless path, he turned his attention to something new, the Absolute Vision Skill Scroll. A challenge, yes. But hopefully, one that wasn't as painfully tedious as meditation. The holographic scroll activated, flickering to life in the dim room, hovering before his eyes just as the meditation manual had. But unlike the silent hum of the meditation guide, this one made a low mechanical whirring sound, like an old, worn-out engine sputtering to life. Then, the first set of instructions appeared, glowing faintly. Mastering absolute vision requires mastering mana perception first. Until you can visualize the flow of mana around you with your eyes closed, it is fruitless to attempt this method. Leo exhaled sharply, closing his eyes without hesitation. And immediately, he felt it. The subtle pull of mana in the air, swirling in unseen currents. It wasn't visible, but it was there, an invisible tide that he was unconsciously drawing into his body, like a whirlpool slowly siphoning water from its surroundings. When he opened his eyes again, the warning label was gone. The text on the scroll had already updated, shifting to the next phase of instruction. Please circulate mana within your body, following the path in the diagram before you. The hologram shifted, revealing an anatomical diagram of the human body, tracing the specific mana circulation route he needed to follow. The path began near the base of his skull, running down his spine, branching through his legs, all the way to his toes, before looping back up in a continuous cycle. Unlike the meditation manual, which required distributing mana into delicate micropathways, this technique was far more straightforward. It didn't require complex branching. No intricate detours. Just one clean, fluid cycle. 3 attempts. That's how long it took him to memorize the pattern. As after only 3 repetitions, he had engraved the process into muscle memory, circulating the mana through his body smoothly and without error. Step complete. Please close your eyes and circulate the mana once more. Leo complied instantly, closing his eyes and performing the circulation from memory. He expected nothing different. The moment he completed the cycle, his world changed. A 3-dimensional map of his surroundings exploded into his mind. Not a blurry impression. Not some vague awareness. But a detailed, spatially accurate reconstruction of the entire room. He could feel the outline of his bed, the slight unevenness of his desk, the soft ripple of the air as it brushed against his skin. The world around him had shifted, no longer defined by sight but by pure perception. Whoa, 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 whoa. Leo staggered, nearly losing his balance. It was too real. Too overwhelming. His brain struggled to process the sudden flood of information, adjusting to a completely new way of perceiving reality. For a brief moment, he wasn't using his eyes. Yet, he could still see everything. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the first stage of absolute vision. You inherently understand the concept behind 3D imaging and have a robust subconscious brain capable of interpreting the information in real time. The skill scroll said, as Leo frowned deeply upon reading this. He felt perplexed as to why he could master such a difficult technique with such ease. However, apparently he already had an inherent understanding of how to sense mana around his body, and a robust enough brain to compile the information he collected. The next step is to learn how to perform one circulation of this method with each breath that you take. The focus is on speed with precision, the skill scroll instructed, as Leo closed his eyes once again and took in a deep breath, trying to sync one cycle of mana rotation alongside it. However, as he tried to cycle the mana down the memorized path, he realized that he needed at least 5 seconds to complete one cycle, whereas the mental image created after each cycle lasted for only 1 second. This meant that, if he wanted to learn how to maintain this skill continuously, he needed to shorten the mana circulation time from 5 seconds to under 1, and then sync it with his breathing, so that his brain linked performing this method subconsciously with breathing, doing it every passing moment without Leo needing to focus on it. Leo exhaled sharply, closing his eyes once more. He pushed the mana through the path, forcing himself to move faster while maintaining the same precision. This time he improved very slightly, pushing his circulation time to 4 seconds, but it was still too slow. Again, he thought, as he hastened the process even more, repeating the circulation path as he tried adjusting his control and trimming unnecessary hesitation. The result? He trimmed down his time to 3.2 seconds, which was a great improvement over 3.5, but still a far cry from where he needed to be. Leo exhaled, rubbing his temple as the strain on his mind began creeping in. A quick glance at the clock told him that it was 3 a.m. already, meaning that there was only 1.5 hour left before the morning alarms blared and the next academic day began. I need to take some rest. Pushing any more will only be counterproductive. I guess I will work on this again tomorrow, Leo concluded, as he shut down the holographic scroll and climbed onto his bunk bed. I have a long way to go, Leo realized, as at that thought, his brain drifted asleep, shutting down in almost an instant after the exhaustion that it had undergone today. It was a challenge to learn both the meditation method and the perception skill simultaneously. However, Leo had faith in his ability to keep up regardless. Next morning at 4:30 a.m. sharp, the alarms in the corridors blared loudly, signaling the start of yet another academic day. Hearing the loud sound, Leo practically forced himself to wake up. However, his mind seemed to be reluctant to cooperate. Feeling as heavy as lead, Leo's brain resisted restarting, dragging him down into the depths of exhaustion. But with no other choice, he forced himself to power through it, pushing past the sluggish haze of sleep. Rodova Military Academy, physical training grounds. It wasn't until Leo was halfway through the 100 penalty laps, his feet pounding against the dirt alongside the rest of the class, that his brain finally shook off its grogginess. He hadn't wanted to wake up. But listening to Mushin's colorful morning rant made the ordeal almost worth it. Mark my words, boys. Mushin panted between heavy breaths. One of these days, I'm gonna find a stick, a long, thick one, made of really hard wood, with the nastiest, sharpest grooves and edges you can imagine. He exhaled sharply, his eyes burning with unholy determination. I'm gonna oil it. Kiss it. Cherish it like it's my life's purpose. Leo raised a brow, already sensing where this was going. And then, when Marvin isn't looking, I'm gonna ram it straight up his ass. Leo couldn't help it. He burst into laughter, shaking his head at Mushin's outrageously committed vendetta against Professor Marvin. Look at that smug bastard, he's smiling at our misery. Mushin growled, glaring up at Professor Marvin. Look at him, standing there all high and mighty, enjoying this shit. Following his gaze, the others turned to see Marvin watching over them with that ever-present calm, unreadable expression. Mushin scowled even harder. Fucker. He muttered under his breath, making sure the professor wasn't looking before throwing in the insult. Su Yang, arrogant as always, exhaled sharply. At least he did not make us wear the weighted vests today. The run's not nearly as bad without them. However, Leo rolled his eyes at that comment. Maybe it wasn't bad for them, but for him. It was already hell. Even without the added weight, 50 laps in, he could feel the exhaustion creeping in, his muscles aching, his breath growing heavier. But unlike yesterday, there was something different. At least today, he knew he could keep going for at least 30 laps more at the minimum, because his body did have the necessary strength to pull that off. And with Mushin's endless rants and Su Yang's calm determination beside him, he had hoped to cover the last 22, as he felt like maybe, just maybe, completing the 100 laps mark wasn't impossible today after all. Skyshard, Shin, we must go faster, the bastards behind us are only a single lap behind. We must crush them every day in training, so they psychologically never dare to think they're equal to us, Su Yang said, as he increased the pace of his running slightly, much to the dismay of both Leo and Mushin. You crazy fucker. You need to tone down your obsession of stomping down the commoners, we are already a lap ahead of them. And unlike you, I have no interest in giving them psychological nightmares. Mushin complained, as he looked prepared to shove that same stick up Su Yang's ass that he wanted to shove up Marvin's. You have no vision, Mushin, and you don't have the qualities of a good leader in you. Skyshard understands me, which is why he is my rival, while you're just a friend, Su Yang replied, as both Mu Shen and Leo rolled their eyes at his words, before increasing their pace to match his. Just to be clear, I work solo, I don't want to lead no one, Leo said, as Mu Shen nodded in agreement. Skyshard has to be the most obnoxious and clueless individual I've ever seen. Did you see that hottie that came to chat with him this morning? One of the only two good-looking girls in the elite class. She invited Skyshard to run in a pack with her, even said it coquettishly while squeezing her boobs. However, Skyshard simply replied, "Sorry, I prefer to go solo," Mu Shen mimicked, as this time around Su Yang chuckled out loud. Did he really do that? Which one was it? Daryl or Geo? Su Yang asked, as Mu Shen immediately replied, Geo, That one's got a serious pair. I'm surprised you did not choose to run beside her, Skyshard. You could have seen quite the view of her balloons jiggling, Su Yang teased, as Leo's face darkened. If she approached either of us, I'm sure both of us would take the offer, but not Skyshard. Skyshard is a hard man. When his girlfriend asks him, honey, do you want me to blow you? Skyshard shakes his head and replies, sorry, I prefer to go solo, Mu Shen teased, as both him and Su Yang immediately burst into laughter. And burst into the uncontrollable kind, which completely messed up their cadence and their breathing patterns. Oh, shut up. I'm just a focused man. I'm focused on getting stronger and not on heavy balloons. Also, she's not that pretty anyways, Leo fought back. However, his words fell on flat ears. Su Yang and Mu Shen simply did not care for what he had to say, and kept laughing and expanding on the joke for the next 5 laps, as they pissed the shit out of Leo. However, because of how relaxed they ran, joking and laughing with one another, none of them felt the fatigue creeping in, which helped them get to lap 80 in a breeze. Look at those 3 at the front. They're laughing and running like they don't feel the pressure at all. They're 1.5 laps ahead from the rest of us, yet there's not a frown on their faces, noted a student from the rest of the class running pack, whose atmosphere was not as cheerful as Leo and company. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. In fact, in stark contrast to what Leo experienced with Su Yang and Mu Shen, the morale of the majority of the class pack was not flying high at all. As after every couple laps, one of them would drop out, after complaining about feeling dizzy since the past 5 laps. Fuck the talented and fuck their friendship with one another. As if it's not bad enough that they're born with more natural talent than the rest of us, now they're bonding over their talents too, as they laugh down on us. Talent doesn't determine your physical conditioning. If they can run 100 laps without breaking a sweat, then it means they've lived a life far more difficult than most of us can even imagine. They have trained for this. It wasn't given to them at birth. One sensible student amongst them spoke, however, his words only served as dampening the spirits of the others even more. It was bad enough to acknowledge that they did not have the same elite-level talent as the top students of the class. However, to also admit they did not work as hard as them on top really hurt their pride. I can't. I'm dropping. I can't run like those monsters. 100 laps are not for me, said yet another student as he crashed on the running track on the 97th lap. With just 3 more to go, it was a pitiful fall. One so close to the finish line. However, while he failed, Leo, Su Yang and Mu Shen did not, as the trio managed to complete the 100th lap, while the majority of the class was still on 98th at the end. Professor Marvin showed no mercy to those who failed to complete the 100 laps run today. Apart from severely rebuking them and threatening to drop them from the elite class should they not make the cut soon enough, he also publicly humiliated them, asking them uncomfortable questions about their own mentality and willpower. Those who failed to complete the 100 laps today will repeat the process tomorrow, while the rest of the class will move on to the next stage, Marvin informed, as rather than allowing them to move on, he coldly assigned them the same punishment for tomorrow, which was to run another 100 laps. Meanwhile, the students who succeeded were promoted to the next phase of training, weighted vest exercises. With only half an hour left before the session for the day ended, Marvin spared them from anything too strenuous for the day, assigning a brief round of push-ups and sit-ups before dismissing them. But as they left, he made one thing painfully clear. Enjoy today while you can. Tomorrow will not be this easy. With no mandatory attendance requirement until the next evaluation day, the Basics of Perception class saw a steep drop in numbers from the second session onwards. Less than 30 fan-tram of the students showed up, and most weren't even here to actively train, as they simply came to consult Professor Powell on their personal struggles before leaving again. However, unlike the others who rushed to ask their questions and leave, Leo lingered for a while, quietly observing the class and taking in the struggles his peers faced before posing his own question. And what he saw surprised him. Nearly 90 fan-tram of the students present were still stuck on the very first step, sensing mana. They couldn't even complete the preliminary phase of learning the technique. For these students, Professor Powell had to recommend special exercises and additional study guides just to help them grasp the basic ability to sense the mana around them. Leo, however, found himself completely unable to relate to their struggles. Mana perception had never been an issue for him. While his peers wrestled with fundamentals, he was already leagues ahead, despite being assigned the most complex version of the skill. His concern wasn't about how to activate the technique. He wanted to know how to make it faster. So when he finally raised his hand and asked Professor Powell for tips on accelerating mana circulation, the entire room fell silent. His question stood out like a sharp blade among dull stones. Even Powell raised a brow, scanning the room before his gaze settled on Leo. It was a clear and undeniable reminder of just how far ahead he already was. With a faint, knowing smile, Powell finally responded. Speed of circulation improves with practice, he began. Think of your mana circuits as a rocky road, full of shrubs, loose rocks, and slippery sand. At first, it's difficult to move across. The terrain slows you down. But the more you walk the same path, the more it changes. The shrubs get trampled. The loose rocks shift to the side. The sand is blown away. Step by step, that shaky road transforms into a highway. And once that happens, your speed naturally increases. Powell's tone was casual, but his words struck deep. It made perfect sense. Leo nodded, absorbing the lesson before thanking the professor and making his way out. If all it took was repetition, then that meant only one thing: he was guaranteed to crack the code. And it was only a matter of time. After leaving the Basics of Perception class early, Leo joined Ryan on the second-floor library to complete the homework that Professor David assigned all students in yesterday's class. Since the professor already had a vendetta against him, Leo did not wish to give him any fuel to kick him out again, and hence he sincerely completed the homework with Ryan's help, and even studied for the coming lesson from the lecture guide manual. It was his intention today to not get kicked out and absorb whatever knowledge that he could regarding the basics of magic theory. However, he still felt unsure as to whether or not Professor David would let him sit within the class or not. After lunch, the Basics of Magic Theory class commenced. And the moment class began, David's first order of business was collecting the homework, immediately kicking out any student who had failed to complete it. Predictably, Su Yang was one of the casualties. Since he hadn't attended class the previous day, he hadn't even bothered doing the assignment, handing David the perfect excuse to kick him out yet again with a public bashing. However, when Leo stepped forward and submitted his completed work, something unexpected happened. David's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in sheer frustration. The professor had clearly expected Leo to fail. He had likely prepared an entire lecture on sincerity and diligence, just waiting for Leo to show up empty-handed so he could publicly humiliate him. However, to his surprise, not only had Leo completed the assignment, but he had done it correctly, completely robbing David of his anticipated moment of triumph. The sheer displeasure on the man's face was almost comical for the class to witness. However, since the lecture had to go on anyways, David was forced to allow Leo a seat as he carried on with the lecture with his mood visibly soured. The topic for the day: elemental infusion. As he explained the process through which pure mana could be altered to take on different elemental natures, such as fire mana, water mana, dark mana, and beyond. It was a very informative lecture, and although David was a groggy teacher, his knowledge and command on the subject was absolutely top-notch. The way he explained the topic opened Leo's horizons on how different types of infused mana could help increase the power of different types of spells, while also understanding how they could help a craftsman craft better quality items. Overall, he was very satisfied with what he learned for the day, as he decided to make this a habit and ensure that he gave the professor no excuses to kick him out from now on. After Basics of Magic Theory, the next class was Practical Combat, where once again Major Hen matched up all students against one another, right from where they had left off the day before. Leo felt very excited for his matchups today. As compared to yesterday, the quality of his opponents went up significantly today, with the last two opponents that he faced even possessing some of the same skills that he did. The second-to-last opponent that he faced executed a move similar to Shadow Bind to try and restrict his movements, while the last one had a decoy clone move, which created multiple illusions of himself, making it hard to perceive the real one. However, while he struggled more against them compared to the opponents he faced yesterday, Leo still managed to win all 10 matches that he fought today, while only picking up minimal injuries. The final class of the day after Practical Combat was Basics of Stealth and Assassination, the only lecture Leo had not attended even once yet, as it was only held on select few days, alternating with the Scouting, Movement, and Planning class. It was held in the basement, in a dark and damp environment, which felt unsettling. However, as if the environment was not bad enough, the instructor for this class was even worse. Unlike the other classes, which were led by seasoned military officials or scholarly instructors, this one was conducted by someone far removed from the chains of order and discipline. A criminal. One who stood before them in heavy restraints, his hands bound in reinforced shackles, his legs weighed down by enchanted chains, yet none of it seemed to suppress the twisted glee dancing in his eyes. The instructor for this class was Severus Maximus, the infamous Needle Assassin, who Rodova Military Academy had specially recruited as a teacher to give their students the best education possible. Severus, however, was a man so dangerous that 2 high-ranking military lieutenants stood guard around him at all times, monitoring his every move, as despite his bounds, he could not be trusted alone around anyone. Despite the chains and the guards monitoring his every move, the madness in Severus's eyes remained unaffected by his environment, as he looked at the students as if they were his prey, rather than his disciples. K.H. He. Keek keek. A wheezing, almost inhuman cackle filled the air as he began his lesson, and his odd shrill voice sent goosebumps down the spines of many. "Hello, my little children," he cooed, his voice dripping with mock affection, his lips stretching into an unsettling grin. "I'm Severus Maximus, also known as the Needle Assassin." "Kakeek," he said, as his shoulders trembled with thinly veiled excitement, as if just introducing himself was enough to send him into hysterics. "I'm here to be your teacher for this lovely, depraved little course, not because I have some deep desire to share my knowledge. Oh no, no, no." His head twitched unnaturally as he leaned forward. "I'm here because it knocks precious years off my ridiculously long jail sentence, keek keek." His laughter cracked through the air, echoing against the cold stone walls of the basement classroom, as it made many grown men break into cold sweats. Some looked visibly unsettled. Others were outright disturbed. He didn't care. If a man was infamous enough to earn a moniker, then his knowledge was valuable. His mental instability. His history of crimes. None of that mattered to him, as he felt eager to learn. I'm sure you're all learning the theory of assassination in your fancy military lectures, honing your combat techniques in another class, practicing your little swings and stabs like good little soldiers. Severus's nose wrinkled in disdain, his shackles rattling as he gestured dramatically. Bah! Useless. Predictable. Basic. He scoffed. Anyone with a knife and a little muscle memory can stab someone. But that's not assassination, that's butchery. He grinned wickedly, his teeth flashing in the dimly lit room. What I'm going to teach you is real assassination. The kind that doesn't leave a trace. He hugged himself, his fingers twitching against his ribs, as if reliving some dark, delightful memory. The art of accidents. The art of making murders look like suicide. The art of staging a murder that looks like a lover's quarrel has gone terribly, terribly wrong. He exhaled shakily, laughing under his breath, his voice descending into an eerie whisper. How to make a father kill his own son in a drunken rage. How to make a priest die in prayer, a dagger lodged so perfectly in his throat it seems poetic. How to make a corpse look like it walked into its own death willingly, keek. His laughter swelled again, breathless and delighted, his entire body trembling in sheer amusement, as he made the students extremely uneasy. Some instinctively shifted away. Others dared not meet his gaze, fearful of the wild glint in his eyes, as even the lieutenants stationed beside him, who were armed to the teeth, seemed slightly uncomfortable in letting him continue with the lecture. However, since they were under orders, and he had not done anything to break the rules, they could only bide their time in silence for now. Today's lesson is about something simple. Something delightful. Something deadly. He licked his lips, dragging out the words. I'll be teaching you how to kill with a whisper. How to end a life without ever raising a blade. How to twist the very breath in someone's lungs and make them die thinking it was a simple cold. Severus said, as he let out a content sigh, as if savoring the beauty of his own words. We'll go through types of poisons, their effects in assassination, how to brew them in the wild, and how to extract them from live creatures. But of course, this is all just for demonstration, Kakik. If you truly value your own life, you should always buy your poisons from a reputable vendor. His voice dropped to a sickeningly sweet whisper. Unless, of course, you wish to end up like some of my past students. Then, he threw his head back in laughter, the deranged, bone-chilling cackles filling the classroom once more. As the actual lesson began. Let's start with something simple, yet effective, weaponized poison. Severus said, as he lifted a tiny vial containing an inky black substance, swirling it between his fingers. This here. A lovely little concoction called Viper's Fang. It kills instantly upon entering the bloodstream. A mere scratch, a single cut laced with this, and within 3 seconds, he snapped his fingers, the sharp sound echoing in the silent room. Dead. No antidote, no counter. Just dead. Severus chuckled, shaking his head. The best part. The corpse remains intact. No foam at the mouth. No violent spasms. Just a quiet, polite exit from the mortal realm. With an eerie gentleness, he uncorked the vial and dipped the tip of a dagger into it, coating the blade in the viscous liquid. To make it, you simply need the venom glands of a 6-toothed viper and the sap of a moonshade plant. The venom paralyzes, while the sap accelerates its spread through the body. A perfect combination. He licked his lips. One scratch, and the enemy won't even have time to realize they're already a corpse. The students swallowed hard, shifting uneasily as they realized just how deadly the knowledge being imparted was. But Severus wasn't done. His grin deepened as he reached for another vial, this one filled with a clear, colorless liquid. Now, if instant death is too uncreative for you, let me introduce something a bit more fun, Widow's Embrace. Unlike before, he handled this vial with reverence, almost affection, like a treasured possession. This little beauty is a delayed poison. Odorless. Tasteless. Undetectable in food or drink. He tilted the vial, watching the liquid swirl. The victim consumes it. And for the next 22 hours, they feel nothing. Not a single symptom. No dizziness, no nausea, no warning signs. His voice dropped to a whisper. But then, the final 2 hours arrive. And that's when the fun begins. He sighed dramatically, placing a hand on his chest as if overcome by the beauty of his own creation. The pain starts subtly at first. A slight burning in the stomach. Then it spreads. Within 10 minutes, it feels like their organs are liquefying. Their body overheats, their veins rupture, and their nerves set ablaze, and all they can do is scream. Severus chuckled darkly. Oh, and before you ask, no antidote. There is no cure for it after 20 hours when it's completely absorbed into the bloodstream. If detected early, you can use high-level healing magic to prevent it from taking effect and then slowly removing it. However, if the effects kick in, then by the time the prey realizes something is wrong, it's already too late to save them. His eyes flicked over the class, lingering on their expressions, some pale, others outright horrified. Now, who wants to learn how to make it? Then, reluctantly, a few hands rose. Leo, however, had already been taking notes, as he raised his hand eagerly. Using poisons did not seem like his style, as he felt like he was more of a front-line, no-nonsense fighter. However, having knowledge on the topic did not seem to be a bad thing either, as he absorbed every word coming out of Severus's mouth like a sponge. So far, this was turning out to be his favorite class yet, as although he was doing nothing but taking notes in this class, it was by far the most informative and practical of all the other theory subjects that he studied. By the end of day 2 at the academy, Leo finally felt like he was beginning to get a handle on things. He had secured a solid foothold among the students, forming a competitive alliance with Mu Xin and Su Yang, who now reserved him a seat at their corner table during dinner and ran beside him during the grueling morning sprints. He had unwillingly acquired an annoying yet oddly useful companion in Mu Ryan, who clung to him like a shadow for no apparent reason, but at least she was good for helping him navigate social situations and tutoring him in studies. And most importantly, he had established dominance. After his brutal dismantling of Jianggu, word had spread fast. His name carried weight now, and no one in the class seemed particularly eager to test his limits. Overall, everything was falling into place. His personal goals were on track, except for his ongoing struggles with meditation, but that was a problem for another day. For now, for the first time since stepping foot into Rodova Military Academy, Leo allowed himself to relax, loosening his shoulders, sinking into his seat, and actually enjoying a meal among his companions. As being no longer as worried about his memories as he was a couple days ago, he found his overly tense behavior relaxing just a little. However, unfortunately for him, lowering his guard during dinner was apparently a bad choice, as just when he least expected it, disaster struck. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic footsteps of senior cadets echoed through the mess hall as they marched in, their uniforms dirted with mud and blood, their boots leaving faint imprints of dust and grime across the polished floors. The academic session had started a few days ago. However, this particular group of senior students looked like they had just arrived, as they entered with wide smiles and loud cheers, like a victorious troop returning home after a long mission. They looked like they had just crawled out of hell itself, bloodied, battered, bruised, but still standing tall, as they carried themselves with the confidence of battle-hardened veterans. The Rodova Military Academy Interschool Circuit Team has returned from the summer camp. The declaration sent a ripple through the hall. Murmurs turned to whispers. Whispers turned to cheers. And then, like a wave cresting over the entire room, all hell broke loose as the second-year students broke into wild cheers, while the first years joined in with excitement. In Rodova Military Academy, the circuit team members were like the star athletes, who carried on the pride of the institute, and they were treated as absolute superstars back home. Almost immediately as they were back, potion bottles were opened and thrown over the team in joy, as the mess hall turned into a literal mess, as the expensive potion juices mixed with the dirt and grime off their bodies. Yushin. 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 Slowly, the chant for Yushin erupted from the crowd, as standing at the center of the group, Yushin pushed away everyone else around him, hogging all the spotlight as he raised his hands in the air with pride. As a transcendent-level talent, and the captain of the current Rodova Military Academy Interschool Circuits team, he was the Institute's pride, and the current most popular student of all. It was common knowledge that qualifying for the circuits as a first-year student was next to impossible. However, Yushin somehow managed to do it last year, becoming the only first year from his batch to be on the circuits team. A living legend amongst his batch, and an inspiration for all the new joiners this year. "All right, relax people, Yushin is here," he said, grinning wildly, as he basked in the adoration, before proudly raising his fist in the air, which had the whole mess hall roaring for him even louder. However, just as effortlessly as he raised their volume, he silenced them as well, as with a simple gesture of raising a single finger and bringing it to his lips, he silenced the entire crowd that had gathered. "Shoo," he said, as the crowd obeyed, turning absolutely silent. With a smirk still playing on his lips, Yushin turned back to his team, shaking his head in amusement. "I was happily training at the camp with my second-year boys, who have worked themselves to the bone this summer, worked hard to become worthy of representing this academy at circuits. Worked hard to kick Geneva's ASS this time around," Yushin began, his voice dripping with pride as he gestured toward his teammates behind him. "When I suddenly heard some news." His smirk widened. "Not one, but 2 Monarch-level talents have joined our academy this year." A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Yushin let the tension build, then barked out a sharp, amused laugh. "Ha ha ha. Isn't that great, guys? Not just 1, but 2. He clapped, his enthusiasm contagious, prompting the gathered students to clap along with him. "Come on, then. Tell me who they are." Yushin's eyes gleamed with interest. "Where are our superstars?" A hush fell over the hall once again. Su Yang moved first. With his head held high, he stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. He didn't hesitate. "First year, Su Yang," he said, his voice filled with conviction. "I'll be joining your team," he declared boldly, as Yushin didn't react immediately. He kept clapping, never breaking rhythm, never letting Su Yang's declaration shake his performance, as even his smile remained unchanged. "That's 1, he mused, his voice carrying through the hall. "And the second?" he asked, as all heads turned towards Leo. A beat passed. Then, Leo exhaled softly, as he stood. He did not wish to get tangled with all this attention, but the crowd wasn't giving him a choice, and hence he was practically forced to play along. However, unlike Su Yang, he didn't announce himself. Didn't speak a word. He simply walked forward, his steps slow, deliberate, measured. As he approached Yushin, his gaze flickered, not just to the captain, but to the team behind him as well, and the moment he looked into the eyes of those standing behind Yushin, he understood just how friendly this meeting was going to be. He sensed crippling hostility as he looked into their eyes, as although it wasn't obvious or openly expressed, it was clearly there in the eyes of all members present. Leo felt a shiver down his spine as he looked at them as a group, as somehow he felt genuine danger to his life at that moment. An unspoken warning radiated from the second-year circuit members standing behind Yushin, as unlike the others in the mess hall, who looked at Leo with awe, curiosity, or fear, these guys looked at him like he was an intruder. Like he wasn't supposed to be here. Like he hadn't earned his place. And in that instant, Leo understood that they did not like him at all. The sheer presence they exuded was suffocating, and he sensed traces of killing intent coming his way too. These guys were not on the same level as the rest of the second years, as the pressure they exuded was not like any other student Leo had met here, but rather they seemed to carry the same weight, the same predatory sharpness, as a professor, who had strength equivalent to the lieutenant rank. It was the gaze of men who had stood on real battlefields, who had bled and killed to survive. And Leo could feel it in his bones that if he were to fight any of them in battle today, he would lose hands down and that it would not even be a close fight. Ha ha ha, a smart one, Yushin chuckled, watching Leo's reaction with evident amusement. You hope to join the team too? He asked, tilting his head to the side, as he forcibly locked eyes with Leo. I'm assuming you've already had your first 2 practical combat classes. He noted, looking around for confirmation as some of the first years present in the mess hall nodded. What's the score for the 2 of you? Yushin asked, alternating his gaze between Leo and Su Yang for answers. 18-2, 19-1. He prompted as 20-0, replied Leo. 20-0, a perfect score. Bravo, Yushin said, his eyes narrowing as he clapped louder, as if he were mockingly impressed. Well then, Mr. 20-0 monarch-level talents. Yushin said, his tone shifting as the playful edge disappeared from his voice and so did the fake grin from his face. At that moment, he finally decided to drop the act that he had been performing since the start, as he started to leak some of his true intentions. His black irises bled into a deep, unnatural purple and a suffocating pressure crashed down upon the mess hall. The temperature dropped. Frost bloomed across the floor. As the warm mess hall suddenly turned frigid, as if cold tundra air had suddenly swept the entire room. The weak-willed collapsed immediately. The pressure Yushin exuded was too unbearable for them, while even the stronger ones, those who could resist passing out, began to shiver as they couldn't escape the deep, primal fear that clawed at their senses. And at the center of it all, Yushin smiled. Bloodline move, subdue, he mouthed softly, as at that instant both Leo and Su Yang froze in time. Not from shock. Not from fear. But froze absolutely in time, as if their physical bodies had turned into an ice sculpture that simply could not move. What the fuck? Why the fuck can't I sense my body? Leo asked himself in alarm, as despite his mind screaming at him to move, his body simply refused to obey. It was as if he had been ripped from reality. Trapped in a dark, formless void, a place where he existed, but couldn't act. And in this paralyzed state, his senses heightened, allowing him to feel everything. The ice-cold chills sinking into his bones. The phantom sensation of chains coiling around his body. The sheer power pressing down on his soul. However, although he felt that way, his eyes and ears still saw everything happening around him in the real world, which told his brain that he was not in an actual phantom world, but still within the confines of reality itself, which created a weird jumble of senses in his head. What in the hell is happening to me? Is this Yushin's true power? Leo wondered, however, before he could figure the answer to his question, Yushin moved. Deliberately. As he approached Leo without any hurry in the world. You want to join the circuit team. You think you have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with the best young fighters in the universe? Yushin asked in disgust, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he raised a single finger, before dragging it lightly across Leo's throat. Dead. He said, looking straight into Leo's eyes, as at that moment, Leo truly felt like his breath had been caught in his throat. The fear of death was a primal instinct. And at that moment, Leo experienced it firsthand, as this was the closest he had ever felt to death in his entire life. However, as if humiliating only him was not enough, Yushin then moved on to Su Yang, doing the same to him as he said dead once again. Only after making his point to the both of them, did he finally release the pressure, allowing the duo to move, as the room returned to its normal temperature. The mess hall breathed a collective sigh of relief as Yushin's fake smile returned once more. Welcome to Rodova Military Academy rookies. Members from my team will face both of you this Sunday, just to show you the gap between heaven and earth. Don't worry about Major Hen. He'll allow it. See you in class, Yushin said, as he turned and left the mess hall, with the rest of the second-year circuits team following behind him. Rodova Military Academy, outside the mess hall, present time. Yushin stormed out of the mess hall, his jaw clenched so tight it felt like his teeth might crack under the pressure. His mind was a swirling storm of rage, as although he had humbled the 2 first years in front of the entire academy, he still did not feel his simmering rage reduce even slightly. This was because the real cause behind his anger was not the first years, but rather the conversation he'd had with Principal Alric Dainhardt just moments before. A conversation that had pissed him off more than anything else in recent memory. Flashback. Principal Alric's office, 30 minutes ago, the moment Yushin and his team stepped onto Rodova Military Academy's grounds, fresh from the grueling summer camp, a summons awaited Yushin, as apparently Principal Alric Dainhardt was eagerly waiting to see him. Yushin hence barely had any time to shake off some dirt covering his body, before he found himself in the principal's office, standing before the most powerful man in the academy. "Ah, Yushin," Alric said, his voice laced with genuine pleasure. "At last, you've returned, my boy," he said warmly, as he stood up from his seat to show the kid some respect. To which, Yushin responded with a respectful bow, before he sat across from Alric, on the other end of his imposing desk. "The summer camp went well, I assume?" Alric inquired, his sharp eyes studying Yushin closely, as he tried to sense the aura he exuded. Yushin only smirked in response, tilting his chin up, as he confidently let Alric check him, as it was only after the principal was satisfied with his search that Yushin finally responded. "More than well, sir. My team is stronger than ever. We will not shame the academy at the circuits this year," Yushin declared, as listening to his words, Alric nodded happily. "That's exactly what I was hoping to hear," Alric said, as he then transitioned into making some light-hearted small talk praising Yushin for his accomplishments over the summer as reported by his training instructors. Apparently, Yushin had grown a lot stronger during the summer, receiving high praise from all the training instructors that had gone with him to the camp, with him showing progress not only as an individual, but even as a leader who was well respected and well feared by his troop. The instructors also reported on how well-balanced this year's circuits team was, calling them one of the strongest, most well-rounded rosters in recent memory. As listening to all this high praise, Yushin's chest swelled with pride. He already knew that this year's team was much stronger than the year before, as he was a part of last year's team and had experienced their performance at the circuits firsthand. Hence, if anyone knew what it took to win at the circuits, it was him. And although he did not think his team was ready to quite win yet, he was confident that with 8 months before the circuit started, they had enough time to really work hard towards it. Which was exactly why the next words out of Alric's mouth shattered every ounce of pride that he'd been feeling. "About your team, my boy. There are a couple of changes you might need to make," Alric said casually, as Yushin's expression froze listening to those words. "I don't know if you've heard yet, but we have 2 Monarch-level talents among our first-year intake this year," Alric continued as if he had not just spouted blasphemy, as he talked like he could not sense Yushin's discomfort at all. "They are 2 very important individuals, and they need to be given exposure to the circuits as first years so that they can become proper leaders like you in their second year. And hence, it is my decision that they be included in the circuits team this year," Alric instructed, as Yushin's heart almost stopped at those words. "They be included by default." Alric wasn't suggesting this, he was declaring it, which made Yushin's brow twitch in fury, as he barely controlled his rage. "I will let them join, if they earn it, not without it, sir," he said coldly, barely controlling his emotional outburst, as he spoke without raising his volume. However, Alric dismissed his thoughts like they were garbage. "You will do what I tell you to do, boy. You're a captain on paper, but it's me who fills the forms to decide the circuit team and who represents Rodova, and my decision on this matter is final. The boys need exposure if they are to win us the cup next time around, and I'm going to give them what they need at any cost necessary," Alric declared, as listening to his words Yushin immediately saw red. He felt his fingernails dig into his palm. as although it wasn't explicitly mentioned, he understood the exact meaning behind the words that Alric had just said. And what he really meant was that despite all his praises, despite all the efforts that Yu Shen and his batchmates had put in to train and get stronger, Alric did not actually believe in them to win Rodova the cup this year. What his words really meant was that the principal of this academy did not have faith in them to do the job they were trained to do, and was rather interested in grooming the next batch, who he fancied more to win. As this made Yu Shen's blood boil like it were molten steel. How dare you underestimate us? He thought, as he just couldn't wrap his head around why instead of investing in the warriors who had already given their blood, sweat, and tears, Alric was focusing on building the next generation. And was more interested in investing in 2 untested rookies over the men who had suffered in hell to get here. Still, knowing how he was in no position to argue, he bit his tongue. His emotions raged like a storm beneath the surface, but his voice remained calm. With all due respect, sir, he began, forcing himself to speak carefully. I don't have a problem with them joining my team if they have the strength to earn their place. He looked Alric in the eye, his voice unwavering. However, if they don't, his fingers curled into fists beneath the desk. Then I'll let hell freeze over before I let them join just because of your recommendation alone. His words hung in the air. For a moment, the two locked eyes, a silent war of wills. Alric said nothing, simply because he had no need to. Yu Shen lashing out about it was never going to change his decision on the matter, and it was not like the boy had any real power in the first place. While Yu Shen did not budge from his position either. His mind flickering back to Ruhan, his captain from last year, the one who had entrusted him with carrying on their legacy. The same as how the captain before him had entrusted it to Ruhan. It was a promise passed down from leader to leader. Rodova had not won the cup in years. But this year was supposed to be different. He had promised Ruhan. He had promised himself. That they would fight to reclaim Rodova's lost crown. That they would bring the championship home. Not next year. Not in some distant future. And now, he was being asked to lower the quality of his team by putting 2 undeserving rookies in it instead of hard-trained warriors. Who had suffered nothing. Who had not yet bled for this academy. It was not happening. He knew he couldn't argue with Alric right now. But as soon as he stepped out of this office, he knew exactly what he was going to do. Don't do anything stupid after walking out of here, boy. I know how hot-headed you can be, and hence I will be watching you, Alric warned, as Yu Shen stormed out of his office, his anger burning white-hot as he stormed toward the mess hall. If the principal wanted to gift those 2 a spot on his team, then Yu Shen was personally going to ensure that they fucking earned it. Rodova Military Academy, the mess hall, present time. After Yu Shen and the other circuit team members exited the mess hall, a heavy silence hung in the air. All eyes shifted toward Liu and Su Yang, the 2 first years who had just been publicly humiliated and overpowered, and the gazes that fell upon them today were not something they were accustomed to. They were used to admiration, fear, respect. The stares directed at them carried none of those things. Instead, they were filled with pity, mockery, satisfaction at their downfall, the same kind of looks that had been cast upon the unfortunate first-year Su Yang had crushed on the very first day. But now, it was their turn. Leo could feel the weight of those stares pressing down on him, his male pride burning from within as he winced at the bitter taste of helplessness. He had faced many things since arriving at this academy. Fights. Threats. Insults. But never had he experienced such complete and utter powerlessness. It gnawed at his insides, twisting his stomach into knots. Yet, as much as it stung for him, he could tell that for Su Yang, it was so much worse. The prideful golden boy of the first years, always so composed, always carrying himself like a king among men, now stood unnaturally stiff, his jaw clenched so tight it looked like it might shatter. His hands were trembling, his entire body tense with barely contained fury. Fuck this, Su-Yan hissed through gritted teeth, his voice laced with seething rage. Without another word, he stormed out of the mess hall, leaving behind his half-eaten plate of food, refusing to meet the eyes of anyone. The moment he left, a ripple of muffled laughter followed. Soft at first. Then, louder. The quiet snickers turned into whispers. Then murmurs. Then outright chuckles of amusement. It was like watching the mighty fall. And as Leo followed after him, he heard it. The hushed voices, the barely restrained snickers, the amused smirks forming in his peripheral vision. It burned so fucking much. But he didn't react. He wouldn't react. Because right now, anything he said, anything he did, would only make it worse. So he just walked. Step after step. Keeping his face blank, his eyes cold, his movements steady, as if he didn't hear, as if he didn't care. But inside, his blood boiled. Inside, he replayed the moment over and over. Yushin's condescending smirk. The unbearable weight of his power. The helplessness. The humiliation. And as he made his way through the academy corridors, heading toward his dorm, one thing became very, very clear. This feeling. This unbearable, gut-wrenching, rage-inducing powerlessness. He never wanted to experience it again. No matter what. Leo's dorm room, 22C. After reaching his room, Leo slammed the door shut as he began pacing around the room like a maniac. He couldn't stay still, because he was far too agitated to sit without motion, and hence pacing around became his only option to vent. Fucking cocksucking, motherfucker. Leo snarled, his voice low but venomous, as his mind spiraled into an endless loop of rage-fueled scenarios. At first, all he could think about was how he would hurt Yushin if he had the power to do so. He imagined smashing that smug grin off his face. Imagine turning the tables the moment Yushin dared to look him in the eye. Imagine making him feel the same helplessness that he had inflicted on him. But then, the scenarios shifted. Instead of what if I had the power, it became what if I had outplayed him. As the scenarios he cooked up in his head became even more delusional, he thought about how he should have countered the humiliation, how he should have flipped the situation on its head, how he should have made Yushin look like the fool instead of standing there like a frozen fucking idiot. But none of it mattered. Because him cooking those scenarios was not going to change what had already occurred in reality. And it wasn't until half an hour later, when his rage had simmered just enough for his mind to regain some semblance of clarity, and when he looked at his own crazed reflection in the bathroom mirror, that the weight of it all truly hit him. This was pointless. It didn't matter how many ways he reimagined the scenario, for it was not going to change what had already happened. It would only make him weak. As instead, what he needed to do wasn't to stew in useless what-ifs, but rather accept it and move on. What he needed to do now was to plan, to figure out exactly what it would take to ensure that this never fucking happened again. Because whether he liked it or not, Yushin and the entire second-year circuits team were stronger than him. That was an undeniable fact. Freaks. They're freaks, Leo thought, as he recalled the gaze of the members standing behind Yushin. Those who had not even acted today, as he recalled how even they exuded a power that Leo couldn't hope to easily match. They want to face me this Sunday. The whole academy will be watching. That's my chance to fight back. If I can show a strong performance there, then I can send a message that I'm not to be trifled with, Leo mused, as he began psyching himself up for the fight to come. I need to repractice my skills. All of them. I need to get back to my peak. I need to become the boss yet again. If I wish to have any hope of defeating them, then I need to get back to my martial peak. Leo mused, as grabbing a couple of daggers from his storage space, he rushed out of his dorm room, headed straight for the practical combat training field. Meanwhile, Su Yang, unlike Leo who managed to regain his calm after a few minutes, Su Yang failed to do the same, as the destroyed furniture in his room served as a proof of his bubbling anger. Who the fuck does he think he is? That fucking second-year cunt. I'm the Su family blood descendant. Someday I will be the Su family patriarch. Yet he dares lay a hand on me. Su Yang spat, as he lifted his half-broken bed and smashed it to the ground yet again. To suffer such humiliation publicly. They must pay a price. This Sunday, I must reclaim my honor, or what good is the Su family blood flowing through my veins? Su Yang muttered, as looking towards the ceiling, he let his rage dry out the tear forming in his eyes, preventing it from falling down anyhow. I swear I will make it to the Rodova Circuits team. I swear I'll prove to everyone that had laughed at me today that the Su family is not to be disrespected. I may not be able to touch Yushin today, or any time in the near future. But I swear I will return the humiliation I faced today, in this life or the next, Su Yang said, as he too rushed out of his room. His destination, the swordsmanship training ground, specially created for swordsmen to test their power. The following days passed in a blitz of rage for both Leo and Su Yang, their tempers burning like wildfire. They moved like men possessed, throwing themselves into their training with reckless intensity that was driven by humiliation and fueled by an insatiable need for redemption. But the academy life did not let them be. The students around them did not let them forget the humiliation they suffered a few days ago, as every time they stepped into a class, the giggles and whispers began, and everywhere they walked, smirks followed them, the silent mockery lingering like an unshakable stench. And to top it all off, during the basics of magic theory, Class Leo found something new waiting for him, a single note on his desk. A simple, taunting message written in scrawled, messy handwriting. Yushin's gonna kill you on Sunday. Leo stared at it for a long moment, his fingers tightening around the paper before he crushed it in his fist. He did not need this reminder. He was already counting down the days till he could redeem himself, and incidents like these only pushed him even harder, fueling his rage as he went wild with his training at night. Rodova Military Academy, Practical Combat Grounds, 8 p.m., another training dummy exploded into splinters, its form disintegrating as Leo drove his dagger deep into its core, executing kill strike with brutal precision. His chest rose and fell in ragged breaths, sweat rolling down his back as he wiped his face with the back of his hand. Slowly but surely, his body was remembering. His skills, his instincts, they were coming back to him, as he felt more and more sure of his fighting style. That's the 17th dummy you've exploded tonight, Skyshard, and while I'm glad to see your skill activation time reducing fractionally, I must also remind you that these dummies don't come for free. Although, we don't charge you students for destruction of practice dummies and let you use as many as you like, they actually cost 20 MP apiece and you've just destroyed 17 of them tonight. That's equivalent to the monthly salary of my assistants, Major Hen said, as he walked over to Leo, with an eyebrow raised. Breathe deeper, or control your explosive movements to a point where you can sustain them. I've seen your file and your training for the past few days. You have an uncanny ability for sudden change in direction and burst of speed, but it takes a lot out of you. Not every battle is decided with one decisive strike. Some go on for hours. So control your power, Skyshard. Huffing and puffing against your opponents is helping you win no matches, Hen advised, as looking at the panting form of Leo, he could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Major, if you don't mind me asking, do you think I can win against any of Yushin's team members on Sunday? Do you think I have what it takes? Leo asked, as he straightened his posture and looked into Hen's eyes for an answer, but the Major simply shrugged his shoulders in response. You clearly have some very practical skills. Especially the decoy one and the short-range teleportation one. Those make you very unpredictable. However, that's pretty much all you have. The hellish academy life that you've been experiencing for 5 days, your seniors have experienced it for over a year. And to top it off, they've already fully absorbed their genetic awakening serums and have undergone a special training camp this summer. I'm pretty darn sure that you don't have the raw physical ability to compete with them, so you're going to need to be very smart if you want to beat them, Hen said as he gave Leo his unbiased opinion. Just how big of a difference do you expect to see in our physical abilities? Leo asked, hoping for more answers, as Hen simply shut him down. You're an assassin, aren't you, boy? And you also attend the scouting and movement course. Go figure that shit out yourself. I'm not gonna stand here and be your source of information on how to deal with your opponents, Hen said, as he walked away from Leo yet again, but not before tossing him a small vial of stamina potion. Uncorking the golden potion bottle, Leo took a sip of the stamina potion and instantly felt the warmth coursing through his body as it soothed his muscles. He had been training hard for the past few days and had pretty much learned how to control all of his skills, except for parallel processing, which still left his body in a puddle after only 15 to 20 seconds of usage. Unlike his other skills, which he could perform with relative ease, parallel processing seemed to take a lot out of him, and although he had learned how to control the move now, and prevent it from accidentally activating whenever he felt like his life was in danger, he still could not neutralize the backlash from using it, which made it a liability in battle. What was I even thinking when I decided to learn this skill move?